Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 101, 101, Inner World Birth. Back in Orario, August didn't immediately visit his Familia but instead had a long nap with Ace and Tsubaki. 2 days of mining had left him physically and mentally exhausted, and he needed a good rest. This sleep lasted most of the day. The three of them had returned yesterday afternoon, and this nap stretched into the next day's late morning. What time is it? After waking up, August, upon seeing the sun outside, instinctively wondered about the current time. Tsubaki and Ace were nowhere to be seen around. It was evident they had already gotten up. Stretching lazily, August opened the system, looking at his attributes with a smile on his face. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 3. Bloodline, Demon. Talent, Original Sin, Lust, Power of Darkness. Magic, Shadow. Skill, Blink, 8000 Sword Styles, Armament Haki, Getsuga Tenchu, Demonization, Full Counter. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, Elucidator, Wabi-Zook, Muramaze. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure. Rare Item, Inner World. Items, Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone Edition, Water Seedling. Gacha draws, none. In a little over 2 months, he had grown from an ordinary person to this stage. The speed of his growth was like riding a rocket, incredibly fast. Next, August opened the quest panel, and the third stage quests appeared. Hunting Moment I, hunt and kill 10 level 3 monsters, 0 out of 10. Completion reward, normal gacha draw *3. Hunting Moment 2, hunt and kill 100 level 3 monsters, 0 out of 100. Completion reward, normal gacha draw *9. Hunting Moment 3, hunt and kill 1000 level 3 monsters, 0 out of 1000. Completion reward, normal gacha draw *15. Eminent Reputation, reach the 48th floor of the dungeon, complete late exploration. Completion reward, advanced gacha draw *3. Path of the Strong, kill the floor boss of the 47th floor, Baylor. Completion reward, advanced gacha draw *3. New Era Legend, promote to level 4. Completion reward, advanced gacha draw *3. The first 3 quests were similar to the previous ones, still hunting quests. The only difference was that this time there was no doubling of rewards, as August had imagined, but a 3-fold increase in the first stage. The next 3 quests were essentially the same: reach the 48th floor, defeat the floor boss Baylor on the 47th floor, and the final quest to level up to level 4 remained unchanged. However, this time was different. August had a special quest to kill 10,000 monsters. For that exclusive demon evil piece, August was extremely eager. Thinking about it, August stood up and walked out of the room. The first destination was none other than the forge behind. Inside, Tsubaki was watching the automatic smelter furnace at work. On the side, there was a large pile of raw mithril. This mithril was 1/10 of what August had specifically left behind after mining for 2 days. August intended to give this portion to Goibniu. Providing only a map and a piece of information, the rest was done by August himself. Giving him 1/10 was based on the fact that he was a god, otherwise, August wouldn't want to give him anything. It was too easy to make money. You're awake. Where's Ace? Ace should have returned to Familia. After all, the great feat she accomplished yesterday made her eager to go back and level up. Your words are quite vague. I've been here the whole time. How would I know where she went? Tsubaki also expressed some dissatisfaction. After all, she wasn't a god and couldn't possibly know everything. Sorry, my bad. You've prepared everything. I don't feel like cleaning up this pile of extra stones, anyway. Since they're not mine, and as for the other mithril ore, it's all in there now. Glancing at the large pile of mithril ore nearby, Tsubaki spoke slowly. Of course, no need to tidy up for him. This cooperation is the first and the last time. I suddenly feel that digging ores is too time-consuming and laborious. We can just buy the raw ores with the time we have. We don't lack money anyway. Right, with this treasure, just relying on earning the price difference can make us rich. Besides, we don't need to spend money with you around. No expenses? Then give it all to me. I have places to spend. Here, 300 million. I left a few million for myself. Tsubaki also didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed over the 300 million Valis. The relationship between the two had reached a point where they didn't need to worry about such things. I'll go back to Familia first. Ace has gone back, and I need to show my face too. Sure, let's go. After bidding farewell, August left. After leaving Tsubaki's mansion, August turned around and felt a bit helpless. This was Tsubaki's home, but it wasn't his. As a person from another world, August had an inherent attachment to the concept of home. Every person needed a nest, even if it was broken and shabby, it was still their own little harbor. Subconsciously, August also thought of his inner world. Originally, August had wanted to turn it into his own utopia, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a devouring demon pit. However, the next second, August was stunned. Because this inner world, which had merged with him, had undergone a tremendous change overnight. August's figure disappeared in an instant, appearing in the inner world the next second. Here, the original fog had dissipated, the sky was bright, and beneath his feet was a black soil. If the previous inner world was a dark and foggy place, then now it was like fertile land waiting to be developed. What on earth is going on? August found it hard to believe the tremendous change here. In a short time, after reaching the end of the world, completing late exploration, and having the world itself absorb energy, the inner world finally reached the energy needed to give birth to the smallest world. This made August overjoyed. With this, his idea of creating his own utopia could be realized. Chapter 102, Ace's Upgrade. A gentle breeze brushed by, and warm sunlight covered the earth. Under the sunlight, the small grass sprouted tender buds, adding a touch of red to the clear sky. Today's weather was indeed pleasant, a perfect day. However, in Loki Familia, a sudden shout disrupted the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Ace has upgraded to level 6. Loki's voice echoed throughout Twilight Manor, and everyone heard it. Even August, who had just returned and stepped into Manor Gate, heard the announcement. August couldn't help but chuckle. The timing of his return was just perfect, neither too early nor too late. Soon, everyone gathered in the reception hall. All eyes were on Ace, who had just leveled up from level 5 to level 6. Among the new generation, Ace was the first to reach level 6. Ace, did you really level up to level 6? Tiona asked with some disbelief. Yeah. Ace nodded, but her calm demeanor made everyone glance at her curiously. I'm really envious. I also want to level up, but unfortunately, achieving great feats is just too challenging. Yeah, achieving great feats is incredibly difficult, especially level 5 feats, which are even more challenging. Tiona and Tioni, the two sisters, were full of envy at the moment. Although there was only a 1-level difference between level 5 and level 6, the gap was enormous. Level 5 could only be considered a level adventurer in Orario, powerful but not uncommon among the major familias. However, level 6 was different. Throughout Orario, level 6 was a top-tier adventurer, a small group of people standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. As for level 7, in the current Orario, it was already legendary because there was only one level 7, Otter from Freya Familia. Ace, what feat did you achieve? Finn inquired at this moment. I defeated the 37th floor boss. Eudius. Alone. Yes. Hiss. Everyone present gasped in shock. Eudius was a level 6 monster. Challenging Eudius with level 5 strength, alone, and actually winning, it was simply unbelievable. However, such a feat was enough for Ace to level up. Ah, Ace, didn't your sword wear out during the previous expedition because of those new species of monsters? You only sent it to Goibnia Familia a few days ago. What weapon are you using now? Tiona asked at this moment. August went to Tsubaki and got me a new weapon. Saying that, Ace took out Mithril sword. At the moment everyone saw this sword, they were all astonished. This was definitely a master-level weapon, and there were only a few in the entire Orario. Moreover, judging by the material, it seemed to be entirely crafted from Mithril, making it even more valuable. Meanwhile, Riveria was the only one who sensed something special from Ace's words. August took her to Tsubaki's place to obtain a new weapon. Not bought, not borrowed, but obtained. The difference between these terms was significant. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Riveria's mind, something she was reluctant to believe. The thought was that there might be no connection between August and Tsubaki. If August were here at this moment and knew what Riveria was thinking, he would definitely say, Watson, you found a blind spot. Looking at Ace, who was surrounded by everyone, Riveria quickly dismissed this thought. However, once a notion formed, forgetting it became incredibly difficult. On the other side, August did not come here because no one else knew he had returned. Back in his room, August turned and entered the inner world. Inside, the air was incredibly fresh. There was no sun above, but sunlight seemed to come from an unknown source, and it disappeared at night, which intrigued August. Without wasting time, August took out the gift he had received before, water seedling. After planting it in this small world, August could feel a vitality and magical energy flowing from the black soil under his feet into the water seedling. Following that, the water seedling visibly grew at a rapid pace, eventually becoming a tree similar in size to an apple tree. Boom. It didn't end there. A groove slowly appeared on the side, and water started flowing continuously from the roots of the water seedling, or rather, the water tree. In no time, it turned into a small river, extending all the way to the edge. The water disappeared upon touching the boundary of the mist. This river was a flowing stream, not a stagnant puddle. August was somewhat surprised at everything happening. He had only experimented a bit, and unexpectedly, something so interesting occurred in this world that accepted and assisted the growth of the water sapling. What is this? Suddenly, August saw bright blue fruits hanging from the water tree. He directly picked one, not hesitating, and took a bite. The next moment, August was stunned because what entered his mouth wasn't the flesh of the fruit but a mouthful of water. Looking at the fruit in his hand, the bitten area turned deep blue, resembling blue jelly. The inside was water. August couldn't help but smile. This was really interesting. It seemed that planting the water seedling here was a very correct choice. Although August didn't know what kind of gift the water seedling was in other land, here, it was excellent. August hadn't expected the water seedling to continue growing. Looking at the spacious surroundings, August already had an idea in mind. He wanted to turn this place into his exclusive utopia. Now that there was water here, August's first thought was to bring in some life, raise some animals, and farm some land. He wanted to experience the peace that comes from raising animals and farming. It must be the perfect place to relax his mind from the burdens of the outside world. Besides that, planting a bit of land would allow him to be self-sufficient. Even if any special circumstances arose, he could use this small world to remain safe. No shortage of food and water, plus the ability to avoid danger, perfect. However, August wondered if foreign creatures would still be attacked by the mist. Chapter 103, Expedition Notification Received. After confirming the changes in the inner world, August returned to outside. Then, he once again visited the manor to stock up. First were various plant seeds, such as grains, flowers, various vegetables, and quite a few seedlings. August threw all these things into the inner world in one go. For the entire morning, he immersed himself in filling up this world that belonged exclusively to him. There was a feeling of returning to Minecraft. As for the crops August planted, without exception, they sprouted and grew rapidly, as if they were stimulated by hormones. Even small seedlings quickly grew into large trees. Because of this, August directly bought various fruit tree seedlings and turned a designated area into an orchard. August chose to place this vegetable garden and orchard above the small river. As for the area below, August planned to build his own small home there in the future. As for animals like chickens, ducks, and fish, August also bought some. Fish were naturally released into the river, while animals were allowed to roam freely since there was no time to build any enclosures. This also confirmed one thing for August: life entering this new world would not be devoured by the mist, as it happened before. However, August also discovered that he seemed to be able to manipulate this mist. Not only inside the inner world but even outside. This mist was like the hands and feet of the inner world. August could use it to devour everything. The world needed nourishment because it was not static. The world needed to evolve, just like life needed to grow. This process was absolute. People would starve if they didn't eat, and the world would also perish if it didn't eat. This was not because August awakened some powerful force, but simply because the inner world had merged with him. They prospered and declined together. As the master, August could naturally control the power of this world. Like this, it continued until noon, and then August returned to Twilight Manor. "August, you're finally back." As soon as he entered, he heard a voice. August turned to look and saw Finn walking over. "Is there something you need, Captain?" "This time, I wanted to ask you something." "What is it?" "You've already leveled up to level 3, and according to what Ace said, your strength is not weak. Coupled with your spatial magic, I hope you can participate in the next expedition." "The next expedition, huh? When will it be?" "It should be 1 or 2 months later. After all, the expedition has just ended, and many things need to be dealt with. Plus, new supplies need to be prepared." Finn smiled and said, the next expedition had just ended, so naturally, it would take some time to prepare for the next one. After all, exploring the deeper levels required a considerable amount of resources: food, supplies, spare weapons, and various potions. Especially in terms of potions, many of them were either out of stock or in short supply in the market, so it would take time to collect them. Moreover, each expedition was a money-burning process. If the earnings were insufficient, it would result in a loss. "Alright, no problem." "That's great. With you this time, it will definitely be much easier." "In that case, what will be my role?" "You'll be in charge of logistics. You don't need to do any tiring work. Just protect yourself all the time and collect all the drops and magic stones along the way. Of course, I won't ask you to collect them personally." "So, you mean being a mobile warehouse?" "Ah, yes, that's what I mean. Don't be angry. It's not that I don't trust you, but the deeper levels of the dungeon are much more dangerous than the upper levels. Understood. Everyone has their own role, and I'm clear about my position. It's great that you can think that way. Finn also breathed a sigh of relief and grew even more favorable towards August. If it were someone else, leveling up from level 1 to level 3 in 2 months, they would have long forgotten their own last name. August could listen to his words and willingly take on the role of a mobile warehouse. This was August giving respect to himself, and giving respect to the captain. On the other side, August was calculating the time. In the original story, due to the sudden appearance of new types of monsters in the dungeon, the Loki Familia had to end their expedition. During the return journey, they encountered the Minotaur's monster feast, and the terrified Minotaur escaped to the upper floors. It was at this time that they encountered Belle, who had just entered the dungeon. A newcomer encountering such a terrifying monster naturally scared Belle out of his wits. At this moment, Ace appeared, a beautiful woman saving the hero, opening the curtain on the plot. In the original story, the next expedition of the Loki Familia happened to be the battle where Belle cleared his past stain. Under Freya's secret arrangements, Belle encountered a specially trained Minotaur and engaged in the Battle of Destiny. After this battle, Belle emerged victorious and achieved the feat needed for leveling up. This time span was about a month and a half. So, if you calculate it like this, the next expedition would take place in a little over a month. After all, the current expedition had already ended for several days. August had a clear understanding of all this, and he already had a new plan in mind within this short period. Alright, let's go back and have a good meal. In the afternoon, I'll go to the dungeon. There's something I need to test. The mist is the power of the inner world. If I use the mist to kill monsters, will it count as mine? If it counted, then August's monster farming speed would increase rapidly. After all, the areas covered by mist were hunting grounds, and lighting a water candle here to activate an enhanced version of the monster feast would speed up the monster farming. Chapter 104, 104, Unexpected Guest. After quickly resolving his lunch, August headed towards the dungeon. As for Ace, since she had leveled up to level 6, the other girls invited her to go shopping. August didn't stop her. After all, girls needed to have some fun, hanging out with friends, and shopping when they had the chance. Although Tiona and Tioni had left a bad impression on August due to previous incidents, Ace had distanced herself from them. Many decisions were now consulted with August before being made. And, it was just shopping for clothes and accessories, it would be a waste not to indulge. On the other hand, August arrived at the dungeon again, and his mood was completely different this time. The last time was for mining, but this time, it was for monster hunting and conducting an experiment. After reaching the first floor, goblins crawled out from the rock walls, rushing towards August with their teeth bared. Swoosh. August raised a hand, and a thick mist slowly released from his hand. As the goblins entered the mist, the seemingly calm mist revealed its fangs, and in the blink of an eye, all the goblins were devoured by the mist. In their place, there were no corpses or loot. Checking the system, there was a slight change in the quest progress, 1/10,000. This meant that the mist was also considered his ability. Therefore, monsters killed by it were counted as his achievements. This made August happy because, after all, why did people come to the dungeon? It was for completing quests. As for making money by obtaining magic stones and loot like other adventurers, August was no longer interested. Making money was too easy for him now. And so, with a large expanse of mist around him, August walked through the dungeon. Wherever he went, all monsters lost their lives and magic power, becoming nutrients devoured by the mist. August didn't do anything, just kept walking, and the number of monsters killed increased rapidly. This made August extremely happy. It was like AFK farming monsters. He didn't have to do anything, and the monsters were taken care of. The only downside was that the dead monsters didn't drop magic stones. As for loot, August wasn't sure if they dropped or not, but so far, nothing had dropped. In this manner, August easily traversed through the upper, middle, and lower floors, reaching the deep levels. On the 35th floor, all monsters here were level 3, and August felt it was the most suitable level for monster farming. This place was spacious enough, and the monsters were level 3, matching his third stage system tasks. Next, August took out a table, a chair, some snacks, and a bottle of 82 Lafite he had obtained earlier. Like an afternoon coffee, August sat down, enjoyed snacks, and sipped Lafite. Around him, the mist rapidly spread to all directions. All monsters were killed the moment they spawned and then devoured. Seeing monsters respawn in groups, August smirked. He then took out a water candle, lit it, and directly activated the enhanced version of the monster feast. As expected, soon after, monsters began emerging in the vicinity. August then pulled out a well-known adventure novel from Orario, enjoyed snacks, sipped wine, and immersed himself in reading. As for the monsters around, none could approach within 20 meters of August, they were all killed by the mist. In this way, an extremely strange scene unfolded on the 35th floor of the deep dungeon. Monsters constantly spawned around, and in the midst of it all was a dense mist. In the mist, a man sat like he was in his own home, leisurely reading a book. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest, Hunting Moment I, hunt and kill 10 level 3 monsters. Progress, 10 out of 10. Reward, normal gacha draw *3. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest, Hunting Moment 2, hunt and kill 100 level 3 monsters. Progress, 100/100. Reward, normal gacha cards *9. The first 2 monster hunting quests were quickly completed, while the quest to hunt 1000 monsters would take some time. August was currently very leisurely. Recalling his previous monster farming journey and comparing it to now, the difference was immense. What's going on? At the entrance of the 35th floor, a figure walked in. However, upon seeing monsters spawning everywhere, she was instantly startled. Then, upon seeing a mysterious mist surrounding the area, where all monsters entering it died mysteriously, and in the center of that mist was a person. Seated on a chair, reading a book, drinking wine, and eating snacks, this scene completely shattered her understanding. Was this still the dungeon where countless adventurers perished? How could there be someone so casual in the dungeon, and on the 35th floor, no less? However, when she saw the continuously spawning monsters around her, she also had some doubts. These monsters were too strange. Even during a monster feast, they shouldn't continuously spawn like this. It should be a one-time spawn of a large number of monsters, not like the ants emerging from a nest, as seen now. But when she saw the mist surrounding the mysterious figure, she made a guess. This mist was definitely his magic. However, such continuous and fast monster slaughter mist magic was unheard of. Just at this moment, August, inside the mist, noticed a visitor. Looking up, coincidentally, their eyes met. She saw me. He saw me. This was the simultaneous reaction of both. August extinguished the water candle, put it away, and then packed up everything else. This sudden movement alerted the visitor. Because August's actions were clearly the prelude to silencing someone who had witnessed something. Without any hesitation, she turned and ran towards the upper levels. August's gaze also sharpened, and his figure disappeared instantly. Having the ability to continuously eliminate monsters over a large area, August didn't want to reveal it. Otherwise, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Moreover, the fact that the person saw him and immediately ran made August more suspicious. The person's strength wasn't weak, at least level 3 adventurer level, but facing August with his teleportation magic, her speed wasn't fast enough. Chapter 105, 105, Philis Chalia. Bang. August instantly appeared in front of her. The girl collided with him and fell down. Where do you think you're going? Looking down at the girl in front of him, August's eyes flashed with surprise. Delicate ears, she was an elf. Who are you, and why are you chasing me? Do you want to kill me to silence me? Kill you to silence you? Sorry, I haven't thought about that yet. Instead of asking me why I'm chasing you, I'm more curious about why you turned and ran when you saw me. Knowing things you shouldn't know has a high probability of being silenced. Oh. It seems like you've been in contact with quite a bit of darkness. Looking at the elf in front of him, August felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Moreover, unlike most elves, she emitted a chilling cold, different from the pride and aloofness of elves. It was a feeling that she excluded everything except herself. From head to toe, she wore all white, with black straight hair, a headband, and most importantly, those bright red eyes, unlike most elves. Suddenly, August remembered her identity. Philis Chalia, Dionysus' Familia member, and also the sole survivor of the tragedy known as the Nightmare of the 27th Floor, several years ago. Although she survived, the experience changed her temperament. After that, anyone who teamed up with her would meet an unfortunate end, and only she continued to survive. Therefore, adventurers called her the Funeral Elf, a cursed adventurer. Since then, no one had teamed up with her, she always went alone. But that was just the surface. In reality, the elf in front of him was no longer just an elf. She had become a strange being, a monster formed by the combination of a monster and an elf. In the Nightmare of the 27th Floor, she was transformed into a monster by her own god, Dionysus. As for Dionysus, on the surface, he was a gentle and kind god, but in reality, he was the biggest puppet master behind Orario. The so-called Inio was Dionysus. Funeral Elf. Although knowing the true identity of the person in front of him, August didn't act recklessly. This girl had the magic of duplication. After merging 2 duplicates, she could reach level 7. With just his current strength, he might not be able to defeat her. So, August wouldn't act recklessly without a sure win. Upon hearing August's words, Philis's gaze moved slightly, but she quickly returned to calmness. She was accustomed to this name, heard it everywhere she went for many years. Since you know me, you shouldn't get too close to me. You don't have to worry about me revealing your information. She wasn't wrong in saying this because, in the whole Orario, only future Lafia had let her open her heart. Apart from that, no one else had interacted with her. Reveal information. No, no, no. I'm not worried about that. I've never thought about hiding my magic. It's just that your escape piqued my interest. Such a terrible hobby. Really sorry, I have this terrible habit. So, what do you want? August didn't know what to do. If he let her go, he felt like he was losing. But if he tried to get something from her, it wasn't easy to obtain anything. This person was a lunatic. If he stepped on a landmine, things might go wrong. Forget it, I haven't lost anything anyway. This made Philis stunned for a moment. The other party actually let her go just like that. You know, in Orario, sometimes information is the key to victory. If someone wants to deal with you and has everything about you in their hands, you will be targeted comprehensively. Wasn't he afraid of spreading his abilities? The speed at which such a bizarre monster was produced and the mist that killed monsters instantly were two absolutely confidential abilities. You can go. If your audacity grows a bit, maybe I will propose something, but for now, let it go. Saying that, he looked somewhat disdainfully at Philis's breast. This action immediately made a large wrinkle appear on Philis's forehead. No matter what she had experienced or what she had become, she was ultimately a woman. Any woman would feel angry when despised like this. Philis stood up, glared at August harshly, and then turned and left. After she left, August's face became serious. He never expected that he would encounter this late-game hidden boss while out farming monsters. It was truly unexpected. And not long after, the new monster event in the dungeon would ferment. In an expedition over a month later, the final boss might be monster spawned by that fetus. That was an level 7 monster. With minions all over the place, although it was suppressed by Loki Familia in the original story, August didn't dare to gamble. What if his appearance as a little butterfly caused something unexpected to happen? Leaving aside everything else, Belle now wouldn't have much interaction with Loki Familia, and Ace had also become stronger in advance. All of these factors could lead to significant impacts. If that monster's strength far exceeded the original, what should he do? Moreover, in this Orario, there were too many hidden dark elements. August turned back to the 35th floor and continued to farm monsters. Strength. Everything was based on strength. For August, the fastest way to become stronger was through gacha draws. So, farming monsters was necessary. He lit the water candle again, released the mist, and started a new round of monster farming. This time, August didn't rest there but joined the battle. Entering the group of monsters alone, he began a massacre. The blades formed by shadows tore apart all monsters in their path. August's overall strength had definitely reached level 5, and after demonization, he was even stronger than level 6. On the 35th floor, August was like an unstoppable force, leaving limbs and broken bodies everywhere. All of this was because of Philis's sudden intrusion, making August feel pressured. August didn't want to blame others when facing a desperate situation, he preferred to be prepared and snuff out any trouble at its inception. Chapter 106, 106, 27 Normal Gacha Draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, Hunting Moment 3, hunt and kill 1000 level 3 monsters. Progress, 1000/1000 reward, normal gacha draw *15. The system's prompt sounded, bringing August back to his senses from the monster slaughter. Glancing at the system, he saw that the task was completed. He had killed 1000 monsters today alone. All 3 hunting tasks for the 3rd stage were completed in one day. This meant that August now had a total of 27 normal draws. Although he was still 9/10 away from the character who killed 10,000 monsters, one had to take it one step at a time, one day at a time. Today, he had reached 1000 kills in the afternoon alone. So, at least in 10 days, and if things went well, it wouldn't take much longer to complete. Extinguishing the water candle and eliminating the remaining monsters, August concluded his activities for the day. Immersed in the slaughter, his body was stained red with monster blood. August himself looked a bit disheveled. Entering the inner world, he took off his clothes, bathed in the river's water, and then changed into clean clothes, feeling refreshed. Opening the system panel, August's face was filled with excitement as he looked at the whopping 27 draw attempts. 27 draw attempts, even if he was unlucky, he should get something good a few times. As a gambling enthusiast, August immediately started the draw. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Sprite *100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining weapon, Zanpakuto, Hyarinmaru. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining skill, Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining skill, Observation Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining skill, Conqueror Hockey. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Noodles *100. August's face had turned iron blue by now. 27 times, a full 27 times, and only 4 draws were not consumables. 1 Zanpakuto, 1 Hado spell, and 2 hockey skills. While all were good gains, considering the harvest from 27 draws, only 4 were non-consumables. August was on the verge of going mad. He didn't want to open a snack and beverage shop. Why was the system giving him so many of these? This was definitely the system targeting him. He absolutely refused to admit that he was unlucky. Roar. Suddenly, at this moment, the ground shook violently. A massive black bear rushed out from the rocky wall, exuding a violent aura all over its body. The black bear, an enhanced species of the monster bear, was also an extremely rare monster. And now, August had encountered it. At the first moment of appearance, as if having a target locked, it charged straight toward August. Wherever it went, footprints were left on the ground. Even a level 4 adventurer, if hit, would either die or be seriously injured. My mood is not good right now, and you've come at the perfect time. Watching the black bear charging towards him, a cold light flashed in August's eyes. This was Gacha Addict Wrath. This guy had chosen the wrong time to run into him. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Hado number 90. Kurohitsuji. As the full incantation fell, a massive magical power erupted. The next second, a huge black coffin covered the black bear. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Sounds of blade cutting echoed. In just a few seconds, the black coffin disappeared, and the black bear inside was riddled with wounds. Sizzle. Fresh blood overflowed from all parts of its body like a burst water faucet. Then, the massive body fell, losing its breath. Finally, it turned into a magic stone. Watching all this, the anger in August's heart subsided somewhat. Hado number 90, indeed, its power was not to be underestimated. Depending on the amount of magic power, its strength could be increased or decreased. Also, if not chanted, its power would only be 1/3. Next, August tried observation hockey. He could sense every little movement in the entire floor. As for Conqueror hockey, August tried it, but since there were no people or monsters around, he couldn't test it. However, this Conqueror hockey seemed more like a mental oppression. People with weak mental strength couldn't even maintain consciousness in front of Conqueror hockey, because the impact was in the mental realm, entirely different from physical attacks. Finally, he took out the Zanpakuto named Hyarinmaru. This Zanpakuto, the strongest in the Ice and Snow series, was undoubtedly a powerful weapon for August at his current stage. Especially for August, who urgently needed strength, the appearance Hyarinmaru was good news. Before this, no weapon could be carried by August, but now he had one. Click. Coincidentally, a new round of monsters spawned at this time. One by one, monsters appeared in front of August. August smiled and unsheathed the Zanpakuto from his waist. Sit upon the frozen heavens. Hyarinmaru. The next second, a cold air emanated from the blade. Then, an iron chain with a crescent-shaped blade at the end extended from the end of the blade. The first release of Zanpakuto, Shurikai. August also felt that his magical power had increased significantly, but the consumption rate had also doubled. Hyarinmaru. Swinging Hyarinmaru in his hand, with the swing of the blade, ice quickly formed and attacked forward. The 6 monsters that had just been born were frozen in an instant. Boom. Following that, the ice shattered, turning into a pile of fragments, and the 6 monsters were also defeated. Sizzle. Then, the massive body fell, losing its breath. Finally, it turned into a magic stone. August looked at all this, and the anger in his heart also subsided quite a bit. Relieving the shurikai, he sheathed it back into the scabbard. August was quite satisfied. Hyarinmaru was indeed the strongest Ice and Snow Zanpakuto, and its power was really strong. Moreover, this was just the shurikai. If it were to reach Bankai, the strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. But to achieve Bankai, August needed the approval of the Zanpakuto spirit, similar to the relationship between a Shinigami and their Zanpakuto. Chapter 107, 107, Demon Evil Pieces. In the next few days, August almost immersed himself in the dungeon, tirelessly slaughtering monsters. Because this process was too demanding, neither Ace nor others were called by August. He plunged into the dungeon alone, oblivious to the outside world, solely focused on slaying monsters. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the special mission, Bloody Moment, kill 10,000 monsters. Completion reward, perfect enhancement of evil pieces. With the sound of this announcement, August excitedly took out a set of dusty evil pieces. Crimson patterns, 16 chess pieces following the rules of international chess, quietly placed on a chessboard. The next second, all the pieces were covered in a white light. In just a few seconds, the original devil evil pieces disappeared, replaced by a set of demon evil pieces exclusive to August, now with a dark and sinister color. A king piece, a queen piece, 2 rook pieces, 2 knight pieces, 2 bishop pieces, and finally, 8 pawn pieces. This was a complete set of evil pieces. Each of these pieces had its own unique power. King significantly enhances the holder's abilities by tens or even hundreds of times. Queen possesses the abilities of all pieces except pawns and kings. Rook, high attack and defense. Knight, high speed. Bishop, high magic power. Pawn possesses the abilities to promote into a queen, rook, knight, or bishop in enemy territory. These were the abilities possessed by each piece. As a perfect enhanced version of the devil evil pieces, the enhancement of the demon evil pieces was even more powerful, and each piece was a mutation one. This meant that for others, obtaining a mutation piece was like winning the lottery. But for August, it was equivalent to hitting the jackpot. August picked up the king piece from the top and then merged it. The next second, a terrifying darkness began to emanate from August's body, as if a cup was already full but continued to be filled with more water. This was the mutation king piece, and what August was enhancing was none other than the power of darkness. In the area where the monsters around had not been cleared, they were instantly shredded into pieces by the darkness. Feeling the majestic darkness within him now, August was astonished. If the dark magic power in August's body was 1 before, it was now 10. Tenfold augmentation, absolutely terrifying. Feeling his current strength, August believed that even without entering demonization, he could compete with level 6. If he entered demonization, level 7 wouldn't be impossible to confront. Although August was currently only at level 3, his strength was definitely among the top 5 in Horario, not out of arrogance, but out of absolute confidence. As a demon clan member, August far surpassed many adventurers in many aspects. Not to mention anything else, just the injury of a severed arm, for others, if not treated promptly, might mean the end of their lives. But for August, a severed arm? A minor injury. The power of darkness could automatically reattach it. Exhaling a sigh, having spent so many days in the dungeon, repeatedly killing 10,000 monsters, August was getting tired. Now that the mission was also completed, August naturally had no intention of staying here. At least for the next 3 to 5 days, August had no plans to return to the dungeon. After picking up the magic stones and loot around, August headed towards the upper levels. Squeak. Passing by the 12th floor, a white figure was battling there, facing a group of a dozen horned rabbits. Although obviously inexperienced, after putting in some effort, she managed to defeat these monsters. Miss Bell, you're really amazing. After the battle, a petite girl ran out from the corner, starting to collect magic stones. It's nothing, Lily. Miss Bell, you are really too modest. You effortlessly dealt with these horned rabbits, which is quite impressive. Hee hee. Praised like this, the girl Belle became somewhat elated. Just when Belle felt a bit embarrassed, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out. Bunny. The sudden voice startled Belle and also made the small girl Lily tremble all over. Following the sound, Belle instantly saw a familiar figure. Big bro. Belle ran over joyfully. On the side, Lily looked at Belle with confusion. She had looked into Hestia Familia. The entire Familia only had Belle, and she had just come from the countryside to Horario not long ago. How could there be a big bro? Thud. Approaching August, he gave his lil bro a beating without mercy. It hurts, big bro. Why are you hitting my head again? What, big bro hits you? Do you have a problem with that? No. Belle, who was originally a weak submissive type, immediately lowered her head, looking like a startled bunny. August looked at Belle with no good feelings, feeling speechless about this lil bro. You don't always have to show that expression, it makes me want to continue bullying you. You have no idea how tempting your current appearance is. Hello, adventurer, I'm Lily, Miss Belle's supporter. Facing August's gaze, Lily immediately lowered her head, appearing humble. However, August could feel the intense disgust and malice emanating from this girl. He had no doubt that if given the chance, she would not hesitate to stab him. Following my lil bro, you've gained quite a bit, haven't you? With just a sentence, Belle was confused, but Lily was startled, cold sweat streaming down her back. But she didn't dare to look up because once she did, she would expose herself. Miss Belle has been very generous, giving me much more Valis than market shares every time. Far exceeding market shares. Palom girl, you know that what I'm talking about is not this. As soon as these words fell, a murderous aura spread out. Instantly, Lily felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Her limbs turned cold, her face became extremely pale, and there wasn't much color left in her blood. You see, August had just completed the Kill 10,000 mission. His body was naturally surrounded by a dense killing intent and malice. Chapter 108, 108, Big Stick plus Sweet Jujube. Lily doesn't know what the adventurer is talking about. Even though her hands and feet were icy, Lily still dared not admit it because acknowledging it meant she was done for. Growing up in the darkness from a young age, she knew how terrifying adventurers could be. Big bro, what are you talking about? It was Belle on the side who looked at August and Lily with confusion. Thud. Another beating landed on Belle's head. You unlucky kid, you couldn't find a reliable supporter. This Palom girl obviously has ulterior motives. You dare to use someone like this, are you afraid you won't die? Big bro, Lily she. Before she could finish, August hit her head again. Facing August's clearly angry gaze, Belle shrunk her head, afraid to speak. Looking at Lily, August's gaze was now fierce. Lily's body was trembling slightly, she knew she was finished. Adventurers wouldn't bother with evidence. This was the experience she gained from years of enduring countless bullying. Palom girl, your taste is quite good. You picked the biggest idiot in Orario in one go. Big bro, I'm not. Before she could finish, August gave her a side glance, and the rest of her words were swallowed. Lily doesn't understand what you're saying. She refused to admit it to the end, this was her last choice. Don't understand. August sneered and then lifted her up, shaking her forcefully. Dozens of magic stones fell out of her. Seeing this, Belle suddenly understood. Lily had been secretly hiding her magic stones. Looking at Lily, Belle's gaze showed disbelief. The first time she met Lily, she saw her being bullied by some adventurers. She helped her back then. Why would she steal her magic stones now? Palom girl, can you explain what this is? As soon as this was said, Lily's calm expression turned cold. At the moment, Lily's eyes were filled with fear. She felt like an ant in front of this man. Since you found out, Lily has nothing to say. Dispose of her as you wish. Lily's gaze became extremely calm at this moment. It wasn't because she had a way out, it was because she had given up. Big bro. Belle, on the side, couldn't bear it and tugged on August's clothes. Being kind-hearted, she didn't want the weak Lily to suffer anymore, even if it meant she would be the one at a disadvantage. You, Bunny, I'm helping you. Why are you acting like this? Big bro, Lily just had no choice. She's leading a hard life. Anyway, it's just a few magic stones and not much money. There's no need to make a fuss. Hey, you're bold. According to you, am I meddling too much? I know Big Bro is for my good. Hugging one of August's arms, she stared at Lily with a cute and innocent look, acting spoiled towards August. This made August roll his eyes. She truly lived up to being a protagonist, really tolerant. This was originally Belle's matter. Now that she had expressed her stance, August didn't want to pursue it too much, otherwise, it would seem like he liked to meddle in others' affairs. Since Bunny says so, let it be like this today. Hee hee, thank you, Big Bro. You need to be more considerate. Let me worry less about you. August poked Belle's forehead. She immediately revealed a foolish smile. At the same time, because of the encounter with August, seeing the person she admired, she was in a good mood now. Meanwhile, after hearing all this, Lily breathed a sigh of relief. She had picked up a life again, and her goodwill towards Belle increased a lot. Palom girl. Yes, adventurer. Lily hurriedly responded. Although August said he wouldn't pursue it, it didn't mean turning the page. From now on, you are this bunny supporter. Adventurer, why? Lily Ruka Arde, right? Why do you? Now Lily was shocked. The other party actually knew her name. You are Soma Familia member, but you are bullied in the Familia because of your weak strength. So, you became an adventurer. But every time you earn, it gets taken away by others. Am I right? You. At this moment, Lily felt incredibly terrified, as if she were an ant in front of this man. You hate adventurers because of your experiences growing up. You have transformation magic, using it to accumulate some Valis. You want to gather enough Valis one day to leave Soma Familia. These words instantly made Lily unable to believe it. She felt completely exposed in front of this man. After the shock, Lily's face became dark. August exposed her wound to everyone in public, making her angry but helpless. What do you want to do, and how did you know all this? I don't need to tell you how I know. From now on, you are Belle's supporter. With you around, this little fool will suffer less. Belle was dissatisfied with this statement. She wasn't a fool. Why did you choose me? Lily raised her head, locking eyes with August. Because you are very weak, so weak that no matter what you do, you can't escape my control. A cruel reality, because she was weak, she was destined to be bullied by those stronger than her. Fine, I'll help Miss Bell properly. Lily had no choice but to agree because she had no other options. I will solve your Familia problem for you. When the time comes, you can directly convert to Hestia Familia. Huh. This time it was Lily's turn to be shocked. The other party would actually help her. Could there be some other motive? August didn't want to explain anything about this. A carrot and stick, this was the best way. She had been proposed to by Finn in the original work, being chosen by Finn, the companion chosen by Belle from the beginning. She was definitely not inferior. As for Soma Familia, it wasn't even a problem. The whole Familia was a group of alcoholics. Except for the captain being level 2, the others were all level 1. Such a Familia wasn't enough for August to deal with single-handedly. Chapter 109, My Bloodline Awakened. Looking at Belle in front of him, who exuded an aura of, come and bully me, August was truly speechless. Her appearance was simply irresistible, and every time someone bullied her, they gained immense pleasure. Wake up. Take this Palom girl back. If someone from Soma Familia comes looking, don't worry, I've got it all covered. Got it, big bro. With a smile on her face, Belle spoke. In her eyes, August had just saved Lily with both harsh words and actions. This further elevated August's image in her heart. Only Lily knew clearly that August was willing to save her entirely because of Belle. Otherwise, she would have been killed by him just now. That killing intent and the icy piercing gaze were definitely the eyes of a murderer. Oh, big bro, why are you going back so early today? It was just past noon, and generally, adventurers rarely return to Arario at this time. I have some things to deal with back home. What things? Thud. Why ask so many questions? Oh. A helpless look, perfectly illustrating the term, soft-hearted bunny. August almost couldn't resist the urge to thoroughly torment her. All right, I'm leaving. Leaving behind these words, August left. Belle opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't gather the courage to stop him. In her heart, she and Big Bro were people of different levels. This made her more determined to become strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Lily, let's continue exploring. Yes, Lady Belle. Different from the insincere response before, Lily now showed the utmost respect. She dared not have any ulterior motives anymore. She had to wholeheartedly assist Belle in front of her because her life was now tied to hers. The two continued forward, one in front and one behind, advancing to the next level. As for August, he quickly returned to Arario. The first thing upon returning was to go back to Twilight Manor. You're not in dungeon today. Why did you come back so early? When Loki saw August, she was momentarily stunned. In these past few days, August had been in dungeon every day. She had also asked Finn and learned that August would participate in the next expedition. Naturally, she knew August's set goal, to reach level 4 before the expedition. Therefore, she could understand why August had been in the dungeon for these few days. However, she didn't expect that it would only take a few days for his nature to change. Just happened to run into you, Loki. Update my status for me. Sure, I can do that. Then hurry up. Hey, take it slow. Idiot. Dragging Loki along, August quickly ran to the living room. Then he took off his upper garment, waiting for Loki to update his status. Loki was also quite speechless. She pricked her finger with a needle, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and updated August's stats with her Falna. What's going on? Looking at August's newly updated divine favor stats, Loki couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 3. Strength, D560, S999. Endurance, D580, S999. Dexterity, D510, S999. Agility, D570, S999. Magic Power, B720, S999. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Hockey, Demonization, Full Counter. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu, Shadow, Kuro Hitsuji. Development Abilities, Mystery, Magic. What was this? Were skills and magic given away for free? Other adventurers would be considered talented if they had one good magic or skill. But now, in the air, magic and skills were already available in bulk. Remember, even someone like Reveria only mastered 9 powerful magics, which were the origin of her title, 9 Hell. But August, after less than 2.5 months in Arario, had 4 magics and 4 skills. Add to that the lust skill that she hid, and it totaled 9. Hey, what did you do? How do you have so many magic and skills? Loki asked August with excitement in her tone. In her eyes, August was no longer just a monster or a freak, he was beyond a human. Well, maybe my bloodline awakened. Bloodline awakening. Yeah, originally, I always thought I was human. But after I leveled up, my bloodline awakened, and I realized I'm not human. August fabricated such an excuse. After all, he couldn't say he drew a bloodline from a gacha. Not human. I knew it, you, this non-human monster, couldn't be as simple as a human. So, what bloodline race are you? Demon Clan. Demon Clan. Loki quickly searched her memory but found no information about the Demon Clan. After a long time, she still didn't get an answer. According to the memory inheritance, no one in our clan has awakened for a long time. So, before this, I always thought I was an ordinary human. Memory inheritance. You actually have memory inheritance. Now Loki was even more shocked. Knowing that anyone who could pass knowledge down through bloodlines would be at the top of the food chain. The most representative of this was the dragon race in Dark Age. In that age, every dragon at the moment of birth knew its name, identity, and bloodline. All of this originated from the inheritance within their blood, the true born knowing. However, now it was no longer the Dark Age, and even in recent times, there was no mention of any creature possessing memory inheritance. Not even the so-called spirits. You little guy, you are a real monster. But remember, don't reveal a single bit about your bloodline inheritance. Once you step out that door, I know nothing, and you've said nothing. I got it. August also didn't expect that he could excite Loki so much just by making up a reason like memory inheritance. He didn't know that in this world, memory inheritance had long been extinct. If someone found out that August carried memory inheritance, he would undoubtedly. Because memory inheritance was also a form of bloodline inheritance. If exploited by someone with malicious intent, August would become a target of everyone's arrows. After all, human greed and darkness were more terrifying than the abyss. Chapter 110, A Gift for Ace. After putting on his clothes, Loki resealed August's status. Looking at August, she didn't know what to say anymore. This guy was just too monstrous. In such a short time, not only did he reach level 3, but his magic and skills were also approaching double digits. On top of that, all his attribute values had reached the S-rank limit of 999. As for August, he planned to wait until he broke through the limit, reached SSS, and then leveled up again. Because the first few levels were like this, Loki had already adapted to it. You brat, I now have no doubt that you'll reach level 4 in a month. I'll borrow your kind words then. Hurry up and get lost. Got it. With a casual response, August turned and ran out. You little brat. Laughing while scolding, Loki was now extremely happy. Her child was finally going to become Shining Star. For so many years, although she and Freya were known as Arario's two king, the fact that Freya had a level 7 was a thorn in her heart. However, August's displayed talent now, even if not level 7, he could definitely reach level 8 or even level 9. The Arario glorious era in the past might reappear in the future. As she turned around, she noticed 4 bottles on the table. Loki immediately smiled. These were the 2 bottles of premium white wine and the 2 bottles of 82 Lafite that August had left behind. At the same time, after leaving Loki's place, August coincidentally met the returning Ace and the others. Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni. August. The moment Ace saw August, her face lit up with joy, and she quickly ran to his side. This made Lafia envious, and as for Tiona and Tioni, they exchanged glances, feeling helpless. The once aloof Ace now showed such a side. Ace, I was just about to find you. I brought you a gift. A gift? Yes. Opening his hand, August revealed a jet black knight chess piece. This was August's decision after careful consideration. Among all the evil pieces, the knight was the most suitable for Ace. Ace already had wind attribute magic and focused on speed as a swordsman, so the knight was the perfect fit. What is this? A knight evil piece. Do you like it? Yes. Ace took it with a happy face. She didn't care what evil piece it was, as long as it was a gift from August, she liked it. Hey, just giving a chess piece, too stingy. Lafia pouted on the side. However, when her gaze fell on the knight evil piece, a touch of amazement flashed in her eyes. The appearance of the knight evil piece was already quite good. The carved horse, coupled with the precious material of evil piece, made it look like a priceless work of art from a distance. As for Lafia's words, Ace didn't care at all. She held the knight evil piece tightly in her hand, full of joy. Wait, let me tell you the true meaning and power of this evil piece. Okay. The two of them whispered to each other like a couple drunk in love, making the 3 of them feel like annoying mosquitoes. Especially Tiona and Tioni, both single since birth, now even Ace was her partner. It made them feel like they were getting old. As for the elf girl Lafia, she gritted her teeth and looked at August and Ace intimately. She also wanted to be so close to Lady Ace. But because of the heartbreak incident last time, coupled with August's obvious displeasure, Ace now kept her distance from everyone. Whether it was with Tiona and Tioni or with Lafia, she maintained a certain distance. Lady Ace. Looking at Ace, who had a slightly red face and seemed so sweet, Lafia felt like her heart was breaking. This kind of expression she had never seen from Ace in front of her. The one who could enjoy this honor was only that smelly man, August. Hey, Lafia. What? Lafia's tone was very aggressive, not giving August any respect. After all, they were rivals, although it was her unilateral assumption. My proposal is always valid. With this sentence, Lafia's face instantly turned red. It's unclear whether she was angry or embarrassed. Ace, let's go back. Yes. The two held hands, turned around, and left. They left behind an incapable and furious Lafia, as well as the Amazon sisters who were watching the show. This jerk, it's not enough to have Lady Ace. He even drew my attention. But, becoming sisters with Lady Ace, forever together. Although she was angry, the temptation that August gave was equally attractive. On the other side, August brought Ace back to the room. Ace, I'll take you to a place. Close your eyes for now. Oh. Although she was puzzled, Ace closed her eyes quietly, waiting for August to reveal the answer. Holding Ace's small hand, the two figures disappeared instantly. In the inner world, the two figures suddenly appeared. Open your eyes. Okay. The moment Ace opened her eyes, she was stunned. It was too beautiful here, with fresh air, a deep blue sky, and black soil underfoot. Not far away was a small river, and on the other side were various crops. In the distance, there was also a forest, with fruits hanging from the trees. And where she stood now was a vast open space. What place is this? This is my exclusive world. Exclusive world? Yes, from now on, this will be our world, our home. Our home. Looking around, Ace liked it very much. The half-spirit blood flowed in her body, and tranquil nature was something she cherished. Also, this evil piece. It's a Night Evil piece from Demon Evil Pieces set. Once fused, you will gain corresponding improvements, especially in speed. Moreover, you will also gain Demon Clan bloodline, becoming a demon like me, becoming my knight. Demon. Yes, the beloved child of darkness, demon, just like me. Saying that, August entered demonization, and the power of darkness began to spread. The conspicuous demon pattern on his forehead was extremely eye-catching. Do you want to fuse? Ace stared at August and asked slowly. I respect any choice you make. In any case, you are the one I love. Chapter 111, Night Piece Fuses. Darkness, for Ace with half-spirit bloodline, was instinctively repulsive. However, August was now immersed in darkness, and Ace felt no discomfort or disgust towards him. Instead, there was a subtle attraction. The Demon Clan bloodline fusion made August, now a demon, slightly different from the demons in The Seven Deadly Sins. In essence, August was most similar to the Demon King because, in the demon realm, except Demon King, Meliodas, and Zeldris, true pure-blooded demon were rare. Most were created as cannon fodder, and as for the 10 Commandments, they only gained the power of darkness through the acquisition of commandment, not truly being demon. Darkness. Light. They were beings born together from chaos. Darkness and evil were never the same, it was just humanity's desire to merge them. I'm willing. In the end, Ace made a decision. She was willing to enter the darkness with August. Upon hearing this, August smiled. He didn't have certainty about Ace, who had spirit bloodline, agreeing to merge with evil peace. Ace. August was deeply moved and once again experienced how strong Ace's love for him was. Without using words to respond, August kissed Ace's lips. Soon after, August released Ace, and her face became extremely flushed. It seemed that August's sudden attack had made her quite shy. Taking out the night piece, August initiated the reincarnation ritual. Under Ace's feet, a green patterned magic circle representing the moon and stars appeared, and Ace was placed in the center of this magic circle. The night piece seemed to be drawn by something and floated slowly in front of Ace. Then, it merged into Ace's chest. The next moment, a dark magic power rose from Ace's body. Simultaneously, a similar demon pattern began to spread slowly on Ace's forehead. The specially mutated night piece had merged with Ace. At this point, Ace became the world's first fusion of a demon and a spirit. Profound darkness, extreme speed, immense magic power, and swift wind were now perfectly combined in Ace. Is this my power now? It's so powerful. Ace was extremely shocked. All her strengths, magic power, and speed had experienced a tremendous leap. Moreover, by merging with the night piece, she also became a demon, gaining control over the power of darkness and the ability to demonization. Now, August's peerage had its first night in place. How does it feel? It feels great. I feel like I can even fight against a level 7 now. That's just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. The gap between level 6 and level 7 is like a chasm. Your current strength is just a misconception caused by the surge in power. Is that so? Ace blinked. Her current strength could definitely crush the previous 10 of herself. Was it still far from level 7? As the demonization was lifted and her strength weakened for a moment, she felt a little dazed. All right, let's go back. Okay. August held one of Ace's hands, and the two of them instantly returned to the room. After this back and forth, Ace still looked around, feeling shocked. Crossing space and entering another world, this ability was truly powerful. August, let's wait a bit and then go find Tsubaki. Of course, I already said that we will be a family forever in the future. Ace smiled instantly. Family, this strange yet familiar term. Now, August also began to look forward to the strange monster and the bizarre events that were about to unfold. With Ace's current strength, she was definitely the strongest in the entire Loki Familia, apart from himself. Even the veteran level 6 Finn and the others wouldn't be Ace's match. Ace, who had been asleep with August for so long, had already improved significantly. Now, with the fusion of the night piece, her strength had reached a new level. Although she hadn't reached level 7, she was definitely at the top of level 6. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the door was knocked. August and Ace exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. At this time, someone actually came to find them. Opening the door, they saw Finn standing at the door. Captain. Is there something important again? It's not a big deal. It's just that tomorrow Tiona and the others are going to the dungeon, and I and Riveria agreed. So, I came to ask you and Ace if you want to join. Sure, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow morning, not too early. Okay. A gleam of light flashed in August's eyes. This was exactly the beginning of the plot of Sword Oratoria. To make up for the weapons melted in the deep parts of the dungeon, Loki Familia's several members teamed up to go to the dungeon, where they encountered a murder case and finally met the bizarre corrupted spirit's clone. Finn. Ace also walked out from inside. At the sight of Ace, Finn was stunned. Compared to before, Ace's aura had changes. She became more powerful and even more formidable. But there was no longer that sharpness that made people instinctively fearful, which made her seem more approachable. Seeing Ace's transformation like this, Finn's heart was set off like a raging tide. After all, for so many years, neither he nor Riveria had caused such a significant change in Ace. Unexpectedly, August achieved it in just a few days. Ace, you're here too. Yeah, I live with August. This sudden revelation dealt a fatal blow to the over 50-year-old Finn. Although he still looked young, he was now half an old man. Still single, and now Ace, who was just a few years old, had already. Don't be late tomorrow. I'll leave first. Having said that, Finn left without stopping, leaving August laughing. Even Finn, who had always been calm, revealed such an expression. It was really interesting. By the way, Ace, let's go handle something in the afternoon. Okay. Without asking what it was, she agreed directly. Since Finn had interrupted, they might as well take this opportunity to go. With Ace in tow, the two of them left the manor, and their destination was none other than Tsubaki's residence. Now that Ace had already fused with the night piece, August certainly wouldn't forget about Tsubaki. Chapter 112, a day that astonished Tsubaki. Within Tsubaki's residence. What? You mean, just by merging this rook piece, I can become a demon like you? And this piece can also grant me powerful strength. Tsubaki looked at the rook piece in her hand, full of skepticism. It's not that she didn't want to believe, but the idea that merging a piece could make her stronger and even change her bloodline seemed like wishful thinking. Not to mention bloodlines, which are passed down from generation to generation, even gods cannot change a person's bloodline. But now, August said that merging a chess piece could give her a demon clan bloodline, becoming a demon. It was hard to believe. August didn't continue explaining and gave a look to Ace, signaling her. Ace immediately understood and her magical power started to surge. Then, in Tsubaki's astonished gaze, a dark demon pattern, resembling sun rays, appeared on Ace's forehead. A powerful force of darkness surrounded Ace. This made Tsubaki have no choice but to believe because reality was unfolding right before her eyes. This. Is this demon? Yes, Ace is now my peerage member, my knight. Peerage? What that mean? In simple term, my follower. Your follower? Are you trying to usurp the god's rights? Tsubaki's expression became serious. Developing followers, recruiting subordinates, these were rights only gods had. Similarly, only deities could bestow fanla on humans. And August's actions obviously encroached upon the authority of deities. If only I had that ability. The demon evil pieces are limited, only 16 in total. Excluding the piece representing the king, there are only 15 slots. 15. Does that mean, besides me and Ace, you plan to contract 13 others? August was speechless. Your focus is quite peculiar. After seeing August's expression, Tsubaki rolled her eyes. There was no need to answer, the situation clearly spoke for itself. Looking at Ace beside her, Tsubaki sighed softly. With a guy like August, she must be blind. Alright, let's get started. Start what? What do you think? Get on with it. Okay. August also wished he could give himself a big slap. Why was he blabbering so much? Next, just like with Ace, he took out a rook piece and initiated the reincarnation ritual. After a moment, having merged with the rook piece, Tsubaki became August's second peerage member. Unlike Ace, Tsubaki, after completing the reincarnation, was even more shocked by the improvements. Especially the powerful force of darkness within her, making her awe-stricken. Not only that, her strength and defense had skyrocketed. She even felt that she could easily defeat herself from 5 minutes ago. Suddenly, Tsubaki had a thought, and a dark magical power appeared. Under the gaze of August and Ace, it transformed into a hammer. Dang. Tsubaki picked up an unfinished sword embryo and the hammer, transformed from darkness, directly fell. August was dumbfounded. Women, are you using the power of darkness to forge iron? But Tsubaki's face showed excitement. So convenient. With this, my forging speed and precision can definitely be greatly improved. It's amazing. Dang. Saying that, she started to forge on her own, clearly getting into the zone. August was speechless. Forging iron with the power of the demon clan. Tsubaki, you're the first. Although everyone's mastery and inclination toward darkness were different, Tsubaki seemed to prefer condensing it for attacks. For August, because of his shadow magic, he leaned more towards transformations. Combining shadows with darkness, August's attack methods were diverse. As for Ace, she leaned towards special enhancements, such as attaching the power of darkness to the blade. I say, can you stop for a moment? What's wrong? We still have things to discuss. Can you continue after we leave? Okay. After glancing at the sword embryo, Tsubaki nodded. It was just a moment of impulse for her to try a new forging method. Being reminded by August, she also realized that it was not the right time. How does it feel? It feels great. I came to find you this time not just for you to merge with the rook piece, but also for another matter. What matter? I don't know how to say it directly, so, hold my hand. Now it was Tsubaki's turn to be speechless. What does it mean to not know how to say it and ask me to hold your hand? Even though she thought so, Tsubaki still grabbed August's hand. On the other side, Ace naturally held August's other hand. The next moment, the three of them disappeared instantly. In the inner world, August and the others appeared here. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Tsubaki's gaze was slightly dazed. However, thinking about August's spatial skills, her attention was immediately focused on August. What is this place? This is my world. Your world. Yes, although it's called a world, it's just a small space. The overall size is only 100 square meters. Following August's pointed direction, Tsubaki also noticed that at the limit of her sight, there was a layer of mist. Instinctively, she looked in the other 3 directions. Although it was not easy to notice, a layer of mist did shroud the surroundings. At this moment, Tsubaki didn't know what to say. This world has just been born. I accidentally obtained it. Now I've made some modifications, planted some crops and fruit trees. It can be considered to have some vitality. Looking at various crops and a fruit orchard across a small river in the distance. Surveying around, she felt that this was indeed a good place. So, what do you want to do? Help me pay attention, improve this world a bit. This world is continuously growing. Someday in the future, it might become a complete world. Are you planning to be the master of this new world? Not planning, I already am. It's just that this world is still weak. Master of the world. Tsubaki didn't know what to say anymore. In just such a short time, she felt that her worldview had collapsed. Her race had changed in the present world, becoming a demon. Moreover, she learned that Herman actually owned a newly born world. The shock was too great. Chapter 113, I might become Demon King, not a hero. After a considerable discussion, August finally got an answer, which was no answer at all. Regarding the world, Tsubaki couldn't comprehend it at all. As for how to promote the growth and evolution of the world, she had no idea. This left August disappointed, but he could also understand. After all, helping a world evolve was an extraordinary and mind-boggling task. Currently, the only method August had to make the world evolve was to let it devour magic and vitality, thereby enhancing itself. However, this process was exceedingly slow. Did you not see that among the over 10,000 monsters August killed, almost half were swallowed by the mist? Despite devouring so many monsters, there was no apparent change in this small world. Changes might have occurred, but August hadn't noticed. Besides, August had another hypothesis. To make the world evolve, perhaps making the inner world interior rich could also work. Because whether it was the initial water seedlings or various crops and fruit trees later on, after being planted, they all grew rapidly. This world was helping these plants grow. Maybe that was the second path. However, of course, this was just August's speculation. Moreover, ordinary plants might not have much significance. August wanted to try transplanting some special plants similar to the water tree to see if it had any effect. After figuring all this out, August and Ace bid farewell to Tsubaki. After leaving, they headed straight to the edge area of Orario, a place resembling the suburbs of Orario. Here, there was an abandoned church that looked utterly dilapidated. And this was the destination of August's trip, Hestia Familia residence. Squeak. Pushing open the somewhat rotten gate and walking in, what followed was the sight of a messy and dilapidated church. "Bunny, come out." August's figure instantly echoed, spreading throughout the surroundings. Soon, from behind a door in the corner of the church, a white-haired Belle rushed out. Behind her were two people, one being was the Palom girl Lily, and the other was goddess Hestia with an unconventional figure. "Big bro, sister-in-law is here too." Seeing August, Belle was full of joy, but when she saw Ace beside him, her smile froze for a moment. "Yeah, call that Palom girl too. I'll take you all to deal with some trouble." As soon as these words were spoken, Lily, who had just come out, instantly stiffened, her gaze towards August becoming incredibly excited. It was also at this time that Hestia walked over. Looking at August, Hestia's gaze was extremely serious. After all, her only child admired this man greatly. As a goddess, even though her divine power was sealed, Hestia could still sense August's extraordinariness. His future was limitless. This made her feel somewhat helpless, subconsciously glancing at Belle beside her. Chasing after the figure of this man she admired, her silly child might end up with a broken heart. "Lord August, Lady Ace." Lily spoke with utmost respect and, upon noticing Ace's arrival, she was also quite shocked. However, recalling the recent rumors in Orario, she understood that those whispers were probably not unfounded. Sword Princess had indeed found a partner, and it was the man in front of her. August, right? Yes, Goddess Hestia. Facing Hestia, August showed respect for the deity. Regardless of her current situation, she was still a goddess. "My Belle is under your care. Bunny is my lil bro, so I'll naturally take care of her." "And this Palom, did you choose her for Belle?" "Yes, Bunny's personality is too naive and sweet. Having a smart person by her side can prevent her from suffering losses and keep an eye on her." Hestia nodded. She knew her child's disposition very well. She was naturally naive and sweet, the kind of person who would willingly be sold for money. Unlike the original story, where Belle was male, in this version, she was female. Therefore, she didn't have the same emotions as in the original story. She only felt affection and indulgence for her child, so she approved of Lily's addition. "She is Loki's favorite, right? I didn't expect you to take her down." "Ah, ha ha ha." Hestia's words reminded August of the previous incident with Loki, making him feel a bit awkward. "I don't know why you approached Belle. I investigated it, you and Belle have no connection. However, during your first meeting, you forcibly made her your lil bro, although it sounds strange." "True. What do you want?" "She has the potential to become a hero, and I'm just here to protect her a bit until she grows up." "Potential to become a hero? This world is yearning for heroes, isn't it?" This statement immediately left everyone present stunned. Lily found it unbelievable that Belle, who looked so foolish, could be valued so highly. Ace was also shocked that this girl could have the potential to become a hero. Only Hestia, after hearing August's words, looked slightly puzzled and confused. It wasn't about what August said but why he was so certain. As for Belle herself, her mind was a bit muddled at the moment. The person she admired believed that she could become a hero in the future. This made her very excited because it was a feeling of recognition. At the same time, at this moment, she made a decision not to disappoint him. She would definitely become a hero. "Do you think Belle will become a hero? What about you? In just over 2 months, you've grown from a novice to level 3, hailed as the brightest newcomer in Orario. Don't you want to become a hero?" "I don't want to and can't become a hero." "Huh. I am a selfish person. It's impossible for me to become the kind of hero who saves everyone. If anything, I'm more likely to become a demon king than a hero. The demon king will be hunted down by heroes. So, before the hero grows up, I'll just take her down. Hestia didn't continue the conversation but deeply looked at August. Her child had already been taken by this man. In this world, relationships were complex, the most bitter and heart-wrenching variable that couldn't be calculated. At the same time, for August's frankness, she was extremely surprised. Down in the mortal realm, almost all the children were selfish, but they always liked to wear masks to conceal themselves. Only August, without any disguise. Chapter 114, Soma Familia. All right, I don't care about you and Belle, but if you let Belle get hurt, I won't let you off. Of course. With a cold snort, Hestia turned and went back to her small room. Others watched the cryptic conversation between August and Hestia, completely puzzled. Okay, Palom girl, come with me. We're going to Soma Familia. Upon hearing Soma Familia, Lily's body trembled slightly. For her, the Familia was not a home but a demon's lair. However, she quickly suppressed her fear. With August, Loki Familia Rising Star, and Sword Princess, the youngest level 6 in all of Orario, Soma Familia was no problem. Yes. Glancing at August, Lily replied. Big bro, can I come too? Belle approached and asked. Up to you. Then I'll go too, hee. Let's go. Lily looked at the smiling Belle and couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Although she was a newcomer with no background, her Familia only consisted of herself. But she had everything she dreamed of. The god affection, the top adventurer protection, everything she had only dreamed of before. Led by Lily, the group crossed several streets and arrived at a somewhat chaotic area. Orario was so vast that wherever there were people, there was darkness. In many places in Orario, there were chaotic areas similar to slums. Here, there were no rules, and killing and looting were common occurrences. Arde, you dare to come back? Bring out the money you owe me for the past few days, or I'll sell you to Entertainment District. As soon as they reached the gate of Soma Familia, a muscular canine-type demi-human walked out, and upon seeing Lily, he angrily spoke. No need to guess, he was one of the many who had insulted Lily before. Upon seeing this big man, Lily trembled, showing fear. It was an instinct developed over many years, a testament to how miserable her life had been. However, in an instant, upon seeing August and Ace, the guy was dumbfounded. The aura of both August and Ace was vastly different from that of ordinary adventurers. Who are you people? How dare you invade Soma Familia? Arde, you brought outsiders to Familia's residence. You're done. I'll definitely sell you to Entertainment District for customers. Before August and the others could speak, the other party threw a bucket of shit at them first. However, bringing outsiders to one's own Familia residence was indeed considered betrayal. But August came here with the intention of causing trouble. Bang. Without bothering to say a word, August directly kicked him, sending him flying. Although he restrained his strength, the guy's ribs were still broken at least 4 or 5. So annoying. After saying that, he walked straight in, showing no intention to deal with any troublemakers. Lily looked at the men who was kicked and sent flying, her face full of shock. At this moment, she suddenly realized that these people who bullied her didn't seem very strong. After taking a deep look at August's back, Lily understood that she had encountered a benefactor. The group of living dead walked into the Soma Familia's residence unabashedly. Who are you? Arde, you brought outsiders into Familia. You're done for. Someone, get here quickly. Enemy attack. Soon, the entire Soma Familia became chaotic, and many people around gathered. Without exception, they were all level 1 and had a fierce look. Really, 1 or 2, it's troublesome. Let me clear the scene. Conqueror Haki. The power known as Conqueror Haki burst out suddenly. In an instant, everyone's brains went blank, and then they knew nothing. The next second, everyone around fell like dumplings, crashing to the ground. The entire Soma Familia's residence was shrouded in August's Conqueror Haki. According to August's observation Haki, only one person, no, one god, was not stunned by his Conqueror Haki. The 3 women deliberately avoided by August didn't feel much, but watching everyone around them instantly become confused, Lily was shocked. It was too strong, unbelievably strong, to the point of having no peers. According to observation Haki, August walked step by step toward the place where Soma was. After passing through a hall, he arrived at an independent brewery. Here, the god of wine named Soma was concentrating on brewing. Even though August and the others intruded, he showed no signs of being disturbed. God Soma. What do you want? Go find Xanis. An extremely indifferent voice, this was Soma's attitude. The entire Soma Familia, rather than being Soma's subordinates, seemed more like the divine wine's subordinates. As the god of wine, Soma didn't need the members' help. With the development and blending of materials alone, he produced divine wine. All the people in the Familia admired divine wine and, after trying it, were captivated by the exquisite pleasure it brought, controlling their minds. In order to be able to taste divine wine, even if it was just a sip, everyone in the entire Soma Familia was willing to pay any price. The materials for making divine wine were not cheap, so to taste divine wine, they had to spend a lot of valis. Thus, Soma obtained the funds needed to brew divine wine. In this way, Soma gained a large amount of valis. However, seeing that all the children of his Familia were immersed in the wonderful world brought by divine wine, becoming captives of divine wine and unable to break free, Soma was extremely disappointed. At this point, he immersed himself in brewing divine wine and no longer interfered in the internal affairs of the Familia. Everything was handled by Xanis, while he indulged himself in brewing divine wine. This kind of divine wine was exactly the same as the drug in August's world. Anyone who had tasted his divine wine could no longer break free from its control. In order to drink a sip of divine wine, they were willing to resort to killing, robbing, deceiving, and extorting, all for the sake of obtaining more valis to buy a sip of divine wine. The entire Familia had rotten to the core, which was the real reason for Lily's tragedy. Quite arrogant, aren't you, God? Watching Soma, who was immersed in the wine-making business, August was full of disdain. These children who were immersed in divine wine and couldn't extricate themselves indeed lacked willpower. But as the head of the Soma Familia, didn't he have any responsibility? As the head of his Familia, instead of guiding the children, he was disappointed after they fell into the abyss, gave up on everyone, and didn't take any responsibility. What kind of reasoning was this? It was like some irresponsible parents. If the child went astray, you didn't educate him, guide him onto the right path, but instead were disappointed in him and gave up on him. Were you still qualified to be a parent? Chapter 115, Breaking Free from Divine Wine. Looking at August in front of him, Soma was somewhat surprised. He could clearly feel that this man truly had no respect for him. It's important to note that in Arario, where the supremacy of the gods is unquestionable, even the most unruly lunatics inherently harbor an indelible awe for the gods. Because gods are gods, and they are mere mortals, this is an insurmountable gap. However, this man in front of him, in his heart, showed no reverence for the gods. Instead, he expressed disdain and disgust towards himself without any concealment. Who are you? Observing August, Soma slowly uttered these words. Loki Familia, August. Loki's child. It seems she's lucky, much luckier than me. Speaking until here, although Soma's tone remained calm, a sense of disappointment and resignation could be sensed. Bang. Seeing Soma in such a state, August was immediately furious. He directly grabbed Soma's collar and slammed him against the wall. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of god are you? You accepted the Familia members just because they couldn't resist the temptation of divine wine and abandoned them on your own. On what basis? Children who are immersed in divine wine and can't extricate themselves have no value. So I say, stop talking to yourself there. As a god, shouldn't your responsibility be to help them break free from divine wine? Isn't that your duty? Help my children. As a god, instead of guiding them, you let them fend for themselves. What qualifications do you have to be disappointed in them? This speech immediately plunged Soma into silence, making him reflect on himself. After a long time, when he lifted his head, there was a faint glint in his eyes. Apparently, he had figured something out. Ace and Belle on the side didn't think much, just feeling that August was really powerful. Only Lily, standing there in disbelief, dared to widen her eyes. This was a god, after all. August actually grabbed his clothes and yelled at him. She found it hard to believe that humans could be so disrespectful to gods. August, right. Yes. Maybe you're right. I need to think about it. When I leave, think whatever you want. Now, help her change her Familia status. Waiting for Lily to come over, he stated his purpose this time. Lily, looking at Soma in front of her, stood there nervously. After all, this was her main god, even though she hadn't seen him once in so many years. What is your name? Lily Ruka Arde, Lord Soma. Do you want to change your Familia? Yes, Lord Soma. Okay, but you need to drink this divine wine. If you still want to change your Familia after drinking it, I'll help you change immediately. Looking at the cup of divine wine handed over by Soma, Lily was suddenly stunned. This cup of divine wine, exuding a strong wine fragrance, made her want to rush over and drink it all. However, over the years, she had witnessed too many tragedies and calamities caused by divine wine. Fathers and sons, couples, friends, confidants, and others had turned against each other just because of a cup of divine wine. In her eyes, this so-called divine wine was nothing more than a deadly poison. Subconsciously, Lily looked at August on the side, seeking help. In response, August chose to remain silent. He would help her break free from the Soma Familia, but he wouldn't intervene in this matter. This cup of divine wine, for Lily, was the key to a new life. As long as she could get through it, she would welcome her new life. However, if she couldn't get through it, it meant she was just at this level. In the original work, she managed to break free from the influence of divine wine with her willpower. Now, it was uncertain whether she could do it again. Belle wanted to say something, but she was stopped by August's gaze. Lily, who saw everything, understood that at this moment, she could only rely on herself. It was a farewell to the past, whether she would fall into the abyss of divine wine or not depended on her will. Looking up at the cup of divine wine in front of her, Lily took a deep breath and accepted the cup. After hesitating for a moment, she then drank it in one gulp. The unparalleled wonderful taste made her feel like she owned everything in the world at this moment, and she was the happiest. Soma, watching Lily immersed in the divine wine, saw the originally hopeful gleam in his eyes gradually disappear. The reason why divine wine was so intoxicating was that after drinking it, one would enter a state of extreme physical and mental pleasure, making it unforgettable for everyone who experienced it. Lily. Belle wanted to go over to wake Lily up, but she was stopped by August again. At this moment, Soma's gaze once again fell on August. His eyes seemed to be saying something. August knew that he was telling himself that he had seen countless scenes like this in the past. Countless children immersed in divine wine, time and time again, ultimately disappointing him. At this moment, Lily suddenly made a muffled groan. On her small face, a flush appeared, and her eyes were filled with happy dots. However, soon, her gaze became calmer. Seeing this, August smiled. He knew that this Palom girl had resisted the temptation of divine wine. Lord Soma, please change my Familia. After taking a deep breath, Lily said these words. This made the previously disappointed Soma profoundly shaken. This child had not been controlled by divine wine. Okay. Without any nonsense, as a god, he still carried out his words. Lily lifted the clothes on her back, and Soma sealed Lily's status, severing their familiar relationship. At this moment, Lily seemed to have unloaded all the burdens on her shoulders and felt incredibly relaxed. In the future, Lord Soma, take care. After all, he was her former god. Lily still gave him a final salute. Soma nodded. With Lily as an example, he began to reflect on himself. Over the years, he seemed to have made a real mistake by ignoring his Familia. Bang. Lord Soma, someone has intruded into the Familia and placed everyone in dash. Just when everything was about to end, someone broke in. However, after seeing the people in the room, he froze in place. Chapter 116, August drinks divine wine. Who are you? How dare you intrude into our Familia's residence? Without any hesitation, the first sentence spoken was a questioning one. August, in particular, felt extremely disdainful. This trash, who couldn't even withstand his conqueror hockey, dared to bark here. It's you, Arde. You actually brought an outsider into Familia and disturbed Lord Soma. You're dead. Xanis continued, yelling at Lily. After all, if they really disturbed Soma, it would result in a significant loss of Valis for him. In the current Soma Familia, due to Soma's indifference to worldly matters, his words were absolute. Using divine wine, he controlled the entire Familia, while also collecting a large amount of Valis. Moreover, he had an eye on Lily because she possessed transformation magic, something that greatly intrigued him. Splurt. Without warning, a pitch-black shadow blade directly severed Xanis's head. In the moment of decapitation, Xanis didn't even react. It was only after seeing his headless body that he understood, he had been killed. Soma, I've helped you clean up this trash. No need to thank me. August's actions startled everyone. Even the naturally calm Ace knew that killing another Familia captain in their territory was an extreme provocation. If things went south, it could lead to a major conflict. Only Lily, who was witnessing the nightmare from her childhood die in this way, looked incredibly stunned. Soma, on the other hand, stared at the fallen corpse with an incredibly calm expression. Over the years, although he didn't care about the affairs of the Familia, it didn't mean he was oblivious. Thinking about it now, the deterioration of the Familia to this extent was undoubtedly credited to Xanis. After all, with his mere level 2 strength, he couldn't allow anyone surpassing him or threatening his position. In my Familia, killing my Familia captain. Don't you think you're too presumptuous? This isn't your Loki Familia. Huh? What do you want to do? God Soma, how about we start a war game? In an instant, everyone, including the clueless Belle, Ace, Lily, and even Soma, looked at August in disbelief. A war game, which hadn't been initiated for a long time. This was a large-scale game witnessed by the gods, applied for by Familia to the guild, with rules set by both parties. Although it was called a game, in essence, it was a life-and-death arena between Familia. The losing side would mostly be stripped of everything by the victor, and then expelled from Arario. In serious cases, even the god could be sent back to the heaven. How about it? You can rest assured, this is a personal grudge between me and your Soma Familia. So, there won't be anyone else, just me against your entire Familia. How about it? Although the overall strength of the Soma Familia was not outstanding, they still had many members. Forget it. Soma calmly spoke, with a slightly helpless tone in his voice. Just now, that terrifying pressure had instantly stunned everyone in the Familia. August had walked to him with such audacity. Although the overall strength of the Soma Familia was not impressive, there was still one LV2, Xanis. Now that August had just killed him, only a pair of waste, addicted to divine wine, remained. It would be too simple to deal with them. Buzz. At this moment, a mist suddenly emanated from August's hands. Upon touching Xanis's corpse, it swallowed it up in the blink of an eye. In the eyes of others, this was an open and shameless act of destroying evidence. This courage was too big. The opponent was a god. This continuous provocation might cause a big problem if things escalated. God Soma, is this the latest batch of divine wine? Yes, this bottle is the original brew of divine wine, a drink only gods can enjoy. Humans are absolutely not allowed. Before he could finish, August directly picked up the bottle, tilted his head, and drank it all in one go. Hearing the glug-glug sound, Soma was stunned. For Soma, all the divine wine sold was considered a failure. But this bottle was the most perfect divine wine he had brewed in the mortal world. This bottle of wine was meant for gods only, and mortals were absolutely unable to enjoy it. However, now, August had just drunk it all, the entire bottle of divine wine. At this moment, August felt an extreme sense of pleasure. In a trance, he saw a world like a paradise. Here, birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and beautiful women, like closed moons and shy flowers, were playing and frolicking. Another moment of trance, he was sitting on a huge throne, surrounded by countless beautiful women, making people yearn. In this place, August was the master of the world. Here, he had everything he wanted. The thing called desire at this moment was like a floodgate bursting open, unstoppable, continuously expanding and soaring. Lord Soma, what do we do? Lily looked at August, who was clearly immersed in divine wine, with a worried expression on her face. There's no way. This bottle of divine wine is the perfect brew I made for the next Donatus. Humans are simply unable to resist it. How is that possible? Lily, with a sad face, looked at the one who had just saved her. It's okay. Lady Ace. He'll be fine. No matter what kind of divine wine, he won't be addicted to it. Ace spoke slowly, revealing absolute trust in August. Lady Ace. This is the divine wine that only gods have the qualifications to drink. As a human, he absolutely cannot resist it. He's not human. Huh. This sentence puzzled both Soma and Lily. As for what happened next, Ace did not say anything more. August was not human, he was a demon who would undoubtedly surpass everything in the future. She believed that August would not be controlled by this so-called divine wine. Chapter 117, Freya Familia blocks the way. The swelling desire was like a deadly poison, striking at the throat with bloodlust. Although it wouldn't cause any pain, it would bring unimaginable pleasure. Yet, this pleasure was the most terrifying thing. Humans, as creatures, were inherently a collective of desires: anger, greed, pride, lust, gluttony, envy, and sloth. These 7 sins originated from this. But precisely because of this, humans were interesting, chosen by the gods. In Arario, the majority of people acted for their own desires. In essence, it was because of desire that humans continued to progress. The combination of contradictions was the most accurate portrayal of humanity. And August, as the master of the original sin of lust, was already an embodiment of desire. Now, due to divine wine, his own desires rapidly expanded, ambitions for power, greed for money, lust for beautiful women, and more. And all of this turned into nourishment for August. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful pressure descended, directly enveloping the entire residence. A green emblem representing moons and stars appeared on August's forehead. Then, August slowly opened his eyes, filled with unprecedented excitement. Beside him, Soma was momentarily stunned. This was divine wine, his masterpiece in the mortal world. Even gods would get drunk after drinking it. How could this human drink it and be fine? Soon, August restrained his own pressure, and the lust emblem disappeared. August felt it. At this moment, he could definitely match a level 7. Even a battle against Otter wouldn't be a hollow fight. Because just now, August had taken the first step in controlling the original sin of lust. Before this, August could only be considered lucky to obtain the original sin of lust. But now, August had initially fused and controlled this power. At the same time, August gained a new power, the ability to command lust. August could perfectly control his own lust, and similarly, he could control the lust of anyone he touched. In simple terms, even a chaste and virtuous woman could be turned into a seductress overnight, under August's control of the power of lust. Thank you, God Soma. As long as you're happy. Soma didn't know how to respond anymore. He didn't want to deal with this eccentric August. Are you okay? Of course, not only am I okay, but I also gained enormous benefits. I'll tell you tonight. Okay. Ace didn't think too much. As long as August was fine, that was enough. However, the two girls beside her blushed instantly, especially Lily, who was well aware of the affairs between men and women. God Soma, we'll take our leave now and return. After saying this, August left with the three women, and their departure was quite imposing. Loki is really lucky to encounter such a monstrous child. I don't know how far you can go, Soma said deeply, taking a last glance at August's back. In the end, he put down the tools in his hands and left the room. Outside, whether in the room or on the streets of the Familia, there were many Familia members who had fainted. August's words awakened him. Yes, as the head of the Familia, he needed to guide his children. It was his fault to selfishly abandon them. On the other side, August left the Soma Familia with the three women. However, on the way, they encountered some unwelcome guests. Swoosh. Standing on the rooftops on both sides of the street were four adventurers wielding sword, hammer, spear, and axe. And in front of the four was a black-haired catboy with animal ears. Kid, my lady wants to see you. The leading catboy looked at August and said, with a tone filled with dissatisfaction, even carrying a hint of hostility. Ace instinctively drew her sword, looking at them with extreme vigilance. Alan Frommel, the vice-captain of the Freya Familia and an level 6 adventurer known as the Vanna Freya, was Freya's top warrior. As for the other four, they were also level 5 adventurers known as the Gulliver Brothers, for brothers who coordinated with each other. All of them were level 5 adventurers, and together, their teamwork was enough to contend with an level 6 and even defeat one. Alan Frommel, are you trying to provoke a war between Familia? Ace said with a murderous intent because they mentioned August, who was her sore spot. Ace, don't think that just because you've leveled up to level 6, you can talk to me like this. There's still a huge difference between you and me. You better get that straight. To Alan, Ace was quite disdainful. In his eyes, Ace was just a puppet doll. Moreover, even though both were level 6, there was still an insurmountable gap between them. Freya wants to see me. August was somewhat surprised because it didn't match Freya's character. Brat, how dare you directly address Lady Freya's name? A strong killing intent suddenly filled the entire street. Alan really wanted to kill August. Oh. Want to kill me? Come, give it a try. August wasn't in a good mood either. Immediately, he prepared, and as someone who practiced 8,000 sword styles, his fighting intent was extraordinary, especially with how it was masked by his slaughter intent. Unexpectedly, it completely suppressed Alan's killing intent, and even made his killing intent faintly dissipate. This surprised both Alan and Gulliver Brothers. They had investigated August, who was only level 3. Although he had incredible potential, how could he possess such a terrifying aura like this? How many monsters had he killed? Since you've come to my doorstep, let me reciprocate. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful. As he spoke, magical power began to condense, shadows rose, and two shadow blades formed, ready to strike. Giving Ace a meaningful look, she instinctively shielded Belle and Lily. She believed in August because he was very powerful. And Alan's face turned a bit ugly. He was already unhappy with August, and now he was even suppressed by him. This made him lose his ego, especially since August had taken away all of Freya's favor since his appearance. Chapter 118, Battle against Vanna Freya. Swoosh. August's figure instantly traversed space, arriving in front of the 5 individuals. With a single punch, he directly repelled the leader, Alan, the immense force sending him flying. Seeing this, Gulliver Brothers immediately reacted, swinging their weapons at August from 4 directions, sword, hammer, spear, and axe. August smiled faintly at this and, in an instant, the shadow blades formed by the shadows rapidly expanded, turning into black wings that blocked all the attacks. How is this possible? The eldest Gulliver Brothers, seeing that August easily blocked the attacks of his 4 brothers, was instantly astonished. And just at this moment, the black wings suddenly transformed, directly sending the 4 brothers flying. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. When they came to their senses, August was already standing on the rooftop of the street, while Alan and Gulliver Brothers had fallen onto the street. You bastard, I'll kill you. When had Alan ever suffered such humiliation? In the Familia, even Otter didn't give respect to him, and now he was being toyed with by a newcomer. Raising the long spear in his hand, he swiftly attacked August. His speed was unmatched in Orario, holding the title of City's Fastest. Seeing this, August instinctively recalled the shadow blades, turning them into overlapping wings to protect himself. Boom. However, the powerful force sent August flying. As he said, there was indeed a vast difference between new level 6 like Ace and him, and he was one of the powerful level 6 adventurers. In the vast Freya Familia, with the glasses that could see through souls, numerous talents were naturally recruited. Rising to the position of vice captain showed that his strength was undoubtedly high in Orario. In midair, dark wings spread open, allowing August to hover in the air. Feeling the fiery pain on his chest, August felt an unparalleled excitement. What is a real battle? You attack me, and I counter with a sword. We exchange fatal blows, and that's what real combat is. As the 8,000 sword-style practitioner, August's desire for real combat was also very urgent. Fighting monsters was merely a matter of life and death, and it was still a bit lacking. Very good, you're doing great. Keep going. August spread his twin wings and swiftly charged towards Alan at an incredible speed. The shadows around him rapidly transformed into shadow blades, a total of 12 shadow blades swirling behind August. This was the maximum number of shadow blades he could summon. How is this possible? Just in level 3, and he's unharmed after taking my hit. Clang. Blocking the incoming shadow blades, Alan was on the verge of cursing aloud. However, he had no time for that. 12 shadow blades quickly attacked, and Alan could only dance gracefully within the shadow blades formed by the shadows. Onlookers, the four brothers, were utterly shocked by the scene. That was Alan, the top-tier Familia member, the vice-captain, and their superior. Yet now, he was being suppressed. And by an level 3 adventurer. Alan now wanted to crush August's head. Why this level 3 so powerful? You bastard, are you mocking me? As Alan continuously dodged or repelled the 12 shadow blades, he couldn't help but feel insulted. Mocking you? Well, then, let me mock you properly. As he spoke, all the shadow blades quickly merged, forming 4 enormous and incomparably dark shadow claws. One shadow claw directly held Alan in its grasp. I'll slaughter you. With these words, a massive magical power surged from Alan's body. Swoosh swoosh. Then, wielding his long spear, Alan tore apart the shadow claw. He managed to break free. However, in the instant he escaped control, Alan instinctively distanced himself from August by nearly 100 meters, wary of the other 3 shadow claws. If you want to slaughter me, you need to get close to me. Why are you keeping your distance? You, who holds the title, Vanna Freya, afraid of me? In that case, you won't achieve your goal. Humph, stop provoking me. I'm not like those trash who can be easily provoked by you. Is that so? But your goddess is already kneeling before me, and you can only watch helplessly. You bastard, I'll kill you. A single sentence, your goddess is already kneeling before me, completely infuriated Alan. He charged towards August like a berserk monster, his long spear gleaming with cold light, clearly using a skill. August smiled. If there was one Familia in Orario best to provoke, it was undoubtedly the Freya Familia. Just saying a few bad things about Freya was enough to easily provoke any member of the Freya Familia. Watching Alan approach, August chuckled. Then, shadows began to continuously gather, forming a huge shield. But it wasn't over yet. Although it was pitch black, August still added a layer of armament hockey, giving it a dominating aura. Die. The spear, shining with a cold light, directly stabbed towards August. August met it head-on with the shadow shield. Then, the spear tip clashed with the shield, and a fierce collision ensued. Alan poured all his magic power into the long spear without reservation, aiming to shatter August's shield completely. August, on the other hand, continued injecting magic power into the shadow shield. With the combination of darkness, shadow power, and armament hockey, the shadow shield became indestructible. Seeping crest of turbidity. Arrogant vessel of lunacy. Boil forth and deny. Grow numb and flicker. Disrupt sleep. Crawling queen of iron. Eternally self-destructing doll of mud. Unite. Repulse. Fill with soil and know your own powerlessness. Chanting suddenly resounded, and this voice gave Alan an ominous premonition. Heido number 90, Kuro Hitsuji. Boom. The next moment, a gigantic black coffin instantly engulfed Alan. This sudden change shocked the 4 brothers. From the terrifying magical power fluctuations, they could sense that the magic's power was absolutely dreadful. Chapter 119, Becoming Alan's Nightmare. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Incredibly clear cutting sounds echoed within the enormous black coffin. This sound continued to resonate for a few seconds. The next moment, the black coffin dissipated, revealing Alan, who had previously been full of fighting spirit, lying in a pool of blood. His entire body was covered in numerous and densely packed wounds, from head to toe, not a single part spared. Gurgle. At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked, especially the four brothers. Seeing Alan lying there, clearly severely injured, was something they found difficult to accept. This was the vice-captain of the Familia, Alan, second only to Captain Otter. Yet now, he was instantly killed with every magical moment, and this person was only an level 3 adventurer. What did this mean? It meant that once August entered the ranks of first-tier adventurers, the entire Orario, even Otter, would be helpless against him. Looking at Alan, who was gasping for breath on the ground, the shadows behind August converged and transformed into a pair of wings. Step. August arrived in front of Alan. However, the situation was entirely different from just a moment ago. Before, he stood on the rooftop while August was on the street, so August had to look up at him. But now, Alan lay on the ground, and August stood there, making it Alan's turn to look up at him. How is this possible? As a top adventurer level 6, even though severely injured, Alan's injuries were not enough to make him lose consciousness. Nothing is impossible. In your eyes, I'm an ant, but in my eyes, you are the ant. This time, you won, but it's only temporary. Next time, I won't personally twist your neck. I won't be careless again. Alan said fiercely, and in his heart, this defeat was only because he had been too careless, not because August was too powerful. This attitude of his amused August. Humans always believe what they want to believe. Won't be careless again. Next time, I'll directly take your head. Well, that's interesting. Alan, when did I make you have the delusion that I used all my strength against you? A seemingly plain sentence, but in Alan's ears, it sounded like the low growl of a demon. Defeat him. August didn't even use his full strength. It's a lie. August was deceiving him. That was the only thought in Alan's mind right now. Because the cruel truth was something he refused to believe. But whether he believed it or not wasn't up to him. Suddenly, a terrifying magic power and pressure rose from the men in front of him. Then, Alan saw a scene he would never forget in his life. Dark black patterns appeared on August's forehead. In an instant, he saw August's black eyeballs lose all their light, turning into an abyss of darkness. Not only that, if just now August's aura was that of a confident adventurer, then at this moment, in Alan's eyes, August had already transformed into a demon of hell. The abyssal power of the demon, darkness, destruction, chaos, and destruction, filled Alan's mind. So Alan, if you want to take my head, you need to plunge into the abyss of hell first. Do you have that determination? While releasing the pressure of the demon, Conqueror's Haki also erupted. The target was only one person, Alan in front of him. Chaos. Panic. Doubt. Fear. These emotions filled Alan's consciousness at this moment. The fear shadow named Demon had already deeply rooted itself in Alan's heart. Under the fear of August, Alan's heart had shattered. From this moment on, his future had been cut off, and August had become his nightmare, a fear that would haunt him for the rest of his life. Before he broke free from the fear of August, he would never make any progress. Alan was finished. In the future, let alone getting stronger, he would struggle to maintain his current strength. Let go, Alan. This was the four brothers appearing around. Although they greatly feared August's strength, they couldn't just stand by and watch Alan being humiliated. Gulliver Brothers. Interesting. I heard that your combination attack can rival level 6. I'm curious. August directly gave up on tormenting Alan further. After all, he was already done for, and humiliating him more would be meaningless. You can try. All right, I was thinking the same. As soon as the words fell, August's figure disappeared from where he was. In the demonization state, August's current strength was definitely outstanding among level 7, even Otter. August was confident that he could defeat him. Not to mention the four brothers in front of him, they were just 4 level 5 adventurers. So fast, not good. The eldest brother caught a trace of movement but was already too late. In the blink of an eye, August had already appeared in front of him. Bang. A leg whip directly kicked the eldest brother, sending him flying. Alfred. Be careful. No. The other 3 rushed towards August from 3 different directions to encircle him. Too slow. Boom. Slap. Boom. The remaining 3 were all defeated in the blink of an eye. The 4 brothers were not even a match for August in a one-on-one situation. Struggling to get up, the strength of August had not diminished. Although he didn't go all out with every strike, he still used some force. Even with just a single blow, the 4 of them felt like their bodies were about to shatter. Oh. Still able to stand up. Not bad. Since that's the case. On the side of August, a golden ripple slowly opened, revealing a large blade. With the appearance of this blade, the temperature around dropped significantly. The strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system, Haruhim. It didn't need to be released, just holding it affected the surrounding temperature. Getsuga Tenshu. Without any nonsense, August swung the Zanpakuto in his hand, and a crescent-shaped slash cut through the air. Not good, use the combination attack. Understood. Got it. Good. The four quickly gathered together, and four weapons coordinated with each other, releasing a formidable magical power. This was why they could rival level 6, not just because of the synergy between brothers but also because they could use combined magic. Chapter 120, Freya's Excitement. Boom. With the shattering of a building, the curtain fell on this battle. After everything settled, in the shattered ruins, the eyes of the four brothers were all scarred, lying there, slightly stronger than Alan. Freya, Familia, Vice Captain Alan, and Gulliver brothers, all defeated. Ace, who had been watching from afar, became even more radiant. This was the person she had chosen, unparalleled in strength. Step, step, step. August stepped onto the ruins. The four brothers lay scattered around him. It seems like you're not strong enough. In that case, did you really save Alan from my hands? Not only that, but you've also implicated yourselves. Among the four, the only one still conscious was the eldest brother. However, his situation was also extremely unfavorable. August was like a demon king, and all those who opposed him lay defeated on the ground. Especially in his demonization state, August's demonic aura had reached its peak, arrogant, powerful, unbeatable. All right, let's go. Ignoring these 5 individuals, August dispelled his demonization and prepared to leave. Big bro, what about them? Kind-hearted Belle subconsciously worried about the safety of these 5. If anything happened, they might not be saved. Don't worry, someone will take care of them. Glancing at a distant corner, August's observation Hockey had long detected the presence of others around. Then the group of 3 left. Belle and Lily naturally returned to Hestia Familia, while August and Ace returned to their own Familia. Shortly after August left, a few people walked out from behind the corner. He truly deserves Lady Freya's attention, he's incredibly powerful. Did he notice us just now? Yeah, he probably did. The look he gave us at the end was full of mockery and disdain. The expressions of the few people became somewhat solemn. After all, August was from Loki Familia. Even though he was only level 3 now, he had defeated level 6 Alan and all level 5 Gulliver brothers. It was too terrifying. Perhaps in their Familia, only Captain Otter could defeat August. Even though August's displayed strength seemed to surpass level 6, no one doubted whether Otter could defeat August. In their view, it was certain. The level 7 was completely beyond level 6 by an immeasurable margin. The 1 level difference meant a world of difference. At the same time, on the top floor of Babel, Freya, wearing only a thorn-patterned gown, saw everything that had just happened through her eyes. It's truly wonderful. He has grown to such an extent. I can't endure it any longer, I must have him, definitely. At this moment, Freya seemed like an addict, full of madness and intoxication. Beside her, Otter was like an emotionless machine, standing there without any change in expression due to Freya's actions and words. Lady Freya, shall I bring him to you? No, Otter, you, in your current state, cannot bring him to me anymore. Otter's gaze sharpened instantly. His proudest trait was his strength. Throughout Orario, throughout the entire Familia, he was the strongest, Freya's right-hand man. For Freya, he could do anything, even if it meant sacrificing himself. But now, Freya unexpectedly said that he couldn't bring August to her. Did that mean August's current strength had surpassed his? He couldn't believe it. It had only been a short time. Even in Zeus and Hera Familia's era, there had never been such a rapid increase in strength. He had challenged Zeus Familia and Hera Familia many times starting from level 3. At first, he was defeated by Zeus Familia rank and file members, then by the Hera Familia executive, Silent Althea. Later, he continued to challenge Zeus Familia level 8 member and Hera Familia level 9 member, but all ended in defeat. Including when he upgraded to level 7, it was after defeating the level 7 Zal during the Great Feud 7 years ago. Now, everything seemed like a passing cloud, and even his level 7 self was already the strongest weapon in Orario. Who made him feel ridiculous? But he was still proud of his strength because it was the support he relied on while serving Freya. Now, this newcomer, August, who had just emerged, made Freya doubt her own strength. This made Otter feel extremely dissatisfied, giving birth to the idea of defeating August himself and then bringing him to Freya, making her happy. Otter. Lady Freya. I know you're not satisfied, but that child is a special existence that has never appeared in this world. Can he compare to heroes? Heroes? No, impossible. That child can never become a hero. This makes Otter slightly puzzled. After all, the strongest existence among humans is heroes. With a fragile body, they shake terrifying monsters, triumph in battle, and leave behind legends and epics that have been passed down through the ages. That child is special, his soul has a color I have never seen before. Rather than calling him human, he is more like a demon, too profound, like the color of an abyss. This statement once again confuses Otter, especially considering that Lady Freya prefers souls that shine. Lady Freya, I understand your point. That child's soul is pitch black, like a demon from hell, purely dark, purely desires. This. He shares a common aspect with us gods, desire. Otter doesn't know how to respond. Lady Freya's words make it impossible for him to comprehend. Otter, go make arrangements. I want to meet him. Remember, do not conflict with him. Yes, Lady Freya. Otter slightly bows, then turns to leave. Unlike other Familia members, Otter regards Lady Freya as the only sacred one, and no matter how many men Lady Freya might have, he wouldn't mind and would even help her. He sees Lady Freya as a fleeting existence like the wind, which is equal to everyone and does not seek a partner. It can be said that he is a legendary figure in the realm of being devoted. From another perspective, it also reflects how terrifying Lady Freya's charm is as the goddess of beauty. She can make someone willingly dedicate their soul and will to her. Chapter 121, 3 Giants and Negotiations with the Main God. Back in the Familia, August and Ace headed straight to their room. After the last gacha draw, August proved his non-whale status. Now, August had no shortage of food and drink, everything was covered. As soon as they returned, August intended to take a bath and relax. However, Ace hugged him from behind. What's wrong? Just wanted to hug you. It's not even nighttime yet. Isn't it a bit early? Suddenly, Ace's face turned completely red. Even though August had thoroughly eaten her before, she still felt shy, especially when August brought it up. You pervert, always thinking about dirty things. Ace, you've changed. You used to blush and lower your head. You. Ace didn't know how to respond. Had she changed? Yes, she had changed. She had changed a lot. Now, she was completely different from the Ace in the past. 3 months ago, all she thought about was getting stronger. Today, she came back thinking about how deep they could go in the dungeon tomorrow and how many monsters to kill. But now, her mind was filled with the image of this man, and there was no room for anything else, except getting stronger. Alright, today, I'll take good care of my Princess Ace. Saying that, August lifted Ace like a prince carrying a princess in a fairy tale. What are you going to do? Ace was a bit flustered because August often did things she considered inappropriate. I said I'd take care of my Princess Ace today. I don't need you to take care of me. Let me go. No, after running around with me so much today, dusty and windblown, you need a good bath. I can do it myself, don't. Yes, you can. He lifted Ace and headed to the bathroom. Although it was just a stand-up shower since it was the Familia manor, not many people had this kind of treatment. Most Familia members used the public bath, so having a shower like this was quite rare. August was assigned here initially because of the ability of the king's treasure. Finn arranged it specially to get closer to August. So, August carried Ace to the bathroom. Soon, clothes were thrown out, and then. At the same time, in the meeting room of the Loki Familia, the 3 top executive of the Loki Familia, along with Loki herself, were present. Finn, I heard that you understand that you're going to the dungeon with August. Gareth asked curiously. It was understandable that he was curious because Finn was usually busy with many things. The next expedition was already in preparation. Yes, both Reveria and I will go. Of course, August and Ace will join, along with Tiona and Tioni. Oh, and also Lafia. Huh, quite a few people. What do you plan to do? Subjugate the floor boss. No, the expedition is coming up, and August is going again. I want to see how strong he is now. After all, he is more important than the results of the expedition. I see. This is an expedition, not a joke. Gareth nodded. He had walked step by step to where he was now. There were times when he almost couldn't come back because of the dungeon. The dungeon was dangerous, and people could die at any time. By the way, that kid August, when we updated his status last time, all his stats reached 999. Huh? Loki, are you serious? Yes. That means August only needs one more great feat to level up. Not exactly. He said he wanted to wait until he broke the limit of S rank before leveling up. After all, he's been like this since level 1. This conversation made the entire meeting room fall into silence. Whether it was Finn, Reveria, or Gareth, all of them were speechless. They had never reached the level of 999 for all attributes, breaking the limit of SSS 1500, and at most, 2 attributes had reached over 950. The others were at most 2 or 300. August, with his all-around warrior abilities, was simply a monster that had never appeared in ancient or modern times. Moreover, this monster's growth rate was extremely fast. From level 1 to the current level 3 with all attributes at 999, it only took a little over 2 months. This made them feel like they had lived their half-lives in vain. Oh, by the way, let me share something with you. Be mentally prepared. Huh? What's going on? That kid already has 8 skills and magic combined. So, if he shows something amazing during the expedition, don't be surprised. It's normal. Loki said so, but after saying it, a slight smile appeared on her lips. What did you say? 8 skills and magic. Are you kidding, Loki? Finn was shocked and shouted. Not only him, but Reveria and Gareth were equally shocked. Especially Reveria, because August was the one she had picked up, and she never expected to pick up such a super big monster. It's true. That kid is not an ordinary human. Not a human. In that moment, all 3 leaders were stunned. Then their faces gradually softened. What race is he? Elf? Beastman? Other race? None of those. None of those. That's also true. He's not much different from a little monster. Could it be that he's a descendant of the spirit? Spirit was a representative magical race and was also known as nymphs, elementals, salamanders, gnomes, tonitruss, lux, undines, and shades. It was universally recognized as the race closest to the gods. Therefore, they were also called the most beloved children of the gods or the incarnations of the gods. In the ancient times before the descent of the gods, they were guided by the will of the gods to eliminate monsters and assist humans, existing as heroes. In the magic sword technique passed down in Orario, it was the technique given to humans by the spirits in ancient times. In the original work, Welfkratzo inherited the power of the spirits after saving them and gained the ability to forge magic swords from the bloodline after receiving Falna. So, associating August's monstrous strength and growth rate, Finn subconsciously thought of spirits. None of those. The kid's race, none of us have ever heard of. Ah. Loki, you haven't heard of it either. What race is it? The gods were omniscient beings. If even the gods didn't know the race, it became interesting. Demon Clan. Loki slowly spoke out that name. Chapter 122, Secret Meeting. Demon Clan. I've never heard of such a race. Me neither. Finn and Gareth both shook their heads, indicating their lack of knowledge. Subconsciously, their gaze turned to Reveria. After all, she was of the elf royal family, as an ancient and long-lived race, possessed the most knowledge and information about ancient times within their lineage. Don't look at me. I don't know either. There's no record of such a race within our library. After being friends for decades, it was natural for them to understand what these two were thinking. All right, don't think too much about it. It doesn't matter what race August is. He's our companion now, our child. No matter who he is, he's family. At this moment, Loki spoke up. Finn, Gareth, and Reveria exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Indeed, regardless of August's race, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Now, August was Loki Familia member, their family, and that was enough. By the way, there's something I've been thinking about, and I think I should let you all know. What's wrong, Loki? It's about August again. What happened to him? Finn was a bit puzzled. They had just finished talking about him, and now Loki was bringing him up again. He has a special skill, something even status can't explain. To avoid some trouble, I haven't let him know, but I think it's necessary for you all to understand. A special skill. Yes, an extremely unique skill. Even status only display a name, and I don't know the specific effects. This surprised the three, as Falna were the key to unlocking the human body's talents. If even status couldn't explain August's skill, it meant that, in a sense, it surpassed the Falna system. Such a capability was undoubtedly powerful. Loki, what skill is it? Finn couldn't help but ask. August's rapid advancement was indeed terrifying, and now it seemed there was an explanation. Lust. What? Finn's serious expression froze. Gareth and Reveria beside him were also stunned. The skill is called lust, and I suspect its origin is from that rascal's desire for desires. This. Everyone felt extremely awkward. Reveria, in particular, knew about August's ambition. He was quite a lascivious guy. Don't think I'm exaggerating. I'm afraid the reason for Ace's upgrade to level 6 is probably due to August's skill. What do you mean? How well do you know Udius? For a level 6 floor boss, even I would need some means for a one-on-one fight. Do you remember how she looked when she returned? What about it? She was fine, no injuries, no torn clothes. Halfway through, Finn suddenly understood. This was the real issue. After defeating the 37th floor boss Udius, Ace didn't have a scratch on her, which was the biggest problem. Ace was only a level 5, and even if she had a burst of strength to defeat Eudeus, it was impossible for her to emerge unscathed. Remember, before this, Ace was always obsessed with improving her strength. However, since being with August, or rather, sleeping with him, her emotions regarding this matter have significantly weakened. Thinking about it, it seemed to be true. Now, Ace wanted to stick to August every day and seemed to care less about other things. But Ace's strength has increased, Loki said slowly. The three were seasoned veterans, connecting all the dots and realizing the truth. Lust, as the name suggests, is definitely related to intimate matters between men and women. If I'm not mistaken, both August and Ace have become stronger because of this skill. This speculation sounded ridiculous, but upon closer inspection, it might be true. Speak, Loki, what do you want to do? Do? Of course, we need to experiment a bit. Loki revealed a mysterious smile, and that smile made Finn and the others instinctively take a step back. Over the years, whenever Loki showed such a smile, it meant someone was in trouble. This time, Loki had set her sights on August and Ace. Reveria. Don't even think about it. Without any hesitation, Reveria directly interrupted Loki and shut down what she hadn't said yet. I haven't finished yet. I know what you want to say. I can tell you clearly, it's impossible. Hee hee. A light chuckle, but the invisible mockery was evident. Cough. Loki felt a bit embarrassed, but her face was thick-skinned, so she simply acted as if it didn't matter. Calm down. Go talk to Aki when you go back and discuss it with her. If she's willing, let her give it a try. You're shameless, Loki. I'm doing this for the good for our Familia. Loki said shamelessly. She was truly curious about August's skill. Don't even think about it. I won't jeopardize a woman's innocence for your speculation. In matters of love and the body, the loyalty of the elves was terrifying. They only loved one person in their lifetime and would only give themselves to one of the opposite sex. Don't reject it so quickly. What if she is willing? How is that possible? August and Aki have no connection. How could it? Halfway through, Reveria suddenly stopped because she remembered that, at the beginning, August and Aki had teamed up. All right, Reveria, go talk to her. It's not forcing her. I won't go. I won't do such a thing. Reveria left directly, refusing to participate in such matters. Loki was disappointed, and her gaze then fell on Finn. Before, Finn and Loki had discussed plans to win over August together. Aki was chosen as one of the targets, and Finn went to talk to her about teaming up with August. Finn. All right, I'll go talk to Aki. However, my attitude is the same as Reveria's. I'll only tell her about it, and I can't guarantee whether she'll go or not. Of course. Sigh. Watching Loki, Finn ultimately didn't say much. Although he didn't join in the conspiracy verbally, his thoughts were the same as Loki's. If this was true, August's value would far surpass his spatial abilities. Chapter 123, Teaming Up for Dungeon Exploration. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, everyone gathered in the Familia Manor courtyard. Leading the group were Finn and Reveria. The rest included August and Ace, Tiona and Tioni, Lafia, the last friend, and the temporarily added Aki. The group headed towards the dungeon in a mighty procession. Those who didn't know might think that Loki Familia was about to make some major moves again. With 3 level 6 members and 2 level 5 members, this lineup was not an exaggeration even if they were going to subjugate a floor boss. On the way, August and Ace behaved like a couple on an outing, their affectionate gestures making others feel like annoying mosquito. Especially Lafia, who couldn't help but envy them. Everything about August now was what she had always dreamed of. The weakest among them, Lafia, was also at level 3. With her magic, she could defeat level 5 and level 6 monsters easily. Soon, they passed through the upper levels and entered the lower ones. Even Valgang dragons, the 58th floor monster, can be defeated by Lafia's magic, that proving her strength. Die. Tiona swung her large axe, directly finishing off the last monster. Her Urga was still in the process of being crafted, so for now, she had to use these weapons temporarily. On the other side, Tioni and Lafia had already cleared the remaining monsters. Finn and Reveria did not take part in the battle, however, they are supervisors for now. As for August and Ace, the two of them were like overpowered characters. Wherever they went, all the monsters were swept away, all killed with a single blow, without exception. On the 16th floor of the dungeon, in a cave, the ground was covered with magical stones. A female elf and a catgirl were bending down to pick up the stones. Not far away, the rest of the group was resting. Why do I have to pick up magical stones? Lafia's face was full of dissatisfaction as she looked at August lying on Ace's legs, enjoying the knee pillow. She hated him to the core. No choice. We're the weakest, so we can only take on a supporting role. Why doesn't that bastard August, who is also level 3, come over? He has space skills. Lafia suddenly choked. All the magical stones and loot were carried by August. Although it wasn't hard, it held a significant position within the team. We're about to reach the 18th floor. Do you want go to Rivera? Huh? That town. I heard it was destroyed during the previous monster riot, right? It was just rebuilt recently. It's rebuilt again. How many times is this? I don't know about that. Although it's a safe floor, it's still in the dungeon, so it can't avoid monster attacks. Finn also sighed. The history of this town was quite ancient. It was established after the elimination of the dark factions when Orario transitioned from chaos to stability. Since then, this adventurer town standing in the dungeon had been built. To this day, this town had been destroyed countless times. Countless destructions, countless rebuilds. After all, in this Orario, the 18th floor was the first human checkpoint, holding absolute significance. On the side, August lay on Ace's legs like a landlord, especially his smug appearance, making people want to beat him up. Ace, you spoil him too much. We are in the dungeon now. Tiona couldn't help but say, as she, who had been forced to be annoying Mosquito, was already quite restless from being forced to watch such shows. It's okay. I'll protect August well. A supremely gentle phrase made even Finn envy. Such a girlfriend was the dream of all men. Rumble. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. Then, the ground cracked open, and a massive, pitch-black monster crawled out. Monster. Lafia, who was picking up magical stones, was startled and quickly ran back. Aki was also shocked. After sensing the absolute strength of this monster, she chose to temporarily retreat. This is an enhanced variant of the Hellhound, the three-headed Hellhound. Riveria, looking at the giant three-headed Hellhound in front of her, exclaimed in shock. At this moment, August opened his eyes and looked at this Hellhound enhanced variant. His mood was extremely calm. For August, this type of low-probability enhanced variant had become commonplace. As long as he stayed on a floor for a little longer, enhanced variants would appear. August had almost mastered the pattern, making him extremely helpless. Roar. The three-headed Hellhound roared angrily, and then flames spewed out of the mouths of its three heads. The combination of three flames directly turned into a scorching flame shockwave heading towards August. Magical attack. Unfortunately, that's what I'm least afraid of. Fire away. Boom. The next second, August was engulfed by flames. August. No way. How could this be? Don't. Lafia, Tiona, and Aki all looked worriedly. Finn, Riveria, and Ace, on the other hand, were sitting securely, showing no signs of panic or worry. Ace understood August's strength. Even Alan, a level 6, was easily defeated by August. Facing a three-headed Hellhound, there was no problem. As for Finn and Riveria, as well as Ace, it was because of what Loki had told them yesterday. August's strength was formidable, possessing 8 skills and magic. Moreover, that special skill, even status couldn't explain. Such a person could not be defeated by the flames of a three-headed Hellhound. Full counter. August's voice rang out, and then the overwhelming flames suddenly reversed. The raging flames that were originally coming towards August suddenly lost a head, and the flames expanded more than twice their original size, rushing towards the three-headed Hellhound. Chapter 124, Rivera. Boom. The overwhelming flames directly enveloped the three-headed Hellhound. In an instant, the previously menacing three-headed Hellhound was severely wounded. It suffered severe burns all over its body, and these flames were its own. How is this possible? Finn couldn't help but shout in disbelief. Not only him, but everyone else was equally shocked. This is August's skill, full counter. Ace took on the role of explaining at this moment. Full counter. Yes, August can rebound back any offensive magical power directed at him with several times the force, and this counterattack is unrelated to strength. One sentence left everyone dumbfounded. Especially Riveria, August's skill was simply too overpowered, almost the nemesis of all mages. It could rebound all offensive magical powers, and it was unrelated to strength. This meant that as long as there was magic in front of him, it was like his weapon. It was truly terrifying. Why? Then what about my future? Lafia, who already harbored hostility towards August, suddenly felt her heart turn cold. She was a mage. All her strength came from magic. Now that August had such a skill, could she surpass him and teach him a lesson? At this moment, August, holding Zanpakuto, walked step by step towards the three-headed Hellhound. Roar. Watching August getting closer, the three-headed Hellhound roared, but its injuries made it more like a toothless paper tiger. Splurt. The Zanpakuto blade pierced directly through the three-headed hellhound's middle head. Powerful dark magic flowed directly into the three-headed hellhound's body. In a breath's time, it completely destroyed the three-headed hellhound's life. With a thud, the three-headed hellhound turned into a black eye, leaving only a magical stone. So strong. Tioni looked at August, who effortlessly dealt with the three-headed hellhound, with surprise. After all, August was currently only level 3. Facing an enhanced variant of a level 3 monster, he easily killed it. This meant that August had long surpassed regular monsters. It's really surprising. Loki was right, he is a monster. Yeah. Finn and Riveria didn't know how to express their feelings at the moment. Although there was Loki's warning beforehand, witnessing it with their own eyes was still shocking. Among the crowd, Aki, looking at the majestic August, had a glint in her eyes. He was so cool, incredibly strong, terrifying potential, and handsome. There was only one man like him in the entire Orario. Thinking back to what Finn had told her yesterday, she was already smitten. Although she wouldn't be his only woman, attaching herself to such a powerful man, even if she was just a lover, what did it matter? Different from human concepts, as in Catgirl, Aki had genes that worshipped the strong. Submitting and attaching oneself to the strong was only natural. The strong had everything, and the weak had nothing. This was the law of the world. August, it seems you're not far from leveling up. Do you want to go to the deeper levels? Finn spoke because he wanted to see how strong August really was. Sure, but if we go deeper, we might not be able to return to Orario today. It's okay. We can stay overnight in Rivera. Finn, the prices in that town are ridiculously high. It's okay. I'll personally cover the expenses this time. Then it's not a problem. Finn was both amused and helpless at August's behavior. Although the collaboration with Hephaestus Familia had ended, the profits from the collaboration, before and after, amounted to nearly 400 million Valis. With such a huge sum, how could August be short of money? Thus, the group crossed the 17th floor's crystal wall and finally arrived at the 18th floor. Having been exhausted from grinding monsters on the 35th floor, August had made up his mind not to return to the dungeon for at least 3 to 5 days. However, fate had other plans, and he found himself back here sooner than expected. Arriving at the Rivera, Finn noticed that something was off in the atmosphere. Meanwhile, August, with interest, looked at the sign at the entrance of the town. It had a line of words with a series of numbers behind it. Rivera, number 3340. August was full of surprise. 3340 meant that this town had been destroyed more than 3,300 times. This made one marvel at the peculiar nature of time. 3340, rebuilt again. Tiona, having also glanced over due to August's attention, laughed when she saw the number. August expressed his amazement. The use of the word again was particularly fitting. By the way, Goliath on the 17th floor hasn't respawned. I thought I could make a good profit. Tiona sighed as she walked, now burdened with a debt of 120 million for forging new weapons. Adventurers from Rivera regularly go to clear Goliath. They say it's to clear the passage and protect the town's safety. Finn smiled faintly, but the others all rolled their eyes. Those bastards are clearly doing it for money. They're protecting the town's safety. With this town getting destroyed every 3 days, rebuilding has become a routine. Tiona sneered at this. The drop items from the floor bosses were high-priced, and many people set up stalls around. They sold ordinary weapons, armor, and daily necessities, but the prices were mostly 10 times higher than in Orario. Here, even a regular rye bread was considered a luxury item because everything in the dungeon was scarce. That's why some specialized merchants came to buy here and sell in Orario, making nearly 10 times the profit. Of course, adventurers weren't fools. Except when they were truly desperate, no one would spend money here. But the dungeon wasn't a good place either. No one knew what would happen the next second. Every day, people had to purchase here due to irresistible circumstances. Regarding this place, August had only been here once or twice. He carried various delicacies and drinks with him, along with his treasury. He would never be in a situation where he had no choice. Therefore, even if they entered the 18th floor, most of the time they just passed through. At most, they would take a bath in the pond and pool. Chapter 125, Murder Case. Following the street inward, they quickly arrived at an area with several inns. After all, most adventurers came here to rest for a night. In this dungeon, everyone had to be cautious because the dungeon was alive and would show its fangs when adventurers were at their weakest. Spending the night in the dungeon is the same as wishing death away. This was why the town was repeatedly destroyed and rebuilt. Adventurers needed a safe place to rest, and within that, there were infinite business opportunities. Walking on the street and looking at the dilapidated wooden houses around, August couldn't help but click his tongue. It's quite primitive, and from the beginning, these houses were built haphazardly. After all, there would be monster riots from time to time, and the town would be destroyed again. There was no need to build anything too good. Captain, something feels off in the atmosphere. Tioni looked around with a slight frown. Many merchants here and the gazes of the people around them were somewhat strange. Not only that, there were almost northwest adventurers on the street. Normally, there might not be many people, but there would be some activity. This indicated that something was definitely wrong. Yeah, after coming in, I haven't seen many people. Finn also noticed the signs around. He squinted his eyes slightly, having a hunch that something had happened. What should we do, Finn? Riveria asked, as Finn was the captain of their Familia, and decision-making required his input. Let's inquire first and split up. I don't think we need to, Finn. Following Riveria's gaze, August saw a man walking out of a nearby inn. Seeing this, Finn immediately understood. This guy was the boss here, and it was most suitable to go to him when something happened. Plus, they were familiar. Oh, Bors. Who's calling me? Hearing the voice, Bors subconsciously turned around. However, when he saw Finn and the others, his expression froze. Bors Elder, a level 3 adventurer, is Rivera representative, and the local big shot, self-proclaimed, of this town. From Loki Familia. The Braver, Nine Hells, Sword Princess, Jormungand, Crusher and the recent Rising Star, Collector. Damn it, don't call me by that name. Tiona immediately protested. Names like Crusher were too unpleasant. What's going on, Bors? Finn walked over and asked. You guys came at the right time. To be honest, meeting you at this time is not a good thing. What's wrong? Someone died in the inn. Bors's face looked unpleasant. This was his territory, and the rules were set by him. This small town was his money-making place. Naturally, he couldn't allow any mess, especially murder. After all, if this place became chaotic, how would he make money? Now, someone had died here. If it wasn't handled properly, it would definitely lead to a significant drop in business. After all, if there was a place where someone might die, and no one returned from there, people who came here were looking for a peaceful and safe place. Do you need help? Help? You guys. Bors looked at Finn and the others back and forth, full of suspicion. A group of top adventurers helping here? That was too strange. I can't pay you. Bors's first reaction was to refuse to pay. That's not what I mean. Since we'll be staying here tonight, it's better to resolve the issue as soon as possible. Ah, I see. Then come with me. Hearing Finn say this, Bors nodded, and then led the way. At the same time, Bors secretly rejoiced. Finn, Riveria, and Sword Princess were all level 6, and Tiona and Tioni were both level 5. With their help, he could just freeload. This was simply making a fortune. Finn also saw through Bors's thoughts but didn't expose him. Soon, led by Bors, the group arrived at an inn. A crowd surrounded it, watching the excitement from both inside and outside 3 layers. It seems a bit troublesome to get in. Finn acted helplessly. There were too many people. However, in a sudden moment, a terrifying pressure descended. The bustling crowd instantly fell into silence. Make way. August calmly uttered these 2 words. The next moment, everyone immediately cleared a path without any hesitation. Bors saw this and his eyes were about to pop out. Damn, do you have to be this awesome? Also, you bastards are too coordinated with him. What he didn't know was that just now, August released a shallow conqueror's hockey. Because it was only released externally, it didn't stun people, but it made them subconsciously fear August. Those with weak wills and low strength couldn't maintain their composure under conqueror's hockey. Therefore, even if it was just a slight release, it was enough to shock everyone. Like this, led by August, the group walked in. What just happened? I don't know. We just subconsciously made way. That's Loki Familia, right? The guy who spoke just now seems to be the Loki Familia Rising Star, Collector. The one who leveled up to level 2 in less than 10 days. Not only that, it's been just 2 months, and he's already level 3. He's truly a monster. The sound of discussion rose, but August ignored it. Kid, you're really amazing. I've been crawling around in Orario for so many years and I'm only level 3. It's nothing. After this trip back, I should be able to reach level 4. Bors was choked for a moment. If looks could kill, August would be riddled with holes. Seeing this, Finn and Riveria smiled, but they didn't say anything. Sure enough, the guys from Loki Familia are all a bunch of bastards. Bors was quite angry. Normally, he could tolerate Finn and others looking for trouble, but even a newcomer like him was like this. However, he could only seethe in impotence. Didn't he see the 3 level 6, 2 level 5 around him? Who would dare to provoke with such a lineup? Hey, that elf. Huh. Lafia looked around and found out that she was the one being called. She was a little puzzled. I'll give you some money. How about you go beat that guy up? Sorry, I can't do that. Lafia had a black line on her forehead. Even if she wanted to beat him up herself, and even if she could, this was their Familia's internal matter. If she involved Boris, it would be different. Chapter 126, Case Analysis. Entering the inn, passing through a corridor, they arrived in a room. The room was simple, with a bed, a table, a chair, and some ordinary decorations, nothing else. On the floor inside the room lay a corpse, its face covered with a white cloth, not to conceal identity, but because the entire face had been peeled off. To avoid trouble, it was covered. As Finn and the others entered, their faces turned serious at the sight. This was a murder case. Upon witnessing the scene, August sighed inwardly. This guy lost his life because of women, but at least he got to enjoy himself before dying. Ah. At this moment, the last person to enter, Lafia, couldn't help but scream when she saw the corpse and the fresh blood on the floor. After all, she was a girl, and under the protection of Loki Familia, she had never witnessed such a thing. All right, calm down. August quickly led Lafia out of the room. After all, she was here to help, and causing trouble would not be appropriate. Boris and the innkeeper, Villi, didn't dare to say anything when they saw the situation. After all, it was Loki Familia, and Finn was here. Even if they scolded, they wouldn't have a say. Sorry. Lafia, realizing her inappropriate behavior, apologized. However, when she saw August grabbing her hand, for some reason, even though she felt a little uncomfortable, she did not feel that it was disgusting. It's worth noting that all elves maintained absolute distance from the opposite sex unless they accepted them as partners. Otherwise, touching them would be equivalent to courting death. Let go of me. Huh. Oh. August quickly let go of Lafia's hand, but he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic about this tender little hand. Lafia also felt a bit embarrassed but strangely didn't find it annoying. Inadvertently, their interactions had become more familiar over time. If you can't handle it, just wait outside for a moment. We'll be done soon. What? I'm not afraid. Really not afraid? Of course not. With determination, Lafia spoke defiantly. However, she was quite nervous about being alone in the room with him. Seeing Lafia's stubbornness, August chuckled and instinctively rubbed her head. Surprisingly, Lafia didn't react immediately and tacitly accepted it. Lafia, are you okay? At this moment, Ace also came out, coincidentally witnessing the scene. Lady Ace. Lafia was first delighted, but then, feeling the movement on her head, her expression froze. August was enjoying the pleasure of petting an elf. You jerk, let go of me quickly. Huh. Lafia directly shook off August's hand, glaring at him in anger. Perfect, Ace, you're also here. Take Lafia out first, Finn will handle things here. Okay. Ace glanced at Lafia, nodded, and noticed Lafia's discomfort. Lafia, upon hearing August's words, was momentarily stunned. Then, slowly, a sense of joy emerged. This was an opportunity to be alone with Lady Ace, something she had dreamed of. Be careful. The person who committed the murder may still be in the town. Don't let your guard down. I understand. Ace then took the infatuated Lafia and left, leaving August smiling. Revas, with strength above level 5 but below level 6, was supposed to suppress Ace, who was level 5, in the original work. However, now Ace's strength far exceeded the original, and August was also present. Therefore, there was no need to worry about any accidents. Back in the room, Finn looked at August, who nodded, and Finn smiled. At this point, Boris had already squatted beside the corpse, removing the white cloth, revealing a face blurred by blood. It was impossible to recognize who he was. August was relieved that he had asked Lafia to leave early. If she had seen this, who knows what might have happened. Cruel. Tioni frowned at the sight. Killing someone was one thing, but torturing the corpse like this was too much. Finn also didn't expect that the corpse would turn out like this. Any clues, Boris? Yes, this guy was with a woman before he died. From the looks of it, it seems like the other party was looking for something, but not for wealth. In the surroundings, a bag was overturned, with some food and potions scattered around. There were also some valuables, and all of these things were still there, indicating that the motive wasn't money. Any clues about that woman? No, based on Villi's previous description, the woman was wearing a cloak, covering herself tightly. Her face couldn't be seen, but apparently, she had a good figure. Isn't that right, Villi? Boris looked at the innkeeper beside him, who was a cat people. That's right. Although her appearance couldn't be seen, she had a great figure, and her scent was quite enticing. Ah. Speaking halfway, Villi realized the atmosphere was off. He looked up and saw Riveria, Tiona, Tioni, and even Finn, all looking at him with a hint of hostility. Finn also helplessly covered his forehead. This was supposed to be an investigation of clues. How did it end up like this? Looking at the potions and valuables on the ground, it seems the other party wasn't after money. So, it's not a revenge killing, but there must be another purpose. Yeah, this guy just rented this room and ordered a lot of food and drinks, as if he had just made a big profit. And there's that woman. Just as Boris was about to continue, he suddenly felt a chill. Looking up, he saw Riveria, Tiona, Tioni, and even Finn, all looking at him with some hostility. Finn, with a helpless expression, covered his face. Investigating clues turned into this. How did it go off track? It seems this person just made a big profit and wanted to enjoy himself. Finn analyzed, as the prices here were more than 10 times higher than in Orario. Eating and drinking extravagantly with a woman here meant a high consumption. However, the clues ended here. They didn't even know who the deceased was, let alone how to proceed with the investigation. For a moment, the entire room fell into silence. They had reached a deadlock. August observed everything like a spectator, seeing it all but not intending to intervene. A sudden reminder would be too strange, and as a newcomer, it was best not to speak in such situations. Besides, August was eagerly anticipating what would happen shortly, the strange creature Revas, who according to the original work, could suppress a level 5 like Ace. What kind of impact would she bring? Chapter 127, Finn's Solution. As they had no idea about the identity of the deceased, investigating the murder or gathering other information seemed impossible. Just when everything was at a standstill, a person rushed in holding a small bottle. Boris, upon seeing this, immediately smiled and quickly took the small bottle. Villi, turn him over. Oh. Villi obediently went over and flipped the body over, revealing the back. Holding the small bottle, Boris walked over. From the situation, everyone naturally understood what he was about to do. The status thief was a special concoction that could reveal the sealed status. However, because its effect forcibly broke the seal, it was prohibited from being sold in Orario. Nevertheless, this concoction still circulated in the black market. Where there are people, there is a market. This is an age-old truth. Status thief. Boris, it's sacrilege to the deceased. TSK, you big Familia members are always complicating things, so annoying. In the current situation, do you have any other way? We don't even know what the other person looks like, how are we supposed to investigate? While saying this, Boris opened the bottle and carefully poured out a drop of concoction. This concoction was extremely expensive, and every drop was like burning money. Considering the special circumstances, Finn didn't say anything, and only Riveria turned her head, unwilling to witness everything. As the concoction dripped onto the back of the deceased, the sealed status manifested. However, the inscriptions were all divine script, and Boris couldn't recognize them. Hey, high elf over there, you should know this. Hearing Boris's words, Riveria, although reluctant, couldn't turn a blind eye since she was already there. In the end, Riveria turned her head and looked at the back of the deceased. Hashana Dorlia, Ganesha Familia, level 4. As soon as these words came out, the whole room fell into silence. How is this possible? A level 4 adventurer? Don't joke with me. How could a level 4 adventurer be silently killed like this? Boris was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He was just a level 3, but he managed to survive in this dungeon. A level 4 adventurer being silently killed. This indicated that the killer was at least level 5. Having a first-tier assassin on his turf, this was like walking with a ticking time bomb. Who wouldn't be shocked? Especially for Boris and the shopkeeper Billy, their backs were soaked in cold sweat. Shivering all over, this first-tier assassin was like a walking nuclear bomb. Things have gotten complicated. Finn, too, hadn't expected the deceased to be a level 4 adventurer. This meant that the situation wasn't as simple as a murder. To go through the trouble of killing a level 4 adventurer, especially a member of the Ganesha Familia known for its reputation and top-notch stealth skills, there had to be a special motive. Not all Familias were as talented as the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. Looking at the chaotic scene and scattered potions, magic stones, and some valuables on the ground, it indicated that the killer was searching for something. However, it was highly likely that the killer hadn't found it yet. That meant the killer might still be in the town. Finn, what should we do? Boris turned his gaze to Finn. It wasn't that he was scared, it was just that he was helpless. After all, he was weak. It can be confirmed that the opponent's strength is at least level 4, maybe even level 5. The murder was committed to obtain something from the deceased, and it's possible that it hasn't been found yet. Therefore, the killer might still be in this town. Hearing Finn say this, Boris became even more panicked. Still in the town. This raised the danger level for himself. Finn, what should we do next? Bors, gather all the adventurers in the town. We need to investigate each one individually. After all, this matter is a bit tricky. All right, I'll do it immediately. For the sake of his own life, Bors no longer cared about other things. About half an hour later, all the people in the entire town were gathered in the square. Although Bors had limited strength, he was still the boss here, and he had this capability. On the square, hundreds of people stood, while Finn, Riveria, and even August were on the elevated platform. August stood on the platform, overseeing the area with Haki. As an outsider, he was like a small butterfly in the butterfly effect of this world. Therefore, August was also afraid of any unexpected changes in the plot. On the side, Finn began to speak. As the captain of the Loki Familia, and a level 6 veteran adventurer, he had absolute prestige and reputation in Orario. The people below were very obedient. After all, these strong individuals were not to be trifled with. Not only that, there were a large number of female adventurers below, and Finn, being a level 6 adventurer, had many admirers in Orario. This scene made Tioni, who viewed Finn as everything, grit her teeth. She wished she could rush down and take out all these women. Lady Ace, is Miss Tioni okay? It feels ominous. The black aura emitting from Tioni scared the nearby Lafia. It seemed like she was about to undergo a transformation. Ace shook her head, not knowing what was wrong with Tioni. It's okay, Lafia, Ace. My nympho sister is just a bit jealous. Don't worry. Tiona, being an expert at teasing her sister, explained immediately. Looking at Finn on the platform, then at the women below with fiery eyes, and finally at the nearly blackened Tioni, Lafia suddenly understood everything. August. At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly left the square and ran towards the mountain. Ace naturally noticed it first and subconsciously looked towards August. Everything was seen by August, but at this moment, he found his target. One person in the crowd emitted magic power similar to monsters. Chapter 128, Jewel Fetus. On the small mountain path, a Chianthrope girl clutched a package, her face filled with fear and regret. With a pale face and an anxious expression, she revealed her extremely dire situation. What should I do? I'm going to die, definitely going to die. Why did I have to encounter something like this? Thinking about it, tears couldn't help but stream down her cheeks. She couldn't understand, it was just accepting a task, why did she have to face this? Running in fear, shedding tears, and feeling terrified, this was her current situation. Bang. Suddenly, she bumped into something, then fell to the ground. Subconsciously, fear welled up in her heart. But when she looked up, she saw a man in front of her, with a golden-haired girl standing beside him. Chianthrope girl, it seems there's something wrong with what you're holding. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh. You don't know. There was just a murder on the 18th floor, and they are currently investigating the murderer. You, on the other hand, ran away in such a panic. I have enough reason to suspect that you're either the murderer or an accomplice. It's not me, I didn't kill anyone. Then why did you run? If I didn't run, I would definitely be dead. Ah, it seems like we're hearing something valuable. Going to die. Why would you die? August smiled and said. Ace, on the other hand, frowned and subconsciously drew her desperate sword from its sheath. Wait a minute, your sword princess, and collector from Loki Familia. Stop diverting the topic and answer my question. August was never satisfied with the title collector. I am Loyun Louis, from Hermes Familia. I absolutely didn't kill anyone. Then why did you run? Or rather, what are you afraid of? Loyun hesitated for a moment. She didn't know if she should say because it involved her mission. Not saying. Judging by your panicked look, could it be that the thing you're holding was stolen from the deceased? And this thing is what the murderer wanted, so you're terrified. No, this is the package I received a mission to transport. It's not stolen. Package, huh? So your mission was to transport package. Then, the guy who died must have been the one receiving the cargo. The murderer thought he had received the item, so she killed him, but unexpectedly, he hadn't received it yet. These words made Loyun widen her eyes. Was this guy's brain really so effective? Just a normal transport mission. Who could have expected to encounter such a thing? If I knew, I wouldn't have been greedy for this opportunity. Who could have thought we'd run into such a situation? Loyun also felt like crying. She thought it was a lucrative job, but it turned out to be a death sentence. Serves you right for being greedy. Loyun lowered her head. She couldn't argue, it was indeed because of her greed. All right, Chianthrope girl, give me the package, and you can go. But nothing. If you're not afraid of death, you can pretend I didn't say anything. Fine, here. Without hesitation, Loyun handed the package to August. Money or life, she would definitely choose life. On the side, Ace also looked at August in surprise. She hadn't expected August to be so formidable, unraveling everything at once and obtaining this crucial item. This murder case was likely revolving around this package. August looked at the package in his hand and a cold smile appeared on his face. Inside must be the jewel fetus mentioned in the original work, a kind of seed similar to the corrupted spirit. Behind all this was the robe sage from Arena's side. Subconsciously, August glanced at Ace. In the original work, Ace received a mission from that sage in the dungeon. This was a scheme involving Ace and the Loki Familia. Entrust the unfortunate child who died to receive a certain item, then let Lolyan transport the item, and finally give Ace a mission. All interconnected. Truly a clever scheme by the centuries-old sage. Age does not dull his cunning. August didn't care who the antagonist was, who the protagonist was, or what would happen to Arario in the dungeon. The reborn August only cared about the well-being of those he cherished. But now, Ace was entangled in this, making August very displeased. Given the chance, August would definitely twist off the skull of that sage and use it as a football. Looking at the package in his hand, August could clearly feel a pure malevolence and the filthy magic power emanating from it. This was August's ability as the Lord of Sin. He could distinctly sense the breath of malice. The corrupted spirit was filled with pure malice toward this world and the entire dungeon, desiring to break free from its prison. A horrified expression appeared on Lolyan's face as she watched silently, but August's cold gaze made her take several steps back, filled with fear. August, what's inside? Should we take a look? Ace, for some reason, wanted to uncover the truth about this package. Seeing this, August squinted his eyes. Although it was a corrupted spirit seed, it was still in spirit. Was there a faint resonance between it and Ace due to their shared spirit lineage? No. Before he could finish, the package's cloth suddenly unraveled. Then, a green jewel appeared in front of the three, like a crystal ball. Inside it was a fetus that made people shudder at first glance. As soon as Ace saw the jewel fetus, she froze. Thump 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 thump. Ace's heart pounded loudly, a strange feeling arose, making her feel both unfamiliar and familiar. Originating from the resonance of their bloodline, it began at this moment. Boom. Suddenly, the fetus in the jewel opened its eyes. This eerie scene startled Lolyan, who took several steps back in fear. Coincidentally, Ace and the fetus eyes met, and in that moment, the atmosphere changed. In an instant, Ace felt her head spin, followed by nausea, dizziness, numbness, and the loss of control over her limbs. The girl known as the Sword Princess collapsed. Chapter 129, Revas. Ace. August quickly supported Ace, while the jewel fetus was casually thrown to the ground. This thing itself wasn't good, and compared to Ace, it was even more worthless. Lolyan looked at the jewel fetus on the ground, and the sharp beastman instincts made all the hair on her body stand on end. So uncomfortable. Ace's face looked awful, and August felt a sense of self-blame. He shouldn't have let Ace come along. One was a half-spirit, and the other was a seed created by the corrupted spirit. The shared bloodline tainted Ace's spirit when the two intersected. August quickly wrapped the jewel fetus again, and Ace began to recover. Trill. A crisp and loud flute sound suddenly rang out, causing August's pupils to contract. Boom. Around the 18th floor, a series of roars echoed as massive man-eating flower monsters appeared from various places, even in the small town. Seeing so many monsters suddenly appearing, Finn frowned. Monster riot. How is that possible? This is a safe floor. Lafia's face was full of disbelief because it was impossible for monsters to appear on this floor. She didn't know that the so-called safety was only relative, otherwise, the town wouldn't have been rebuilt thousands of times. Tioni, Lafia, get ready for battle. Finn made a prompt decision and assigned tasks. Understood. Yes, Captain. I got it. The three immediately entered combat mode. Even Lafia had expedition experience, though she hadn't graduated yet, it didn't mean she couldn't handle it. After all, she was a level 3 adventurer. Then, the wild Tiona charged directly into the monster group, like a berserker tearing everything apart. Tioni, holding a spare great axe, also charged into the monsters, eliminating them one by one. With Tiona and Tioni providing cover, Lafia began chanting, preparing to unleash magic. It seems things have become complicated. Where are Riveria, Ace, and August? Don't know, they left suddenly a while ago. Probably something happened. In that case, let's be on high alert. Okay. The two, having been comrades for decades, naturally had unparalleled tacit understanding. On the mountain, Lolyan watched the chaotic adventurer town below, her face turning pale with fear. Ace had now recovered, although still feeling a bit uncomfortable, there was no longer any issue. Shush. Just then, a sound of clashing armor echoed. August followed the source of the sound, and then, a man in armor slowly walked over. However, despite having a rough male face, it was like a mask, extremely stiff, and filled with a lifeless atmosphere. Finally appeared. Compared to everything, you're the source, right? That guy, you killed him. The other stopped, gazing at August, Ace, and the jewel fetus wrapped in a package. Found out. But it doesn't matter, this disguise is useless now. A woman's voice came from beneath the man's face. Immediately, the other tore off the face and removed the armor. She was not a man, instead, she was a hot-bodied woman. A human face. How is that possible? Lullian witnessed all of this, making her almost vomit. August observed the woman in front of him. Whether it was her figure or appearance, she could be described as stunning. Without exaggeration, in modern times, she would definitely be considered a goddess-level figure. Unfortunately, she was not human, she had been transformed into a strange creature. And that unlucky guy who died, although he was killed, he enjoyed the services of this woman in front of him before his death. I guess you're looking for this, right? August picked up the jewel fetus from the ground, but to avoid making Ace uncomfortable, he didn't unwrap it. Hand it over. The moment the woman named Revas saw the jewel fetus, her expression became slightly serious. You can come and take it yourself. I thought you were a clever person, but it turns out you're still foolish. Revas said slowly, drawing her weapon, a large sword. August tossed the jewel fetus into his inner world with one hand and then took out his Zanpakuto from his treasury. In that instant, Revas moved like an untamed wild horse, rushing straight towards August. The large sword in her hand aimed for August's neck. Die. There was no fancy move, the sole purpose of the attack was to kill the opponent. August, seeing this, naturally didn't hold back and met her head-on with the blade. Clang. The collision between the large sword and Zanpakuto's blade emitted a strong force, surprising Revas. Such a powerful force, above level 5, perhaps level 6. Sorry, I'm still level 3. Level 3. Humph. Without continuing to waste words, she coldly snorted, and then Revas continued to attack August. As a creature active in dungeon, to maintain this body, she had to continuously devour magic stones, and magic stones required hunting monsters. Therefore, every move from Revas was extremely decisive and ruthless, designed to bring the target to its death. In contrast, August inherited his sword style from the first generation, this sword style, Onohana Yachiru. It was also a path of slaughter and combat, and his moves were aimed at taking the opponent's life. Thus, on this hillside, August and Revas continued to battle. Spurt. Suddenly, the blade in August's hand flashed, leaving a bloodstain on Revas's body. With a few quick jumps, Revas and August distanced themselves. Looking at the wound on her stomach, Revas's face turned serious. Your strength is at least level 6, maybe even above level 6. She felt the pressure, realizing that the opponent's strength was far above her own, making her no match. Thinking of this, she began to consider a retreat. Since she couldn't win, wasting time was meaningless. As she surveyed her surroundings, Revas saw Ace's face, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Aria. Ace didn't notice Revas's abnormality, but August caught it. Without any hesitation, August directly used his shadow's magic, and the pitch-black shadow blades enveloped the surroundings. August also rushed forward. If she agitated Ace, that was something August wouldn't allow. August didn't allow anyone to harm Ace, even if it made him uncomfortable. Chapter 130, All Dust Settles. Spurt. A shadow blade mercilessly pierced through Revas's shoulder. This was not the end. Following the second, third, and in the blink of an eye, 8 shadow blades approached, dismembering Revas. 4 shadow blades floated around, ready to strike. Who are you? The smell of death permeated her body. Before her death, she looked at August in disbelief. Although she knew little about the information regarding Arario, she had never heard of such a powerful adventurer who left her helpless. I am a demon. Your existence is a threat, so you must die. Hey, I never expected to die in this place. She was unwilling, she still had her own goals unfinished. However, circumstances did not favor her, and she no longer had a chance. Swish. The shadow blades descended, cleanly severing her head. August showed no mercy despite facing a woman. Witnessing this scene from her hiding place, Lullian was instantly terrified. It was too brutal. A beautiful woman like Revas, and August decisively cut off her head without hesitation. It was inhuman. Even Ace didn't expect August to kill the opponent so decisively and in such a manner. Rumble. At the same time Revas was killed by August, a terrifying flame erupted into the sky. August subconsciously looked over and saw that within the entire 18th floor and the entire Riviera, all monsters and buildings were incinerated in a few breaths. This was Arario's top-tier mage, the 9 Hell, Riveriel Joe's Alf. In the face of the raging flames, all monsters turned into ashes. This was why mages held an unrivaled position in Orario. A powerful mage could overturn the battlefield in an instant. Like Riveria, perhaps in one-on-one combat, she wasn't very strong because casting magic required time. However, during an expedition, especially when encountering large groups of monsters, she became a firepower turret, and one spell was enough to solve all problems. Swish. At this moment, Finn appeared. Seeing August with 12 dark shadow blades floating around him, Finn was shocked. Moreover, the pressure August gave him at this moment made him feel as if he was facing a powerful enemy rather than a newcomer who had recently joined the Familia. Finn's heart surged with tidal waves. He trusted his instincts very much after so many years of adventuring. This intuition had saved him countless times. August, you. It seems everything is settled. Well, what happened here? A murderer appeared and was killed by me. Ah. Killed by you. Following August's gaze, Finn found a grayish-brown magic stone in the distance, completely different from the ordinary purple magic stones. Just like monsters, when a monster person died, they would turn into ashes and completely disappear, leaving only the magic stone as a core. Is this a magic stone? A magic stone similar to the new monster species. Could it be that the murderer is a monster? No, the murderer is a monster with a human form. It's no different from an ordinary person, possessing intelligence and strength comparable to level 5. This. Once August said this, Finn didn't know what to say. He could accept the previous information, even if he was surprised by the existence of monster like that. But when August mentioned the strength comparable to level 5, Finn found it hard to believe. After all, August was only level 3. If the opponent's strength was comparable to level 5, it meant that August's strength had reached or even surpassed level 5. August is very strong. Earlier, when Alan and Gulliver brothers from Freya Familia wanted to ambush August, he defeated all of them alone. Ah, Ace threw out another bombshell, leaving Finn dazed. Alan, who was a veteran level 6 like himself, and the opponent's speed was extremely fast. Even he wouldn't dare to claim to defeat the opponent, let alone the Gulliver brothers. You. I. Alright, Finn, don't you me. Today's matter is considered closed. Yeah. Finn heard the unspoken words in August's words, so he dispelled the idea of continuing to ask. Meanwhile, a person in a black robe lurking in the shadows observed all this. Revas was actually killed. This is inconsistent with the plan. Also, this August, too terrifying. There is an even more terrifying power hidden within him. Glancing deeply at August's back, the person in the black robe slowly left. August also felt the gaze of someone spying on him. Subconsciously looking around, he activated the observation hockey with full force, but there was no harvest. And so, August, Ace, and Finn returned to the Riviera. Ah. My town, destroyed again. Upon returning, they saw Boris looking at the once again ruined town with a heartache on his face. After all, the town had just been rebuilt not long ago, and now it was ruined again due to this attack. Alright, Boris, this is not the first time. Get up. Don't talk without experience. Every time I encounter people from your Loki Familia, there is no good thing. Don't say that. We are friends. What friend? Your mage could have killed monsters with a fire, why did she burn the town too? Do you know how much I've lost? Boris was heartbroken, the entire town was constructed from wood. This time, everything was burned to the ground, and the losses inside were countless. Alright, Boris, let me tell you some good news. The murderer has been killed. The murderer is dead. Who did it? Ah, it was resolved by someone from our Familia during the attack just now. This is considered the only good news. Finn didn't say that it was August who defeated the murderer, and Boris didn't think much about it. This matter passed like this. At the same time, August and Ace returned here. In the inquiry, Lafia learned about the terrifying August's strength from Ace. This made Lafia feel extremely exhausted, her revenge seemed hopeless. Tiona and Tioni were also helpless, they were already considered geniuses, but August was a monster, not a human. Chapter 131, Subduing the Floor Boss, Baylor. Roar. A violent aura, roaring howls, filled the entire floor. Finn stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Baylor, the 47th floor boss, was unexpectedly suppressed to such an extent. There were even faint traces of being overwhelmed. This wasn't like the other floor bosses. Baylor, as the 47th floor boss, had strength comparable to level 7. Throughout Orario, there had never been heard of anyone who could single-handedly challenge and defeat him, especially not someone who could defeat him. However, today, such a scene was unfolding before him. In the distance, August and Baylor were engaged in battle. At this moment, August had entered his demonization, emitting a terrifying aura. Baylor, be the ladder for my ascension. Swinging the Zanpakuto in his hand, August directly wounded Baylor. However, this further triggered Baylor's ferocity. Roar. Regardless, he was the 47th floor bosser, vastly different from the previous floor bosses. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Hyarinmaru. August directly used Shurkai, intending to test the power of Hyarinmaru against Baylor. In an instant, an extremely cold breath was released, and the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Howl. Baylor lunged towards August, who responded with a slight smirk. Leaping to evade Baylor's attack, August swung down his Hyarinmaru. The frigid aura instantly froze everything in the vicinity, including Baylor. This amazed Finn even more. It was ice magic, and without the need for an incantation. Bang. The battle continued. In the blink of an eye, Baylor broke free from the ice. Getsuga Tenshu. The power of extreme cold infused into Getsuga Tenshu, transforming it into a deep blue crescent. This was something August discovered by chance. Similar to Reiznon, Getsuga Tenshu had different possibilities. In Bleach, Ichigo Kurosaki initially had a blue Getsuga Tenshu because it was the most basic Ryatsu. However, after encountering a hollow, and as he delved into hollowification, Getsuga Tenshu turned black, incorporating the hollow's Ryatsu. Now, August did the same, adding both dark magic and ice elemental magic to Getsuga Tenshu. This experiment proved August's idea to be correct. Rumble. Following that, the deep blue crescent struck Baylor directly. In addition to the cutting power, the force of extreme cold also erupted, freezing Baylor once again. Swish. Taking advantage of the situation, a series of ice bullets, like a flock of birds, attacked the frozen Baylor. Roar. After a while, Baylor broke free from the ice once again. However, at this point, Baylor had started to weaken. The once violent aura had diminished significantly. Clearly, August's successive attacks had inflicted damage. The final blow is next. August spoke slowly, and then his armament haki enveloped Hyarinmaru. But it wasn't over yet. The power of darkness, extreme cold, and conqueror haki, all the powers that August could add were in use. Instant slash. His figure disappeared from the original spot, utilizing the spatial skill, blink. Following that, a destructive slash aimed directly at Baylor's head. Splurt. A massive head flew into the sky. August smiled. He had won this battle decisively. Bang. Baylor's giant body fell, but it hadn't died. In the area where his head severed, it continued to regenerate. August naturally wouldn't give it a chance. His treasury unfolded, and another Zanpakuto swiftly pierced through the magic stone inside Baylor's body. Rumble. The magic stone was destroyed, and Baylor instantly turned into ashes, disappearing. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest Path of the Strong. Kill the 47th floor boss, Baylor. Completion reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *3. With the quest completed, 3 Advanced Gacha Draw were obtained. Finn, who had been watching from start to finish, didn't know what to say at this moment. Meanwhile, Ace, who saw the battle end, quickly ran over. Congratulations, you won. Of course. I am your man. How could I possibly lose? Ace sweetly smiled and hugged August. She had felt proud of her man more than once. Seeing this from a distance, Finn suddenly felt satiated. Well, just now he was surpassed by a rookie, and now he had the annoying mosquito. Was someone specifically targeting him? At this moment, Finn really wished his old friends, Reveria and Gareth, were here. At least he could share the joy and sorrow with them. As for Reveria and the others, after the murder incident on the 18th floor, they stayed in the 30th floor for 2 days and left after obtaining some magic stones. August expressed his intention to continue exploring, and naturally, Ace accompanied him. Finn also joined to witness August's true strength. Now he wished he hadn't. Just a glance, and he could tell it was a big deal. August's strength was beyond his imagination. Whether on the 30th or the 40th floor, monsters were so weak before August, easily defeated with a wave of his hand. Now, he had witnessed August undertaking the great feat of subjugating the 47th floor boss, Baylor. It had only been a short time since August arrived in Arario, just over 2.5 months, not even 80 days. Yet, he had surpassed Finn. It was truly unbelievable. At the same time, Finn could confirm one thing, August's special skill, lust. This skill might really work as Loki speculated. Intimate relationships between men and women could make August stronger. As for whether it worked with women too, he didn't know. Now that the floor boss is taken care of, I'll go take a look at the 48th floor. Saying that, August took Ace's hand and walked towards the 48th floor, strolling like they were in a courtyard. Seeing this, Finn smiled bitterly, choosing not to disturb the two enjoying their time together and trailing behind alone. After arriving on the 48th floor, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest Eminent Reputation, reach the 48th floor of the dungeon, complete late exploration. Completion reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *3. August smiled satisfactorily. Now, before the expedition, he could definitely complete all third stage mission. The hunting mission was long done. Now, with the floor boss, Baylor, taken care of and reaching the 48th floor, all that remained was to go back, level up to level 4, and complete all the mission. Chapter 132, Leveling Up to Level 4. The next morning, August slowly opened his eyes. In his embrace was a sleeping Ace, who, after defeating Barol yesterday and completing 2 quests, had returned to Orlera with Ace and Fen. They arrived late at night and slept through until morning. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 6. Fauna, Level 3. Race, Demon. Talent, Original Sin, Lust, Power of Darkness. Magic, Shadow. Skill, Blink, 8000 Sword Styles, Armament Haki, Getsuga Tenchu, Demonization, Full Counter, Kuro Hitsuji. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, Elucidator, Wabizook, Muramaze, Hyarinmaru. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Rare Item, Inner World, Evil Pieces. Items, Automatic Smelting Furnace, Magic Stone Edition. Gacha Draws, Advanced Gacha Draw *6. Opening the system panel and examining his personal attributes, August felt a surge of pride. In just 2.5 months, he had gone from an ordinary person with nothing to this point, a remarkable achievement. August's strength had reached level 6, but this was his personal strength, unrelated to Fauna status. The Fauna status was only at level 3, but this dungeon expedition could certainly be upgraded, making him an level 4 adventurer. All of August's third stage mission were completed. He had saved these 6 advanced draw because his luck had been terrible lately. Gacha after gacha yielded disappointing results, with extremely low drop rates. August decided to save them up for a collective draw since these were advanced draw. As August fantasized about drawing good drop and reaching the pinnacle of life, Ace, who was in his arms, also woke up. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Ace, still drowsy, greeted him, subconsciously sitting up in August's embrace. Although they were already open and familiar with each other, the two were still in their honeymoon phase, so they were affectionate at all times. Even just getting out of bed in the morning, when both were awake, they lingered under the covers for quite a while. Do we have anything to do today? August asked Ace. Nothing. Then let's go find Loki. It's time for me to level up. Okay. Ace nodded, her tone somewhat excited. After everything was tidied up, they had already eaten the breakfast August prepared, milk tea with lamb skewers. It was the breakfast he got from Gacha Draws, a total of 500 lamb skewers and 1,000 bowls of milk tea. Fully satisfied, they left the room. The time was already mid-morning, and the two finally left the room. Using the observation haki, August easily found Loki's location. Upon reaching the living room, it wasn't just Loki present. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were also there, seemingly discussing something. Oh, the young couple finally woke up. As soon as Loki saw August and Ace, she immediately teased. Loki's attitude had changed significantly from before, when she had lost her little flower. Now, he had successfully transitioned from the role of a father to a father-in-law. August, being a big man, naturally didn't mind, but Ace couldn't bear it. Blushing, she lowered her head. This scene made Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all wear the smiles of older relatives. They had watched Ace grow up, and in the blink of an eye, she had grown into a woman. All right, Loki, I'm here for a reason. I know. To level up, right? Finn told me. You, little monster, actually single-handedly defeated Baylor. Even Otter couldn't do that. Loki lamented, and upon hearing this news, Riveria and Gareth, who had just learned about it, were equally shocked. Well, it's a small matter. Help me level up first. August smiled, covering it up, took off his shirt, and sat in front of Loki. Loki, seeing August use such a crude method to change the topic, pursed her lips, but she didn't say anything further. She took out the needle that had been prepared long ago, pricked her own finger, and a drop of divine blood fell on August's back. August's status began to transform. The various attributes that were stuck at 999 broke through the limits rapidly, reaching 1500. What a little monster. All attributes have reached 1500 again. Finn and the others gathered around, even though they couldn't read the divine script, the dazzling 1500 blinded their eyes. August smiled without saying anything. Now that all the attributes had reached their limits, it was natural to level up. As for the greatness needed for leveling up, it was not a problem. August's accumulated greatness was more than enough to level up directly to level 6. The 17th floor bosses, Goliath, 37th floor boss, Udos, and 47th floor boss, Baylor, had all been single-handedly subdued by August. These 3 accomplishments were enough for August to level up several times. What ability do you plan to develop this time? Is there any difference? No, it's the same as before: Hunter, abnormal resistance, and healing power. Hunter. I guessed as much. While speaking, Loki helped August make his ability selection. And for this time, August still didn't show up any lucky developing abilities, making her feel disappointed once again. If August knew Loki's thoughts, he would definitely complain. His luck had not been good lately, and good luck and himself were almost unrelated. Augustus Divus Presentum. Level 3, Level 4. Strength, SSS 1500, I0. Endurance, SSS 1500, I0. Dexterity, SSS 1500, I0. Agility, SSS 1500, I0. Magic Power, SSS 1500, I0. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Hockey, Lust, Demonization, Full Counter. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu, Shadow, Kuro Hitsuji. Development Abilities, Mystery, Magic, Hunter. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest New Era Legend, promote to Level 4. Completion Reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *3 foot. Ding. All 3rd stage mission completed. Reward, Super Gacha Draw once. Taking the status imprint properties handed to him by Loki, August's lips curled slightly, and he drew his cards. However, when August saw Lust, he suddenly froze. How could this skill appear at this time? If it were to appear, it should have appeared earlier. It didn't appear when the status was updated, and August thought the status couldn't accommodate this ability. Now it seems that Loki did it. August, this skill Lust is a skill I hid for you before. Do you know about this skill? I know. You don't know. The thing is, even the Falna system couldn't dash. Loki subconsciously wanted to explain, but halfway through, he suddenly stiffened. Chapter 133, The Subsequent Effects of Skills. The entire room fell into silence for a moment as everyone looked at August. What did you say? You said you knew. Loki couldn't help but ask again. Yes, I knew, right from the beginning. This time, Loki didn't know what to say. August had known about this skill all along, fearing that he might have wild thoughts or even do something because of it, so Loki had erased the skill. Who would have thought that August already knew about it? So, what does this skill do? Although, in theory, everyone's skills and their effects were considered secrets or trump cards, Finn's sudden inquiry would normally cause annoyance. But August didn't mind too much, he had so many trump cards, and their numbers were increasing every day. Just returning this time and drawing gacha again would undoubtedly boost his strength. Lust, as the name suggests, is the power of desire. When Ace and I applaud for love, both of us become stronger, but I get stronger more than Ace, just a bit weaker for her. At this moment, whether it was Loki or Finn's trio, all of them were stunned. Loki's speculation turned out to be true. August could indeed become stronger through this absurd method, and not just him, but Ace as well. Now, August was equivalent to a walking human cheat. It's such a perverted skill, August. I really want to know, how much do you love women to be able to develop such a skill? Looking at August, Loki couldn't help but say. After all, skills were miracles born from the accumulation of a person's obsessions and possibilities through the Falna. In Loki's eyes, August developing such a skill meant that he had an almost crazy craving for the matters between men and women, otherwise, how could such a skill exist? Every man has fantasies about having more than one woman. Any man would have that, but being able to derive such a skill, you are definitely the first in history. Reveria spoke up at this time. August's ability, along with his ambition, really left her at a loss for words. August seemed a bit helpless about this. His ability was drawn from gacha, not because he was truly a lecherous. However, explaining this was futile, so August accepted it. Let's not dwell on this, I'm leaving. August grabbed Ace's hand and then pushed open the door, leaving. Watching August's departing figure, Familia's fathers and mothers in the room all sighed. What do you think, Ace? Following August, what should we do in the future? This scoundrel will undoubtedly have many women in the future. Loki sat cross-legged on the sofa, full of regrets. Ace was her beloved daughter, and now she found a man like this. What should she do? No way, it's too late. No, the deed is done. Finn shrugged slightly, indicating his powerlessness. Matters between men and women were never easy to handle. The only good news is that, although August is lecherous, he hasn't reached the point of loving every woman he sees. No, you don't understand. August's skill, although powerful, is a double-edged sword. If he's not careful, it can become the effort of desire and turn him into an existence like Freya. An existence like goddess Freya. Loki, that's unlikely, right? Unlikely. Based on his skill, if he wants to, he can find a large group of women. If he messes around every day, it won't take long to create a batch of adventurers with considerable strength. Finn also noticed the clues. August's ability wasn't just about becoming stronger himself, there was also the matter of having a companion. In this case, August was equivalent to stealing the god's right hand, which was developing his followers. Finn had no doubt that any woman who tasted the sweetness of becoming stronger through such a method would not easily give up such temptation. After all, in Orario, except for elves, there were quite a few women who were casual about relationships. Adventurers earned a living by risking their lives, living day by day with their heads tied to their belt. So, in many cases, choosing a partner wasn't about seeking a husband to spend their lives with, but merely finding a release. If August's skill were exposed, there would undoubtedly be countless female adventurers willing to climb into his bed. This was why Loki was worried. This skill was powerful, even like a bug, but it was also a vortex. If he couldn't control it, he might fall into the abyss of desire. Today's events must not be revealed at all. Finn, go and tell Aki too. Regarding August's matters, it must be kept secret. Otherwise, expulsion from the Familia and facing the pursuit of the Familia. Loki, is this inappropriate? Inappropriate? It's very appropriate. August's matters must be kept secret. I understand. Finn also understood August's importance. Because August's value was not just about this one skill. Growth rate, strength, and bizarre skills, all of these represented August's value. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that August's existence could support any Familia. In the coming years or time, it could grow into the new two top Familias. Now it's fine. It's fine not to ask, but once you ask, it becomes troublesome. Gareth, who had been silent and only listened, spoke up at this time. As a dwarf, he didn't have many other thoughts, and he found August quite to his liking. Well, there's no other way. Gareth, what do you think if we transfer Aki to August? What do you mean? Haven't you noticed? What Aki thinks about August? I haven't. If she doesn't like August, why would she accept the absurd task I told her before? So, you want to match them. Since you can't stop August from finding women, why not arrange it from our own Familia? Good idea. And thus, Finn and Gareth completed the kind of conspiracy that only men understood. Chapter 134, Drawing Gacha, I'm not a noob. On the other side, after August and Ace left, August couldn't wait to open the system panel. Upon seeing the card draw section, August's face lit up with excitement. Advanced Gacha Draw *9. Super Gacha Draw *1. A total of 10 draws, and all of them were high-quality draws. Without any nonsense, August had endured the whole night. He directly opened the Gacha Draw interface and started drawing. As the Gacha Draw wheel spun, August's mood was extremely excited. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Flame Staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Hurricane Staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Thunder Staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Raging Wave Staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Earth Staff. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Seafood Soup *1000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Town Portal Scroll *10. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Red Wine *1000. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the equipment, Lock of Discipline. Looking at this harvest, August was stunned. Good lord, 9 draws, 7 times he got items, and the first 5 times directly brought 5 types of attribute staves. Flame Staff, a staff with the fire attribute, infused with mana to perform fire attribute magic attacks. Hurricane Staff, a staff with the fire attribute, infused with mana to perform hurricane attribute magic attacks. Thunder Staff, a staff with the fire attribute, infused with mana to perform thunder attribute magic attacks. Raging Wave Staff, a staff with the fire attribute, infused with mana to perform Raging Waves attribute magic attacks. Earth Staff, a staff with the fire attribute, infused with mana to perform earth attribute magic attacks. Town Portal Scroll, designate a coordinate, tearing the scroll will instantly teleport to the designated location. Lading, a chain forged by gods, possessing powerful binding force. Flame Staff, Hurricane Staff, Thunder Staff, Raging Wave Staff, Earth Staff, these attributes were all covered. Town Portal Scroll, something August, as a Warcraft player, was familiar with, he just didn't know if the scroll was for single-person use or if it worked like in the game, allowing group teleportation. Finally, Lading was August's most satisfying item. It was a weapon from Strike the Blood, belonging to the witch Natsuki Minamiya. Despite not having anti-divine properties like Enkidu that Gilgamesh had, Lading was still a great choice. After all, it was a weapon created by the gods of this world and naturally wouldn't be weak. As for these 5 staves, August wasn't a mage and didn't want to fight with a staff. However, they could be stored in the treasure vault and used as turrets. In Fate/Grand Order, Gilgamesh took out all his treasures as projectiles for his Malamadinger, leaving only staves to attack. August thought this was a good way to use them. It not only acted as a mobile turret but also reduced the damage to weapons. Now that the advanced card draw was over, there was still one super gacha draw left, making August extremely excited. August directly started the last gacha draw, eagerly anticipating the result. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, World Travel Ticket. World Travel Ticket, a special system ticket that allows one-time travel. After world travel, the current world's time will freeze. Looking at the introduction of this world travel ticket, August was dumbfounded. Good lord, a world travel ticket. A ticket that allows world travel. This really made August extremely excited. He had just stabilized his foothold in this world, and now he could world travel again. Saying he wasn't excited would be a lie. With this world travel ticket, August could world travel again and freeze the current world's time. This way, he wouldn't miss anything and could also avoid any unexpected events. After the expedition, I'll try this world travel ticket. August said slowly. If there were none, he might not think much of it, but now that he had it, it was different. It was like giving a cat a salty fish, it would be tantalized, even if it resisted eating it. However, it would still feel itchy inside. What's wrong? Seeing August's constantly changing expression, Ace asked subconsciously. Nothing, just thinking about some things. Things. Ah, in Orario, I thought of a candidate suitable to be my follower. Who? No need to worry, I'll bring her back. Okay. Ace didn't think too much, and August breathed a sigh of relief. However, on second thought, it seemed that in Orario, there really was another person suitable to be his follower. A fox girl with a bumpy fate, a girl played by Fate. However, it was unknown whether she was in Orario now. Choosing her wasn't because of anything else, but because of her magic, the Yukai no Kazuchi, which could upgrade a level. This kind of ability was simply cheating, especially in team battles. Tap tap tap. In the corridor, August and Ace were walking when suddenly a hurried set of footsteps sounded. August, something's happened. Raoul ran over panting, his face full of panic. What's wrong, Raoul? Oh, Otter from Freya Familia, is here. Otter. How did he come here? Don't know, but he specifically asked to see you. To see me? Yes, he's right at Manor Gate now. August was slightly surprised, Otter actually took the initiative to come and find him. This was something August hadn't expected. After the failure of the last battle between Alan and Gulliver brothers, August thought Freya might send Otter and others to attack him, or at the very least, to seek revenge. He didn't expect Otter to come directly. It was somewhat unexpected for August. Could it be because of Alan and Gulliver brothers last time? Ace looked slightly worried as she glanced at August. After all, Otter was considered the strongest person in Orario. It's okay, we'll see what's going on. August didn't pay too much attention to it, this was Loki Familia Manor, and Otter wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. After all, he is Freya's representative. He then walked out of the Familia Hall and arrived at the manor gate. As soon as he came out, August saw Otter standing at the gate. August's first impression was that this was a pure warrior, calm and composed, giving people an instinctual awe. Even August couldn't help but admit that he felt pressure from Otter. This guy is indeed not like the people he fought before. As the only level 7 adventurer in Orario, he was hailed as the ultimate weapon. How could he be like the people he fought before? Chapter 135, Holding the Fort. Are you looking for me? Looking directly at Otter, August spoke slowly. While August was assessing him, Otter also sized up August. Being able to defeat Alan indicates that the opponent's strength is at least level 6. Now, it seems even more so. The faint sense of oppression makes Otter confident that August can definitely match him. Recalling Freya's words, it hinted that August was already stronger than him. Originally, he had disdain for this. He was very confident that in this new era, he was the most powerful adventurer. Now, he realized he had become somewhat arrogant. Lady Freya wishes to see you. Interesting. Last time, she forcefully took me away, and after the failure, she's here to invite me. Will you go? Whether I go or not, what's the difference? If you're willing to go, that's naturally the best. If you're unwilling, I will report to Lady Freya. The final decision is hers. This is Otter, a pure warrior, and the ultimate weapon who completely submits to Freya. He will unconditionally follow all of Freya's orders. Whatever she says, he will not exceed it in the slightest. I thought you might forcefully take me back. It's disappointing. After completing the third task and not encountering the speculated fourth task, 2 special missions were refreshed. Orario Strongest Adventurer, defeat the current strongest adventurer, Otter. Completion reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *3. Creating a new legend, reach dungeon floor 59 and defeat the demi-spirit. Completion reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *5. As for new upgrade tasks and hunting tasks, there were none. This made August slightly disappointed, and he also had a guess. The rewards for these 3 tasks were a bit too generous, especially a super gacha draw after completing all tasks in one phase. Now that he had completed all the tasks, it was like successfully passing the novice period. These tasks were like novice tasks in a new player guide. Now that he had graduated, he could stand alone. Perhaps that was the significance of these 3 tasks. However, regardless of the reason, 2 new missions were still refreshed. One rewarded 3 advanced gacha draws, and the other rewarded 5 advanced gacha draws. Altogether, that's 8 gacha draws, quite a substantial reward. Facing August's ridicule, Otter remained unfazed, just standing there, staring at August. At this moment, a group of people rushed out from the residence. Leading them was none other than Loki, who was just discussing August's skill. Behind him were Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and other core members. August was amazed to see a whole group of Familia members coming to support him. Otter, what are you doing on our turf? Loki's voice came even before the people arrived. Although she usually liked to tease Familia members, once something happened, Loki was very protective. Loki, Lord Freya has ordered me to invite August. Get lost. August is our person. Just because Freya wants to see him, does that mean he has to go? She's making quite a show. If she really wants to see August, let her come in person. Otter subconsciously wanted to burst out. After all, he couldn't allow anyone to speak ill of Lady Freya. Finn and Gareth walked forward directly, a spear and a giant axe protecting Loki. However, Otter soon calmed down. After all, this was Loki Familia residence, and Loki was still a goddess. If he attacked her here, it would undoubtedly cause huge trouble for Freya. August, don't worry. We're here today. No one can do anything to you. If needed, we'll go to war. Does she really think I'm afraid of her? Loki said with a carefree expression and directly pulled August behind her. August was very touched. This Familia gave him a warmth of home. The people here were like family. Loki, Lady Freya doesn't mean any harm. She just wants to see August. No harm. What was the meaning of that Alan and Gulliver brothers attacking August? We haven't gone to find her, and she dares to come to our doorstep. That was an accident. Lady Freya has already punished Alan and the others. That's your business. We only know that someone from your Familia attacked my child, and now you're here to invite him. It's too much. Otter, who didn't have much eloquence to begin with, was at a loss for words after being scolded by Loki. August found it amusing. Only Loki dared to speak to Otter like this, ignoring Lady Freya. August, are you okay? Finn asked August at this time. I'm fine. I just came out. You guys rushed out as soon as you heard Otter was looking for me. It's not easy for us. The two smiled at each other. Sometimes, some words didn't need to be said. Among the crowd, Lafia looked at August with a hesitant expression. At first, there was a lot of animosity between her and August, but with the passage of time and the contact with August, she found that August was actually a good person. Moreover, since August appeared, the once expressionless Ace now had a smile on her face every day. After this comparison, she felt that Ace and August being together might not be a bad thing. But, because August deliberately provoked her again and again, their relationship had escalated. Just now, in the 18th floor, when she was held by a boy for the first time, and that person was August, her first reaction was not disgust, but a slightly accelerated heartbeat. Thinking back carefully, she suddenly realized that her concern for Ace had gradually changed. From admiration and longing, it evolved into the current obsession and unwillingness to admit defeat. She wasn't angry because Ace was with other men, she was angry because the man was August. Hey, Lafia, are you here to support me too? Who cares about you? I'm just worried that Lady Ace will be implicated by you. Same as always, leeching off the elves. Who are you calling a leech? Lafia instantly got angry. However, in the eyes of others, it looked more like being touched on a sore spot. Chapter 136, Meeting Freya. Observing the somewhat solemn atmosphere around him, August took a step forward. At this moment, Loki and Otter faced each other, both like two fighting roosters, neither willing to back down. All right, Loki. What's up? Leave it to me. Are you sure? It's just a small matter. Okay then, be careful. Loki looked at August, recalling August's strength, which even defeated Baylor. He wasn't too worried that August would be at a disadvantage. The only thing Loki feared was that this flirtatious guy, August, would be taken away by Freya, the goddess who began by devouring people without leaving bones. So, you're saying Lady Freya wants to see me, right? Yes. All right, then. I'll go with you. As soon as this was said, Otter was immediately stunned. Not only Otter but also Loki and the others were momentarily stunned. They came to support August, to stand by him. With them around, no one could take August away. But who would have thought that August would decide to go on his own? Hey, August, don't mess around. Don't worry, Loki, it's fine. What do you mean, fine? That woman's enchantment ability is terrifying. No human can escape it. But it didn't work on me last time. The fact that it didn't work last time doesn't mean. Loki's voice suddenly stopped abruptly, staring blankly at August. She hadn't expected that Freya had already met August, and August had not been captivated by Freya's charm. This shocked her immensely. This is not something to joke about. I'm not joking with you. Last time, Freya did come to see me, but her charm didn't affect me. How is that possible? Her charm, even gods cannot resist. Maybe my desires are purer than hers. With these words, Loki fell silent. What did he mean? Was he trying to say he's more lascivious than her? Or that he's more skilled in playing around? However, Loki also understood what August meant. With his lust skill, August had immunity to charm. And charm was, in a way, a branch ability of lust. Charm itself was about controlling the desires of others to manipulate the target. Don't worry, Loki. I won't be taken away. After all, my wife is still here. Saying this, August glanced at Ace beside him, and Loki sighed as well. Since August has already made a decision, even though she is her goddess, it's not appropriate to intervene too much. Ace looked at August with a puzzled expression, and August gave her a reassuring look, letting her know not to worry. The two of them might not have a telepathic connection, but there was still a magical connection. As for why he wanted to go find Freya with Otter, the reason was simple: August was coveting the lust emanating from Freya's body. The last intimate contact alone allowed August to absorb a massive amount of lust. If he could absorb all the lust from her body, it would undoubtedly further boost August's strength. Let's go, Otter. August said to Otter, and Otter nodded without any unnecessary words, turning around and leaving. On this side, as August and Otter left, Finn couldn't sit still. Loki, is this really okay? Are you really at ease? If I'm not at ease, what can I do? Tie him up. But that's Goddess Freya. I know. Enough, wait for the news. Loki's mood wasn't great either, but she believed in August because August always created miracles. Ace watched August's disappearing figure and turned around, not going back to the manor but heading to find Tsubaki. On the other side, following behind Otter, the two walked side by side on the streets, crossing one street after another, finally arriving at Babel. On this journey, Otter didn't say a word to August, and August enjoyed the peace. Entering Babel, taking the elevator to the magical stone version of the Orario, the two ascended rapidly, all the way to the top floor. Entering the top floor of Babel, August immediately smelled a strong fragrance. August remembered this scent: it was the fragrance from Freya's body. In this fragrance, there was an effect similar to aphrodisiac. August didn't know if this was Freya's goddess body fragrance or a deliberately concocted scent. Squeak. After pushing open the door in front of him, August saw a huge folding screen. Behind it was a graceful figure lying on an enormous reclining chair. Although only a silhouette could be vaguely seen, it was enough to stimulate the imagination. Otter, you can go down. Yes, Lady Freya. Then Otter turned around and went out, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Under August's perception of the observation hockey, Otar did leave, directly leaving the top floor of Babel. August didn't hide anything and walked directly over, stepping over the folding screen. Behind it was a not-so-small area, with a massive floor-to-ceiling window right in front, offering a clear view of the panoramic view of Orario below. Standing here, there was a feeling of, when standing on the peak, all mountains seem small. How come you went to look outside as soon as you came? At this moment, Freya's charming voice echoed from behind. August turned around and saw a scene that would move any man. Freya was wearing a white veil, reclining on a huge chair. The thin veil seemed like she wasn't wearing anything at all. We meet again, Lady Freya. Last time, I had Alan invite you. That child acted on his own, and I apologize for that. It's nothing. I haven't suffered any losses. On the contrary, he suffered quite a bit of injury. Because of selfishness and reckless behavior, I've already punished him severely. So, Lady Freya, you wanted to see me so early in the morning. Is there something going on? Of course, there is something. As she spoke, Freya sat up, revealing an abundance of scenery. August didn't avoid anything, he took it all in. Freya noticed this and smiled slightly, even intentionally letting August see more, inspecting more carefully. It seems that Lady Freya is quite hot. You're even sweating. Yeah, I'm quite hot. Saying this, Freya leaned closer, and an extremely rich fragrance rushed towards August. Not only that, but Freya, as goddess of beauty, also used her charm power unreservedly on August. In an instant, August's gaze became slightly dazed. However, the next second, the lust within August's body swiftly absorbed the power of lust, and August's eyes instantly cleared up. Chapter 137, Goddess Freya. At the very top of Babel, a scene unfolded depicting the most primitive aspects of humanity. 2 hours later, after all the dust had settled, Goddess Freya, while being the goddess of beauty, was also the goddess of desire. From the moment of her birth, she was destined to be entangled with desire, forever craving and seeking it. For millions of years, gods, heroes, kings, generals, warriors, and more, no man had ever satisfied her. They could only bring her momentary pleasure. After pleasure, however, came greater emptiness. That's why she would only taste a child once. But today, she finally experienced the satisfaction she had longed for in history. The reason was simple. As the goddess of desire, she was naturally entangled with desire. Therefore, no matter how hard she searched, she could never find a man who could satisfy her. Because desire is endless, and the more one indulges in it, the deeper it becomes. However, August happened to be the master of the original sin of lust. The desire entwined around Freya was an immeasurable nourishment for August. After devouring a portion of desire's burden, Freya, relieved of pressure, naturally felt satisfied. However, it was temporary. As the goddess of desire, she would fall back into the same pattern shortly. This was her fate, something that could never be changed. You're the first man who has truly satisfied me. Lying there, emitting a charm that captivated, Freya gazed at the men in front of her and spoke slowly. Well, I feel honored. August smiled lightly, feeling the surge of magic power in his body that had increased several dozen times. His mood was exceptionally pleasant. Having rolled in the sheets with Freya, his magic power had increased so much. And this was still the case with a considerable amount of lust yet to be fully digested. At this point, August's strength had reached the peak of level 6. After digesting all the remaining lust, he might stabilize at level 7. And this was just a portion of the lust from Freya. Yes, the lust power on Freya was just too vast. Even August couldn't absorb it all at once. After all, August's stomach had its limits. If exceeded, it would burst. What a heartless man. Once you put on your clothes, you act like you don't know me. Don't say such things. There's no emotion between us. It's just a mutual exchange of interests and a little connection of desire. You want to lighten the burden, and I want what you have on you. That's all. If you're willing, I can give you everything, whether it's my Familia, everything I possess, or even myself. Everything can be yours. Freya stared at August and said slowly, stating words that were enough to overturn the entire Orario. While other Familius gods might not have the qualifications to say such things, it was different for her. All members of her Familia were her devoted subjects. In Freya Familia, Freya's voice was the only one that mattered, something impossible for any other Familia. Not interested, Freya. I have no feelings for you. Not now, not in the future. Between us, there is only a purely transactional relationship, plus a little desire connection. August was not afraid to provoke Freya. After sleep with Freya for love once, he also discovered Freya's true colors. This woman was entangled with desire. Only he, as the original sin's lord, could help her. He held absolute control. After all, everything fears the first time. It was precisely because of experiencing the light that one could not tolerate the darkness. After this time, Freya would absolutely be unable to refuse him because the feeling of being devoured by desire would make her wish for death. Freya gazed at August, and her expression slowly began to change. However, in the end, it returned to calm because the one in control was not her. By the way, Freya, I need you to do something for me. You just rejected me, said such things, and now you want me to help you. You truly are a heartless man. Ignoring Freya's words, as there were no emotions to begin with, August naturally wouldn't give her respect. I remember your relationship with Ishtar is not good, right? Ishtar? Why do you ask about her? Naturally, I have my reasons. Indeed, my relationship with her is not good. We both have the same divinity and divine responsibilities. But while I am at the pinnacle, she is relegated to the sewers, naturally harboring intense resentment towards me. She said so, but Freya's face slowly became a mix of smiles and contempt for Ishtar. She had never regarded Ishtar highly, just a woman who couldn't understand her own position. Although they both held the divine responsibilities of beauty goddess, the authority she possessed far surpassed Ishtar's. In Ishtar Familia, there is someone I'm interested in. I need to bring her out. Oh. For such a matter, shouldn't you go to Loki? After all, you're part of her Familia. There are some things I don't want my Familia to get involved in. Really makes me jealous. Truly treating differently. I need you to help me because that child, her name is Senjino Haruhim, is a fox woman. Fox woman? Are you trying to do something different? I'm not as promiscuous as you, goddess. That child is useful to me, or rather, her magic is useful to me. Magic. That's right, she's also one of Ishtar's attempts to bring you down from the divine pedestal. Bring me down. With her. Freya's face was full of disdain, not to mention that their combat capabilities were not on the same level. Her subordinates included Otter, who was level 7, Alan at level 6, and the retired Mia. As for level 5, there were even more. Aside from Gulliver brothers, there were many other children under her. On the other hand, Ishtar Familia had only one level 5. The difference in combat power was too great, not even in the same league. Don't you know? Ishtar has asked Hermes to help her bring back a killing stone. A killing stone was a special artifact with extraordinary power. However, it needed to have the soul of a fox person sealed within to be used. On the night of the full moon, it became a sacrifice. After the sacrifice was completed, the killing stone would shatter, and each fragment would possess the abilities of the sacrificed person. Add to August's mention of a fox woman, and Freya instantly understood the whole story. So, the fox woman, highly valued by both Ishtar and you, is indeed extraordinary. Yes, her magic is quite powerful. Freya nodded. It seemed that this fox woman was truly exceptional. Chapter 138, I'll be coming often. After explaining the matter with Haruhim, August bid farewell to Freya. August's attitude towards Freya was clear. Having some fun was okay, but don't talk about emotions. August didn't have that kind of spiritual purity. Although he had a lust problem, he wasn't looking to settle down with Freya. It was just about craving her body and lust. August wouldn't reject a relationship with Freya for his own benefit, but he wouldn't take it to heart either. Moreover, only after truly being with Freya did August experience the true beauty of a woman. This goddess's experience could be said to be unmatched by few women. So, being with her was an ultimate enjoyment for any man. Of course, this was like going for a big rod, very enjoyable, but just an occasional trip. If it really came down to making a choice between Freya and his own woman, then Freya would undoubtedly be the one abandoned. It was just for fun, to satisfy his cravings, but it would never become the main course. Bang. After coming out, August saw two people. One was Otter, standing there with indifference. Even if someone told him that his beloved goddess slept with another man, he wouldn't mind at all. He was undoubtedly the top-tier simp. The other was Alan, who had been beaten by August before. Now, looking at August, he wished he could bite August to death. The goddess he admired and loved was now with his enemy. For him, this was a double injury. Add to that the punishment he received from Freya earlier, and it was a triple injury. Oh, isn't this Alan? Your injuries have healed quite well. Not bad. You bastard. What's wrong? Want to fight me? Sure, but I can't guarantee your life. After all, our statuses are different now. Killing you won't make Freya treat me any differently because of you. Damn thing, don't think that getting the attention of Lady Freya once makes you so arrogant. You only had good luck this once. Alan shouted like this, but his words were more like mocking August than provoking him. Because everyone in the Familia, including Otter, had never received Freya's attention for the second time. No second time. Well, sorry about that. I'll be coming here often from now on, Alan. You. By the way, I heard that Anya, the employee from Hostess of Fertility, is your sister, right? I wonder how she's doing. Dare you do anything to Anya, and I'll kill you for sure. Now, Alan was furious. Although his relationship with Anya was very poor, she was still his sister. He absolutely wouldn't allow this man to harm Anya just to provoke him. Huh? Kill me. Come on, let me see. August stood there, radiating an aura of dominance, and instantly rewarded Alan with his intimidating presence. In that instant, Alan seemed to have returned to that moment when he was utterly crushed without suspense. At this moment, the previously furious Alan, facing August, didn't react with anger but with retreat, fear, and trepidation. Since the moment when August crushed his pride and will, he had already been ruined. His heart was shattered, and unless he could stand after being broken, his whole life would be spent living in the shadow and fear of August. Just like now, in front of August, the once arrogant Alan turned into a dead dog. It seems your vice-captain isn't that great, Otter. Otter looked at Alan indifferently, and seeing Alan's body trembling slightly, he understood that Alan was finished. This made him even more contemptuous of Alan. He had only failed once, and now he looked like this. Back then, he had challenged the Zeus and Hera Familia with only level 3, getting beaten by any ordinary member each time. But he still kept challenging. Failure wasn't terrible, but what was frightening was that, along with failure, his persistence was also shattered. Otter, how about you take over? Let's have a go. Honestly, I'm curious about your strength. No interest. You're Lady Freya's companion now. I won't lay hands on you, otherwise, Lady Freya won't be pleased. How boring, Otter. Patting Otter's shoulder, August left the place. Deeply looking at August's back, a hint of fighting spirit flashed in Otter's eyes. He also longed for a battle with August. Since the conclusion of Zeus and Hera Familia back then, he hadn't had any opponents. For a warrior, it was a kind of torment. Otter, Alan, come in. Just at this moment, Freya's voice came over, and Otter and Alan immediately walked inside, as if receiving an imperial edict. At this moment, Freya, already dressed, still exuded an irresistible charm from head to toe. Compared to before, Freya's face was now rosy, giving off an afterglow. Lady Freya. Otter, get ready. Tonight, investigate whether the Ishtar Familia has a fox woman named Sanjun Haruhim. Yes. Otter nodded. As a most loyal servant, he only executed orders without asking why. Freya's gaze then fell on Alan. For a moment, Alan's back was covered in cold sweat. Alan. Lady Freya. It seems you have grievances against me. Dare not. Everything about Alan belongs to Lady Freya. How could he dare to have grievances? That's impossible. This wasn't a lie but his genuine thought. Not only him, but everyone in the Familia thought the same way. Really? Just now, I seem to have heard you say that I will only favor August this once. When can you make decisions for me? Alan doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Lady Freya. Alan immediately knelt down, his face full of fear and concern. He wasn't worried that Freya would punish him. Instead, he was afraid of leaving a bad impression on Freya and being abandoned by her. For members of the Freya Familia, the most severe punishment was for Lady Freya to abandon them. It was a despair similar to shattered faith. Alan, do you know, August is special. He is an absolute existence for me. He's the first person in this world to give me satisfaction. So, do you understand what I mean? Alan understands. Alan was in great pain. His goddess had completely sided with his enemy. But, for the sake of his Lady Freya, he was willing to let go of his hatred. Chapter 139, The Fox Woman Delivering. That's how it went, days passing by, and August's life returned to normal. Every day, he spent time with Ace and Tsubaki, occasionally checking in on his lil bro, Belle. Every now and then, he enjoyed Freya company. And so, a month passed like this. A new expedition was ready, but unlike before, August would be joining this time. Except for some emergency supplies, August stored everything else in the treasury, significantly reducing the pressure on the expedition team. In addition, the original 2nd Combat Squad and logistics team were integrated, significantly reducing the number of personnel involved. After all, in an expedition, more people doesn't necessarily mean better. In the dungeon, no one knew what could happen at any given moment. Under the night sky, Finn stood on a high platform, assigning tasks to all members participating in the expedition. On the side, Gareth and Riveria also looked serious. This was an experiment. Due to August, Finn reduced the 2nd Combat Squad and integrated it with the logistics team. Since there was no need to worry about logistics, Finn also reduced a significant number of logistics personnel. As for the 1st Combat Squad, it naturally consisted of Finn and the core members. While August had strong abilities, he was still assigned to the logistics team. His position was the core of the team, and a core shouldn't be sent to the front lines. If something really happened, it would be troublesome. Tomorrow is the expedition. Kid, do you have anything to say? Loki looked at August and spoke slowly. For Loki, she couldn't completely understand August because he was just too extraordinary. As a goddess, she naturally could see that August had some relationship with Freya, but August wasn't captivated by Freya. Instead, it seemed like Freya was captivated by him. In the past month, with the intentional goodwill from Freya, the relationship between the two major familia had eased considerably. What's there to say? With my current strength, this is just a small matter. Well, that might be true. Although he officially had a level 4, Loki had long since lost track of August's true strength. A month ago, August already had the strength to individually defeat the floor boss Baylor. Now, after a month, August had definitely become even stronger. It's been a month, and I'm really curious. What did you do to that woman to make her so infatuated with you? Maybe it's the charm of a man. I don't want to hear it. Loki rolled her eyes, showing that she didn't want to talk to August. However, for the entire month, she had more than once felt fortunate that August joined her Familia. If it were another Familia, the current situation might not be so good. Tap tap tap. In a scene similar to a month ago, Raoul hurriedly ran over again. August, Otter is here again. Huh? Otter is here again. Is he alone? No, this time he's with a woman, a fox woman. Hearing this, August's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed out. Loki was also curious, not understanding why August was so excited. So, she followed him. Arriving at the gate, August saw two people. Otter and a woman with golden fox ears, dressed in a kimono. August, this is the person you wanted. Without avoiding others, Otter directly spoke out. Oh, it's been a month. Why did it take so long to find her? No, we found her a month ago. Then why did it take until now? Lady Freya taught her for a month. This sentence made August stunned. Freya taught Haruhim for a month. One was a goddess of desire, and the other was an extremely innocent girl who would faint at the sight of a naked man. Why would Freya teach her? It seemed like she was leading her astray. Hello, August-sama. I am Senjuno Haruhim. I hope to be in your care for the rest of my life. Seeing Haruhim stepping forward, speaking to August with utmost respect, August naturally sensed Haruhim's affection for him. He was puzzled. Hey, we just met for the first time. Why are you entrusting yourself to me for a lifetime? Delivery complete, I'm leaving. After saying this, Otter ignored August and left. On the other hand, August looked at Haruhim in front of him. As a certified otaku, he had no resistance to beast girls. Haruhim, which Familia do you belong to now? August-sama, I used to be a member of the Ishtar Familia. However, a month ago, I was saved by Freya-sama. Now, I am a member of the Freya Familia. August thought to himself, of course. This fox girl belonged to the Freya Familia. Although she was given to him, it felt more like she was a dispatched spy. Why else would Freya teach her for a month? It seemed like she was training her underling. However, August didn't care. In his eyes, no matter what Familia she was from, once she came to him, she became his person. August, you scoundrel. Fooling around outside is one thing, but letting Freya find another woman for you and sending her into the Familia, you've gone too far. Get a grip, Loki. I'll explain this matter to you. Let's go back first. Saying this, he took Haruhim and walked towards the Familia hall. Loki, full of anger, followed behind. Soon, in the Familia hall, people gradually gathered. They were all called by Loki. All right, now that everyone is here, August, give me an explanation. Where did you find this woman? Don't think Isis forgiving you means I'll let you off. At this moment, Loki was like an angry father who discovered that his son-in-law was fooling around. This made her very angry. Finn and Gareth both glanced away slightly. As men, they could understand. As for the Amazons Tiona and Tioni, they weren't too concerned due to the customs of their tribe. Although they used some harsh language, they didn't really care. As for the most concerned ones, that would be Riveria and Lafia. These two were Ace's pseudo-mother and worshipper, respectively. Chapter 140, Magic, Yukai no Kazuchi. Watching the excited Loki, August sighed. Haruhim, use your magic on Finn. Yes, August-sama. Haruhim nodded. Her teachings from Freya-sama were clear, unquestionably obey all orders from August. As the servant representing the goddess Freya to serve August, Haruhim had caught the attention of the Lord. Grow. That power and that vessel. Breadth of wealth and breadth of wishes. Until the bell tolls, bring forth glory and illusion. Grow. Confine divine offerings within this body. This golden light bestowed from above. Into the hammer and into the ground, may it bestow good fortune upon you. Grow. With the chanting, Finn suddenly felt a powerful force rising within him. Yukai no Kazuchi, a magic to increase one's level. The magic could only be cast on one person, had a certain cooldown after activation, and the caster couldn't use it on themselves. Now, this magic was applied to Finn, directly elevating him from level 6 to level 7. So strong, my power. Finn emitted a faint glow, and his strength experienced a substantial increase. This made everyone look at Finn with intense confusion, curiosity slowly filling their eyes. What's going on, Finn? Loki, my power has become much stronger, definitely surpassing level 6. This. In an instant, Loki's expression turned incredibly shocked. Finn's current strength, even with a year and a half of effort, it would be challenging to make any slight improvement. Yet, now he had become stronger due to a single magic. What's happening? Loki's gaze fell on August, clearly waiting for an explanation. This is Haruhim's magic, Yukai no Kazuchi. It can temporarily increase a person's level by 1. However, after use, there's a cooldown, and it can't be used again for a short period. Is this true? Disbelieving eyes turned to Haruhim. This kind of magic was incredibly powerful. With someone like this, they could play a crucial role in battles. For second or third level adventurers, gaining 1 level might not make a significant difference. But for Finn, a top-level adventurer at level 6, leveling up once was a tremendous enhancement. However, Loki's immediate reaction was to think about Otter from Freya Familia. Wouldn't Otter reach level 8 with this magic? Moreover, Haruhim, despite being sent here, still belonged to Freya Familia. After a while, the effects on Finn disappeared, and his strength returned to normal. This increase and decrease made Finn feel a sense of loss and gain. However, it also made everyone in the room look at Haruhim with fiery eyes. Such magic was incredibly powerful. The usually timid Haruhim immediately hid behind August, leaving everyone dumbfounded. She had scared the others unintentionally. What are you all staring at? August naturally protected Haruhim, and he spoke somewhat speechlessly to the people with shining eyes. Behind August, Haruhim also watched August carefully. She considered herself humble, and although she had received help from goddess Freya and escaped the hellish situation of the Ishtar Familia, everything came from this man. Freya didn't deceive her in this matter. Freya brought Haruhim here because of August. For over a month, she had been curious about the men who saved her without ever meeting him before. When she saw him, she was moved because she had never seen such a charming man. Kid, how did you bring her from Freya? If it were me, I guess I wouldn't be able to send away such a talent. She was originally found by me. I asked Freya for help to bring her here. Found by you? Where did you find her? She was sold to the entertainment district by the Ishtar Familia. I didn't go there myself, as it might cause conflicts with the Ishtar Familia. So, I had Freya handle it. Ishtar Familia. Entertainment district. How do you know about that? Have you been there? Get lost. How could I, with Ace here, go to such a place? Even if it were Freya, she's still 1,000 times better than the women in the entertainment district. Loki also smiled brightly, realizing that she had been too hasty. Given August's conditions, finding a woman was not a problem, and in Loki Familia, just a beckoning of the finger would attract a large group. However, one must not underestimate the good taste of women, they were no less lecherous than men. All right, disperse. It's getting late, rest well. Tomorrow, we embark on an expedition. At this point, Finn spoke, dispersing the others in the room. Because Finn spoke, everyone didn't linger and went back to their respective places. August also walked out, with Ace and Haruhim following. Oh, by the way, August, this time's expedition is in cooperation with the Hephaestus Familia. Tomorrow, Tsubaki will also join us. You go and receive her then. Okay, I understand. August nodded, there shouldn't be any problems with Tsubaki, after all, she was one of his own. Finn didn't think too much about it, but looking at the two little tails following behind August, he couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Only Loki, watching this scene, felt a little uncomfortable. Although Haruhim's arrival was a good thing, the focus had shifted away from August. Tonight, she didn't question August about bringing an outsider woman home. But with this situation, she was bypassed, making Loki feel quite annoyed. However, seeing that Ace didn't show any particular rejection, Loki realized that Ace didn't dislike Haruhim. Back in the room, Haruhim and Ace followed. Haruhim, did Freya say anything when she sent you here? Freya-sama said that from now on, I am your maid. I can follow any orders you give, August-sama. It seems she regards you as a servant to be educated. But in my place, there aren't so many rules. No, it is an honor for me to serve you, August-sama. After all, you saved me. I saved you. Freya-sama said you asked her to bring me back. August suddenly understood. Freya had sent a favor his way. But August was quite pleased. He hadn't even met her, and he'd already conquered a girl. What a good thing. Chapter 141, Expedition begins. Early the next morning, August, along with Ace and Haruhim, woke up. However, August didn't sleep with Haruhim last night, not because he didn't want to, but they were about to embark on an expedition the next day, so it wasn't appropriate. Besides, it was all the same to him since she was already within reach. Unlike the original plot, due to August's intervention, there was no interaction between Ace and Corrupted Spirit. Moreover, because August was always glued to him every day, Fels didn't have the chance to contact Ace, let alone issue new commission tasks. August, on the other hand, was getting tired of the dungeon. In this month, he hadn't visited the dungeon many times. He spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun. After all, the current task was achieved, so he had become a bit lazy. August didn't even participate in the plot of the 24th floor in the dungeon. Moreover, since the troublesome corrupt spirit had been taken care of, the other guy was nothing special, just a beast tamer, not making much of a ripple. At dawn, just as darkness was dispelled, the Loki Familia's expeditionary force had already gathered at the dungeon entrance. Unlike before, this time, except for the logistics team, everyone was equipped with some emergency supplies, such as food, tents, spare weapons, etc., all from August. Therefore, all members were lightly armed for this expedition. Of course, besides the Loki Familia members, there were also a few blacksmiths from the Hephaestus Familia, with Tsubaki as their leader. In front of the team, Finn stood on a wooden box and began to speak before marching into the dungeon. Everyone, a new round of expedition begins. This time, we will definitely break through the deepest layers and establish the glory of our Loki Familia. Yes, Captain. Cheers. Understood. For sure. Everyone responded to Finn. As the captain of the Loki Familia, Finn was absolutely qualified, both in leadership and personal charm. This time, due to August's joining, there have been some changes compared to before. The first squad will be led by me and Riveria. The members are Ace, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia. The second squad will be led by Gareth, with August as the core, and others will cooperate. In addition, the blacksmiths from the Hephaestus Familia invited to join us will travel with the second squad. After everyone reaches the 18th floor, we will proceed together into the deeper layers. Orders and arrangements were made in an orderly manner. Everyone was extremely excited. This expedition was not only a chance to include Ace, a level 6 member, but also the addition of the genius August, which would definitely create a new history. Everyone, let's go. With Finn's shout, the entire expedition team began to move towards the dungeon. Finn and Riveria led Ace and others into the dungeon first. Their task was to clear the monsters on the way and create a safe environment for the second squad. In the past, the logistics team responsible for the supplies had to drag a cart along. After all, the round trip took about 10 days or more, during which eating, drinking, and other necessities had to be addressed. Not to mention, food and water in the dungeon were absolutely vital, especially in the deeper layers. We are setting off too, August. Okay. Hearing Gareth's words, August nodded, and the others beside him also nodded. Among these people, the leaders were a man and a woman, Aki and Raoul, both at level 4. They were considered small leaders. August, get me something to drink. At this moment, Tsubaki walked over casually and said to August. What do you want? Sprite, cold. Okay. August skillfully took out a can of Sprite, then activated his treasury, and the Hyorinmaru extended. In the next second, a cold breath spread, and the whole Sprite turned into iced Sprite. Tsubaki naturally took the can of Sprite and opened it to drink. Everyone around watched August and Tsubaki, not for anything else, but because the two seemed too casual, as if they were old friends. How about you? Do you want to drink too? August looked at the others and asked. After all, their eyes seemed to suggest they wanted a sip too. No need. No thanks. Not necessary. Everyone chose to refuse at the first time. Although they belonged to the same familia, they weren't familiar with August, and they were different from August. He was the darling with unlimited potential, while they were far behind. In this way, the expedition team moved into the dungeon mightily. This attracted a lot of attention along the way. As the largest exploration-oriented familia in Orario, the Loki Familia was the record holder for dungeon exploration. Many first-hand pieces of information were published by the Loki Familia, showing the influence of the Loki Familia. Walking at the forefront of the team, feeling the various eyes around, curiosity, envy, admiration, jealousy, etc. All of this now belonged to August, achieved in just 3.5 months. He had truly made remarkable progress from an ordinary person to his current state. Entering the dungeon, there were few monsters along the way, all of which were dealt with by the first squad. Even if there were monsters, they were just newly born, and their numbers were not many. August didn't need to worry about them, everything was taken care of by the people responsible for this aspect in the Familia. August's only task was to collect all the magic stones and drops along the way. When needed, he would provide some assistance, that's all. As the core of the team, August was like a bureaucrat among the team members, not needing to do anything. This also made August a bit emotional. In the past, if he wanted to go deeper, he would have to put in some effort. After all, there were many monsters on the way, and they needed to be dealt with to proceed. Now it was different, he only needed to move forward step by step, and others would take care of everything. Indeed, it felt great. Chapter 142, Black Minotaur. Strolling through the layers of the dungeon, August walked as if taking a leisurely stroll, extremely casual. At this moment, Tsubaki, who was originally in the Hephaestus Familia team, came back. Quite comfortable, huh, judging by your appearance. My role in the expedition is a humanoid warehouse. I don't need to worry about anything other than the warehouse. You're really shamelessly flaunting it. No way, that's just how outstanding I am. Saying this, August tossed her hair, giving Tsubaki a sassy look. However, the two of them had a relationship of sleeping together, so August had long developed immunity to Tsubaki's antics. Seeing this, Gareth on the side was speechless. Just yesterday, chaos almost erupted because of Haruhim's arrival, and today she was having a heated exchange with Tsubaki. It was truly impressive. This also made Gareth feel like he might be getting old. Especially since Tsubaki was a half-dwarf, her body shape didn't resemble that of a dwarf at all. In this way, there were no disturbances on the way. After all, they were only in the upper middle layers, and the weakest members of the team were at level 3. In such layers, nothing significant could happen. There's a smell of blood, and it's very close. At this moment, Aki and the team suddenly spoke up. As a cat girl, her sense of smell was very keen. This is a dungeon, having a smell of blood is quite normal. Raoul didn't care, after all, people and monsters were dying every day in the dungeon, and not just humans, monsters also bled. The others around were also indifferent, not paying much attention to this matter. How? Just at this moment, at the end of the road, a red minotaur, wielding a huge sword, slowly approached. Beside it, a torn-in-half corpse was discarded. And on this road, two figures were thinking about sprinting over. Hey, isn't that your lil bro? Tsubaki said slowly as she saw the approaching figures. Ah. August also nodded. The two people were Belle and Lily. And the monster behind them was the Minotaur, and it was also the sword-wielding Minotaur. Bunny. Big bro. Seeing August in an instant, Belle suddenly had a backbone and quickly ran over. Lily also showed a hopeful look. In her heart, August had long been deified. Bang. At the first moment Belle came over, August directly gave her a beating. This sudden beating made Belle's face full of joy and surprise, all turned into embarrassment, because every time August saw her, he would hit her head. What are you doing, hitting girls' heads, are you still a man? Tsubaki quickly pulled Belle over. She had a good impression of this girl who looked like a little bunny. What did you do again? Where did you provoke Minotaur, and it looks like an enhanced species? I don't know, I just came here, and it appeared. Belle was also very aggrieved. What did it have to do with her encountering a monster? Looking at Belle's aggrieved expression, August felt a bit speechless. Was this the inertia of the plot? Even without the previous plot, would Belle still encounter this Minotaur and become a ox slayer? Tap tap tap. At this moment, the Minotaur, wielding a huge sword, had already walked over. It was covered in various wounds, and its entire body was pitch black. At first glance, it was an enhanced species of the Minotaur. Roar. When it approached, Minotaur roared in anger as soon as it saw August. Then, quickly lifting the huge sword, it charged towards August. This left August utterly confused. Did he do something to provoke this monster? Why this charging at him like this? A black Minotaur that can wield a sword. Haven't seen that before. Whatever, let's take it. Down. The two immediately rushed forward, ready to deal with this Minotaur. Boom. Slap. However, the next moment, these two level 3 guys were directly sent flying. Everyone watching was wide-eyed. Was this Minotaur just a level 2 monster, and it actually insta-killed 2 level 3 adventurers? August squinted his eyes. In the original work, this Minotaur trained by Otter was only level 2. But this Minotaur in front of him was at least level 3, possibly even level 4. Was this creature really a Minotaur? An enhanced species? Kill you. A voice echoed in August's ears. This made August shiver. Subconsciously looking around, he found that the others had no reaction, as if they hadn't heard the voice. However, August could be certain that he did hear the voice just now, and it was very likely coming from the black Minotaur in front of him. Interesting. Out of curiosity, August walked up. Gareth knew August's strength, so he wasn't worried. It was just a Minotaur, even if it was an enhanced species, it shouldn't be a big deal. Bang. Looking at August, the Minotaur directly raised its huge sword and slashed towards August. Immediately, shadows condensed, turning into a blade that blocked the attack. Very powerful strength, almost level 4. Surprising. Even if it's an enhanced Minotaur, it should be level 3. How did a level 4 Minotaur suddenly appear? Roar. Kill you. Again, this voice. August could confirm that this voice was definitely coming from this Minotaur in front of him. This voice was something only he could understand, or did it really speak? Only he could hear it. Boom. The shadow blade turned into shadow claws, directly slapping the Minotaur to the ground. The huge shadow claws almost squeezed the Minotaur, nearly 3 to 4 meters tall, completely in its grasp. Even its giant sword was left hanging on the ground. This scene deeply shocked everyone behind, especially Aki and Raoul. Originally, they thought the reason Auguste received attention and privileges was because of his spatial abilities. Now it seemed that Auguste's strength was incredibly powerful. He effortlessly controlled such a powerful enhanced Minotaur. Kill you. Again, this voice. Auguste narrowed his eyes slightly. The long-buried memories gradually surfaced. In this dungeon, there were some special beings, known as the Xenos, born with intelligence among monsters. These Xenos were born in the dungeon and possessed the intellect of monsters. These creatures had a peculiar characteristic: they were monsters but had the same intelligence as humans. They were unique exceptions. All Xenos, however, were tragic individuals. Because not only would they be hunted by human adventurers, but they would also be hunted by monsters. They were extremely pitiful beings. Chapter 143, I'll go first. Watching the struggling Minotaur in the grasp of the Shadow Claw, Auguste narrowed his eyes slightly. In the original work, there was indeed a powerful black Minotaur, initially trained by Otter to help Belle undergo a transformation. Now, due to Auguste's chaotic influence on the storyline, none of that happened. Auguste couldn't figure out where this black Minotaur came from. Perhaps it was just a product of the storyline's inertia, giving birth to this monster. Roar. Kill you. This Minotaur continued to struggle and roar, but in Auguste's ears, it turned into 2 words. Regardless of what you are, if you want to kill me, you must at least be my equal. Your strength is too weak. So, reincarnate and continue to grow stronger, strong enough to kill me. A calm and indifferent voice echoed, and at that moment, the Minotaur, which had been struggling, suddenly stopped. In this moment, a man and a Minotaur faced each other. Auguste smiled, enough to confirm that this Minotaur possessed intelligence, a Xenos. Although Xenos had intelligence, not all of them could speak. Goodbye, Minotaur. Splat. The shadow blade came rushing, cutting off the Minotaur's head. The black Minotaur turned into ashes, leaving only a magic stone. Looking at the dungeon he was in, Auguste's gaze appeared somewhat solemn. In Orario, there was a saying that the dungeon was alive, and all monsters were the dungeon's children. Auguste didn't know if this was true, but within the dungeon, there was an independent set of rules, including the reincarnation of monsters. After a monster was killed, it would reincarnate and be born again from the dungeon. Repeating endlessly, with no end in sight. What's wrong? Tsubaki, seeing Auguste standing still, couldn't help but walk over. Nothing, just thinking about something. Putting aside all the chaotic elements, the most important thing now was the expedition, everything else didn't matter. Tsubaki didn't ask more because she knew that if it was necessary, Auguste would tell her. It was at this moment that Belle and Lily approached. Thank you, big bro, for saving me again. Humph, it's been a month already, and you don't seem to have gotten much stronger. I'm not you, big bro. I don't have the talent you do. Don't give me that look, making it seem like I did something to you. As he spoke, Auguste continued to ruffle Belle's head, turning her hair into a mess. Lily, on the side, looked at the scene with envy. She admired Belle's luck to have such a big brother. Although he often bullied her, most of the time, he treated her well. Big bro, are you going to the lower levels of the dungeon? No, we're heading to the deep layers, the deepest. The deepest. The 59th floor. F59. We're on an expedition. Expedition. Seeing Belle's clueless look, Auguste felt speechless. Maybe bringing her along as a lil bro not as a lil sis was a mistake. Lady Belle, an expedition is when a Familia explores the depths of the dungeon as a unit. However, the only Familia in all of Orario capable of reaching the 59th floor is the Loki Familia and the Freya Familia. Is that so? That's amazing. Enough, wake up. You two go back, we're still on an expedition. I understand, big bro. Belle nodded, she wasn't the type to make a fuss. With the death of the Minotaur, the expedition team naturally continued. However, as a privileged class, Auguste had some privileges. Everyone continued to move forward, not going too far, leaving time for Auguste to catch up with the main group. Seeing Belle off with a wave, Auguste caught up with the main group. Looking at Auguste's figure, Belle's eyes were full of envy. She also wanted to become strong enough to explore the deeper layers of the dungeon. After half a day, the group finally arrived at the first stop of this expedition, the 18th floor. Here, Finn and others had been waiting for a long time. Upon arrival, Auguste took out the tent and other items stored with him. The logistics team then started working. Soon, a camp appeared on the 18th floor, and dinner was being prepared. The meeting of the two teams signaled that the real expedition would begin early tomorrow morning. It was still afternoon, and since there were people to handle both major and minor matters, August had some free time. He directly came to a pond, undressed, and jumped into the water. Since coming to Orario, this was August's first time swimming. Tomorrow is the expedition. Today, I'm going to have a good time playing. Always playing, every day. All right, Miss Tioni, stop arguing. Your Familia is really interesting. The atmosphere is so good. A woman's voice came over, and August felt speechless. He never expected to encounter such a situation. Soon, several people walked out of the woods: Ace, Lafia, Tioni, Tiona, and Tsubaki. This spot is mine. Find another place. Just as the girls were preparing to undress and enter the water, August's voice rang out. They were startled, looking up, and saw August sitting by the large rock in the pond, with his body soaking in the water. August, what are you doing here? Put some clothes on. Tiona spoke loudly, trying to take the initiative. You figure it out. I was here first. If you want to argue, it's because you all saw me naked. I'm the one at a disadvantage here. You. She wanted to retort, but she couldn't because it was indeed August who arrived first. This spot is taken. If you want to bathe, find another place. Why? This is the biggest pond, and the location here is the best. I was here first. Why are you like this? We're girls, you know. Heh. August disdainfully turned his head away. What if they were girls? Did that mean boys had to give up their space for them? August had a stubborn temperament. If you argued with him, he would give you no respect. Chapter 144, Life Winner. Come here, Ace, give me a massage. Others, sorry, not entertaining. This statement immediately angered Tiona. However, before she could say anything, Ace had already started taking off her clothes, entered the water, and swam towards where August was. Ace, why did you go over there? August asked me to give him a massage. You. This sentence left Tiona speechless. As a boyfriend and girlfriend, taking a bath together candidly was nothing unusual. After all, they had done everything that couples should and should not do. August lay on a large rock, Ace sat on his back, gently giving him a back massage. This scene left the other girls speechless. It seemed too much pampering for August. Tsubaki smiled, took off her clothes, and jumped into the water. Miss Tsubaki, what are you doing? August is still here. I'm here, what's the big deal? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Huh. Tsubaki's words stunned Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia. How come? Did I not mention it before? I am also with this guy. Yes, now Tsubaki had admitted that she was August's woman because August's strength had surpassed hers. This. For a moment, Tiona felt like her brain was not enough. First, there was Ace, and yesterday, Haruhim appeared out of nowhere. Now, Tsubaki also admitted to being August's woman. How many women had this scoundrel provoked? Upon hearing Tsubaki's words, Lafia was startled, then looked at August with a dissatisfied expression. She didn't know why, but she was angry knowing that August had somehow attracted so many women. Can I join in? At this moment, an unexpected voice sounded. August also raised his head and saw Aki standing there with a smile. Aki, when did you come? Weren't you supposed to deal with supplies? That. I left it to Raoul. So, you sneaked out. Don't say that. The cat girl sold a cute smile, indeed very adorable. Do you also have a relationship with this guy? Tsubaki's gaze narrowed slightly, directly focusing on August. No, I don't have any relationship with August. However, I really want to join in. Join in? What for? To let this scoundrel have his way. Seeing Aki, Tsubaki rolled her eyes. August's womanizing was the most irritating aspect to her. I'm not small. No, you are. As Tsubaki said this, she puffed up her breast, dealing a significant blow to all the women present. Aki was at most a C cup, but Tsubaki was solidly D+ or even E. They were not in the same league. Seeing the situation change like this, Tiona couldn't sit still. She directly pulled Aki up, and Tioni, on the other side, cooperatively held her other arm. The two sisters directly carried Aki away. What are you doing? Preventing you from doing something foolish. I didn't do anything foolish. Let go of me. Shut up, you cheating cat. Who's a cheating cat? Tiona and Aki's voices slowly disappeared into the woods. Now, everyone around the pond was left with only August, Ace, Tsubaki, and Lafia. Tsubaki and Ace had a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with August. Lafia had no relationship with him. Suddenly, it became awkward and abrupt. What, do you also want to fall into my embrace? I won't refuse. Go die. I won't fall into your embrace. Useless scumbag. After saying this, Lafia turned around and left in anger. Now, with outsiders gone, only family members remained. You are quite something, attracting one into your embrace and another obviously having a relationship. Fortunes haven't been cast yet. I don't know about Lafia, but regarding Aki, there's the shadow of Finn behind her. After all, I'm crucial to their Familia. That's true. If I were in her shoes, I would also let a bunch of beautiful women bewitch you until you couldn't find north. Impossible. As the master of the sin of lust, how could I be blinded by lust? Heh, the master of the sin of lust. You are indeed remarkable. In Tsubaki's tone, there was a third mockery, a third helplessness, and a third acceptance. Finding a man, she actually found someone who possessed one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. Her fate was indeed torturous, to spend the second half of her life with such a scoundrel. Tsubaki, whether it's you or Ace, you are my beloved. Our destinies have already completely connected. For the rest of our lives, we are meant to be together. I was deceived by your nonsense. That's why I believed in you. Although she said that, in her heart, the place August occupied was irreplaceable. This was also the reason why, even after learning about Ace and August's relationship, she chose to continue being with him. Love is selfish and irreplaceable. She wanted to monopolize August, but she couldn't do it. So, for the sake of this feeling, she was willing to compromise. Not just Tsubaki, Ace felt the same way. Okay, let's not talk about this. How is the recent equipment forging going? Why, are you thinking about my inventory again? How could I? I'm just curious about so much mithril. That's all. The results are decent. There are about 100 level 1 armed grade equipment. As for some defective products and leftovers, I sold them all, making a small profit. Last time, during mining, August gave all the mithril to Tsubaki. Tsubaki did not disappoint August. With so much mithril, she forged nearly 100 first-tier equipment. Each first-tier equipment was worth millions, even tens of millions of Valis. That was a considerable sum of money. Don't look at me. I'll give it to you when we go back. But let me tell you, there isn't a single equipment without bad attributes. Ah. Why? Why do you ask? Isn't it because your Familia gave us the task to forge a whole set of equipment with no bad attributes for you? Where is the time to forge for you? August suddenly remembered the task given by their Familia. They had to forge a complete set of equipment with no bad attributes for them. Chapter 145, reaching the 50th floor. 2 days later, on the 50th floor, similar to the 18th floor, it was also considered a safe floor. It took more than 2 days to reach the 50th floor from the 18th floor. Expeditions were different from regular adventures. Expeditions involved Familia members grouping together, and as there were both strong and weak members, the progress was relatively slow. In the dungeon, unexpected situations could happen at any time. Abnormal conditions, monster feasts, monster anomalies, strengthened monsters, and even floor bosses. These uncertain special circumstances could slow down the expedition's progress. And this time, the reason for the slower pace of the expedition was the monster feasts. In just 2 days, the expedition encountered 3 monster feasts. It was unbelievable for Finn and the others. When did monster feasts become so common? However, only August, Ace, and Tsubaki knew that these monster feasts occurred because of August. August himself was like a bad luck charm in the dungeon. Encountering monster feasts and strengthened monsters had become so frequent that it was as common as changing the appearance probabilities. These past 2 days have been exhausting. 3 monster feasts, and it's the first time we've encountered so many in one go. In the evening, everyone sat around the campfire, and Tiona couldn't help but complain. No one could have anticipated that monster feasts are random. Perhaps our luck is just bad. Finn also felt a bit helpless. 3 monster feasts had not only slowed down their progress but also increased the consumption of recovery potions. After all, their goal was the 59th floor. Beyond the 50th floor, things would become extremely dangerous, and accidents could happen anytime. August moved back a bit on the side. Monster feasts had nothing to do with him. Soon, the logistics personnel responsible for food brought the meals. Mostly, they consisted of simple cooked rice and meat soup. The expedition carried food that could be stored for a long time, so it was straightforward, and everyone understood it. Therefore, no one complained. What's this smell? It's so fragrant. While everyone was eating together, a tempting aroma wafted over. Everyone's first reaction was to look at August because he often brought out various strange and delicious foods, as well as various desserts and drinks. Sure enough, August's spot was empty, and not only August but also Ace and Tsubaki were missing. Wow, these three have no conscience. They actually went to have their own little feast. The incredibly talented healer, Lafia, said, licking the corners of her mouth if only she could wipe off the saliva. Finn was also somewhat helpless. In special circumstances, everyone could understand, but sneaking around to eat good food and letting others smell it was not enjoyable. Smelling the unknown meat fragrance and looking at the meat soup and rice in their hands, Finn suddenly felt less appetizing. Let's go and check. With everyone looking at them like that, Finn nodded and stood up. This made everyone laugh, and they all put down their meals. The group followed the source of the fragrance, ready to move. On the other side, August and Tsubaki were enjoying a lamb skewers, while Ace was savoring a seafood soup. On the table were cans of Coke, Sprite, milk tea, beer, wine. Was this still a dungeon? It was no different from going to a restaurant. Indeed, in a place like this, eating meat heartily is so satisfying. Tsubaki finished a can of Coke in one gulp, extremely pleased. I lack everything except food, and all of it is gourmet. Every time he drew gacha, August would gain a batch of various foods and drinks. Moreover, they were all top-notch, ranging from 100 portions to 500 portions, even 1,000 portions. In terms of eating and drinking, August was quite confident. After all, as long as he didn't open a banquet, he could eat by himself, and he wouldn't run out for a short period. Although he was unwilling, drawing gacha wasn't a guaranteed success every time. As long as there was no success, August would continuously receive supplies. So, in terms of eating and drinking, August was not lacking. Great, lamb skewers, roasted suckling pig, and this delicious soup, you guys are really selfish. Suddenly, Tiona's voice came over, making the three of them pause for a moment before turning to look. August, upon seeing this, realized that everyone had come. Moreover, looking at the roasted suckling pig on the table and the lamb skewers in August and Tsubaki's hand, their eyes were glowing blue. Cough cough August, you also know what everyone's meals are like, and you. Finn began to say this, but he also felt embarrassed to say it directly. It's just a small token. If you want to eat, everyone has a share. Tomorrow we'll be advancing to the 51st floor. Let's all enjoy a good meal and gather strength. As he spoke, he took out various delicacies, lamb skewers, roast suckling pig, braised chicken, pizza, steak, and so on. August was generous with drinks as well, including white wine, red wine, and various other beverages. It's so delicious. Delicious, it's really delicious. Never had anything so tasty. Wow, what soup is this? It's amazing. Roasted suckling pig, so delicious. At once, a gourmet feast unfolded here. Of course, August didn't mind at all. Anyway, he had plenty, so there was no harm in sharing a bit. He wasn't lacking in this aspect. Soon, everyone was full and satisfied. This meal made everyone owe August a favor, although it was not significant, it was a real favor. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Finn and the others called all the members of the first combat team, including Tsubaki. Well, it's time to give these to you. I specially crafted a complete set of equipment with the indestructible attribute. I named this series Rollin. At Tsubaki's gesture, August took out a large package of equipment stored with him. Short swords, giant axes, boots, double-edged swords, long spears, and all the equipment needed by everyone, all were indestructible attributes. The last expedition ended because they encountered corrosive bugs that led to the need to end the expedition. That expedition had suffered considerable losses. No trouble at all, Tsubaki. With these weapons, we won't be afraid of being melted again. No problem. After all, you've all paid for them. When these words came out, Finn felt a bit distressed. Why? If he had known about August's relationship with Tsubaki earlier, he might have saved a lot of money. Free was impossible, but at least they could have had a discount. This set of equipment was almost worth millions for each piece. Due to the previous losses, all the family's funds were invested in this expedition. If it failed, the Loki Familia would face the crisis of bankruptcy. Chapter 146, entering the 51st floor. A night of silence, and early the next morning, everyone was fully prepared. After a night of good food and rest, everyone was in high spirits early in the morning. However, everyone also understood that from now on, only the members of the first combat team would proceed to the deeper levels. Starting from the 51st floor, both the strength and quantity of monsters became terrifying. Especially when reaching the 55th and 56th floors, they would face interfloor attacks. The dragon on the 58th floor, a subspecies called Valgang that only existed in Oreo's deepest layer, possessed a terrifying power that could pierce through multiple floors with a single blow. Separated by several floors, these monsters could still sense human presence and launch interfloor attacks. The members proceeding to the deepest level are me, Riveria, Gareth, Ace, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, Lafia, and August, along with the support from Raoul. No one objected to the people at the front, but August's name at the end raised some doubts. After all, August had joined the Familia for a very short time, around 3.5 months, even though he had achieved an unprecedented record by reaching level 4. Going to the deepest level still made them uneasy. However, this was Finn's decision as the captain, so at this special time, no one said anything. "Oh, Tsubaki, you will also join this operation. Please, along with Raoul, serve as support." "No problem." Tsubaki agreed, but essentially, Finn's decision was a bit excessive. Although Tsubaki participated in this expedition, she did so as a blacksmith. Moreover, she wasn't a member of the Loki Familia, so, theoretically, she shouldn't be involved in frontline actions. The reason for agreeing was that she also wanted to see the scenery of the deepest level and because of August's affiliation with the Loki Familia. "August, will rely on you for support. If anything unexpected happens, you are the last resort. Leave it to me." August nodded. The reason Finn arranged this was because of August's blink magic, which could provide life-saving instant teleportation in critical situations. "By the way, take these things with you for now. I'm afraid there won't be time later." With a wave of his hand, August summoned magical swords around them and bottles of healing potions and universal potions. August couldn't constantly keep an eye on everyone, so it was better for each person to have necessary items, especially universal potions, which could be life-saving. Finn also nodded, and each person took a bottle of universal potion. As for the magical swords, except for Bet, who took 5, as his magic needed recharging, the rest were given to Raoul and Tsubaki. As a support, Raoul carried a huge backpack, and as a level 4, he had considerable strength. Soon, all the members exploring the deeper levels of the 50th floor of the dungeon gathered at the entrance to the 51st floor. Everyone was fully prepared, ready for anything. "Well then, everyone, let's go." With Finn's command, everyone moved. Unlike all the previous floors, starting from the 51st floor, it was not realistic to stay in one place. Monsters would not allow them to rest. Therefore, they had to quickly traverse from the 51st to the 57th floor and arrive at the 58th floor. With the fastest speed, they needed to eliminate all the monsters on the 58th floor and then gain some time to rest and reorganize before finally entering the 59th floor. Finn, leading everyone, entered the 51st floor. Different from others, August looked around curiously. The 51st floor's deepest area was something August experienced for the first time. At the forefront, Tiona and Bet took the lead, responsible for clearing the monsters directly ahead. In the middle were Finn, Ace, and Tioni. They needed to conserve energy, especially Finn and Ace. Unless encountering monsters that required their intervention, even the remaining monsters from the front were dealt with by Tioni. In this team, Ace was the absolute attacking core, and Finn was the overall core. "Die, you scum." Bet rushed at the forefront, showing the full extent of his proficient kicking skills. Even the monsters on the 51st floor could not withstand a few rounds against him. Ora. Say goodbye to all of you." Tiona also wielded a pair of double-edged swords. Due to time constraints, Tsubaki didn't have time to forge her a weapon like a large cutting weapon, so she directly forged a double-edged sword. The two of them were like unmatched warriors on the battlefield. Wherever they went, all monsters were eliminated. For them, if they let any monsters pass in front, it would be their own negligence and shame, so they absolutely wouldn't allow such a thing to happen, especially Bet, who was more concerned. Amazing. Lafia, who was in the support unit at the back, watched the two people in front in amazement. These were monsters from the deepest level, yet they were easily defeated. With the Berserk Wolfmen and the Frenzied Amazons, having these two unmatched warriors in the front meant less pressure for the people at the back. Roar. However, nothing is absolute. A huge bat monster suddenly fell from the ceiling. "Be careful." Lafia had just shouted, but Tioni had already moved. She leaped directly, and with one hand, she crushed the bat monster's head, tearing it into pieces. The crisis was resolved this time. Lafia looked at Tioni in shock. "Lafia, don't look around. You're a mage, your task is to protect the comrades in front, especially in case of unexpected situations. You are the last line of defense." "Yes, Lady Riveria." Hearing Riveria's words, Lafia's expression became extremely serious. Although she was young, the back that was taught by Riveria's own hands couldn't be simple. Navigating through the corridors of the 51st floor, August was somewhat surprised. Unlike all the previous floors, the 51st floor seemed more like a maze. Corridors were everywhere, and it was easy to get lost. Fortunately, Bet and Tiona were frequent visitors here and knew the exits. "Bet, there's a big one on the upper right." Hearing August's reminder, Bet didn't hesitate at all. He directly leaped toward the place August pointed out. In the corner of the ceiling, a giant spider monster hung upside down. Bet immediately rushed over and kicked the spider with a powerful blow. This was the teamwork of the Loki Familia. Absolute trust in their comrades. Chapter 147, 147, 58th floor. In this way, a special team, formed in the form of a small squad, swiftly traversed the deepest levels of the dungeon. In these maze-like levels, with crossroads, nail paths, winding roads, and curved passages, August experienced various types of places. Layer after layer, the number and strength of monsters increased. Eventually, in this maze, when the monsters were at their most terrifying, they formed a wave-like tide, indicating the enormous number. At this moment, it was time for the mages in the team to shine. In front of Reveria, no matter how many monsters were piled up, one spell was enough to clear them all. Damn, it's really inconvenient. August, give me my Urga. Tiona said, throwing her double-edged sword directly. No problem, watch your head. The thrown double-edged sword disappeared, and then a weapon with dual opening sharp blades fell. Haha, this is more like it. With her familiar weapon in hand, Tiona immediately excitedly rushed into the group of monsters. Her large twin blade swept across all the monsters, killing all the monsters in its path. This was a top-class weapon worth 100,020,000 Valis, crafted from various rare metals. Although it was uncertain whether it could corrode low-grade materials, it was undoubtedly easy to deal with these monsters. At this point, relying solely on Bet and Tiona was already insufficient. Tioni and Ace also joined the battle, coming to both sides, dealing with all the monsters around. In this way, the group traversed the 51st, 52nd, 53rd, and 54th floors, reaching the 55th floor. Here, all the surrounding monsters were at level 5, and being attacked carelessly would be painful. Suddenly, at this moment, August sensed something was wrong. Wait, an attack is coming. Everyone, be on guard. Finn shouted loudly at this moment, and in an instant, everyone was observing their surroundings, especially their feet because the attack came from below. Tioni, 3 meters in front of you. Hearing August's warning, Tioni immediately deviated from her original path and moved toward the inner side. Boom. The next second, an extremely hot flame vortex rose from below the floor. The powerful flames pierced through the entire floor. After the flames disappeared, looking down the hole, there was a barren land below, with dragon-type monsters roaming, and right in front of the hole, there was another Vangang dragon with blood-red eyes. The dragon breath that pierces through the floors is really interesting. August's blood boiled. He actually felt a trace of danger from the flames just now. This attack might not be able to kill August, but it could definitely cause him harm. Everyone, accelerate and be cautious. August, you can sense it, you're responsible for noticing the attacks. No problem. August was in the rear, and he could see everyone in front of him. Ka. Suddenly at this moment, there was a familiar feeling again. August smiled immediately, directly blinking and appearing on the floor where the attack was imminent. Then, he took out his Zanpakuto. At the same time, the intense flame dragon breath instantly incinerated the ground, rising into the sky. Full counter. August's figure echoed immediately, and in the next second, the originally raging dragon breath instantly changed its direction. At a faster and more agile speed, it directly headed toward the 58th floor. Rumble. With a roar, the Valgang dragon directly killed by the counterattacking flame dragon breath. Well done, August. Resolute in defeating a Valgang dragon, although it didn't provide substantial help, it boosted morale. Everyone continued to accelerate, quickly traversing the 55th floor. They then reached the 56th and 57th floors, and the group passed safely under August's protection. Finally, they reached the entrance of the 58th floor. The moment they arrived here, August immediately turned into a shadow and rushed in. Damn, he actually ran ahead. This is an expedition, leaving your position without authorization is very dangerous. You guy, don't be impulsive. Under everyone's shouting, August entered the 58th floor. Looking at the red barren land in front of him, August's expression became somewhat excited. On the ground were red dragons, Valgang dragons, and wyverns in the sky. Without exception, all these monsters were level 5, and due to being dragon type, their strength far surpassed ordinary level 5 monsters. Dungeon, 58th floor, Dragon's Vase. This was the hell at the deepest part of the dungeon. In this place, danger could no longer describe it. Ladding. Swoosh. In the golden ripples, silver-white chains traversed through space, appearing in this world. Each dragon-type monster was bound. The binding power of the ladding, in the Strike the Blood world, even the 4th true primogenitor couldn't break free without using true primogenitor-level magic. Let me cool this place down. Sit upon the frozen heavens, Haruhim. Numerous ice crystals began to release, and a large number of dragon-type monsters were directly killed after being attacked. Roar. An angry roar came from a red dragon, followed by the release of scorching dragon breath towards August. Haruhim. Accompanied by the tip of the blade sweeping through, everything it touched was frozen, and even from the tip of the blade, an ice dragon directly surged out. Swoosh. The collision between the ice dragon and the dragon breath caused a violent reaction. At this moment, Finn and the others had arrived. Seeing the scene of August holding Haruhim and surrounded by ice crystals, they were all shocked. In the surroundings, Vangang dragons, red dragons, and wyverns all approached. Because intruders had arrived, they had to kill all the invaders. Not good, Riveria. Finn immediately looked at Riveria. With so many dragon types attacking together, even a level 6 wouldn't be able to hold on. The precursor of the end, snowy white snow. In the face of twilight, raise the fierce wind. Riveria began to chant, and at this moment, the surrounding dragon-type monsters began to gather dragon breath. August, quickly retreat. Riveria is about to deploy a barrier. Finn shouted at August. At the moment, only Riveria's defensive barrier was the safest. However, it seemed like August didn't hear at all, he still stood there. August, quickly retreat. Finn saw August not moving and continued to shout. Bankai. Chapter 148, 148, Bankai, Daiguren Haruhim. Bankai, Daiguren Haruhim. Rumble. In an instant, an extremely cold aura instantly enveloped the entire 58th floor. The originally scorching floor's temperature suddenly dropped, and even faintly, a layer of ice crystals began to appear on the edges of the rock walls. As the instigator, August, underwent a tremendous transformation. Both his hands and legs turned into icy dragon claws, and a pair of icy wings spread behind him. Above the wings floated 3 scarlet lotuses, totaling 12 lotus petals. This was August's incomplete Haruhim's Bankai. These 3 lotuses served as evidence of its incompleteness, signifying a countdown to the full maturity of the Bankai. Once the time was up, the Bankai would be released, returning August to his normal state. This was August's first attempt at Haruhim's Bankai, and it felt great, a sensation entirely different from demonization. This unexpected scene shocked Finn and the others behind, especially Riveria. As a mage, she keenly sensed the subtle changes in the surroundings. When August transformed into this posture, the temperature around him rapidly decreased. Not only that, all the magical elements on the entire floor converged towards August. Even she, at this moment, would face a significant reduction in the power of her magic if she attempted to cast spells. After all, when mages use magic, in addition to the consumption of their own magical power, they also attract the free magical elements in the atmosphere to enhance the power of their spells. Swoosh. At this moment, a breeze came out of nowhere, causing everyone to feel a bit cold. What is this? Snowflakes. Lafia suddenly felt a chill on her forehead. Looking up, she saw blood-red flowers falling around her. Hey, is this a joke? Finn also found it hard to believe. Was this the true extent of August's power? Just the leakage of cold air changed the entire floor. Roar. However, the changes here did not stop the distant dragon-type monsters. Red dragons, Valgang dragons, wyverns, and some other sub-dragon species all launched attacks towards August. Dragon breath and flames erupted instantly. Full counter. August wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. He lifted Haruhim and, with a swift motion, activated full counter. In an instant, all dragon breaths and flames were reversed. During the full counter, these energies fused together and, conquered twice over, transformed into an incredibly terrifying surge of scorching dragon breath. Rumble. The deafening roar echoed, leaving Finn and others behind utterly dumbfounded. This was indeed incredible. In the supposed hell of the dragon's vase, with so many dragon-type monsters, August managed to wipe them all out in one move. Roar. Suddenly, the ground violently shook. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, an immensely large red dragon king emerged from the ground. The red dragon king was not the floor boss but an enhanced version of the red dragon. Roar. Upon appearing, flames spewed towards August, forming a corridor of intense heat. Haruhim. Ice spread across Haruhim's blade, directly defending against the flames and shattering them. August's icy wings unfolded, and he leaped into the air, yet even then, he was only level with the red dragon king's head, emphasizing the colossal size of this creature. Ice prison. August's cold voice resounded. In the next moment, magical power rapidly condensed beside the red dragon king, transforming into frigid air, and ultimately shaping 6 massive ice pillars. All ice pillars started rotating swiftly, and an intense cold spread. In an instant, a colossal supersized ice column enveloped the red dragon king. Crash. The ice column shattered, and the red dragon king turned into ice shards, falling to the ground. With this, the entire 58th floor was cleared. August descended, returning to his normal state after releasing his Bankai. Undeniably, the power of Haruhim was formidable, truly living up to its reputation as the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto. August, what you've done? Finn walked over, looking at the dragon's vase that had drastically cooled down, unsure of what to say. They had expected a fierce battle, but August had resolved everything directly. Hey, Finn, everything's settled. You. Was this a good thing? Certainly, it was. After all, their goal was the deeper 59th floor, the last documented floor. Saving energy before a major battle was undoubtedly a good thing. But, clearing all the monsters alone would make them appear incompetent. Looking at the empty 58th floor, everyone fell into silence. Especially Bet, though they were comrades, he felt frustrated. He had planned to show off his strength before August, but unexpectedly, everything was already finished before he even began. Wow. This is good materials. This is the red dragon's skin, Valgang dragon's teeth, wyvern's claws. August, come over here quickly and collect these, they're all mine. All right. Summoned by his girlfriend, August naturally ran over. This left Finn even more at a loss for words. Drops and loot were not even an issue with August around. Raoul, go help them clean up the battlefield quickly. We'll rest for a bit and then move on to the next floor. Yes. With a massive supporter backpack, Raoul ran over. He was Finn's #1 subordinate. Others found a place to sit and rest, drink some water, and recover. Charging from the 51st floor to the 58th floor had taken a toll. On the other side, August, Tsubaki, and Raoul were busy collecting the spoils. Looking at the numerous rare drops of dragon materials, Tsubaki almost laughed crazily. For a blacksmith, this was heaven. For a moment, everyone fell into the same silent phase. Suddenly, at this moment, the entire floor experienced violent shaking. Everyone was on high alert. After all, this was the deepest floor of the dungeon, and no one knew what might happen here. Chapter 149, Sudden Attack. What's happening? Tsubaki looked around in confusion as the ground violently shook. It felt like something was about to emerge, giving an ominous premonition. Under August's observation haki, he sensed a large number of auras. If things went as expected, trouble was on the way. Crack. Following that, the ground split open, and a swarm of insect-like monsters crawled out, sending shivers down everyone's spines. They're finally here. Finn said slowly. Throughout their journey, they hadn't encountered any new types of monsters, and it felt off to him. Unexpectedly, they had all gathered on the 58th floor, and the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Just now, due to August and the others not having a chance to fight, they were holding back their frustration. Now, with these insects emerging, they instantly became the targets of everyone's venting. Finn, with a long spear, Gareth, wielding a giant axe, Ace with the desperate sword, Tioni with a short knife, and Bet, sporting new boots, all rushed out. Tiona also wanted to join the fight, but looking at her urga in her hands, she hesitated. These insects could corrode equipment, and her first urga had been destroyed by them. She couldn't afford a repeat of that loss for Yugra she had spent 120 million creating. August, give me the greatsword, and take care of my urga. Okay. August proficiently stowed the urga and then exchanged the greatsword, now imbued with indestructible properties, back to her. With the greatsword in hand, Tiona charged into the swarm of insects like an unbridled wild horse. Hey, aren't you going? Tsubaki looked at August, who hadn't moved, and asked. I'm in charge of logistics, not a combatant. As soon as he said that, both Tsubaki and Raoul looked at August with disdain. Not a combatant. Who do you think killed those dragon monsters just now? Don't look at me like that. I've already snatched so many monsters. If I join the fight now, believe it or not, they'll kill me. Well, that's true. Watching those few who charged into the swarm like they were possessed, Tsubaki nodded. August looked into the distance. At the moment, neither Riveria and Lafia had taken any action. Normally, when warriors like Finn rushed in, it was the time for the mages to start chanting. However, this time, they didn't act. The reason was straightforward, it was the same as August's. As a combat team, if they couldn't get a piece of the action, let alone the soup, they wouldn't even get the broth. That could lead to trouble, especially with these guys who already had some pent-up frustration. While Finn and the others fought the insects, August, accompanied by Tsubaki and Raoul, casually strolled forward. All the surrounding insects were torn apart by August's shadow blades, but he didn't actively provoke or kill the monsters, only clearing the ones obstructing his way. I say, August, aren't you too leisurely? Watching August at this moment, Riveria couldn't help but speak up. The difference between him and Finn's group, who were currently in a bloody battle, was too significant. I'm giving them a chance. If I take action, I'll directly clear the area. If you say so, I can make these insects disappear in a few moves. Forget it, let him vent first. Really gentle, truly our mother of the Familia. Who's the mother? Reveria instinctively retorted, but it didn't carry much persuasion. Although Loki introduced this concept, it had become the consensus of the entire Familia, especially among the members who had received help from Reveria. After about 15 minutes, the surrounding insects were mostly cleared. However, they continued to crawl out from underground, and it was uncertain how long it would take to resolve them all. Enough. Reveria spoke slowly. Everyone was showing signs of fatigue, so it was time to end this. Then Reveria raised the staff in her hand, ready to release magic to clear the area. Leave it to me, Reveria. Huh. Reveria was momentarily stunned but then saw that August had already taken action. Everyone, withdraw. I'm going to clear the area. August's voice echoed through the entire 58th floor. Those who were still fighting quickly slaughtered the monsters in front of them and began to retreat. Without their onslaught, the number of insects around rapidly increased. Perish. Dark energy behind August transformed into wings, lifting him into the air. From August's palms, thick mist began to emanate. After emerging, it rapidly spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. Wherever the mist reached, the magic stones on the ground instantly disintegrated, devoured by the mist. The insects suffered the same fate, all being devoured within the mist. Unlike ordinary monsters, these insects were specially created to collect magic power. Thus, the magic power contained in their magic stones was far higher than usual. Moreover, the sheer quantity of insects gathered here indicated that they were already in a full state, ready to supply magic power to their master. Reveria watched as the mist spread around her, subconsciously wanting to activate her barrier. But the next second, the mist bypassed her and the others, creating a vacuum area around them, appearing exceptionally strange. This left Reveria deeply shocked. This extensive magical attack, and August could control it so precisely. Reveria didn't know that this mist was not a magic but a manifestation of the power of inner world, capable of consuming and plundering everything to strengthen itself. The reason it avoided her and others was simply August's will. As the lord of the inner world, if he didn't wish harm upon them, the mist naturally wouldn't hurt them. What a frightening magic. It even disintegrated the magic stones. Tiona, looking at the surroundings with no magic stones left, couldn't help but exclaim. However, her words awakened Finn. August, stop it. You've destroyed so many magic stones, how much Valis have we lost? Chapter 150, 150, 59th floor. Although Finn shouted, there were very few insects left by now. Looking at the completely cleaned surroundings, Finn felt like crying without tears. You should know that this expedition emptied all the money of the Loki Familia. Counting on the returns from this expedition, but now, all the magic stones in this place were gone. Finn, even though the magic stones are gone, the dropped items from before are still here. August couldn't help but speak as he looked at Finn, who was quite stricken. If these magic stones were genuinely destroyed, August wouldn't feel guilty, but the problem was that these magic stones were all devoured. In other words, they were privately consumed by him. Yes, there are dropped items too. Finn also remembered what happened when August, Tsubaki, and Raoul collected the dropped items just now. This made him feel a bit relieved. Compared to magic stones, the dropped items from these dragon-type monsters were the real treasures, all of them drops from level 5 monsters, dragon-types nonetheless, and each one was worth a fortune. However, when Finn looked at August, there was still a bit of resentment in his eyes. In his eyes, August was already equivalent to a squanderer. Indeed, magic was powerful, it could instantly clear so many insects. But why did you have to clear out all the magic stones? Without magic stones, what was the point of killing monsters? After a brief rest, everyone had mostly recovered, and they were ready to continue forward. Standing at the entrance of the 59th floor, Finn furrowed his brow slightly. What's wrong? Reveria walked over, looking at Finn and asking. According to the records left by the Zeus Familia and Hera Familia, the 59th floor is a frozen layer. The ground is frozen, and it's an extremely cold area covered in ice crystals. But now, why do I feel nothing at all? What do you mean? If the next floor is really an extremely cold area, then even if the 58th floor is unaffected, there should still be some impact at the entrance. But now, I don't feel anything at all. Are you saying that the records of the Zeus and Hera Familia don't match? I don't know, but I always have a bad feeling about it. Several people around also walked over. After hearing Finn's words, they all fell into contemplation. Alright, if you want to know the answer, just go and see for yourself. After saying that, August walked towards the inside first, with Ace and Tsubaki naturally following. Seeing this, everyone else hurriedly followed suit. This is the Fire Spirit Guard cloth, purchased at a high price. Everyone put it on, just in case. At Finn's signal, Raoul took out pieces of Fire Spirit Guard cloth from his bag. These were expensive fire-resistant protective gear. No one knew what they would face next, so everyone put them on. A few minutes later, walking through the passage leading to the 59th floor, although the temperature around had dropped somewhat, the humidity had greatly increased. Throughout the entire passage, it felt like a steam sauna. Not only was it hot, but it was also sticky. Plus, with the fire spirit guard cloth on their bodies, each of them was sweating profusely. I can't take it anymore, it's so stifling here, and wearing this is too hot. Tiona was the first to take off the fire spirit guard cloth. Seeing this, Finn didn't say anything, and the others also took off the fire spirit guard cloth in pairs. Finally, after some time, a bit of light appeared in the pitch-black passage. It's the exit. Great, finally out. We've finally arrived. Next is the floor that even the legends of the past haven't conquered. Finn's tone was slightly excited, and not only him, but everyone felt the same. Because as long as they conquer this floor, the Loki Familia would create a new history, ascending to a new legend. However, amidst the joy, everyone remained vigilant. After all, they were all seasoned adventurers, each tightly gripping their weapons. If anything felt off, they would immediately launch an attack. Soon, after traversing the last stretch, the field of view suddenly became vast. What came into view was a densely packed forest of vegetation. Various plants grew before them, forming a large area resembling a tropical rainforest. Most of the surrounding plants were also temperate zone plants, along with various vines and thorns, clearly showing signs of rare human presence. Wow, the climate here is similar to our old home. Tioni of the Amazon Familia looked around and said slowly, especially the surrounding plants, which were clearly from a temperate zone. Tiona, standing beside her, also nodded. The temperature here was indeed similar to where they came from. Over there. At this moment, in the midst of the team, Ace suddenly felt uncomfortable, then looked towards the depths of the tropical rainforest. Seeing this, August quickly supported Ace. August could guess, this was definitely another resonance from bloodlines, similar to the situation with the bead fetus encountered on the 18th floor. Worth mentioning was that the bead fetus obtained on the 18th floor had been completely swallowed by the little world not long ago. August didn't know why, but as soon as he entered the little world, it was directly devoured. The smell of rotting corpses. Bet suddenly sniffed, slightly serious. What's wrong, Bet? In this place, there's a stench of rotting corpses, it's nauseating. Finn, this place is not simple. Ah, I also have this feeling, and my thumb has started to sting. Feeling something bad was about to happen, Finn's right thumb would ache. This was a special talent belonging to Finn, not a skill. However, many times, this ability had saved his life. Walking in the tropical rainforest, everyone remained extremely vigilant. If anything unexpected happened, they would attack immediately. Only August, this oddball, walked as if nothing was happening. However, everyone didn't know that at this moment, August had already enveloped the entire 59th floor with observation hockey. In the deepest part, there was a filthy and chaotic aura, very conspicuous. Finn, the smell is getting stronger. It seems we found their lair. Bet said slowly, and Finn nodded solemnly. Others also looked around. After passing through the jungle, they reached a clearing. On the clearing, a terrifying and nauseating scene unfolded. Piles of monster corpses were stacked like mountains. There were various kinds of monsters, each one terrifying during its lifetime. But now, they had all turned into corpses, accumulating here. Because the magic stones were not extracted, these monsters didn't disappear. However, their corpses were now piled up, rotting and stinking. What made Finn and the others fearful wasn't these corpses, but rather the figure in front of them. Chapter 151, Demi-Spirit. What is this exactly? Lafia, seeing the monster in front of her, covered her mouth in disbelief. Because in front of everyone, besides these corpses, there were also numerous insects and man-eating flower monsters. Not only that, behind all of this, there was an enormous and incomprehensible monster. It had a plant-like lower body, but the upper body was constantly consuming. Moreover, the surrounding insects, as if worshipping, faced this humanoid flower monster. One by one, the insects approached, had magic stones pulled out directly, and were then devoured by it. Finn immediately understood. These new monsters that suddenly appeared were probably created by this humanoid flower monster to help her collect magical energy. And August also stared at the impure spirit elf in front. In this place, there was an aura of impure magic filling the air. The former spirit had fallen to such an extent, it was truly pitiful and lamentable. Because of August's influence, the plot had already deviated, and many things were not in line with the original work, and most people were unaware of the information. As Ace looked at the corrupted spirit in front, for some reason, she had a feeling of pain and misery. Are all these its food? Gareth looked around at the mountain of corpses and said slowly. So many corpses were truly shocking. Suddenly, the corrupted spirit stopped moving, and its feeding behavior came to a halt. In an instant, its gaze fell on the people, precisely on Ace in the crowd. Ah. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, and the entire 59th floor underwent a drastic transformation. The once clear sky changed in an instant, and the entire floor became dim. The corrupted spirit also began a tremendous change. Its original body continuously separated from the wreckage, and then the upper half of a woman appeared in front of everyone. Spirit. Ace subconsciously uttered these words. Huh? Is this the legendary spirit? Is it for real? Are you kidding me? All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. Spirit were a mythic race in Arario, long disappeared and gone. How could they appear in the dungeons, and moreover, turned into monsters? Ayaoaya. The deafening sound made everyone feel painful. Even covering their ears was of no use. August observed the scene, squinting his eyes. It wasn't merely a roar, it was a form of spiritual contamination, using his mental power to oppress and infect others' minds. Boom. His conqueror's haki erupted, and a powerful mental pressure followed suit. In the blink of an eye, the entire 59th floor turned into a battlefield. The corrupted spirit's dark purple spiritual contamination and August's pitch-black conqueror's haki directly divided the 59th floor in half, creating a delicate balance. Good, so powerful. Everyone looked at August in shock, he was truly formidable. After a moment, August and the corrupt spirit both stopped. This also brought August into the sight of the corrupt spirit. August, this creature gives me the same feeling as the one with the bead on the 18th floor. I know. You know. Yes, but I didn't tell you to avoid causing you too much worry. Why? Because dash. Before August could explain, the corrupt spirit in the distance suddenly spoke. Aria. 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 This name made Ace feel trance-like. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth also had their pupils shrink. This name was Ace's mother's name, and very few people in the world knew it. Ace instantly understood why August had not told her everything. Aria, join us, become one with us, let me devour you. The corrupt spirit was incredibly eager for Ace's spirit bloodline. In an instant, all the surrounding insects and man-eating flowers moved towards them, especially the man-eating flowers whose vines attacked from all directions. August disdainfully smiled at the sight. Shadows transformed into blades, instantly shredding everything within a 10-meter radius. August. Ace lifted her head, staring at August firmly. I will take care of her, I promise. Okay. Ace nodded without saying more. It was the promise August made. Tsubaki, watch over Ace. She's not in a good condition right now. I'll go deal with that thing. Leave it to me. Saying that, Tsubaki supported Ace. As for the others, at this moment, no one spoke, they all silently watched August. Swish. August lifted his head, and the next moment, a black mark appeared on his forehead. August entered the demonization. August, filled with darkness, once again shocked Finn and the others who had witnessed him controlling ice just a while ago. Little did they dream that August had other powers. At the same time, at an altar in Arario, a black-robed sage held a crystal ball displaying the scene of Loki Familia on the 59th floor. As expected, it's really him. Do you know, Arenas? Yes, during the ancient era when the gods had not descended to the mortal realm, a race favored by the gods was sent to save humanity. Spirits, a race called a part god. Is this also a spirit, or a monster that gained the power of a spirit? I'm afraid it was meant to expel monsters but was ultimately consumed by them. Although it retains a hint of consciousness, it has become a creature that only knows devouring. It's truly ironic. The spirit that once saved humanity has turned into a monster that brings destruction to humans. Arenas did not respond but closed his eyes. He also felt sadness for such a situation. Appearing in the dungeon meant she was there to protect humans, so she entered the dungeon. Clearly, it was to guard humanity, but in the end, it led to this state, which was truly tragic. However, it's truly unbelievable. Even if it's said to be devoured, turning into a creature that only knows devouring and slaughter, yet retaining consciousness, it's quite formidable. Indeed, it's worthy of being called a part god. This is not her true body, only a clone. A clone. Yes, her true body is still in the deeper parts of the dungeon. A while ago, monsters appeared during the monster feast, on the 18th floor, and the 24th floor. Also, that strange bead. Bears is now dead, and all leads are cut off. If I'm not mistaken, she wants to return to the surface. Return to the surface. Yes, the last obsession before death, returning home. Chapter 152 versus Demi-Spirit. From all directions, countless insects and man-eating flower monsters emerged. The entire expedition team suddenly found themselves surrounded, but fortunately, they were not weak. They easily blocked the onslaught of these insects and man-eating flowers. Ace is my beloved. I'm not very pleased with the idea of you devouring her. As August spoke, he took a step forward. Numerous insects and man-eating flowers around him tried to attack, but without exception, they were all killed by the blades of shadows. In his demonization, August's strength peaked at level 7, while the corrupted spirit in front of him was only a clone with a level 6 strength. Even though it was infinitely close to level 7, it still fell short. It was just a clone created for self-preservation in the deeper parts of the dungeon. Despite consuming a large number of magic stones, its power remained limited. According to August's estimation, the true body of the corrupted spirit might be at least level 8, or even level 9. Finn, there are too many of them. Hold on with all your might. We mustn't let these insects pass and give August an opportunity. Let these bastards all die. On this side, everyone fought fiercely, creating an imperfect battlefield for August. Although some monsters managed to get past them, most were intercepted. The flame will soon be released. Creeping war, unavoidable destruction. The horn of battle sounds aloud, the cruelty of conflict will envelop all. Come, crimson flames, the ruthless inferno. You are the avatar of hellfire. Sweep completely, bring a close to the great war. Burn them through, sword of Surtur, my name is Alf. Ray Levitine. With Reveria's chanting ending, flames surged, instantly clearing the surrounding monsters. This was the power of the 9 hell. However, even though a large area was instantly cleared, more monsters surged forward. These insects seemed endless, as if they couldn't be killed, with waves after waves being slaughtered. Arise, flames. And just as everyone took a breath, a voice echoed from afar. Everyone was extremely shocked as they looked over, for the monster they were condemning was actually casting magic, and an extremely long incantation at that. Chanting. Monsters can use magic. Hey, is this for real? Is this the spirit? Even in such a corrupt state, she is still a favored child of the gods. Unbelievable. Without exception, everyone found it hard to believe, especially Ace. The corrupted being before her could still use magic. August smiled at the sight, patiently waiting for the corrupted spirit to finish chanting. Finn and the others, having witnessed August's capabilities, quickly understood his intention. He planned to use the monster's power to attack her. Rage, rage, rage. Vortex of fire. The crimson wall. Hellfire's roar. May the ardor of the gale plunge the world into grief and misery. The sky shall burn. The earth shall ignite. The seas shall boil. The fonts shall churn. The mountains shall erupt. All life shall turn to ash. May the lives of the Great Ones serve as atonement for the coming choler and grief. Your envoy beseeches you, Salamander. Incarnate of fire. Queen of flame. Firestorm. A crimson magic circle appeared around the corrupted spirit. This was true ancient magic. Most magic nowadays was granted through fauna, not created by humans or elves themselves. In that ancient era, to cast magic, one needed to create a magic circle. Using the magic circle as a medium, various elemental powers could be controlled. After the chanting ended, a torrent of flames rushed towards August. Wherever it went, all monsters were incinerated. The ground was also torn, and even the edges were severely carbonized due to the intense heat. Full counter. As the flame storm approached, August swung his Zanpakuto. Magic power began to reverse. The next moment, the flames turned around, directly targeting the corrupted spirit. Boom. The corrupted spirit quickly used her petals to protect herself. When the flames arrived, most of her upper body was burned. Ah. The corrupted spirit let out a miserable cry, audible throughout the entire floor. At that moment, the insects that had previously been attacking Finn and the others suddenly changed direction, heading towards the corrupted spirit. On this side, all the insects around the corrupted spirit turned into white magical power with a bang. The 2 flower buds on the corrupted spirit opened, absorbing all the magical power. Then, the burned and damaged body visibly recovered at an eye-catching speed. After just a few breaths, the corrupted spirit had fully recovered. What a unique constitution. Not only can it grow stronger by devouring magic stones, but it can also restore injuries and magical power by absorbing magic. Truly fascinating. However, upon seeing the corpses of other monsters, August speculated that this ability might only be effective against these specific insects. These insects were created with the purpose of collecting magical power. The corrupted spirit rapidly grew stronger by devouring these special magic stones. Afterward, upon reaching the surface, it would summon her true body, located in the deepest part of the dungeon. Thus, the jewel fetus, these new types of monsters, and the bizarre individuals were all born as part of this series of events. Everything was for one purpose, the corrupted spirit's desire to return to the surface. Moan, mighty earth dash. After the recovery, the corrupted spirit began the second round of chanting. It wasn't that she hadn't learned her lesson, but she had no other means of attack besides this. With the chanting, more insects around were decomposed into magical power for her absorption. Everyone, don't let these monsters pass, block them. Finn took the lead and charged forward. The insects that were initially attacking them became obstacles in their way. On the other side, August, utilizing his wings, flew into the air, preparing for an attack. Magic was something you only needed to experience once. Moreover, this round of magic was a large-scale, all-encompassing spell. August couldn't guarantee he could counter all the attacks at once. Therefore, to avoid complications, he aimed to interrupt her before the chanting ended. Chapter 153, Subjugating the Demi-Spirit. Rise, rise, rise. Husk of the earth. Sheen of iron. Hammer of the cosmos. May Genesis's pact upheave rock and stone. The sky shall burn. The earth shall split. The bridge shall rise. Heaven and earth shall become one. May the axes of the ether rain down and bring about calamity's ruin. Getsuga Tenshu. The pitch-black crescent blade soared through the air. This time, the corrupted spirit didn't protect herself but summoned a large number of man-eating flowers to stand in front of her. The Getsuga Tenshu directly killed a large number of man-eating flowers. However, due to the accumulation of numbers, it prematurely detonated the Getsuga Tenshu. Your envoy beseeches you, gnome. Incarnate of the land. Queen of the earth. The chanting continued and was nearing its end. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. The corrupted spirit's chanting was almost complete, but August's voice intervened. The next moment, a giant black cube engulfed the massive corrupted spirit. This scene left Reveria in disbelief because the magic gave her a powerful feeling. These black barriers were the condensed form of magic, and she wondered how much magical power it consumed. Swish swish swish. Ah. The sound of cutting through flesh, the wailing of the corrupted spirit, echoed throughout the 59th floor. When the black coffin dispersed, the corrupted spirit, covered in various wounds, appeared in front of everyone. Not only had she suffered severe injuries, but her chanting had also been interrupted. Rumble. At this moment, the ground once again tore open, and a large number of insects crawled out. Want to protect her? Unfortunately, it's a bit too late. August didn't bother with idle talk. He released a dense fog from his hands, covering both the corrupted spirit and the surrounding area. Then Finn witnessed a surprisingly astonishing scene. All the insects were quickly devoured by the dense mist. But the subsequent wave of insects followed suit. Although these insects were numerous and highly corrosive, in the face of the mist, they seemed to have encountered their nemesis. As long as the mist existed, these insects had no chance of winning. The more that crawled out, the more that died. At this point, August took out his second Zanpakuto, wielding both blades with armament hockey covering them, turning them into black swords. Blink. In an instant, August appeared directly above the corrupted spirit. Die. Power of darkness. Power of shadows. Hockey. All three forces were combined on his two Zanpakuto. Though it wasn't a complete solution, it was more than enough at this moment. Splurt. With the left hand holding a blade, the first strike directly severed the corrupted spirit's head. Getsuga Tenshu. The second strike from the right hand, descending from above, the black crescent blade cut the corrupted spirit in half. Rumble rumble. The earth trembled, and for a moment, all the insects stopped moving, then collapsed and turned into a pile of magic stones. Is it over? Did August subjugate that monster? Everyone looked towards the battlefield. When the swirling dust settled, August, wielding dual blades, appeared in front of everyone. The 59th floor of the dungeon was officially conquered at this moment, and the monster leader was subjugated by August. A new epic was written at this moment. The names of everyone present would be recorded in the Hall of Fame, like a history book, leaving a significant mark in history. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, creating a new legend, reach dungeon 59th floor and defeat the demi-spirit. Completion reward, advanced gacha draw *5. With 5 advanced draws in hand, a smile appeared on August's face. Not only did he complete the mission, but devouring so many magic stones and insects with abundant magical power finally allowed the inner world inside August to experience its first growth. Originally, it had only about 100 cubic meters of space, but it suddenly expanded to nearly 10 times that, reaching a radius of 1,000 cubic meters. Moreover, August believed that after this return, he could definitely upgrade to level 5. Although August spent only a short time in the dungeon over the past month, it didn't mean his growth had halted. This expedition undoubtedly provided him with the ability to break the 999 limit once again. Besides, accomplishments were something August didn't lack. Not to mention other things, the dragon monsters on the 58th floor, the enhanced Red Dragon King, plus this corrupted spirit, did August lack feats. He had already lost count, not to mention going too far. At least until level 7, August wouldn't have any feat problems. At this moment, Finn and the others also ran over. Congratulations, you've created your own legend. It's nothing. Don't act like that. This time, August became the target of everyone's subjugation. Regardless of gender, except for Riveria, Gareth, and Finn, the other members all rushed over and surrounded August. Watching this scene, Finn and the others exchanged glances and all smiled. At the same time, in the guild's underground altar, through the crystal ball, Arenas and Sage Fells also witnessed everything. It's unbelievable. He actually subjugated the corrupted spirit. Fells originally thought that under the law of causality, it would be the Sword Princess Ace who would end all of this, but he didn't expect it to be August. Fells, this child has the potential of an hero. The potential of an hero? Yes, even without the Falna from gods, he can grow into a powerful existence through his own efforts. An hero, huh? Compared to the others in Orario, Fells had some special expectations for heroes. Fells once brought his mystery to the extreme. Legend has it that he was the only sage who created the Philosopher's Stone. Although the Philosopher's Stone was shattered by his former god, the dissatisfied Fells didn't give up. Instead, he developed another kind of immortality secret art. However, the side effects were quite terrifying. Although he obtained immortality, he turned into an undead skeleton, becoming a monster. As an ancient being from 800 years ago, heroes were no longer legends but rather the expectations he longed for. A long time ago, Fells believed that the monsters that had been rampant for 1,000 years were finally over when Zeus and Hera's Familias hunted down the 3 major boss-level monsters. But the fact proved that to subjugate monsters of this level, the appearance of a hero was necessary. Completing the impossible miracle with a weak body, that was the essence of a hero. Therefore, he hoped for the appearance of a hero. Now, the last monster from 3 Great Quests still existed in this world. Although it had not appeared so far, he believed that one day, the one-eyed black dragon would return. Chapter 154, 154, 8 Advanced Draws. 2 days later, the expedition team of the Loki Familia finally returned to Orario. With the return of the expedition team, the news of the Loki Familia's conquest of the 59th floor of the dungeon spread throughout Orario, setting a new record. Moreover, this news would spread rapidly across the world in the coming months. Orario was the center of this world, and it was no joke. Every day, merchants from all over the world came here, and when they left to return to their hometowns, the legends of this place would accompany them. After returning, August, whose value was akin to a moving warehouse, faced the appraisal for his performance. All the magic stones and drops obtained on the way were brought out by August in one go. After the guild's calculations, the total value of the magic stones was 1.1 billion, and the proceeds from selling various monster drops amounted to nearly 1.5 billion. Some special drops, like those from all dragon monsters, were not sold. Even if they were to be sold, it would have to be through an auction. Each of these items was worth tens of millions, and selling them directly would mean taking a big loss. Nevertheless, even with this, the overall income of the Loki Familia reached a staggering 2.6 billion valis. This number shocked Finn. The incident where August destroyed a large number of magic stones in the dragon's vase was instantly forgotten. Compared to the past, the earnings this time more than doubled. Going to the dungeon in the past required carrying a large amount of goods and supplies, which not only slowed down the progress but also resulted in the loss of many magic stones and materials along the way to save space. Now, none of these was a problem because August's treasury ensured that not a single resource went to waste. Delighted, the distribution of funds for all expedition members also doubled. August alone received over 100 million. Even so, nearly 1 billion valis entered the Familia's treasury. The Loki Familia, which had almost depleted its resources, suddenly became wealthy again. As for August, he became the golden boy of the entire Familia. This news was not limited to the Loki Familia, it spread throughout Orario. Countless Familia members came to invite August, as exploration-based Familia were not exclusive to the Loki Familia. The prices offered were astonishing, some directly offering several million valis, others offering 1/5 or even 1/3 of all profits. However, without exception, August rejected all of them. Since he wasn't short of money and had a wife who was a skilled blacksmith, he could easily become the richest person in Orario if he wanted. Given this situation, August avoided the constant stream of visitors by taking Ace and running to Manor. He left all the troubles to Finn, the Familia captain. Although Finn was tearful, he had no choice. After all, who told him that August was the golden boy? This situation continued for nearly a week until it gradually subsided. Then, around 10 days later, on the 37th floor of the dungeon, in Eudias's main room, August and Otter were present. August stood on one side, and Otter, covered in wounds, leaned on his great sword, half kneeling on the ground, with wounds all over his body and panting heavily. As for the originally flat ground, it looked like it had suffered a destructive blow, full of pits and gullies everywhere. "You won," Otter said slowly, his heart feeling desolate. He had actually lost to this man. In less than 4 months, the other party surpassed years of Otter's efforts. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, Orario's strongest adventurer, defeat the current strongest adventurer, Otter. Completion reward, Advanced Gacha Draw *3. The final system mission was finally completed, and August smiled with satisfaction. Augustus Divus Presentum. Level 7. Fauna, Level 5. Race, Demon. Talent, Original Sin, Lust, Power of Darkness. Magic, Shadow. Skill, Blink, 8000 Sword Styles, Armament Haki, Getsuga Tenchu, Demonization, Full Counter, Kuro Hitsuji. Equipment, Tears of the Goddess, Elucidator, Wabi-Zuke, Muramaze, Hyarinmaru, Ladding. Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon. Rare Item, Inner World, Evil Pieces. Items, World Travel Ticket. Gacha Draws, Advanced Gacha Draw *8. August's strength had now reached level 7, and his fauna status had reached level 5. Overall, his strength could now be compared to an level 8 adventurer. This level 7 strength was obtained a few days ago when he visited Freya again and advanced with the help of a massive amount of lust. August didn't expect that the gap between level 6 and level 7 would be so vast, he was just a little short. While August was happy, Otter had already stood up, sheathed his large sword behind him again, and silently headed deeper into the dungeon. Hey, where are you going? Training, getting stronger. August suddenly had some doubts if he had stimulated Otter too much. But he didn't think too much about it. After all, he and Otter had no relationship, and the challenge was just to complete the mission. Because August had already planned to use the ticket for a world travel. After all, the time in this world would freeze. This world was still quite deep. There were so many gods existing, and there was also this living dungeon, plus the corrupted spirit at the deepest part of the dungeon and the one-eyed black dragon on this continent. All of this was troublesome. In this world, August was still too weak. So, August wanted to do a world travel and go to the next world to seek new opportunities. Of course, all of this was a story for later. For now, the most important thing was to draw gacha. August directly opened the gacha draw interface, and the familiar roulette appeared, starting to spin. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining item, large magic potion *500. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining item, large health potion *500. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining item, identity card. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining equipment, Murakumajiri. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining equipment, Enma. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining skill, Great Spiraling Ring. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Wild Scroll *10. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining item, Speed Scroll *10. Looking at his gacha draw results this time, August was slightly stunned. This outcome might not be considered great, but it wasn't bad either. At least there were consumables. Chapter 155, Upgrading Again. Large Health Potion, significantly restores health and heals injuries. Large Magic Potion, significantly restores magic and temporarily increases magic recovery speed. Identity Card, special system item, used in conjunction with the World Travel Ticket. After world travel, an identity will be automatically obtained. Murakumajiri, one of 12 Seijo o Wazamano, a Naginata-type weapon. Enma, one of the 21 Great Grade Swords, a demonic blade. Great Spiraling Ring, Super S-Rank Ninjutsu, creates high-density black chakra balls with tremendous power. Wild Scroll, amplifies own and nearby allies' attack power by 25%, effective for those below level 5, lasts for 10 minutes. Speed Scroll, amplifies own and nearby allies' speed by 25%, effective for those below level 5, lasts for 10 minutes. This time, although all the gacha were drawn, the quality, except for the identity card, didn't satisfy August. The large health potion and large magic potion were not very significant. As for Murakumajiri and Enma, they could be used to fill his treasury, as August already had Hyarinmaru, that alone is enough for now. The Great Spiraling Ring was a good skill, adding a powerful ability to August's arsenal. As for the Wild Scroll and Speed Scroll, they were truly useless. August planned to give them away later, as he had no use for them. Even without restrictions, the scrolls only amplified those below level 5, and August was already in level 7, rendering them useless. Only the identity card satisfied August because he was already planning to world travel. The world travel ticket and identity card, when used together, would grant an identity after travel. This might seem insignificant, but its significance was profound. In any world, an identity was of utmost importance. In Orario, it wasn't a big deal, as it was a chaotic city with no strict identity system. One could easily get away with any random reason. However, in some modern societies or worlds with strict systems, lacking an identity meant being an illegal resident. It would lead to a series of troubles. With the gacha draw completed and August's goal achieved, he took out a scroll. It was the town portal scroll he had drawn earlier, and the place August bound to was none other than his room in the Familia. Directly injecting magic into the scroll opened. A mysterious magic circle slowly appeared, and the next moment, a white light enveloped August, making him disappear without a trace from the dungeon. In the Loki Familia, in August's room, a sudden flash of white light appeared, and from that light, August emerged. So, this is spatial teleportation. It's truly amazing. Having the Gate of Babylon and Blink skill, August was no stranger to the power of space. However, this scroll was completely different. It instantly traversed 37th floors of the dungeon back to the Familia. It was truly impressive. Having made up his mind, August decided to properly keep the remaining 9 scrolls. They might come in handy. Stepping out of the room, he went straight to Loki. These days, Loki had been annoyed by many gods who came to borrow August. Yes, borrow. They wanted to borrow August for a day, and they were willing to pay Valis or even promise some special services. However, all of them, without exception, were rejected by Loki. August was their treasure, how could they lend him to others? They were a group of lustful women, not as extravagant as Freya, but not too far off. They just lacked Freya's indulgence. In Arario, whether gods or goddesses, they were extremely casual in terms of relationships between men and women. As long as they liked a child, they could be intimate with them. For gods who had relationships with their own children, it was everywhere. After all, each god had been in existence for who knew how many years. Human ethics and morals couldn't restrain them, and they couldn't understand them either. Moreover, with the existence of Zeus, the relationships between male and female gods in the entire divine realm were chaotic. Why were there only 3 virgin goddesses in the entire heavenly realm? It was because other goddesses were not virgins. For gods, as long as they were interested, whether it was the opposite sex or the same sex, it was acceptable. In this world, Apollo, the god of light in mythology, was a god who enjoyed both men and women. His favorite was his Familia captain. Loki, it's great that you're here. Help me update my status. Huh? Update status. Didn't we just update when the expedition ended? Why, do you think you can level up again in just 10 days? More or less. What nonsense. Do you know that you've only been in Arario for 4 months, and now you're already at level 5? How come, just 10 days after leveling up, you think you're doing well again? Just give it a try. See if there's any harm. Cut it out. Give it a try. Loki, with a hint of irritation, pierced her finger with her own sharp fingernail, leaving a blood stain on August's back. Then, the appearance of the grace made her dumbfounded. Why? Because all of August's attribute values skyrocketed from 0 to 1500, directly shocking Loki. Hey, what did you do? How did your attribute values increase so much? It had only been 10 days since the last upgrade. How could the attribute values be full again? Not only that, even the development abilities were sufficient. It's nothing. I just had a fight with Otter in the dungeon. Luckily, I won. What did you say? You won against Otter. What's wrong? It's just Otter. You. He was Arario's strongest adventurer. An old-school adventurer who had survived since the era of Zeus and Hera, the only level 7, and you won against him. Alright, help me level up. Fine, I'll help you level up. Loki no longer wanted to speak because she was afraid of being choked by August. Which development ability do you want? Resistance. Speed. Etc. What about this, luck? Luck, definitely luck. As gacha addict, luck was more important than anything else. There was no need for discussion. Alright, I'll help you with that. Augustus Divus Praesentum. Level 5, Level 6. Strength, SSS 1500, I0. Endurance, SSS 1500, I0. Dexterity, SSS 1500, I0. Agility, SSS 1500, I0. Magic, SSS 1500, I0. Skill, Gate of Babylon, King's Treasure, Hockey, Lust, Demonization, Full Counter. Magic, Blink, Getsuga Tenshu, Shadow, Kuro Hitsuji, Great Spiraling Ring. Development abilities, Mystery, Magic, Hunter, Luck. As soon as Loki finished upgrading, she found that August seemed to have gained another magic, but she was used to it, this was just a small monster. Chapter 156, V2/156, World Travel. In the underworld, within a palace adorned with magnificent decorations, there was an exceedingly luxurious bed. On this bed lay a man exuding a seductive aura. Squeak. At this moment, the door was pushed open, and a maid, dressed in a maid outfit with golden hair covering one eye, possessing an enviable figure, walked in. "Lord August, it's time to wake up. Lord Lucifer will be here soon." On the large bed, August remained unmoved, still engaged in a rendezvous with Dream. "My lord, it's time to get up." The maid continued to call, awaiting the awakening of the one she served. In a daze, August opened his eyes and sat up. "My lord, you've finally awakened. Please freshen up quickly, Lord Lucifer will be here shortly." "Lucifer? Who's that?" "My lord, did you fall asleep again?" "Lord Lucifer, the Satan." "Satan Lucifer." August's consciousness slowly recovered, and as he looked around, he was completely puzzled. Where was he? Before he could ponder further, a surge of information surfaced. After leveling up to level 6 and having dinner with Ace and Tsubaki, August traveled alone. After a moment of faint consciousness, he found himself here. After using the identity card, he gained a status upon crossing over to this world. August, the sole inheritor of the demon clan, possessing the world's only demon clan bloodline. Due to generations of friendship with the devil race in the underworld, he was now an honored guest in the underworld. Yes, this was the identity arranged by the identity card, a noble, a super elite noble at that. According to the information provided by the identity card, August's status in the underworld was just below the 4 Satan, alongside the 72 pillar. The only difference was that August's entire clan consisted of only him. Apart from that, there was this palace and the maids and servants here. Besides, this entire area belonged to August's private territory. To be honest, crossing over and becoming a noble with territory was like reaching the pinnacle of life in an instant. "My lord, time is running out, you should get up." It was the maid beside him who spoke again, and August looked at her, feeling a sense of familiarity. In his memory, this maid was the eldest daughter who had served as a maid to the demon clan chief for generations. She officially took on the role of August's maid yesterday. Her name was Hildegard. The name sounded familiar to August, but he couldn't recall it immediately. August got up, and Hildegard naturally walked over to help him get dressed. This was a maid's daily duty. After all, the purpose of a maid's existence was to serve the master. It was August's first time experiencing such treatment. Having a beautiful maid help him dress, to be honest, felt quite enjoyable. Although Hildegard had just started serving August officially yesterday, she had been trained and educated as a maid for the demon clan chief from the moment of her birth. Now, Hildegard was undoubtedly a perfect maid. Not only that, even though she was a maid, she was also a devil, possessing remarkable strength. While dressing, August noticed Hildegard covering her left eye. He was momentarily stunned, and then memories that had been sealed rushed back. Hildegard, wasn't she the maid from the old anime Beelzebub, also known as Hilda? However, according to his memory, this world had devils, gods, angels, fallen angels, and various gods from around the world, including Hindu and Greek pantheon. In the underworld where August resided, the devils had a holy war with the angels and the fallen angels years ago. In the end, all the old Satan died in battle, and the devil race split into the old Satan faction and the new Satan faction, eventually evolving into an internal conflict within the devil race. The current devil race in the underworld was led by the new Satan. The demon clan was one of the major families in the devil race. Satan Lucifer, who would soon arrive here, was named Surzex Gremory. Although Gremory changed his surname to Lucifer after inheriting the position of Satan, he was indeed the eldest son of the Gremory Familia. And the name Surzex Gremory was quite familiar to August. In the anime, High School DxD, Surzex is the heroine's brother, but why does this world now have Hilda, who is clearly from the anime Beelzebub? This left August utterly confused, but since things had already come to this point, he could only continue watching. Soon, with Hilda's service, August thoroughly enjoyed a luxurious life. From waking up, Hilda helped August dress, squeezed toothpaste for him, prepared warm water and face wash, and handed over a towel after washing. To be honest, this treatment was truly addictive. After everything was arranged, he arrived at the dining room, and breakfast was served precisely on time. Although August was the only demon clan member, this castle was not just for him alone. Maids, chefs, guards, everything was available. Moreover, all the members were females. August was quite satisfied with this aspect of the identity card setting. After finishing the exquisite breakfast, August looked at Hilda. As the female lead of an anime, Hilda naturally had a good appearance, a perfect figure, a beautiful face, and a charm that might be even stronger than Tsubaki's. She was indeed perfect. "Hilda, you've been here for more than a day. How do you feel? Are you adapting well?" "Everything is fine, Lord August. If I were to say, today I want you to accompany me, how would you feel?" "This is Hilda's honor. Everything belongs to Lord August, your will is above all." Looking at Hilda, August shook his head slightly. There was no emotional attachment, just adherence to duty and obligation. My lord, is something wrong? Seeing Auguste remain silent for a long time, Hilda became somewhat nervous. For any maid who served, their master was everything, it was the meaning of their existence. If they were dissatisfied or disliked, it would be even more unbearable than being killed. And regarding the matter of accompanying their master, she didn't think much of it, she had received teachings on such matters in her family. For her, serving her master, including accompanying him, was all a matter of course. Chapter 157, 157, Surzex pays a visit. Sitting on a chair, sipping the coffee prepared by Hilda, Auguste digested the information in his mind. In his memory, he was a super otaku, the type that rarely left home, and very few people in the underworld knew him. The only one he had some interaction with was the upcoming Satan, Surzex. The reason was simple, Auguste's identity as the sole bloodline descendant of the demon clan. The devil race in the underworld placed extreme importance on bloodlines, without the joy and peace depicted in anime. Among the devils, bloodline was everything. It was not an exaggeration to say that even if one had great strength, they wouldn't be considered if their bloodline was inferior. Auguste, as the sole descendant of the demon clan, became a prominent figure in the entire underworld and the devil race. As a race inherently wielding the power of darkness, the demon clan had always been a symbol of strength. Furthermore, they possessed unique bloodline talents, envied by countless races but beyond their reach. Therefore, in the current time when Auguste was in his youth, and as the only bloodline descendant, he naturally became a sought-after marriage partner. Throughout the underworld, countless devils wanted to marry into Auguste's prestigious family. Having digested all this, Auguste couldn't help but smile with a little surprise. His identity was indeed remarkable. It truly lived up to being a special item on par with the world travel ticket. This identity arrangement opened up endless possibilities. Leaving aside other things, just being the honored guest of the devil race was enough to make Auguste unstoppable in the underworld. In his memories, including Hilda's family, many years ago, they willingly submitted to the demon clan and vowed to serve them for generations. Knock knock knock. Come in. Upon hearing Auguste's words, the door was pushed open, and Hilda entered. My lord, Lord Lucifer has arrived. Where is he? He's in the hall. All right, I'll go there now. Yes. After Auguste stood up, Hilda stepped aside. As Auguste walked out, she followed closely behind. In no time, Auguste arrived at the living room. In the living room sat a man with bright red hair, and beside him stood a maid with silver hair. Surzex Lucifer, one of the four Satan, Lucifer, was also one of the two surpassers in the entire devil race. Seeing Auguste, Surzex smiled and was quite amiable, at least in many situations. As soon as Auguste sat down, Hilda brought him a cup of tea. You're quite a busy person. Why did you come to this remote mountainous area today? Auguste asked. Of course, I have something to discuss. You've secluded yourself for so many years, not bothering with your territory. You stay inside this castle every day, so I came to bring you something today. Bring me something? Yes, I'm giving you a special gift. As he spoke, Surzex's queen and wife, Graphia Lucifuge, took out a box and slowly opened it in front of Auguste. Inside lay 16 chess pieces, not just any, but evil pieces that only high devils were qualified to possess. Are these evil pieces? Wait, there's something different about them. These are indeed evil pieces, but not exactly evil pieces. What do you mean? Evil pieces were created by a Juka to perpetuate the devil race, but this technology is not exclusive to the devils. Are you saying? That's right. These are a set of blank evil pieces. Once you merge the king piece, this set will evolve into evil pieces exclusive to you, or rather, demon evil pieces. This statement left Auguste stunned. What did it mean? Did he just receive a set of demon evil pieces that would normally take killing 10,000 monsters to obtain? Wait a minute. As the saying goes, no good deed goes unpunished, and there's no such thing as a free lunch. Surzex, you suddenly giving me such a set of pieces definitely has a purpose. What purpose could I have? We're friends, after all. Friends. Hee hee. This made Surzex somewhat embarrassed. Did he have a purpose? How could he not? The might of the demon clan was well known, but due to their scarce population and long-standing alliance with the devils, no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. However, within the devils, there were still those who coveted the bloodline of the demon clan. Surzex was no exception, but he wouldn't go so far as to seize or study bloodlines. At his level, such actions were meaningless and foolish. He came to find Auguste and give him this special set of evil pieces to perpetuate the bloodline of the demon clan. Although it could only give rise to reincarnated demons, it would increase the number of members in the demon clan. Combined with their long lifespan, in a few hundred years, a new generation of demons would appear in the underworld. By then, a marriage alliance between the devils and demons would be a family affair. Hence, Surzex went to Ajuka, the Satan who specialized in creating evil pieces, specifically to make this special set for August. Watching Surzex, who subconsciously avoided direct eye contact, August slightly squinted his eyes. There was definitely something fishy going on. August also took a look. The difference between this set of devil evil pieces and his own demon evil pieces was quite significant. His demon evil pieces were all mutation pieces, each could mold a powerful servant. However, this set was entirely composed of ordinary pieces that could only be reborn. At most, they could enhance a bit of strength, nothing more. So, with better pieces in hand, this set of ordinary pieces seemed tasteless. However, just as August was about to refuse, the demon evil pieces within his body unexpectedly resonated. Buzz. In an instant, the 16 pieces on the table floated up. Then, a dark force emanated from August's body, causing Surzex and Graphia to have slightly constricted pupils. Although they didn't make any moves, their emotions were far from calm. Chapter 158, Reincarnation of Hilda. The power of darkness was the proof of the demon clan being favored by darkness, naturally possessing the control over the power of darkness. These 16 evil pieces were contaminated by the power of darkness and directly transformed into new demon evil pieces. Not only that, the original ordinary pieces also turned into mutation pieces. The topmost king piece directly fused into August's body, then was devoured by August's original king piece. Soon, August felt the amplification of the power of darkness by the king piece, doubling its effect. With just this change, the number of followers August could have, originally limited to 15, also doubled to 30. This surprised August. Then, he became happy. Each piece could create a powerful follower. Originally limited to 15 slots, now it increased to 30, a significant boost. Congratulations, August. Now, you're the sole seedling of the demon clan. You should expand your branches and leaves. Surzek's words made August suddenly understand. Oh, it was for this reason. Evil pieces were created to increase the number of devils. By giving him this special set of evil pieces, Surzek aimed to increase the number of demons. So, this was your plan. August's gaze fell on Surzek, making him somewhat embarrassed. After all, his motive was impure, and he felt somewhat guilty. Enough, don't act like that. But since I have evil pieces now, then. While speaking, August's gaze shifted to Hilda beside him, the best candidate for reincarnation at the moment. Surzek and Graphia also focused their attention, as reincarnating into demon was their goal. Hilda, would you be willing to live for me from now on and become my sword? My lord, your will is everything to Hilda. Then, from now on, live for me. With a wave of his hand, the night piece moved toward Hilda. In an instant, a huge moonstar emerald pattern appeared under Hilda's feet. Surzek was curious about the pattern. Was this the magic pattern of the demon clan? Next, the night piece fused into Hilda's body. Shortly after, dark magic began to surge. Above Hilda's forehead, the demonized sun pattern slowly emerged. This was followed by a powerful burst of magic, bringing Hilda, originally an upper-level devil, just a step away from becoming the highest-level demon. This shocked Surzek immensely. Just a moment ago, Hilda was only an upper-level devil, but now she had advanced to the highest-level demon. The quality and quantity of this magic power alone were enough to make her dominate among the highest-level demons. Soon, Hilda restrained her dark magic, and the original demonized pattern disappeared. Her aura returned to that of an upper-level demon. Thanks for your grace, my lord. Your will is Hilda's life. Good. August nodded. He had gained another follower. It's incredible. In an instant, she upgraded from an upper-level devil to the highest-level demon, then reverted back. Is this the legendary demonization? Ah. It seems you know quite a bit. Did you do your homework? Well, I've heard about it. Surzek felt a bit awkward because he knew that August had figured out his real intentions. All right, I'll take these items. Consider it a favor owed to you. A favor, huh? Don't take it too seriously. It's just a favor. Giving you respect is a favor. Without it, it's nothing. You're quite straightforward. Watching August speak so frankly, Surzek couldn't help but be a bit speechless. Throughout the entire underworld, only August dared to speak to him, the Satan, like this. In August's memory, they were somewhat like friends, albeit with a bit of banter. August didn't give Surzek respect, but when he needed help, August spared no effort to assist him. Although all of this was arranged by the identity card settings, August felt quite pleased about it. Backed by a Satan, it felt great just thinking about it. Of course, on the surface, August would still give respect where it was due because Surzek was, after all, a Satan. Do you have anything else? Well, nothing. That's good. Let me see you off. Hey, I haven't finished my tea. All right, finish it before you leave then. You. Watching this scene, Grafia couldn't help but laugh. Only someone like August could make her man act like this. At the same time, she was curious about August. What could be the reason for Surzex, a powerful being, to willingly give respect and send him gifts? Oh right, Surzex, I remember Rias is not so young anymore, right? Yeah, time flies. Rias is now. Wait, why are you asking about this? What's your plan? Nothing, just feel like it's been a long time since I last saw her. I want to visit her. I remember she went to the human world's town, right? Help me arrange it, I'll go there tomorrow. What do you want to do? Nothing, just want to see Rias. Gazing deeply at August, Surzex didn't get the answer he wanted. If you can help her a bit. Is this paying back a favor? It is. You really are a sister complex. August bluntly said, and Surzex, knowing his motive had been exposed, smiled faintly, not refuting. A bit annoyed, Grafia frowned. She could sense that Surzex was dissatisfied with Rias's engagement with the Phoenix family. Although it was Surzek's father, Zeoticus Gremory, who suggested it when Surzex ascended to the throne, now that he became Satan, he cancelled the engagement, seemingly breaking a promise. Even though she was now Surzek's queen and maid, she was also a descendant of the Lucifuge family. Afterwards, Surzex left after a brief chat. As a Satan, his daily tasks were incredibly busy. After seeing him off, August began to contemplate his current situation. It seemed like he was a winner in life from the very beginning. Chapter 159, Managing the Inner World. After sending Surzex away, August didn't immediately head to Kuo Town. August turned and entered the inner world, which had expanded to 1,000 square meters, 10 times larger than its previous size of 100 square meters. Looking at this vast space, it could be considered somewhat empty. However, August himself had no idea about construction or planting. The orchard and crops planted earlier seemed meaningless now, as he could hardly benefit from them. Of course, with the world expanding, the tree of water had also grown several circles larger. At first glance, it looked like a 100-year-old tree, laden with fruits on its branches. Wait, now I have a territory and noble subordinates. I don't need to do this personally. Thinking about this, August quickly left the inner world and returned to the castle. My lord, where did you just go? I couldn't find you anywhere. As soon as he returned, Hilda ran over. As a maid, her master was everything to her. August's sudden disappearance made her feel like the sky was falling. It's nothing, just went to my world. My lord's world. Yes, Hilda, is there anyone here who is proficient in construction and planting? Yes, there are personnel responsible for managing the entire castle and surrounding territories, including construction and planting. What does my lord wish to do? Good, go find me a few people proficient in construction and planting. Yes. Hilda then left. Despite this castle being August's private property, almost 200 maids lived here, each with different roles. In addition, there were guards securing the castle's safety, totaling around 100. Not long after, Hilda returned with 2 groups of maids, each with 10 members. All of them were female devils and, without exception, were beautiful. In August's memory, most of these maids were sent by various devil families. Perhaps to win over August, or perhaps to gather information about him, regardless of the reason, there was no one ugly in August's castle. The worst of them were still quite attractive. My lord, the people have been brought here. On the left are maids proficient in construction, responsible for building and repairing the castle and estates. On the right are those skilled in planting. Very good. Hilda slightly bowed and stepped aside to make room. August looked at the 20 devil maids in front of him. Without exception, all of them were intermediate-level devils. If this were known, no one would believe it. Power levels. Level 9 equals Super Devil. Level 8 equals Satan. Level 7 equals Ultimate Class Devil. Level 6 equals High Class Devils. Level 5 equals Middle Class Devils. Level 4 equals Low Class Devil. Level 3 equals Lower Class Devil. Level 2 equals Lowest Class Devil. Level 1 equals Devil Servant. Intermediate devils, in Horario, were equivalent to level 5, but surpassing level 5 among the same ranks. Even in major devil families, most maids were servants and low-level devil. Powerful families like the Ball Familia at most had lower-level devils. Here, a group of intermediate-level devils served as maids for August. If there were no secrets behind this, August wouldn't believe it. I will take you to a place later. After you go there, a mark of mine will be permanently imprinted on you. Regardless of which family you came from, after this, everything about you will belong entirely to me. So now I will give you the last chance to choose. Refuse or agree, you only have one chance. After saying this, August quietly stared at the 20 devil maids in front of him. Hilda, who was gently massaging August behind him, also raised her head, gazing at the maids before her. Anyone who refused had ulterior motives and would die for their master. A few minutes later, no one spoke, and August understood. Whether they were sincere or had ulterior motives, once they entered the inner world, everything would be under August's control. Swish. August raised his hand, and a white light directly enveloped everyone. The group felt a momentary daze and then appeared in an unfamiliar place. The air here had a higher purity of magic than even the underworld. "My lord, where is this place?" Hilda was the first to ask. "This is my world, and from now on, it will be your new home as well." "Your world, my lord?" "Yes, this world belongs to me. Although it's not that large right now, with time passing, it will grow little by little. Eventually, it might even grow to the level of the underworld." August wasn't just talking nonsense, he had absolute confidence. Having a system and the ability to traverse countless worlds, if he couldn't expand this world into a true one, there would be no point for August. "It's truly amazing, my lord." Hilda was extremely shocked. Controlling a world, she had never heard of anyone having such ability among the millions of gods worldwide. The other 20 maids were equally stunned, looking at this new world in awe. "Starting today, your task is to manage this world. Those skilled in construction will be responsible for its rational allocation, building a mansion, and those skilled in planting will take care of the world's plants." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison. After witnessing such means, who among them would dare to have any thoughts of defiance? "My lord, what about me?" Hilda eagerly asked. She also wanted to do something for August. "Your task is to serve me. You don't need to stay here forever like them. You are my personal maid, taking care of my daily life. It's Hilda's honor." "Yes." Hilda was happy because August's words meant determining her future position. A personal maid meant being August's closest confidant. As for the other 20 maids, their hearts sank. August's words implied that they would stay here forever, meaning they wouldn't be able to leave for the rest of their lives. Despite this realization, they dared not voice any objections. In the underworld, maidservants were the master's private property. Even if they were told to die, they had to do it because they didn't have the qualification to resist. This included the reincarnated devils. In the eyes of most devils, they were nothing more than servants, even if they rose to the level of upper-level devils. As seen in the original work, the protagonist, Issei Hayadu, became a super devil, but he was only given the title of a special-level devil. Chapter 160, First Encounter with Soma. Another 2 days passed, and the inner world was well organized. Starting with the Tree of Water, a small river was specifically opened, circulating throughout the small world. In the lower central part of the inner world, a massive mansion was built, making the entire inner world vibrant. From this, it could be seen that the abilities of these 20 individuals were quite impressive. "My lord, something was delivered by Lord Surzex," Hilda said as she handed over a package containing what seemed to be documents. August opened it and found quite a treasure: his acceptance letter to the Kuo Academy, student ID, bank card, property certificate, and everything needed in the human world. "Wow, I must say, this guy is quite impressive, doing all this for his sister." Hilda fell silent immediately. As a maid, she had no qualification to comment on such matters. "By the way, what grade is Rias now at the Kuo Academy?" "High school senior, my lord." "Then, I'm..." August looked over and suddenly froze. "High school sophomore." This made August suspect that Surzex was messing with him. "Surzex's sister is in her senior year, and he assigns me to the sophomore year? Is he deliberately causing trouble?" "My lord, if you're not satisfied, you can modify it. The Kuo town belongs to the territory of the Citri family and the Gremory family. With your status, changing grades is not a problem." "Modify what?" "No need, it's fine as it is." August narrowed his eyes slightly. A Siscon, asking him to help his sister, he's probably planning to give him his sister as compensation. Before even going, August had already made up his mind. This red-haired maiden, the one skilled in destruction, is his. "Get ready, we're going to Kuo town today." "Yes, my lord." Hilda proceeded to make arrangements. To enter the human world from the underworld, one had to pass through dimensional rifts since they were 2 different dimensions. While most people could easily travel between the 2 realms using teleportation magic, August had never been to the human world. For his first visit, a record of his level was required. After all, the underworld had undergone updates, replacing all the old things. Opening the system, August looked at the system tasks triggered in this world, silently contemplating. Red Dragon's demise: defeat the Red Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 contemporary heavenly dragons. Reward: advanced gacha draw *3. White Dragon's demise: defeat the White Dragon Emperor, one of the 2 contemporary heavenly dragons. Reward: advanced gacha draw *3. Ascend the throne, become the Lust Demon King, ascend the Demon King's throne. Reward, Demon King's authority, advanced gacha draw *3. Surpass limits, become superlevel being, become the world's top powerhouse. Reward, advanced gacha draw *9. Looking at these 4 tasks, August began to ponder. Leaving the last 2 aside, the first 2 were not a problem. Whether the Red Dragon Emperor or the White Dragon Emperor, both were clear targets. Given some time, defeating them would not be an issue. After all, August was cheating. However, becoming the Lust Demon King posed some difficulties for August. If it were just breaking through the Demon King level or Satan level, it wouldn't be introduced this way. There might be something else involved. As for the reward, Demon King's authority, it piqued August's curiosity. What kind of authority does a Demon King have? But since it was called authority, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. The last task, surpass limits, was something for the late game. August was currently just a level 7, and reaching level 9 was still a distant goal. As time passed, August sat here quietly drinking coffee, contemplating future events. Although Hilda had left, it didn't mean there was no one around. In this castle, what was least lacking was maids. Drip drip drip. Soon, Hilda returned. My lord, everything is arranged. The nearest dimensional train will depart for Kuo Town in an hour. Which family's dimensional train is it? Although dimensional trains and human world trains were both public transportation, most families had their private stations and trains. It was convenient, and they didn't have to travel with lower servants. It's the Citri family's dimensional train. Citri family? That's normal. After all, their princess is also in Kuo Town. Hilda tidied up her belongings, which weren't much, mostly items for serving August, like coffee sets and various props. Other things could be bought later. August didn't put on any airs and left with Hilda. Using a teleportation array, August and Hilda arrived directly at the Citri family's dimensional train station. Lord August, we have been expecting you. As soon as they arrived, an old butler-like servant bowed to August. The ancient devil race had strict requirements for etiquette. Lower servants meeting upper devils had to bow, much like the rules of the feudal era. You're too kind. I'm just hitching a ride in the Citri family's carriage. You jest, your presence makes the Citri family shine. August didn't pay much attention and walked straight into the dimensional train. In the train, 2 people were sitting, none other than the Citri family's princess and the future successor, Sona Citri, along with her queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Lord August, greetings. Greetings, Lord August. As soon as they entered, Sona and Shinra stood up and bowed to August. After seeing August sit down, Sona sat back down, while Shinra continued to stand on the side. As the saying goes, the statuses weren't equal. She was Sona's queen, making her a servant. If it was among their own people, it didn't matter, but when there were outsiders, servants couldn't sit with their masters. Don't be so nervous, I'm not a rigid old-fashioned guy. Sit, Hilda, you too. My lord, I. Sit. Yes. Hilda didn't dare to disobey and sat down, but she was still ready to stand up at any moment. Seeing this, Sona understood August's intention and gestured for Shinra to sit down as well. If it were those old guys from the devil race, they absolutely couldn't stand this, but August wasn't like that. If we consider it, 4 months ago, August was still an ordinary person without these annoying habits. Chapter 161, Arriving at Kuo Academy. Lord August, heading to Kuo Town, is there something specific you're dealing with? No need to call me Lord, just use my name. That might not be appropriate, Lord August. It's fine, I don't have so many formalities, you can address me casually. Alright, August, what brings you to Kuo Town this time? Nothing much. Surzex brought me a set of evil pieces earlier, so I thought I'd try my luck and find some followers. August spoke casually, but it sounded different in Sona's ears. Evil pieces could only be used by devils, and although August resided in the underworld, he wasn't a devil. How could he use evil pieces? Have you transformed into a devil? No, why would I transform into a devil? These are special evil pieces made for me by a Juka, now called the demon evil pieces. This left Sona unsure of what to say. Specially crafted evil pieces by a Juka Beelzebub, the Satan, just the name alone made them impressive. While the two were chatting, the dimensional train had already started and arrived above the sky of the underworld, speeding towards its destination. So, when you go to Kuo Town, where will you be heading? Kuo Academy, arranged by Surzex, 2nd year of high school. I see. If you need anything, you can come to the student council. In Kuo Academy, many things can be handled by the student council. Kuo Academy was supported by the Citri and Gremory family, and it was only natural for Sona to be the student council president. Not only her, but everyone in the student council was her peerage. Rumble. Suddenly, the dimensional train shook. Through the window, August saw a void dimensional rift. Is this your first time on a dimensional train, August? Yes, not just a dimensional train, this is my first time leaving the underworld. Is that so? Watching the dimensional rift outside, flames flickered in August's eyes. In this dimensional rift, there was the world's strongest, the mighty true red dragon god emperor, Great Red, a dragon god level existence. Super were at level 9, but what about dragon gods above super? Would that be level 10? August didn't know, but he was looking forward to it. Rumble. Soon, the dimensional train passed through the dimensional rift and entered the human world. After a short while, the train stopped. Compared to human high-speed trains, the dimensional train was much faster. In no time, it had traveled from the underworld to Kuo Town in the human world. Getting off the train, August took a deep breath, feeling the familiar atmosphere. Having spent 4 months in Arario, he returned to the modern city, a nostalgic feeling. August, it's your first time in Kuo Town. If you don't mind, join me. That would be great, I happen to need a guide. Both agreed, then walked together, leaving the Citri family's station, taking a private car, and finally arriving at Kuo Academy. As soon as they got off the car, August could feel the magical fluctuations in the academy. August knew these magical sources were probably Sona and Rias's peerages. Walking side by side into the campus, Shinra Tsubaki and Hilda followed behind them. Hey, is that President Sauna? Yes, and who's that guy beside her? Could it be that President Sauna has been conquered? No way, she's President Sauna. Is it true or not? It must be, have you ever seen that guy get so close to President Sauna? In an instant, the students passing by were all in an uproar. In Kuo Academy, the two most famous and popular queens were none other than Sona and Rias. Both were from prestigious families, one being the student council president, and the other, the occult research club president. Both were beautiful women and naturally became the focal points of the academy. Now, Sona was seen walking into the academy with a man, naturally causing a sensation. It seems I've caused you quite a bit of trouble. It's a small matter, just rumors and gossip. It'll end in a few days. All right then. Seeing that Sona wasn't concerned, August didn't continue. By the way, August, did you bring your enrollment procedures? I brought them. Hilda took out the enrollment notice and other information that Surzex had sent. Sona took a look, and all the procedures were already completed. August didn't have to do anything, he just needed to enroll directly. It seems Satan Lucifer cares a lot about you. He has taken care of everything for you. That guy is purely opportunistic. Why do you say that? There's someone else here, have you forgotten? Are you talking about Rias? August nodded, but didn't say much. After all, some things shouldn't be mentioned casually. While Phoenix's strength in the underworld was only mid-tier, the Phoenix tears produced by the family were a highly valuable healing elixir. Phoenix tears were considered a precious medicine sought after by everyone worldwide. Thanks to Phoenix tears, the Phoenix family had a high status in the underworld. No family was willing to make an enemy of the Phoenix family. With Phoenix tears, the Phoenix family always held an ace up their sleeve. That was why seeking support from the Phoenix family was necessary. With Phoenix's support, many families in the underworld would give respect. That was why Surzex couldn't interfere with Rias's marriage. It was a debt owed, and also a matter of respect for the two major families. In the original work, Rias failed in the raiding game. Even if Surzex was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch his sister marry Riser Phoenix. It was the protection of the protagonist's plot armor, otherwise, Issei Haida would have died countless times. Chapter 162, Resolving Stray Devils. After a brief stroll around Kuo Academy, August left. The accommodation arranged for August by Surzex was very close to Kuo Academy, almost considered within the school district. Upon arriving at the new residence, Hilda, serving as a maid, immediately cleaned everything inside and out, leaving August increasingly satisfied with her. At the same time, August understood why nobles had maids, because it was so enjoyable. Soon, a day passed, and as night fell, darkness swept over the land. This chaotic magic power. After having dinner prepared by Hilda, August sensed a chaotic magical force. Ding! Triggering a side quest, exterminate stray devils. Kill the aberrations that betrayed their masters and turned into stray devils. Reward upon completion, regular gacha draw *1, repeatable. Originally, it was just an regular gacha draw, and August wasn't very interested since the drop rate for regular gacha draw was too low. However, the fact that it was repeatable caught August's attention. 1 was 1 time, but 10 times meant 10 chances, accumulating more might yield something good. Hilda, let's go out for a bit. Yes, my lord. August decided right away. The two went out one after the other. With August's impressive presence, it was easy to find the source of the chaotic magic power. In the dimly lit streets, the surrounding lights were all dim. August could clearly feel a chaotic magical force within. Click. The taste of delicacies is truly fortunate. From the dark alley, a voice with a hint of madness reached August's ears. Subsequently, under August's gaze, a figure that looked like a mix between a human and a bird crawled out. This stray devil, at this moment, couldn't even maintain a humanoid form due to betraying its master, causing its magic power to run amok. Evil pieces could transform humans into devils, but it came with risks. If the person transformed betrayed their devil master, the power of the contract would backlash, resulting in their transformation into stray devil. Rather than calling them stray devils, it would be more accurate to label them rebellious reincarnated devils. My lord, let me. Don't move. Yes, my lord. Hilda, on the side, was about to draw her sword umbrella to deal with the monster that had stained her master's glasses. Still, August stopped her. This aura, you're a devil, damned devil. I'll slaughter you. Sensing the devilish aura on Hilda, this stray devil went berserk immediately. This stray devil, in its non-humanoid form, attacked August like a bird with wings that resembled sharp knives. Sorry, you're just too weak. Your strength is far from enough to kill me. Splurt. A golden ripple emerged, followed by a long sword directly piercing through the air, stabbing the stray devil into a bloody mess. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, exterminate stray devils. Reward, regular gacha draw *1. August received a regular draw, but for now, he didn't feel like using it. Watching the stray devil lying in a pool of blood, August's eyes flickered slightly. Then, the mist began to spread, directly devouring the body of the stray devil, turning into nourishment for the inner world. In this world, there were numerous races, and even divine beings were not uncommon. August was curious about how far his inner world could grow through continuous devouring in this world. Hilda, who had been watching August, saw the killing method of the Gate of Babylon and couldn't help but sparkle in her glasses. It was truly amazing. Just using spatial magic could instantly kill a stray devil with an ordinary weapon. In Hilda's eyes, there was no magical power or mysterious weapon, everything was just ordinary human weaponry. By the way, Hilda, how many weapons do we have in our inventory? There aren't many weapons in the inventory. There are about a dozen first-class magical weapons, and the rest are miscellaneous, totaling nearly 100. Because you haven't paid much attention, there aren't many. I see. August nodded. He had hoped for a bit too much, thinking he could get some divine artifacts for free. Indeed, having such a prestigious status was already extraordinary. If he came with divine artifacts, it would be even more challenging. Let's go back. Are we going back now? Yes, let's go back. Oh, by the way, come to serve me tonight. Yes, it's Hilda's honor. The two walked one after the other on the street, and if anyone heard their conversation, they would never believe their ears. Buzz. Just as August and Hilda had just left, a red teleportation circle began to appear. Then, a beautiful girl with long crimson hair, accompanied by a black-haired girl, a white-haired girl, and a golden-haired boy, appeared. The stray devil was killed. Seeing the bloodstains around and the lingering chaotic magic power, Revas looked surprised. When she wanted to check who had taken her job, she was surprised to find that there was no trace of any other magical power around. Either the other party had mastered magic power control to the peak, leaving no magical residue, but this possibility was very small. The other possibility was that the other party hadn't used magic power but had defeated the stray devil using other means, such as a sword or other weapons. President, take a look. Yuto Kiba stood not far away, pointing at a crack on the ground. What's wrong, Yuto? Revas walked over, but when she looked at the crack, she didn't feel anything. President, this is a mark left by a sword piercing the ground. It's possible that the other party used a sword. Sword. Could it be a swordsman? There are no other signs of battle around, so it's likely a one-shot kill. They can instantly kill a stray devil, so their strength is definitely not weak. Yuto Kiba's analysis made sense. Revas nodded in agreement. This analysis was indeed appropriate. Chapter 163, Transfer Student August. Kuo Academy, originally an all-girls school, underwent reforms, but female students still dominated the majority. With the powerful families of Devils, Citri, and Gremory, backing the academy, Kuo Academy was like a special zone within the Kuo town. Ah, my prince, Really, is this the arrival of our second prince? I can't handle it, I need to get his contact information. Together, let's go together. Mom, you did a great job giving birth to me. As soon as August arrived at Kuo Academy, the female students here were all buzzing with excitement. Being the master of lust, August had more than one negative encounter with goddess Freya. August was like a walking hormone cocktail. For women, he was poison. A single glance was enough to make countless women bow down in submission. During his time in Arario, August never experienced such treatment. After all, he spent every day in dungeons or accompanying Ace and Tsubaki, with no chance or time for such things. But now it was different. In Kuo Academy, where most students were female, August finally experienced it. Walking on the streets of the academy, surrounding students, both male and female, instinctively made way for August. Besides his charm, there was a faint aura exuding from him. Just like how cattle and sheep could only look up to a dragon, even if August didn't reveal anything, the next moment would make people feel awed. Step. Greetings, August. Lord August, greetings. Shortly after entering, August encountered Sona and Shinra. Sona, good morning. August smiled, but judging by the situation, Sona probably didn't just happen to encounter him. With you here, you've caused quite a stir. I can't help it. You're the same, Sona. Hearing August's words, Sona's lips curled up slightly. No woman didn't like to hear compliments, and Sona was no exception. Besides Sona, Shinra Tsubaki observed her president's behavior and immediately understood. There was no need to ask, it was definitely infatuation. Despite being friends with Sona for many years, she had never seen her care so much about any man. Even the arranged marriage partner her family had initially chosen for her was eventually defeated by her in a chess game, leading to the cancellation of the engagement. Although her sister, the current Satan Leviathan, supported her in this, it was enough to show her determination. But August was different. He had only met President yesterday, and yet she was already like this. Looking at the female students in the academy now, she felt a bit troubled. Was it really okay to like such a man? Where's your maid? Seeing no sign of Hilda, Sona asked instinctively. I'm here to study, and Hilda is not a student, so there's no need for her to come. August said so, but the real reason was different. They got a bit carried away in their activities last night, so Hilda couldn't get out of bed now and had to stay home to rest. That's not a problem. I'll go and get a transfer certificate for you. It's a small matter. Sona expressed that managing her family's businesses, including the academy, was easy. That would be great. No problem. The two chatted, and Shinra Tsubaki was already sure that her president was definitely infatuated. As they followed Sona's lead, August soon arrived at the teacher's office. The procedures for August's transfer to Kuo Academy were completed, and he was assigned to a class in the second year. Bang. The teacher opened the door, and the chaotic noise inside the classroom disappeared without a trace. All right, everyone quiet down. Today, we have a new transfer student in our class. In the upcoming school life, he will also be part of our big family. Standing on the podium, the teacher spoke slowly, and with this news, the classroom exploded. Transfer student. Is it a boy or a girl? It must be a girl. Our class is currently lacking a girls. It must be a guy. Look at Yuto-senpai from the 3rd grade, then look at you guys, a bunch of misfits. Do you want to fight? Want to fight? Come on. The whole scene instantly turned chaotic. The teacher, with a helpless look, held her forehead. Teenagers during their puberty were really hard to manage. All right, calm down. August, please come in. As the teacher's voice fell, August walked into the classroom. At that moment, the entire classroom fell into silence, and regardless of gender, everyone widened their eyes. Ho ho, Kuo Academy's school grass has changed. My prince, I finally met you. This is the guy who just appeared at the gate. It's so lucky that he's a transfer student in our class. Ah, my lord, thank you for your kindness. This time, the female students went into a frenzy. The male students in the class were now very few, and there were only 3 weirdos, but now a handsome guy appeared, naturally receiving a warm welcome. As for the other male students, they all lowered their heads, no longer wanting to speak. They had suffered a severe blow. In the back row of the classroom, 3 male students looked at the scene on the podium, feeling extremely envious and jealous. Too annoying, he came and stole everyone's attention. It's really annoying. That's right, Motohama, it's just a little white face. What's so remarkable about him? You're absolutely right. However, I'm still very envious. These 3 at the back were none other than the famous Perverted Trio of Kuo Academy. Issei Hayadu, Motohama, and Matsuda, the 3 of them were dead-level otaku weirdos, ranking in the top 3 of the most disliked list at Kuo Academy for many years without being defeated. The 3 of them and August were like the difference between heaven and earth, completely opposite situations. Therefore, their first impression of August was extremely poor. Of course, most of it was due to their envy and jealousy towards August, who made August enjoy what they couldn't get even in their dreams. Chapter 164, handsome guys are welcomed everywhere. Alright, everyone quiet down. With the teacher's command, the noise in the classroom gradually diminished. Seeing this, the teacher nodded. Now that you're all in this class, if you really want to chat with him, wait until after class. There's plenty of time. Okay, August, you can sit in the back by the window for now. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I can arrange a change for you. No problem, I can sit anywhere. No wonder the teacher treated him differently. After all, August was brought in by Sauna, the student council president. She was an ordinary human and unaware of the true situation in the academy. However, rumors circulated that Sauna's relative was on the school board, making her a princess-like figure in the academy. In such a situation, treating August like this was only natural for her, especially with the charisma that August exudes indirectly. Arriving at his seat, August was quite satisfied with the location. He was next to the window, with no one sharing the desk, and it was the last row of the classroom, a perfect seat for someone like him. August had never cared about attending school. He was here for missions and, of course, to charm the ladies. Glancing at the classroom, August's eyes sparkled when he saw Issei Hayadu. The protagonist of this world was also the pioneer in the world of anime, starting the trend of harem protagonists, eventually accumulating a large group of wives, angels, devils, fallen angels, humans, yokais, making his life quite colorful. Originally a hardcore otaku, he miraculously progressed through the story and became the ultimate harem protagonist. In total, he married 11 wives from various factions, and each of them bore his child. He could be considered a big shot in the world of anime. Time passed quickly, and the first class ended. Although August came to attend school, he wasn't really here to study. Moreover, it was just high school level knowledge. As a university student before, he could easily pick up on these things with a brief review. After becoming stronger, his memory and comprehension speed had far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The little bit of knowledge presented in class was easily memorized with just a glance. Ring. The bell for the end of class rang, and the teacher, who was still teaching, stopped. There was no such thing as dragging out class here, and the teacher had nothing more to say. She simply packed up her textbooks, said that class was over and said her goodbyes and left. As the teacher left, all the female students in the class instantly jumped up, crowding around August. Hey, August-san, are you a foreigner? August-san, do you have a girlfriend? August-san, are you single? August-san, what do you think of me? August-san, here's my phone number. You can call me for anything. Well, a large group of people bombarded August with all sorts of questions, numerous phone numbers, love letters, and even snacks. August had never experienced such a situation. Haven't these women ever seen a guy before? This was the first time August felt that being popular could be so exhausting. Everyone, it's still break time. We have classes later, so please don't get too excited. August started to calm down these female students. If this continued, they would start freezing him out. As a grown man, if he allowed these female students to take advantage of him, that would be embarrassing. Although deep down, August had a tiny bit of anticipation. He's really my type. Oh, I can't take it, August-sama. Prince Charming. I'm in love. These scenes played out continuously, leaving August speechless. Is his charisma so overwhelming now? However, the bell for the next class rang soon, and despite their reluctance, everyone returned to their seats. August breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, his personal maid, Hilda, was the best. She was not only beautiful with a great figure but also understanding and obedient. It seems being popular is tiring. At this moment, a voice came from the side. August looked over and saw a girl with pink-framed glasses and brown hair. Yeah, it's quite tiring. I'm Aika Kiryu, August. August. Hee, I also took a big advantage. I'm closest to you. Now, everyone else in the class envies me. Following her gaze, August saw many girls turning their heads, looking at Aika with envy on their faces. This made August feel that this girl was intentionally doing this. As for her, August also had some influence on her. She was one of the few girls who didn't view Issei with tinted glasses and liked to discuss adult topics. However, her role wasn't prominent, and she learned about Issei's devil identity later on. August didn't have much interaction with her, as he was surrounded by beautiful women, and Aika didn't continue talking about such topics. So, it ended there. Chapter 165, Gourmet Expert. The morning classes quickly passed, and August found himself reliving his student life from the past. However, the feeling now was completely different compared to his previous self. Before travel, high school was the most exhausting period of his life. He finished all the courses in the first half of his first year and started learning second-year knowledge in the second half. For this, he had to borrow books from upperclassmen to have more time for revision before the college entrance exam. Now, with a playful mindset, August faced much less pressure in his studies in this world. As the bell rang for the lunch break, a large group of female students approached August. Their intention was to have lunch together with August, but he declined them all, citing prior commitments. August then left the classroom and went straight to the student council. Knock knock knock. Come in. After knocking, August heard Sona's voice from inside. August pushed the door open and entered. In the student council, Sona was reviewing some documents. August felt quite moved. It was already noon, and she was still working. Hey, good afternoon, Sona. August. Why are you here? Seeing August, Sona was surprised. She hadn't expected August to return. Well, I had nowhere else to go. You're the only one I know in the entire school, so I came to find you. Oh. I heard something. Our school has a new prince, far surpassing the school previous prince. Girls are lining up to find you. Stop gloating. I've had enough trouble this morning. If other guys hear this, they'll definitely want to strangle you. No choice. It's just my charm. Sona sighed. She had come to understand some of August's personality. Although he was noble and the only descendant of Demon Clan, holding a transcendent position in the underworld comparable to her own father, he was quite casual, almost lazy. However, he was someone you could get along with, and he would extend a helping hand when needed. By the way, Sona, can you help me with something? Go ahead. I just arrived in the human world, so I don't know much about things here. Can you help me buy a few smartphones, the highest configuration, the best performance? Smartphones. Yeah, and also some computers. Get me a few with the best configurations and performance. Ah. Sona suddenly remembered something. This guy was known for living a reclusive life in the underworld. Ever since he took over the Demon Clan, it seemed like he hadn't left his territory much. Now, in the human world, he was asking for smartphones and computers, which made Sona subconsciously think of the otaku community in this country. Otaku. Can't blame her for overthinking. August really resembled them too much, and he had a history. What's wrong? Are you in trouble? If so, I'll go buy them myself. No problem. How many do you need? Let's go with 5 phones and 5 computers. Why do you need so many? Well, it's obvious. Everything needs a backup. Backup 4 times. I have money. He took out the bank card given by Surzex. August checked it and found 1 billion yen inside. That's not what I meant. Sona was somewhat helpless, covering her forehead. After all, she was a princess of the Citri family, how could she be short of money? For her, money had lost its meaning and was just a number. All right, I'll prepare everything for you. I'll have them sent to you in the evening. Sure, Sona. As expected, you rely on friends when going out. Sona wanted to complain instinctively. The number of times he actually went out was scarce. Okay, as a return favor, I'll treat you to lunch. Sona subconsciously wanted to refuse because her peerage had already gone to get lunch. But the next moment, she saw a variety of delicious dishes appearing on the student council's table. Top-notch steaks, seafood soup, exquisite desserts like tiramisu, various cream puffs, daifuku, and more. You. Come over and eat together. If it's not enough, I have more here. Saying that, August took out a whole lamb skewers, roasted suckling pig, roasted duck, roasted chicken, roasted fish, and a bunch of other hearty dishes. President, I'm back to eat. Coincidentally, Shinra Tsubaki walked in, and then she saw a table full of food and desserts. Now, Shinra was stunned. Goodness, so much food. Was there a feast? You're back. Let's eat together. Lord August. Why are you here? I came to have lunch with you guys. This is lunch. Shinra broke into a cold sweat. So many dishes for 3 people. They couldn't finish it in a day. August, where did you get all this? I had it prepared in advance. Besides food, I also have drinks. He took out Coke, Sprite, orange juice, milk, 82 Lafite, and a jar of premium white wine. This left Sona and Shinra speechless. Are you really come to study? Isn't this too much food and drink for a casual meeting? There's too much. How can we finish all of this? Well, Sona, why don't you call your peerage? Let's eat together. It'll be lively with more people. We can only do that. Shinra, go call everyone. It's also a chance for everyone to meet August. Yes, President. Shinra nodded and went to find the others. August, what were you thinking, carrying so much food and drink with you? Well, this. I've had it stored in my personal space for a long time. In my space, time is frozen, so no matter when I take it out, it looks just like when I put it in. So, I brought a bunch of food. You. Sona was speechless. Although magical spaces for storing items were not uncommon in the underworld, one dedicated to storing food was quite unique. Chapter 166, Giving Gifts to Girls. Soon, Shinra arrived with Sona's attendants. As August looked, he saw a group of girls. As for Genturu Saji, he had not become Sona's peerage yet. Alright, everyone is here. Let me introduce him. This is August, the current head of the demon clan in the underworld. Hello, everyone. I am August. August, inherently handsome, coupled with the original sin of lust, naturally had a fatal impact on this group of young girls. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, second prince. Hi, do you have a girlfriend? In an instant, August became the center of attention, surrounded by the girls. Seeing this, Sona couldn't help feeling displeased. Looking at August, who was being pulled by her peerages, she couldn't help but get angry. Stop it, do you have no manners? Where is the etiquette? Where is the decorum? Seeing Sona angry, everyone instantly became obedient, standing aside and not daring to speak. August was surprised by this scene. Wow, such a powerful aura. Sorry for embarrassing you. No problem. Sona, your peerages are all nice, just a bit too enthusiastic. Sona's face was slightly embarrassed, then she cast a fierce glance at the girls. Instantly, they all looked like children who had done something wrong, lowering their heads, afraid to speak. Seeing this, August smiled. She does have a powerful way of managing them. Look, what a commanding presence. Alright, let's all introduce ourselves. Sona wasn't really angry, she just wanted to scare them a bit and let them release August. I am Tsubasa Yura, proficient in physical arts, Rook. I am Tomo Megiri, proficient in swordsmanship, Knight. I am Raya Kusaka, proficient in intelligence gathering, Bishop. I am Momo Hanakai, proficient in physical arts, Bishop. I am Ruruko Nimura, proficient in close quarters combat, Pawn. A total of 5 people each gave a simple self-introduction to August. Hello, nice to meet you all. It's our first meeting, and I don't have any formal gifts, so I'll give you all a little something. Then, with a wave of his hand, 2 scrolls fell in front of each of the 5, making them look at each other, not understanding what it meant. These 2 are magic scrolls, one is the wild scroll, and the other is the speed scroll. After using them, you can increase your attack and speed by 20%. Of course, the effect is limited to lower-level devils. Oh, by the way, these are area effect scrolls. This immediately stunned everyone, especially Sona. Magic scrolls were indeed precious items, increasing 1/5 of attack and speed, and being area effect scrolls meant they would be very useful in raiding games. After all, her attendants were all just intermediate and lower-level devils. Wow, this is too precious. Sona instinctively wanted to refuse. Don't. It's just a little gift. Oh, Sona, I also have a gift for you. Saying that, he took out 20 bottles of large health potion and 20 bottles of large magic potion. Then, he handed each of them 10 bottles, giving off a feeling of being a wealthy tycoon. What is this? The red one is the large health potion, which can heal injuries and restore vitality. You can think of it as a simplified version of the Phoenix's tears. The blue one is the large magic potion, which can restore a large amount of mana and temporarily increase mana recovery speed. Another bombshell, leaving Sona without words. These were good items, healing injuries, restoring vitality, restoring mana, and increasing mana recovery speed. Both were valuable assets for turning the tide in desperate situations. Why was the Phoenix family so powerful? Simply because they could produce Phoenix's tears. Don't be so polite, these are just some inexpensive items. Use them when needed. August spoke casually, but Sona couldn't afford to think that way. While these items might not be very valuable, they still held some worth. Moreover, with this move, the 5 attendants under Sona's command looked at August with eyes shining brightly. Handsome, from a prestigious family, with status, power, and wealth, and also generous, such a man was the dream husband for every woman. Instantly, 5 pairs of fiery eyes fell on August, who was also a bit surprised. Seeing these 5 women looking at him as if they wanted to eat him, August was somewhat amazed. When did women start looking at men like this? Well, everyone, with so much delicious food, let's eat. Drinks are self-serve, and there's everything. In an instant, August became the host, treating them in the student council's territory. Seeing this, Sona smiled but didn't say anything more. Although she knew August deliberately changed the subject, she accepted this favor. Wow, so delicious. This steak is also delicious. This grilled fish is also very tasty, along with these desserts. What is this soup? I like it. I want to try too, it's really delicious. The 5 of them devoured their food as if they hadn't eaten before, entering a frenzy of grabbing and eating. Seeing this, Sona was left speechless. Did they have to be so excited? They had never eaten before. Although Sona thought this, after taking a bite herself, she suddenly found that it was indeed delicious. However, even though she knew it was delicious, Sona still ate elegantly. Although her speed wasn't slow, she didn't grab the food like the other 5. Watching this scene, August subconsciously thought of Loki's attendance. During the banquet, it was the same. Although only 4 months had passed, the feelings formed were not few at all. This meal left everyone satisfied, especially the girls led by Tomo. Each of them ate with oily mouths, just like men. With the help of this meal, August officially became close to the girls. It had to be said that being chosen by Sona as attendants meant that these 5 girls each had their own strengths and were not weak. At their age, they had already reached the level of intermediate devils. In the world of Orario, they would be considered first-class adventurers. Chapter 167, Feeling Sleepy. The meal quickly came to an end, but in this country, the lunch break was not short. After finishing the meal, it was only 12:30 in the afternoon, not even 1 o'clock yet, and it was still early before the afternoon classes. In the student council, everyone who had eaten and drank their fill sat on the sofa, reluctant to move. They had eaten too quickly and were all feeling stuffed. Looking at her 5 embarrassed attendants, Sona couldn't help but feel helpless. Because there was still a lot of work in the student council, after lunch, Sona had to get back to handling official matters. In the student council, August drank the tea made by Shinra and enjoyed the after-meal tea, aiding digestion. If there was a girl from Kuo Academy that August liked the most, it wasn't the protagonist Rias, but Shinra Tsubaki in front of him. With her long black hair flowing down to her ankles, she truly had classic long black hair. Moreover, she wore glasses, hitting August's preferences. Girls with glasses were really cute. Added to that, she was naturally beautiful and had a good figure. The tea you made is excellent, Shinra. You're too kind, Lord August. No need to call me Lord here, just call me by my name. You are still my senpai here. August smiled slightly at Shinra, causing her face to turn red. Any woman, even if not a fan, tended to be more favorably disposed towards handsome men. There's a saying that goes, being handsome allows you to do whatever you want. All right, August. That's the spirit. Any thoughts of switching sides? I'm in need of people over here. No need. I don't plan on leaving President. Shinra directly rejected August and even refilled his tea. August, I was wondering why you treated us to lunch again today and even brought gifts. Turns out, you're here to poach people from me. Well, it's not exactly like that. I just value talent. So, you mean having them here with me is wasting talent? No, of course not. August quickly clarified. This was a touchy subject, and a slight misstep could lead to trouble. Seeing August deny it so quickly, Sona couldn't help but snort lightly. Speaking of attendance, August, how many peerages do you have now? Just one, my maid Hilda. Hildegard. I didn't expect her to go to you. Of course. My maid is undoubtedly exceptional. Sona sighed at this point. Oh, is he the conversation terminator? However, regarding this Hilda, Sona had indeed heard of her. She completed her training with the highest grades during maid training. Achieving the rank of an upper devil at such a young age meant she was a rising star in some small families. But in her family, every generation of girls became maids for other major families. Sona did consider recruiting Hilda at one point, but there was simply no opportunity. After finishing her training, Hilda returned to her family for more training, and Sona had no chance to meet her. As for her family, Sona didn't know them. For the Citri family, a family that nurtured maids, they weren't worth paying attention to. I really want to meet this famous maid. Sure, you processed her enrollment procedures. Tomorrow, I'll bring her over. If you want to remind me, just say so. Don't come up with such excuses. Sona, let's be understanding. Give me some respect. Cut it out. Sona didn't notice, but unconsciously, she and August seemed to have become casual like old friends. Shinra noticed. Since getting to know August, their student president had changed significantly in just 2 days. Drinking tea, August sat on the sofa and began to close his eyes to rest. It was said that during spring, people felt drowsy, during autumn, they felt fatigued, and during summer, they took naps. Having eaten their fill, August started feeling a bit drowsy. He hadn't rested much last night. As a maid, Hilda's education and training weren't just ordinary skills. She also learned how to serve her master, how to please her master, and how to train to make her master even more satisfied. As the most outstanding maid, Hilda excelled in this aspect as well. Under her care, August truly experienced the treatment of a king. Because of this, things went a bit overboard, leading to Hilda's serious injuries today. In her heart, satisfying her master and making him happy came first. Her own well-being was secondary, and August failed to control himself for a moment. Unconsciously, August fell asleep on the sofa. Asleep. After a while, August still hadn't moved. Sona looked up and saw August sleeping soundly on the sofa. Not only August but also her peerages on the opposite side were all sleeping on the sofa. In the entire student council, only Sona and Shinra remained awake. Sighing, Sona continued working. There was a lot to do in the student council. All the clubs, big and small, were managed by the student council. Whether it was the budget for each club, the club rooms, or the regulations for various competitions, the student council was responsible. Not exaggerating, if a club really offended the student council, it was easy to dismantle it. Moreover, in normal times, many major and minor affairs of the whole school were decided by the student council. That's why the student council in the schools had immense power. Every club's activity funds, activity classrooms, and various competition regulations were handled by the student council. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if a club truly offended the student council, dismantling that club would be a piece of cake. Moreover, during the regular school day, many minor and major affairs were decided by the student council. It was precisely because of this that Sona had a lot of work usually, and sometimes she had to deal with it together with Shinra. Chapter 168, except for me, you can't bow down to anyone. Soon, August's first day of school routine passed. Overall, apart from being surrounded by girls and getting to know Sona's peerages a bit, nothing much happened. This day was quite fulfilling, and Sona's efficiency was extremely high. Before the afternoon school dismissal, 5 phones and 5 computers were delivered. As a qualified otaku, not playing with a phone for over 4 months was quite incredible. Because the Kuo Academy had an early dismissal time in the afternoon, most of the afternoon was dedicated to students participating in various clubs, reducing the need for teaching staff. Since August had just arrived today and hadn't joined any clubs, he directly chose to return home. After all, there was still the newly deflowered Maid waiting for him at home, so he had to return early. Because the Kuo Academy was very close, he quickly returned to the apartment. Pushing open the door, he saw a well-organized and spotlessly clean room. In the living room, Hilda was sitting on the sofa, attentively watching TV. A romantic soap opera was playing, but August took one glance and felt indifferent. "My lord, you're back. I'm sorry, I didn't notice." Seeing August sitting on the nearby sofa, Hilda quickly stood up, looking flustered. A maid's duty is to serve the master. Now that the master has returned, she didn't notice and continued watching TV. This was a serious dereliction of duty. "All right, sit down. You are now my retainer, my knight, and above all, my woman, so there's no need to be so formal. My lord, Hilda is your maid, and that will never change. I'm not saying you're not, but you're not just my maid. Do you understand? But, my lord. Here, I have the final say, or do you? Of course, my lord, your will is everything. In that case, in my presence, you don't need to be so formal. Isn't Surzex's maid also his wife? Don't be so concerned about status." Hilda wouldn't dare to compare herself to Lady Grafia. Hilda was extremely anxious due to the strict and terrifying system within the devil race. While Grafia was indeed a maid, she was born into the prestigious Lucifuge family, which is directly under Lucifer's command. Strictly speaking, the Lucifuge family served as the vassals of Satan Lucifer, not mere servants. They had been faithfully serving Satan Lucifer for generations, unlike Hilda's family, a true second-rate family, whose daughters were used to gain favor with other families. The difference between the two was not even in the same league. "Hilda, remember, you are now my maid, and Surzex and I are friends. So, you and Grafia are on the same level, understood? My lord, this is a great disrespect. She's Satan Lucifer's wife. You dash." August was also helpless. For devils, the majesty of the Satan had already penetrated their bones. The reason why the devil race fell into internal strife after the fall of the 4 Satans was because the Satan was the devil's belief. Losing that belief was akin to an angel losing its master. "Hilda, in your heart, is the Satan above all or am I above all?" "Of course, my lord. If it's your will, even if it's the Satan, Hilda is willing to give everything for you, including life and soul. In that case, remember this from the bottom of your heart, I am supreme. Everything else is just a distraction." This. August's words were equivalent to overturning her years of accepted beliefs. In the underworld, the Satan was considered supreme, the ruler of the underworld, the master of all devils. This image had been ingrained in them. Now, August's words meant she had to overturn all of this and acknowledge only August as the ultimate authority. "I'll give you time to accept it, but Hilda, remember, in this world, the only person you should bow down to is me, because I am your master." "Yes, my lord," Hilda will always remember. It was like suddenly making a devout believer lose faith in any gods and instead believe in one person. It was impossible to accept this immediately, so August would give Hilda time. He would never allow his subordinate, even if just a servant, to bow down to others. Perhaps his current strength couldn't match such arrogance, but as someone who knew his own potential, it would be foolish if he didn't at least have some pride of his own. Come here. Yes. Hilda walked over, and August immediately pulled her into his arms. Sitting on the sofa, he directly hugged Hilda, who was momentarily unsure of what to do. She believed that as a maid, she didn't have the right to enjoy her master's embrace. However, this feeling made her reluctant to let go. Chapter 169, he bid too high. Because he had just experienced her first time yesterday, and considering he had been a bit excessive, August didn't do anything to Hilda. He merely enjoyed the decadent life, with a beautiful woman in his arms, relishing the luxuries he hadn't dared to imagine not long ago. At this moment, August noticed a flyer on the table. Summon devils, fulfill any wish. Isn't this a devil flyer? How come there's one at his home? Hilda, where did this come from? I received it from a familiar when I went out to buy groceries today. Familiar? Yes, it should be sent by the devils in this area to help distribute flyers. Recalling the plot, it seemed to be true. Except for the unlucky ICI, everyone else seemed to use familiars to distribute flyers. Looking at the magic circle depicted on it, August suddenly smiled. Summoning devils seemed quite interesting. My lord, you don't actually plan to summon, do you? Yes, I'm curious to know who will be summoned. In that case, let me help you draw the magic circle. Hilda continued from August's embrace, immediately entering work mode when something happened. Soon, a magic circle for summoning devils was drawn on the living room floor. Looking at this suddenly, August felt a bit familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen it before. My lord, it's all set. Just inject some magic power, or use the summoning method written here to activate the magic circle. Forget about that summoning method. It's easier to just inject a bit of magic power. The method of summoning devils was written on the flyer, but August found it troublesome. Injecting a bit of magic power would do, saving time. Besides, the written method was for humans without magic power. After injecting a bit of magic power, the entire magic circle was activated. The magic circle on the floor suddenly emitted a deep blue light, then expanded into a pattern. This is the Citri family's crest, Sona's flyer, not Rias's. Preconceived, August thought it was Rias's flyer, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Sona's. The family's inherited magic circle was a symbol of identity and also a symbol of power. The generational crest was equivalent to the family's secret technique, only usable by the family members. Buzz. Then the magic circle began to operate. A burst of light flashed, and a figure emerged from it. Seeing the person, August suddenly felt happy. Devil Shinra Tsubaki, responding to your summon. What do you? Mid-sentence, the voice abruptly stopped upon seeing August. After the teleportation through the magic circle was complete, Shinra Tsubaki appeared in the living room of August's house. However, she stood still, locking eyes with August. Well, good afternoon, Shinra. August, why is it you? And just call me Tsubaki. I originally thought this was Rias's flyer and wanted to meet the Crimson Princess in a special way. I didn't expect it to be Sona's flyer. Tsubaki Shinra was also speechless for a moment. The leader of the demon clan actually had such peculiar interests. But since you're already here, might as well help fulfill my wish. As August infused magic power and Tsubaki Shinra responded to the summon, the devil's contract was already sealed. In the devil race, contracts were incredibly important. Every devil valued their contracts, and even in modern times, though devils had evolved, they still adhered to ancient contracts when making deals with humans. So, August, what is your wish? While saying this, Tsubaki Shinra glanced at Hilda beside August, already recognizing her identity. The maid that even her presendet admired, she finally met her. Wishes, Suddenly, at this moment, August rushed into the room, rummaging through things, and then came out with a bag. This is my wish. Put on this outfit, and let me take some pictures to record it. That's all I need for my wish to come true. Change clothes. Take pictures. In an instant, thoughts of bikinis, bunny girl outfits, and tempting uniforms kept flashing. What is this inside? Pointing at the bag, Tsubaki Shinra's tone was a bit hesitant. Nothing special, just a regular maid outfit. I'm curious about how you would look in a maid outfit, Tsubaki. Saying that, he opened the bag and took out the maid outfit, quite normal, with no strange designs. However, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Tsubaki Shinra suddenly remembered something. Where did he get her measurements from? Someone he just met today. My lord, isn't this my maid outfit? Borrowing it for a bit. I'll get you a better one later. Yes. With August saying that, there was nothing more Hilda could say. She could only keep her mouth shut. Now, everything fell back to Tsubaki Shinra. Well, Tsubaki, can you fulfill this wish of mine? This dash. If it were any other man making this wish, she would directly use the physical memory loss technique. She wouldn't tolerate anyone daring to request such a thing. But now, it was August, a man with a status far superior to hers. She had no idea how to refuse, and deep down, there was a bit of anticipation and excitement. Most girls have a tendency to like beautiful clothing, especially such uniforms. It's just that many times, they don't dare to try. I can offer 10 bottles of large health potion. I dash. Plus 10 bottles of large magic potion. But dash. Add 10 bottles of each type. Alright. Tsubaki Shinra agreed. It's not that she lacked self-respect, but the price he offered was too high. 20 bottles of large health potion and 20 bottles of large magic potion were already twice the meeting gift for today. It was simply too tempting. Taking the maid outfit from August's hands, Tsubaki Shinra headed towards the bathroom. Hilda, on the side, widened her eyes. What does this mean? Didn't she agree only because the price wasn't sufficient? A devil capable of distributing flyers was undoubtedly a territorial devil. Yet, such a person turned out to be like this. She suddenly felt that devils were all the same, not that different. With a smile on his face, August took out the phone that Sona had just sent him today. Unexpectedly, the first photo taken with this phone was of Tsubaki Shinra in a maid outfit. Chapter 170, I like uniforms. After about 10 minutes, Tsubaki hesitantly walked out. From childhood to adulthood, she had never worn such clothes, so each attempt made her a bit embarrassed, yet there was also a hint of anticipation. How is it? Tsubaki's face blushed slightly as she stood there feeling quite embarrassed. Very beautiful. Now, just be a bit more natural and strike a few poses. Poses? Hurry up, I've already paid for this. Okay. Under Hilda's curious gaze, Tsubaki struck a few ordinary poses like bending over, smiling welcomingly, and turning to show a graceful smile. Since they had just met, August didn't want to go overboard, lest he scare her away. After about half an hour, August collected dozens of photos of Tsubaki in a maid outfit from various angles. Alright. Alright. I'm satisfied. Tsubaki let out a sigh of relief, it was finally over. However, as she looked at August, who was smiling at his phone, she couldn't help but feel a bit proud and joyful. No woman is indifferent to her appearance. August wanting these photos was also a side proof of her charm. Considering what happened at school today, Tsubaki had heard about it. August, like an arrogant prince, hadn't given any other girls a chance to get close. But towards her, he was like this. Anyone would have some thoughts in such a situation. Not bad. Pleasant cooperation. Here's your reward. After storing all the photos and making backups, August took out the promised items. 20 bottles of large health potion. 20 bottles of large mana potion. Looking at the 40 bottles of potions in his hands, Tsubaki's face also showed a smile. After receiving the potions, Tsubaki went to the bathroom to change out of the maid outfit. So, this contract is now concluded. Looking forward to your next summon. Definitely, don't worry, Tsubaki. I'll summon you again tomorrow, and by then, there will be other clothes for you to try. Don't worry, you won't lose out. Tsubaki's face stiffened. She had just mentioned it casually, there was no need for him to take it so seriously. Coming here every day to change clothes and take pictures, am I not a model? As long as you're happy. In the end, Tsubaki chose not to say much. After all, it was just changing clothes and taking a few photos. It wasn't revealing attire, and he was giving her so much. She was profiting. Then, a magic circle lit up beneath Tsubaki's feet, and in the blink of an eye, she was teleported away. August felt slightly unsatisfied. If he could conquer this girl with long black hair and glasses, his beautiful life would truly begin. If my lord likes it, I can do it too. Hilda, on the side, said somewhat bashfully. Like what? Wearing these kinds of clothes to take pictures for my lord. If my lord likes it, Hilda is willing to wear any kind of clothes for my lord to see. August suddenly understood. She was jealous. Seeing him favor another woman, she was afraid of losing favor. As a maid, she wouldn't harbor dissatisfaction. She was just worried about losing favor and would do her best to win August's favor. Sure, Hilda. I'll go buy the clothes right away, nurse uniforms, police uniforms, teacher uniforms, and professional attire. We'll have them all. Yes, my lord. Hilda felt delighted about it. For her, being able to make August happy and receive his favor meant everything. In the blink of an eye, Hilda changed into the new clothes and prepared to go out with August to buy more outfits. However, August didn't have any intention of getting up. Subconsciously, Hilda glanced at August's phone and noticed that he had already started shopping for clothes on the online store. "My lord, are you buying clothes online?" "Yes, it's too troublesome to go buy them myself. Besides, if I wear them, other men will definitely see. My maid is meant for my eyes only." This statement made Hilda's heart feel as sweet as honey. August's choice of shopping was also straightforward: expensive. Money wasn't an issue, so he selected the best stores and customized the highest quality clothes. As for Hilda's size, that was even less of a concern. August didn't need to ask, she had already mentioned it herself. While August was continuously placing orders on his phone, suddenly, in the early evening when the night had just fallen, there was another chaotic surge of devilish energy characteristic of a stray devil. "My lord, it's a stray devil." This time, both August and Hilda noticed it because it was too close. "Really, all I wanted was to buy something, and yet there's more trouble." August put away his phone and, with Hilda, headed towards the location of the stray devil. Within less than 2 streets, they arrived at a residential area where the stray devil was hiding in one of the houses. Before entering, a strong smell of blood reached them. Frowning slightly, August pushed the door open and entered. Through the entrance, down the corridor, they arrived in the living room. In the living room, there were 3 bodies, all torn beyond recognition. On the sofa, a half-cat half-human stray devil was feasting on one of the corpses. More food. Looking up, at the moment the stray devil saw August, a trace of anger flashed in its eyes. The desire for food surged within it. If it could devour the men in front of it, it could definitely become stronger. Tasty food indeed. "Let me devour you." As it spoke, it turned into a black shadow and pounced towards August. One of its hands, now transformed into a cat's paw, had sharp claws glinting in the dim light. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji. Suddenly, a pitch-black cube enveloped it. After a few seconds of slicing and dicing, the black coffin dissipated, leaving only a pile of minced flesh on the ground. August had brought spiritual pressure with him. Witnessing such a scene as soon as they entered, the stray devil dared to charge at them. What a death wish. Without bothering to waste words, August raised his hand, conjuring a black rod, and sent the stray devil off to meet the Shinigami. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, exterminate stray devil. Reward, regular gacha draw *1. The mission was completed again, with another regular draw in hand. August and Hilda turned and left. Chapter 171, Rias's attention. Just as August and Hilda left not long ago, Rias, accompanied by her peerages, arrived. After entering the residential house and seeing the minced meat on the floor, Rias's expression turned extremely unpleasant. She had been preempted. Unlike the previous incident, this time, it seemed to involve a mage. The residual magic in the air was incredibly powerful, and she had never encountered such strong and domineering magic before. There was no need to guess about the pair of minced meat on the ground, it was undoubtedly the work of a stray devil. As for the corpses of the family of 3 in the room, both August and Rias ignored them. For them, they were just humans, easily concealed with a bit of magic. This magical power is truly tyrannical, it directly destroyed my magic. Akino squatted down, subconsciously touching the residual magic on the corpses. She suffered a slight backlash from the faint touch. Just a tiny exploration of magical power with her fingertips, and she got a cut from the lingering magic. This didn't make Akino angry. Instead, it aroused her competitive spirit. She was quite confident in her own strength, but now, she couldn't even deal with lingering magic. If this were to be known, it would be embarrassing. Akino, did you find anything? No, this magical power is very peculiar, extremely domineering and corrosive, not like devils or fallen angels. Could it be another faction? Probably not. This is the common territory of the Gremory and Citri families. No faction would want to offend both Satans simultaneously. Akino explained slowly. In the whole world, Satans were rare. In this town, Rias and Sona were undoubtedly the 2 princesses, each with a Satan behind them. Especially Sona's sister, the Satan Leviathan, was known for being a sister complex, exceeding all limits of affection for her sister. This was widely known. So, no faction dared to come here and cause trouble, considering it was a shared territory of 2 Satans. But this isn't right, that isn't right either. Could there be no clues at all? No, Rias, precisely because there are no clues, there's a possibility. Are you saying a sacred gear? Exactly, a newly awakened sacred gear wielder who knows nothing about this world. Hence, they act recklessly and without any restraint. If that's the case, we need to find them. We can't let Sona find them first. Rias urgently said. She desperately needed to strengthen her peerage and enhance her own power. Unlike Sona, who had already rejected her engagement, Rias still carried the engagement on her shoulders. Therefore, she wanted to win through the same method as Sona, through a rating game, and then cancel the engagement. After all, devils valued power and honor. If a man was defeated by a woman, he wouldn't have dignity to marry someone else. So, she eagerly wanted to recruit talents, especially humans with sacred gear. Squeak. At this moment, Yudo Kiba and Kenneko walked in. President, is everything around here sorted out? All the neighbors have had their memories magically altered. You've worked hard. Yudo Kiba and Kenneko shook their heads. Well, let's tidy up here as well. This guy killed someone and didn't even clean up the scene, he really lacks experience. As soon as she spoke, a crimson magic circle lit up, and all the corpses were instantly destroyed. The power of destruction, inherited from Rias's mother's Baal bloodline, had the potential to destroy everything. As long as the magic was powerful enough, it was almost invincible among peers. After dealing with the bodies, they used magic to clean up everything around. This family evaporated just like that, and all memories and traces related to them were completely wiped out. It was as if this family had never existed. This was the treatment for ordinary humans and also the current situation of humans in this world. Various accidents were happening in this world all the time. The reason ordinary people were unaware was that the mysterious side was covering everything up. Among the higher-ups of various countries, many were supported by the mysterious side. With the help of humans managing humans and covering up all supernatural traces, ordinary people remained oblivious to everything. This was the attitude of the mysterious side toward humans. Because, compared to humans, both angels and devils relied on humans for survival. Gods needed human belief, devils needed human contracts, and monsters needed human fear. Although humans were weak, they were also extremely powerful, especially in modern society, where superweapons like nuclear and atomic bombs could easily cause destruction. Even those from the supernatural side dared not underestimate them. Of course, that's only for the lower middle level, because above that level, they can easily handle small attacks like that. Moreover, in the current three faction, angels and devils both suffered heavy losses in the Great War. Pure blood devil became scarcer, and if it weren't for Satan Beelzebub inventing evil pieces, the number of devils would be extremely limited. Angels, on the other hand, lost their gods in the Holy War, unable to give birth to new angels. So, every angel was considered precious. Back at home, Hilda went to prepare dinner. For her, making August a satisfying meal was also something that made her happy. As for August, he continued to place orders for various uniforms of all types, and not just one set. In addition to these, August naturally shifted his focus to the otaku culture of this world. Light novels, anime, manga, games, and more, all of this interested August. Before travel, August was at most a pseudo-otaku because he had to work to make a living. Moreover, many otaku things were expensive, and he couldn't afford them. Now that he had no shortage of money, he naturally wanted to make up for everything. About half an hour later, August put down his phone. After browsing through 2D culture like light novels and anime, August rubbed his forehead. Because he couldn't connect with his past self, there was inevitably some strangeness. Most importantly, there was no novel or manga isekai he liked in this world, which surprised August. This gave August an idea. Since there was none, he would create one himself. Just thinking about it made him excited. By then, he would be the pioneer of a new genre in this world. Chapter 172, First Encounter. The next few days of August's life were quite peaceful. Every day, he went to school with Hilda and came back together. In his free time, he would socialize with the student council and Sona and others. After returning home, he would start learning how to draw manga. It turned out that it was not as simple as he thought. Composition, outlining, coloring, adjusting, each drawing took a considerable amount of time. However, it was precisely because it wasn't simple that August became even more interested. With learning abilities and comprehension far beyond ordinary people, in just a few days, August had become a qualified mangaka. Once he learned, August chose a theme, Isekai to another world. Since it was the first time he made it, the plot was straightforward. The elf tree in the other world died, unable to continue giving birth to elves. Thus, they summoned a man from another world to help the elves conceive. Yes, August planned to draw an H-manga. Anyway, he was drawing it for his own enjoyment, not to make money. Today was Saturday, no need to go to school, so August stayed at home to work on his creation. Hilda didn't know why August was interested in manga and even drew it himself. But since it was something August liked, she naturally offered absolute support. Ding dong. Around noon, while August was still immersed in his creation, the doorbell rang. Hilda turned to open the door, and outside, a delivery guy with a box stood. Hello, this is a delivery for August-san. Please sign for it. Sure. Hilda signed, accepting the package. Closing the door, she moved the box into the living room. My lord, what is this? Oh, this is the clothes I bought for you. By the way, there are some for Tsubaki too. Your name should be on them. Why don't you sort them out? All right. Opening the delivery box revealed another smaller box inside, beautifully packaged. After unpacking, there were neatly folded clothes inside. Hilda took a glance, and almost 4/5 of them were hers, various types of clothing that made her blush. Some were too revealing and could only be worn at home. As for Tsubaki, there were only 5 items. Teacher's uniform, nurse uniform, police uniform, flight attendant uniform, and yukata, a total of 5. Compared to hers, these were all normal clothes. Looking at August, who was still drawing manga, Hilda hesitated for a moment, picked up a nurse uniform set, and then ran into the room. A few minutes later, Hilda, dressed in a nurse uniform, walked out. Because the skirt and the top were small, when worn on Hilda's excellent figure, it looked like she was playing dress-up. My lord, how does it look? August looked up and was suddenly stunned. It was just too tempting. What do you mean by this? It's broad daylight, Hilda, you're not being honest. I don't have such intentions. But you've already done this. I just hope you're happy, that's all. I am happy. August stood up directly, threw the manga aside, and said, What manga? I want to eat meat now. In the afternoon, as August looked at the torn clothes scattered on the floor, he felt a bit embarrassed. This seemed to be a bit wasteful. However, August soon stopped caring. Since he wasn't short of money, it didn't matter. Covering Hilda, who had fallen asleep, with a blanket, August left the room. Is a stray devil appearing in broad daylight? As soon as he came out, August sensed the chaotic devilish energy of a stray devil. Without much thought, he went out. Although it wasn't much, it was still a regular gacha draw. Saving up for multiple draws might result in some good items. With this attitude, August quickly arrived at the location of the chaotic devilish energy. As soon as he arrived, August noticed that someone was already there. In an abandoned factory building below, a stray devil with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a horse was being beaten up by a girl who looked quite small. A small body contained terrifying power, continuously sending the stray devil, who was many times her size, flying. Smash you. While saying this, she continued to abuse the stray devil. After watching for a while, August felt some sympathy for this stray devil. It was really unlucky. It had betrayed its master, turned into this, and was now being beaten up by such a small girl. August watched from above, completely unaware that he was being watched in turn. President, it seems the other party has arrived. It looks like the other party indeed has the ability to capture the position of stray devil. That's great. Aquino smiled and said, looking at August with a hint of enthusiasm. Rias also revealed a smile. As long as she saw the other party, she was confident in making him her peerage. After all, she was the heir to the Gremory family, inheriting the power of destruction, and holding the title of the red-haired destruction princess. At a young age, she already possessed the strength of a higher devil. In addition to her charm, she believed that roping in a human sacred gear wielder would be a piece of cake. Soon, on this side, the stray devil was already gasping for breath, lying on the ground, life or death uncertain. August watched very realistically and recognized the identity of the girl. Kenneko, Rias's peerage member, a tiered battle vehicle, was a rare Nikosho race, with the potential for senjutsu. However, due to psychological issues, she refused to acknowledge her bloodline and her own power. Swoosh. August's figure instantly disappeared from the original spot, leaving Rias and Aquino stunned. But before they could exclaim, they found August appearing in front of Kenneko. The two, one large and one small, stared at each other. Kenneko frowned slightly. She thought to herself, this must be the sacred gear the president is looking for. And August was curious as he appraised this girl. The stray devil on the side spat out a mouthful of blood, which happened to splatter on August's clothes. In an instant, August was furious. How dare this small fry dirty his clothes? Plunk. A golden sword directly flew through the air, nailing the stray devil to the ground. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, exterminate stray devils. Reward, regular gacha draw *1. The mission was completed again because August killed this small fry himself. Chapter 173, First Encounter. 2. Watching August, Kenneko appeared somewhat guarded. After all, they didn't know each other, and August's strength didn't seem weak. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is you. You're Kenneko, right? You know me. Of course, you're the famous mascot of the Kuo Academy's first grade. I definitely know you. Are you from Kuo Academy too? Yes. This made Kenneko take note of this. If the other person was also from Kuo Academy, finding him and investigating everything about him wouldn't be a problem. Are you in Sacred Gear Wielder? Sacred Gear? No. Then what are you? Kenneko pointed to the long sword that had nailed the stray devil to the side. This is my magic. I can shoot weapons through spatial magic. Pretty cool, huh? Not bad. Hearing August say he wasn't an sacred gear wielder, Kenneko's interest diminished a bit. Because Rheas preferred peerages who were of sacred gears, their growth rate far exceeded others due to being nourished by human thoughts and emotions. Moreover, there was a slim chance they might survive critical situations because of the potential of their artifacts. Tap tap tap. Just as August was about to continue chatting with Kenneko, footsteps echoed. August turned around and saw Rheas with her crimson long hair and Akino with her hair tied in a ponytail walking over. President, he's not an sacred gear wielder. Seeing Rheas, Kenneko immediately informed her of what she had just learned. Upon hearing Kenneko's words, Rheas suddenly looked a bit disappointed. On the other hand, Akino's gaze towards August remained unchanged, filled with curiosity and a hint of fighting spirit. Observing all this, August was completely bewildered. Did these people know him? But looking at Rheas's expression, she didn't seem like it. Hello, I'm Rheas Gremory, nice to meet you for the first time. Hello, I'm Akino Haimjima, pleased to meet you. President, he's also from Kuo Academy. This puzzled Rheas because she didn't recognize August. If it were someone else, she might not be so sure. But someone as handsome as August, if he were truly from Kuo Academy, how could he be so unknown? Are you sure, Kenneko? He said so. In an instant, Kenneko passed the ball to August. Rheas, I am indeed a student of Kuo Academy. I transferred not long ago, so you probably haven't seen me. Transferred student. Could it be that you're the second prince, rumored to be Yudo's competitor? That should be me. Being called the second prince directly to his face, August couldn't help but feel pleased. Surprising, not only a prominent figure in the academy but also not an ordinary person. Mutual, you're not an ordinary person either. Yes, neither I nor Akino and Kenneko are ordinary. It's really surprising. The renowned One-sama of the academy, not one of you is a simple person. What do you mean? Literally. Watching Rheas, August began to ponder about revealing his identity and understanding her thoughts. Although he knew Surzex, his memory of Rheas was only from what he heard from Surzex. Besides, this was a real world, so August wanted to make initial contact with Rheas. How did August perceive Rheas? Indeed, she was the female lead and goddess of many male comrades in this world. But in August's eyes, she was just a rebellious girl. To resist the arranged marriage of the family, she chose a perverted boy without hesitation. The reason was simple, he possessed sacred gear Longinus. That was all. Who Issei Hayato was, she couldn't not know. To say she liked such a pervert, August would never believe it. She just saw the potential in Issei Hayato because he had the Red Dragon Emperor in his hand. It was not an exaggeration to say that, for a normal woman, it was unlikely to be attracted to Issei Hayato. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become one of the perverted trio at the Kuo Academy. August didn't deny that she truly loved Issei Hayato later on, but at the beginning, she was just a rebellious girl. Because she knew that when Graphia came to talk about the engagement, she wanted to give her virginity to Issei Hayato. Not because of emotions, but simply because she didn't want to obey the family's arrangements. So, for Rheas, besides thinking her figure was good, August really didn't have a good impression. By the way, I still don't know your name. Rheas inquired, and vaguely, she felt that August might not be simple. August. August. This name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere. Hearing this name, Rheas subconsciously felt it was familiar but couldn't recall where she had heard it. August didn't pay much attention. After all, the arrangement of the identity card was that he rarely went out, and only the whole underworld knew about him. Specific names were known to very few people. What she vaguely remembered might have been mentioned by Surzex in front of her. Do you have anything else to discuss, Rheas? If not, I'll take my leave. Oh, good. Hearing August say so, Rheas subconsciously replied. But when she saw August turn and leave, she suddenly froze. She was very confident in her charm. Moreover, there was also Akino and Kenneko beside her. Any man couldn't help but be moved, so why did he leave so decisively? Rheas, this August is not simple. I can't see the depth of his strength. His strength is definitely above mine. What? Above you? Although Akino was an intermediate devil, as a fallen angel-human hybrid, and now her entourage, her strength was very strong, definitely ranking high among intermediate demons. But now Akino unexpectedly said she wasn't this man's opponent, making Rheas extremely shocked. Akino, are you sure? He doesn't have the slightest magical power fluctuation, but I can be sure that the residual magic power from that night definitely belonged to him. You didn't perceive his magical power, how can you be sure? Intuition. Hearing this explanation, Rheas was suddenly speechless. Since when could intuition be used as a reason? But what she didn't know was that Akino lied. She was so sure it was August because he had a smell, the same as that night. It was the scent of a woman. Today, August's scent was very faint, but it still existed. Chapter 174, Communication with Surzex. After bidding farewell to Rias and her peerages, August couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Facing beautiful women, claiming not to be moved would be false, but August needed to understand a bit more. If everything went well, he wouldn't mind making Rias his family. If not, well, he would let it go. Of course, the opportunity for such a plump piece of meat couldn't be missed. It had to be eaten. Talking about physique, Rias, as the female protagonist, was undoubtedly one of the best in this world. Back at home, with nothing to do, August immersed himself in his writing again. This was his first major work. It was already evening when Hilda woke up, indicating she had been quite busy this afternoon. Watching the sky outside gradually darken, August stretched lazily. It had been a long time since he worked so long on the computer. My lord. You're awake, Hilda. Yeah, what would you like for dinner tonight? I'll prepare it for you. Anything is fine, nothing specific. Then I'll prepare something. Sure. Hilda went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and began preparing dinner. Watching Hilda, who transformed into chef, August was extremely satisfied. She was indeed the perfect maid. Capable in both the living room and the kitchen. Soon, dinner was ready. Since there were no other people in the house, there was no need to prepare too much. At this moment, August heard a vibrating sound. Before August could react, Hilda ran into the bedroom, took out a crystal ball, and it was currently flashing. My lord, it seems to be Lord Lucifer. Surzex. Yes, this is Lord Lucifer's communicator. Lady Graphia gave it to me when she came to the human world. Then connect and see what he's up to. All right. August connected to Surzex's information, and a projection came out of the crystal ball, revealing Surzex's figure. Hey, August, how's it going in the human world? It's fine. Why did you contact me? Nothing much, just checking on how you're doing and whether you're adapting to life in the human world. It's okay. By the way, I met your sister today. Rias. Yes. What happened? Your sister doesn't know me, but it seems like she's investigating me. Investigating you? She wants to make me her peerage. This. Surzex naturally knew Rias's thoughts, and he felt pressure due to the engagement issue. He understood that Rias's peerages were all helped by him. Akino became Rias's queen under his protection. If it weren't for Surzex, how could Akino's father, Barakiel, allow his daughter to become a mere devil servant? Kenneko also became Rias's under Surzex's guarantee. As for Yuto Kiba, he escaped the Holy Sword project with Rias, thanks to Surzex. Even the sealed damper was also helped by Surzex. Although Rias's current peerages have not been able to maximize their potential, they are all people handpicked by Surzex. Otherwise, how could so many talents be reincarnated all at once? August, if there's anything wrong with Rias, I apologize on her behalf. Don't take it to heart. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who ignores feelings. By the way, if possible, you can communicate more with Rias. My Rias is quite outstanding, a genius known in the underworld. Hee, I treat you as a bro, but you want to make me your brother-in-law. You. This sentence immediately choked Surzex. If August found a wife, of course, he hoped to matchmake them. If they really got together, the next generation of the demon clan would have half of the Gremory family's bloodline. The demon clan was already scarce in population, and in a few generations, they might really become one family. After all, it's better to keep the benefits at home. As a brother, Surzex naturally wanted Rias to find a good home. Now, it seemed that August was the best choice. Why are you silent? What should I say? What else do you want me to say? If you don't say anything, I'll hang up. It's a waste of time. My nightlife has just begun, unlike yours. After saying that, he directly hung up the communication, giving Surzex no respect at all. My lord, are you really okay? This is the Satan Lucifer. It's fine. Just Surzex. This. Looking at his master like this, Hilda could only sigh. What else could she do? At the same time, in the underworld, in Surzex's study, looking at the disconnected communication, he was speechless. It was the same as always, not giving himself any respect, not caring about his identity. But that's precisely why the two were friends, unrelated to status, unrelated to strength, just the relationship between the two. Bang. At this moment, Graphia brought in a bowl of medicine. What's wrong? Looking at Surzex, who was full of bitter smiles, Graphia asked with some doubt. It's just August. This guy just hung up my communication. Isn't that normal? It is normal. Although Surzex had a bitter smile, Grafia could see that Surzex really treated August as a friend. But Grafia didn't comment on this. She didn't have much contact with August. At most, she would hear Surzex talk about him. The last time she met August was the first time. Placing the tray on the table, Grafia handed the bowl of medicinal soup to Surzex. Surzex sighed when he saw it and looked at Grafia with guilt. It's been so many years. Are you still unwilling to give up? Holding the medicinal soup, Grafia's body trembled slightly, but then she recovered. It's not about giving up or not. So many years have passed, and I've gotten used to it. I just don't want to give up the last bit of hope. I'm sorry for marrying you in, making you suffer like this. There was no response from Grafia. She just stood there and handed the bowl of medicine to Surzex. Surzex drank the medicinal soup directly, although it was bitter, he felt it was the sweetest thing in the world. Chapter 175, Meeting Kenneko. The next morning, August woke up early. Since he had fun with Hilda at noon yesterday, he didn't disturb her in the evening. Today was Sunday in Japan. August decided to go out and explore the surroundings. Since he was already here, might as well take a look around. So, early in the morning, August set out. After spending some time exploring the vicinity, not far from the Kuo Academy, August discovered an arcade. This made August eager to play. Back in elementary school, he used to be a regular at the arcade. However, at that time, there were no high-end gaming machines, mostly just fighting games or small games. Now, it was a different story, with a variety of options. He entered the arcade, and by now, it was close to 9 in the morning, with a fair number of people inside. August exchanged 100 coins and began strolling around the arcade. Finally, he chose a fighting game, similar to King of Fighters but with different characters and abilities. After playing a few times, he became familiar with the characters. Initially, he played against the machine, but soon, a few people approached, asking if he wanted to play. August gladly agreed. After all, he came to play games for enjoyment. Like this, 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, soon, one after another, gaming experts fell to August. In a small bucket nearby, there was already a collection of game coins, at least a few hundred or even 1,000. These were all the stakes. Even though August didn't ask for them, people insisted on giving them to him. Life is lonely at the top, indeed. Invincibility is a lonely path. With an extremely pretentious and smug statement, 7 or 8 people around him gnashed their teeth in frustration. These were the challengers who had just lost, and all their game coins ended up in August's hands. Although August didn't care for it, if you challenged him, you had to offer some stakes. With this back and forth, August's game coins multiplied, attracting even more challengers. This was the source of this little bucket of game coins. Are any of you still up for it? August looked at a guy nearby with green hair, a fashionable and trendy look. Although the green-haired guy wanted to challenge, he ultimately held back. It's not that he was timid, he genuinely couldn't beat August, whether in the game or in a real fight. As for how he knew, it was because of the 2 palm prints on his face, telling him that this guy was a weirdo. Anyone buying game coins? Selling at an 80% discount. Seeing no one coming forward, August directly shouted in the arcade. People around looked over, and upon seeing August's almost overflowing bucket of game coins, they couldn't help but envy. However, even at an 80% discount, many couldn't afford it with so many game coins. I'll play against you. At this moment, a soft voice spoke up. August instinctively looked around, but found no target. Are you looking for lose? The voice appeared again, and August lowered his head to find a displeased-looking Kenneko. Now it was awkward. August didn't do it on purpose, he genuinely didn't notice. I'll play with you. If I win, all these game coins are mine. Sure, but what if you lose? What do you want? If you lose, let me pat your head. How about that? Pervert. Kenneko looked at August with intense disdain, as if he was extremely dirty. Are you in or not? I'm in. Seeing that overflowing bucket of game coins, Kenneko couldn't resist. It was enough to keep her entertained for a long time. She directly started a game, and August and Kenneko began selecting characters. Surrounding people gathered as they began to fight. Kenneko, despite being a girl, had an impressive gaming skill, gaining some fame. August, being a newcomer, came here to challenge and ended up defeating many people. Now, the two faced off, naturally attracting a lot of onlookers. Looking at the bucket of game coins on the table, everyone was envious. It was no small amount. Best of 3 or best of 5? August looked at Kenneko. Best of 3. Best of 5 takes too much time. Alright, best of 3 it is. August selected his characters, similar to King of Fighters 97 but with different characters. Kenneko chose a muscular man, a shrine maiden, and a man in a suit. August didn't pick the same characters as Kenneko. Instead, he chose a martial artist, an old man, and a vampire. The battle started. In the first round, Kenneko's muscular man faced off against August's martial artist. August didn't waste any words, directly launching a combo. After pushing him back, he executed a special move, followed by a crouching leg sweep. Although Kenneko defended, she was restricted and had no other options. Seizing the opportunity, August broke her defense and grabbed Kenneko's muscular man. Then, he performed a special move, instantly bringing him to low health. With a final punch, the match ended. August looked at Kenneko with a smirk. Don't get too proud. It's just one character. The game has just begun. August didn't bother explaining. The second round began, with Kenneko's shrine maiden entering the arena. Similar to the first round, August didn't exert much effort. Losing only 1/3 of his health, he defeated Kenneko's second character. This time, the people around were surprised. Kenneko actually got 2-0. This guy is amazing. Yeah, he even 2-0'd Kenneko. If it were a 3-0, that would be awesome. No way. Kenneko can't be that miserable, can she? Who knows? As people chatted in 2s and 3s, the third round between August and Kenneko also reached its conclusion. In this third round, Kenneko initiated a burst, bringing August's martial artist to low health. Just when she was about to finish him off, August completed a reversal, ending the match with a 3-0 victory. I seem to have won. Best of 3, 2 more rounds. Sure, bring it on. Another round started. Kenneko and August's character selection remained unchanged. After a few minutes, the battle ended, and Kenneko looked unbelieving. How about best of 5? I can afford to lose. Go ahead. Saying so with a heroic sacrifice expression, August made Kenneko cringe. August directly pat Kenneko's head and threw the entire bucket of game coins at her, then turned and left. Kenneko watched August's departing figure with confusion. Chapter 176, Encounter at the School Gate. Ring. The sound of the alarm clock rang, and August opened his eyes groggily. The weekend had come to an end, and it was time to go to school again today. The reason for setting the alarm clock was that August had stayed up late again yesterday. Today, Hilda might find it challenging to go to school after the intense activities of the previous night. To avoid being late, August set an alarm. Looking at Hilda still sleeping soundly beside him, August felt a pang of pity. Hilda was great in every aspect, except that she cared too much about August, neglecting her own well-being every time. August, caught up in the excitement, couldn't hold back, leading to her repeated episodes of overexertion. Once or twice was fine, but with the frequency increasing, August began to feel a bit embarrassed. Last night, August even considered whether he should summon a few maids from the inner world and have some fun. However, having seen plenty of maids, August's taste had become quite picky. He wasn't particularly interested in them. My lord, All right, today, just rest at home. I got a bit carried away yesterday. It's my failure to serve my lord properly. Just rest. Without letting Hilda continue, August couldn't help but protect a woman who was entirely devoted to him. After freshening up and preparing some breakfast for Hilda, August headed out. These 2 weekend days were spent on drawing manga and not much else, mainly engaging in communication with Hilda. After injuring Hilda repeatedly, August started thinking about finding another woman. August's first choice was Tsubaki Shinra, the girl with long black hair and glasses. Thinking about the 5 sets of prepared clothes at home, August felt a bit restless. Today, he would summon her again and have her try them on. Ah. Look, it's Prince August. He's so my type. We finally see August-sama again. I couldn't even eat properly for the past 2 days. My life is colorful again. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, the surrounding female students let out screams. For the first time, August felt that his attractiveness to women was a bit troublesome. Although it was useful when picking up girls, it became a problem in ordinary situations. Pervert senpai. At this moment, Kenneko's voice sounded from the side. August instinctively looked over and saw Kenneko wearing the Kuo Academy uniform, looking even cuter. Isn't this the adorable Kenneko? Long time no see, I've missed you so much. Don't be so familiar, pervert senpai. We just met yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, Kenneko's face became a bit sulky. She was actually defeated in the game, and it was 3 rounds to 2. Every time she was beaten 3 in a row. This made her extremely concerned, wanting to take revenge. Especially since August gave her all the game coins in the end, which she interpreted as disdain and contempt. This made her even more determined. In other aspects, she didn't care, but in terms of gaming, she absolutely wouldn't admit defeat and wouldn't accept charity. She didn't touch any of those game coins, collecting them all, ready to return them to August at the right time. Well, Kenneko, we can consider ourselves friends now. Can you stop slandering people? I'm not slandering you, you're a pervert. Look, aren't you a pervert too? Whether you believe it or not, with just a snap of my fingers, there will be plenty of women's falling into my arms. I believe it, but you're still a pervert. You're such a stubborn little cat. Saying that, a big hand directly fell on Kenneko's head, constantly messing with her white short hair. But at this moment, Kenneko didn't care about that anymore. Her gaze was fixed on August because his phrase, little cat, made her freeze in place. Feels so good, Kenneko, patting your head is just like stroking a cat. Let go of me, pervert senpai. Hearing August say this, Kenneko breathed a sigh of relief, and then her tone became incredibly calm. This is the senpai's affection for you, Kenneko-san. This is sexual harassment. Where did you learn that word? Nowhere. Kenneko turned her head, but in her mind, the image of a figure with a ponytail appeared. But August didn't go too far. He teased her for a while, then let go of Kenneko. Relieved, Kenneko was afraid that August wouldn't stop. Are you bullying your kohai early in the morning? Another voice sounded, and both August and Kenneko looked over. It turned out to be Sona and Tsubaki walking in from the school gate. At the gate, a special car had just left. I missed you so much, Sona, Tsubaki, you look even more beautiful after 2 days. This sentence from August made both women pause for a moment, their faces slightly blushing. Silver-tongued. A sincere statement. Seeing how familiar August was with Sona, Kenneko was stunned. It was at this moment that Kenneko's eyes and Tsubaki met. The gazes of the two conveyed the same message, that they were surprised that August knew each other. President Sona, Vice President Tsubaki. Hi, Kenneko. Kenneko. The three greeted each other, and since Sona and Rias had been childhood friends, they were both mutual competitors and friends. So the acquaintances of each other's significant others were natural. Of course, it was just an acquaintance. What about Hilda? Resting at home, not feeling well today. Not feeling well again. For a moment, the gazes of Sona and Tsubaki towards August became somewhat strange. August had just started attending school for a few days, and Hilda even less, but in this short period, Hilda had been unwell twice. Are you? After all, Sona was the princess of the Citri family, naturally understanding the duties of a maid. In addition to taking care of the daily life of the master, most maids had a deeper relationship with their masters. This was also part of their training. Seeing the increasingly strange expressions in Sona's eyes, August also blushed a little. This solved the mystery. Seeing August being so familiar with Sona, Kenneko suddenly had a bad premonition. After all, her president also had a keen interest in August. If she knew about it in advance, it would be troublesome. President Sona, Vice President Tsubaki, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she left. She had to report to her president. Chapter 177, Yuto Kiba's Invitation. Watching Kenneko's figure, Sona seemed contemplative. Seems like you're quite capable. You've met Rias so soon. No, I happened to encounter her the day before yesterday due to a stray devil. But Rias doesn't know my identity, and it seems like she wants to make me her peerage. What? Make you her peerage? Yeah, even though I'm acquainted with her brother, I don't know her at all. Then you. Sona nervously looked at August. A reincarnated devil in the underworld was just a servant, subservient to the master. If Rias wanted to make August her peerage, it would be equivalent to wanting to make the head of a Familia, on par with her father, her subordinate. If true, Rias would be committing a serious taboo. If this got out, she would undoubtedly face severe punishment from the higher-ups in the underworld, as it would be a matter of the dignity of the higher-ups. August, although not a devil, was an ally of the devil race, an honored guest with a status equivalent to the head of a pure-blood family among the 72 pillars. Although he had no real power, his status was supreme. Don't worry, I don't care too much. But I plan to take this opportunity to take a good look at Rias. What do you mean? Her brother wants me to help her sister solve some problems. But before that, I need to see if she's qualified. What are you going to do? Just observe for a while. She seems to regard me as a mage, so let's keep up with that. I see. Afterwards, make it clear to your people. Don't leave anything out. Understood. Sona couldn't help but feel emotional. Rias was also subject to inspection and selection. Thinking about August's attitude towards her, they became friends at their first meeting, and in less than a week, they became good friends. Comparing the two, she felt a little delighted. She was special, more special than Rias. All right, let's go. It's almost time for class. Yeah. And so, the three headed towards the teaching building. August, a sophomore, was on the second floor, while Sona and Tsubaki, seniors, were on the third. They separated at the staircase. As they arrived on the second floor, coincidentally, a teacher holding a lesson plan was walking towards them. Seeing August going upstairs with Sona and their seemingly good relationship, she was convinced that August's identity was definitely not simple. "Sensei, good morning." "August-kun, good morning." They exchanged greetings, and August vaguely sensed some changes in the teacher. Walking towards the classroom one after another, with August in front and the teacher holding a lesson plan behind, it looked like August was some leader from a distance. In the classroom, after August entered first, the teacher followed a few seconds later. With the teacher's arrival, those girls who were planning something mischievous with August suddenly became obedient. "Hey, you're actually going upstairs with Sensei. You almost made us late." "It's not like I was late." August didn't pay too much attention to this classmate who was separated by an aisle. The teacher started the lesson, but August immediately drifted away because he sat in the last row and in the corner closest to the window, making it a relatively unnoticed spot. Additionally, this teacher wasn't inclined to pick a fight, so she simply ignored him. For the entire morning, August barely listened to the classes. He played with his phone at the back, and no one knew what he was up to. Whether it was the class teacher who was informed by the head teacher or they received some information, not a single teacher said anything to August the entire morning. August was quite satisfied with this. He didn't come to school to attend classes seriously. Maybe it was because the head teacher publicized August's presence, or perhaps they got the news themselves, but for the entire morning, not a single teacher said anything. This also made August quite content. He didn't come to school to study seriously. Since he had transferred to the class for a few days, under August's aloof personality, gradually, there were not many girls willing to approach him. But there were still many who secretly peeked at August, harboring crushes on him. After all, they were still students. Just before the last class of the morning began, a person arrived at the entrance of the classroom. "Wow, it's Yuto-senpai. Is it true? He's so handsome." Yuto-sama. This sudden arrival turned the previously quiet classroom into chaos, as if a water balloon had been thrown into a calm pool. "Excuse me, is August-san here?" With just one sentence, August became the target of everyone's attention, all eyes fixed on him. It was because August, upon his arrival, had claimed the title of the school's heartthrob, and now with Yuto Kiba's arrival, it naturally led people's thoughts in a different direction. Many people had already devised headlines in their minds about the grievances and enmity between the heartthrobs from the two realms. August also looked over and saw Yuto Kiba standing at the door, wearing a smile, exuding an Asashi aura. Now, August suddenly felt a bit of a headache. Why did Rias have to send him? Couldn't she find someone else? Getting involved in a rumored relationship with a girl was still better than being involved with a guy. "August-san, our club president wants to meet you." "Your club president?" "Occult Research Club, President Rias." However, Yuto Kiba's words became the second bomb. "President Rias? Great one, Isan. Rias-senpai is looking for August." Wow, a love story between Sonoi and Kohai. Suddenly, the situation spiraled out of control once again. August was speechless. "Come on, do you have to be so straightforward? Words are powerful, you know." Seeing the chaotic scene, August had no intention of staying any longer. He quickly got up and left. It was a dangerous place, not suitable for lingering. "Aika, help me request leave, just say that Ria-senpai is looking for me for something." "No problem, leave it to me." Nodding, August then hurriedly walked towards the door. At the door, Yuto Kiba was already waiting. "It's troublesome. It's a minor issue. Let's go." "All right." Yuto Kiba led the way, and August followed behind. The two of them left the teaching building directly and came to the back mountain of the Kuo Academy. Here was the old school building, now the stronghold of the Occult Research Club. Not many people from the entire academy came here. Entering the old school building, August noticed that although it looked run down from the outside, the interior was well maintained, retaining a unique charm despite being made of wood. Soon, the two arrived at a door labeled Occult Research Club. Yuto Kiba briskly arrived at the door and opened it for August. Without hesitation, August walked in. Chapter 178, 178, Not Treating as Not Means It Isn't. The Occult Research Club was quite a spacious activity room, furnished with tables, sofas, and a desk in the center, accompanied by a chair. Glancing around, although it seemed small, the place was surprisingly roomy. Moreover, it was well stocked with various supplies, including a tea set, a wardrobe, and August even noticed several doors that seemed to connect to other classrooms around, all integrated into one. A lavish setup, truly befitting a wealthy family. "Nice to see you again, August-san." On the sofa, Akino was brewing tea and handed a cup to August. On the opposite side, Kenneko sat on the sofa, munching on snacks. She glanced at August, then turned her head away, unwilling to acknowledge him. Akino and Kenneko, nice to see you again. Don't talk to me, you pervert senpai. Before Akino could say anything, Kaniko's sarcastic voice reached August. Hearing this, August raised an eyebrow, then promptly sat beside Kenneko, placing a big hand on her head, continuously teasing her. Let go of me, you pervert senpai. You've already called me a pervert senpai, not doing something perverted makes me feel like I'm missing out. Disgusting, pervert, h. Continue, I don't mind. Feeling August's paws constantly rubbing her head, Kaniko's face turned green. You're not minding. You're clearly retaliating. Era, what a good atmosphere. In just 2 days, Kenneko and August-san have become so familiar with each other. Just average. Nothing special. Both of them said simultaneously, causing Akino to burst into laughter. Bang. At that moment, a door opened, and Revas, wearing a bath towel, entered, towel drying her hair. One couldn't deny the charm of a beauty fresh out of the bath, and August reluctantly admitted that Revas looked very pretty at this moment, with continued appeal to men. However, at the same time, Revas's image in August's heart plummeted. In the original story, when Issei Hayato arrived, Revas had also come out of the bath, nearly making Issei Hayato lose his eyeballs. This indicated that it wasn't a coincidence, she intentionally met August like this. Moreover, she asked Yuto Kiba to find August for her. When someone has business with another, do they first take a bath and then greet the person with a post-bath appearance? Besides, after making Issei Hayato her peerage, on the first night, she directly undressed and ran into his bed. Any woman with a bit of modesty and shame wouldn't engage in such behavior. Certainly, this is a story created for fan service and attention, but now, it has turned into reality, and that's a problem. Revas, I wonder what business you have with me. Classes are about to start, and you had Yuto Kiba come all this way to find me, so it must be something urgent, right? With a single sentence, Revas's expression slightly stiffened. Despite her current appearance, August seemed unfazed. But, after all, she was an experienced person, and Revas quickly composed herself. I asked you to come, August-san, because there's something important. But, go ahead. August's impression of Revas took another hit. Knowing how close he was to Sona from Kenneko, she couldn't hold back. They've only met for a short time, and she can't resist already. August-san, become a part of my family. Family? Revas, are you confessing to me? You're a good girl, but sorry, I don't want to date anyone for now. This immediately resolved Revas's intentions and also earned her a good guy card. Revas was left somewhat speechless by this response, as she hadn't finished speaking. August-san, I didn't mean that. What I meant is, I want to invite you to become my peerage. Peerage? Yes, because everyone present here, including me, is not human. The next moment, wings of devils sprouted behind Revas, Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba. We are all devils. After saying this, Revas looked victorious, expecting August to be astonished. Devil, and then. Aren't you surprised? Why should I be surprised? I've even encountered stray devils. So what if you're a devil? This. Now it was Revas's turn to be at a loss for words. Besides, why should I become your peerage? Become my peerage, and you can become a devil, possessing powers beyond humans, a long and almost eternal life. In a few years, when you reach the level of a high-ranking devil, you can also acquire peerages. Painting a grand picture, this was something all those in higher positions like to do. August didn't want to say anything more. A long and almost eternal life. Are you serious? Even the few ancient devils in the underworld can be counted on one hand, and those over 1,000 years are extremely rare. And eternal? Moreover, a high-ranking devil. Could a reincarnated devil achieve that? In the original story, Issei Hayato only ascended 2 levels and reached the rank of a special-class devil during the final battle. Is that it? A super-level being is given the title of a special-class devil. You must know that Issei Hayato is a super-level being and has connections with major factions worldwide, fallen angels, Norse, all of whom are his wives. So, judging by the peerages, it's extremely difficult for a reincarnated devil to become a high-ranking devil. A reincarnated devil. Become your peerage? Revas, are you asking me to be your servant? I have never treated my peerages as servants, we are family. You don't treat us as servants, which means, fundamentally, we are servants. Not treating as not already exposed the problem. Whenever such words are used, it means that it is the truth. At this moment, whether it was Akino, Kenneko, or Kiba, their bodies all trembled slightly. Yes, if you don't treat it as such, it doesn't mean it isn't. Many times, they also called Revas master. August looked at Revas, his lips slightly curling up. It was immensely satisfying for August to say no to those women who felt self-important. Chapter 179, You've Lost. Looking at August and his peerages, Revas, for the first time, felt a sense of losing control over the situation. However, as an heiress who had received elite education, she wouldn't be easily defeated. Soon, she regained her smile. August, our high-ranking devils can use reincarnation to transform humans into reincarnated devils. Of course, it's not without benefits. After all, we are devils, not philanthropists. So, you're trying to secure my loyalty with a grand promise. It's not absolute. Once you become a high-ranking devil, you can free yourself from the status of my peerage and become a king. Then, you can seek out your own peerages. Still painting a grand picture. Revas, from the moment I entered until now, I haven't seen any sincerity from you. While saying this, a dark magical power, like an abyss, emanated slightly from August. In an instant, every strand of hair on Revas's body stood on end. Every cell screamed that she would die, urging her to escape immediately. She would definitely die. As for Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba on the side, they all assumed combat postures. Especially Kiba, directly using his sacred gear, sword birth, creating a demonic sword that stared at August. What? Enticement doesn't work, so you want to resort to intimidation. Revas took a deep breath, suppressing her shock, and waved her hand to stop them. However, seeing August's formidable strength made her want him even more. You misunderstand, I never thought that way. Alright, Revas, can we be a bit more honest? You want me to be your subordinate, to obey your commands. For that, you should at least show some sincerity. Sincerity? What do you mean? What do I mean? It seems you has never thought about it this way. You're interested in me because of my strength. So, you want to make me your peerage, right? Yes. Since you're interested in my power, if you want me to submit to you, you naturally need to offer something that makes me eager. Hearing August's words, Revas suddenly understood. He wanted to set conditions. What do you want? Revas said this, and as the princess of the Gremory family, describing her as wealthy was an understatement. It's not about what I want, it's about what you can give me. I lack nothing right now. I have status, wealth, and women. Why would I give up my good life to be your servant? Well. Now Revas couldn't find words to reply. After all, she was just a teenage girl. At this moment, August firmly held the initiative in the conversation. To make me submit to you is simple. Just defeat me, and I'll acknowledge you as my master. All right. Hearing August say this, Revas breathed a sigh of relief. In terms of strength, she was confident. In the underworld, she was among the elite of her age. Facing a human with some talent, she felt she could easily capture him. Wait, I haven't finished yet. If you defeat me, I will submit to you. But if I win, what then? What do you want? The topic came back, and August's gaze fell on Kenneko at the side. The target was clear, the mascot of the Kuo Academy. Pervert. Impossible, Kenneko is my family. I can't possibly use her as a bet. If she's impossible, then what about you? If you win, I'll submit to you. If you lose, I won't ask for much. Just accompany me for one night. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire club felt incredibly suppressed. Revas, Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba all looked at August with murderous intent. Especially Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba, they considered challenging or insulting their master in front of them as provocation. Even Revas herself was incredibly angry. As a princess of a great family, she highly valued her chastity. Fine, I agree. But if I win, be prepared to be tormented for the rest of your life. At this moment, Revas no longer had the idea of making August her peerage. She only wanted to make this man pay, to make him regret for the rest of his life. As you wish. August waved his hand, completely indifferent to Revas's anger. After all, he couldn't possibly lose. With level 7 strength, equivalent to the highest-ranking devils in this world, combined with his own bestowed power and the enhanced strength of his Bankai, he was confident he could defeat her. In the next moment, a huge crimson magic circle appeared on the ground of the club. As this was Revas's territory, it was only natural to have a well-engraved magic circle here. The magic circle then began to activate. In an instant, everyone's figures disappeared from the original location. In a remote mountainous area at the edge of Kuo Town, a crimson magic circle appeared. Following that, August and the group appeared here. Wow, is this teleportation magic? It's quite an interesting ability. August was surprised, this was much more convenient than using a teleportation scroll. As for Revas and the others, they paid no attention to August's words. Here, you can let loose, there's no need to worry about being discovered. How considerate. August also sensed around and found no other humans nearby. They were in a deep mountain, completely isolated from the world. Watching Revas not far away, the magic power around her body had already started to activate. Being able to become a high-ranking devil at this age, Revas's talent and strength were undoubtedly strong. Akino, dragging Kenneko and Kiba, had already left the vicinity. As Revas's best friend and queen, she was well aware of Revas's power. Inherited from her mother, the power of destruction was exceptionally formidable. Even if one got too close, they might be affected. August also observed Revas, or rather, he was observing the power of destruction around her. This was an innate talent inherited through bloodline, similar to the power of darkness of Demon Clan. As a descendant of the great King Baal, Revas's brother, Surzex, had shone brightly in the previous war thanks to the power of destruction. In the anime, as an offspring of the old Satan with the Ophis snake, his demonic power had already approached the level of a Satan. However, he was still instantly killed by Surzex, just one move, and it was a decisive kill, lasting only a few seconds. Chapter 180 versus Revas. In the depths of the mountains, on one of the rare flat areas, August and Revas faced each other. Power of destruction had already begun to emanate from Revas. In contrast, August stood there nonchalantly, as if defeating Revas posed no pressure at all. If by chance you lose an arm or a leg, don't worry, I'll take care of you. As she spoke, Revas extended her hand, and the Gremory family crest quickly manifested. A magic circle appeared, unleashing a destructive force like a surging torrent. Seeing this, August chuckled, leaped up, evading the power of destruction's attack. Looking back, the ground behind him had turned into a deep pit, and the residual magic power continued to burn like flames. If that's all you've got, it's not enough to defeat me. With that, Revas unfolded her wings and also ascended into the air. August smiled faintly, darkness transformed into wings, allowing him to freely soar in midair. Seizing the opportunity, Revas summoned a massive crimson magic circle, followed by a barrage of densely packed magical projectiles aimed at August. All the attacks carried power of destruction, and their power was not to be underestimated. Good attacks. Now it's my turn. Hum. Behind August, 5 golden ripples appeared, extending into 5 magic staves. This sight surprised Revas. While magic staves existed in this world, they were mainly used by human mages. Powerful races didn't need magic staves as a medium. In the moment Revas was astonished, the attacks had already begun. Flame Staff, Hurricane Staff, Thunder Staff, Raging Wave Staff, Earth Staff. 5 staves representing the world's most primitive elements. Blazing flames, swift and sharp hurricanes, violently raging thunder, tsunami-like tidal waves, and finally, the trembling rocks of the earth. 5 types of mega-sized magic were released. This immediately shocked Revas, who summoned a magic circle to block all these spells. However, with each impact, the color of the magic circle dimmed. After withstanding all the magic, the array shattered with a bang. Maintaining the magic circle required Revas's magic power, and it wasn't without consumption. Oh dear, what's happening? This was just a preliminary test, and it couldn't hold up. Before she could catch her breath, August's infuriating voice reached Revas, making her face turn iron blue. Destruction. With no mercy, the surging power of destruction erupted like anti-aircraft guns, shooting straight into the sky. Full counter. In the moment the power of destruction approached, August took out a sword and activated his counter skill. The power of destruction then redirected towards Revas. As the owner of the power of destruction, Revas had never experienced such a dramatic turn of events. Revas. President. Be careful. Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba were extremely worried. They were well aware of the immense power of destruction. Rumble. Following that, the power of destruction grazed the tips of Revas's hair, falling directly onto the forest behind her, obliterating it completely. Surprisingly, Revas herself only lost a strand of hair. Revas felt like she had walked a circle through the gates of death. She was drenched in cold sweat. A moment ago, with just a slight slip of August's hand, she could have died on the spot, under her own power of destruction. What ability is this? It can counter the power of destruction and even increase its power. Full counter, my ability. It can reflect any magic attribute attack back with double intensity, and this counter is independent of my strength and magic power. How is such an ability possible? This is truly too unfair. Revas couldn't believe it, but the recent events forced her to accept it. At this moment, Akino and the others ran over. Seeing the unharmed Revas, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the trouble was up in the sky with August. Without a doubt, his strength surpassed Revas's already. It seemed unlikely that Revas could defeat him. But if she truly lost, would Revas have to spend a night with him? If she did that, Revas would definitely become a sinner in the Gremory family. Having an engagement, she gave her body to another man would be a severe blow to both the Gremory family and the Phoenix family. At that time, even if her brother Satan Lucifer could save her, her reputation in the underworld would be ruined. How about it? Do you want to continue? You can all attack together, I don't mind. August continued to speak, showing no interest in just Revas alone. However, hearing August say this angered the four of them. This was outright contempt, he didn't even regard them. Pervert senpai. Kenneko's face was full of anger. Any bit of good impression she had towards August had disappeared. Directly putting on her brass knuckles, as soon as Revas agreed, she would immediately charge up and confront August. Kiba also summoned a plethora of magic swords, and the lightning in Akano's hand was flickering. It seemed like they were all ready for battle. August looked down from above, calmly waiting for Revas's decision. Although they had only clashed twice, the gap between them was already evident. August's strength was undoubtedly superior to Revas's. Therefore, how would Revas choose? Step back, everyone. This is my battle. Revas raised her head, her gaze fixed on August, and the power of destruction around her flared up once again, even more intense than before. August's eyes brightened at this unexpected power boost. Revas. Akino wanted to persuade her, but seeing Revas's determined gaze, she held back. Revas faced August in a staring contest, and the magic power on her surged to its limit. Swish. Her legs slightly bent, then instantly exerted force. Revas leaped into the air. In midair, the power of destruction coiled around Revas's hands. Since magic attacks were ineffective, she decided to use close combat, concentrating the power of destruction in her hands. Chapter 181, a crushing victory with no suspense. Watching Revas rushing towards him, August smiled. A noble young lady engaging in close combat with an adventurer who fought daily in dungeon battles. August decided to save a bit of her pride. He swiftly descended and landed on the ground, and Revas also turned and landed. In the moment of landing, Revas charged towards August. August wasted no words, power of darkness coiled around his hands. Without using any other abilities, he directly confronted Revas. Bang. With just one exchange, Revas was instantly knocked back over 10 meters. As a demon, August's body was incredibly tough, coupled with combat experience gained in true dungeon battles. Compared to August, Revas was a novice. For someone with the power of destruction, no one would choose to train in physical skills. Everyone focused on power of destruction to enhance their magical abilities. Suppressing her astonishment, Revas noticed a black magical force on the power of destruction. Her own power of destruction was unexpectedly inferior to his magical force. Not only did it fail to harm him, but it also got her injured by his magical force. Revas had no intention of defeating him in close combat. She wanted to defeat August with the power of destruction at an ultra-close range, a distance where the ability demonstrated earlier wouldn't work effectively. Is this all you've got? That's disappointing, Revas Gremory. In the name of Gremory, I will definitely defeat you. Then show me. Watch closely. Being ineffective in close combat and having her power of destruction restrained, Revas was at a loss. President, continue. Swish. A flaming magic sword appeared in front of her. Yuto. Revas glanced at Kiba in the distance and then looked back at August. Feel free, like I said, you can all attack together. Hearing August's words, Revas picked up the magic sword and infused it with the power of destruction. Originally a sword created by sacred gear, after being infused with the power of destruction, the burning flames turned directly into scattered destructive power. Revas realized that this magic sword couldn't hold on for long. It might soon shatter due to the dominance of the power of destruction. Therefore, Revas didn't want to waste time and immediately took action. August didn't use a sword but instead unleashed his shadow magic, causing a shadow blade to rise flatly. Clang. The collision between the magic sword and the shadow blade, the powerful force counterattacked, almost causing Revas to lose her grip on the sword. After all, she was not a swordsman and knew nothing about swords. All she could do was swing the sword. Controlled by August, the shadow blade effortlessly blocked all of Revas's attacks. You really disappoint me, Revas. Boom. The shadow blade exerted force, and its powerful strength instantly shattered the magic sword. Revas found the situation extremely tricky. The opponent's strength was too overwhelming, and she had no knowledge of his abilities. Watching the approaching shadow blade, Revas directly used the power of destruction against it. Then, the originally gleaming shadow blade was directly destroyed. Revas was stunned for a moment, then looked at August with a glint in her eyes. It seems your counter ability has limitations. Yeah, I need to wield a weapon for counter. It can only be used in this situation. In that case, your other abilities can be destroyed by my power of destruction. Huh. Destroy my abilities. Swish swish swish. The next moment, behind August, 12 shadow blades directly condensed. This left Rhea speechless. Such an ability, he could actually create 12 of them. Do you want to try? You can destroy a few of my shadow blades, but can you avoid being dismembered by the rest? Facing the cold gleaming shadow blades surrounding her front, back, left, and right, Revas could be attacked instantly with just a thought from August. From childhood to adulthood, Revas had never felt so powerless. Revas. President. The three in the distance all moved, launching attacks towards August. At this moment, Revas was extremely dangerous, enveloped by so many attacks. Don't cause trouble. August glanced at them, his mood turning unpleasant. He gave them the chance to attack together, but they didn't take it. Now, in the middle of the fight, they attempted a sneak attack. Swish. A shadow blade directly descended towards the three. A pitch-black crescent moon swiftly shot through the air. Holy lightning. Sword birth. Swish. All three used their abilities, wanting to rush over to help Revas. However, the idea was full, but reality was cruel. In front of the pitch-black crescent moon, the attacks of the three were as fragile as butter. They were torn apart directly, and the remaining shockwaves sent them flying, severely injuring them. Akino. Kenneko. Yuto. Seeing the three in an uncertain life or death situation, Revas was full of worry. Sorry, I didn't control my power well. Be more careful next time. Revas wanted to angrily roar, but now she was like a fish on a chopping board. All of this originated from her attempt to reclaim the opponent. Thinking of what August said just now, she instantly regretted it. I surrender. Huh? What did you say? I said I surrender, you win. Revas, you should know that the cost of surrendering is quite high. I know. Watching Revas, whose sharpness disappeared and whose spirit became low, August regarded her with a higher opinion. Daring and straightforward, although her actions were foolish to bet like this without knowing the strength of both sides, she dared not bring up the family or her brother's intention to renege on the debt after losing, which impressed August. August dispelled all the shadow blades, looking at Revas in front of him without saying a word. 3 bottles of red potions fell in front of Revas. These are healing potions, they can help them recover from their injuries. Revas was surprised and lifted her head. She was amazed that August was willing to heal Akino and the others. What are you looking at? Hurry up and go. This sentence instantly shattered all of Revas's moved feelings. She truly had gone mad, actually thinking he was a good person. Chapter 182, Falling. Soon, Revas used healing potions to heal Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba. August didn't harm them further, it was just a casual attack. After the 3 recovered, looking at Revas, they all understood, Revas lost, and she even lost possession of her body. Tread. August walked over, watching the 4 with a slowly growing wicked smile. Revas, facing the prospect of giving herself to this man for the first time, felt heavy-hearted. Her body would no longer be pure, but she did not have much objection to it. For devils, the strong were respected, that was a law ingrained in their bones. August was stronger than her, so taking her was not an issue. Even her brother, Satan Lucifer, seized the Satan throne based on strength, snatching it from the hands of the old Satan faction. She was well aware of the cruelty of this world. It was a world of survival of the fittest, where the weak had no say. Hence, she wanted powerful peerages, not just to escape arranged marriages in the family but also to prove herself. She didn't want to be known as Revas Gremory from Gremory family wherever she went. She wanted people's first reaction to be about her, and then about the Gremory family. Hum. Just as August was about to say something to Revas, a buzzing sound echoed. Instinctively, August took out his phone from his pocket, finding an unknown number. He was puzzled since only Sona and Hilda knew his number. Answering the call, a familiar voice resonated. August, how's your time in the human world? Hearing this voice, August wanted to slap himself, he had unintentionally activated the speaker. Whose voice is this? Revas found the voice familiar but couldn't be certain due to the distance and the phone. Why aren't you speaking? Did you go to see Revas? Another sentence, and August was speechless. The 3 beside him, including Revas, widened their eyes. Nisan. Revas exclaimed in surprise. Yes, the one calling was Satan Surzex Lucifer, her big brother. Oh, Revas, are you with August? Nisan, do you know August? Revas asked, feeling she had fallen into a trap because of this call. Didn't August tell you? He is the one I often mention, the only descendant of Demon in Demon Clan. The only descendant of Demon. The Demon Duke. Yeah, didn't he tell you? Revas immediately looked at August, staring at him intently. August held his phone, instantly feeling want to kill Surzex. He just finished messing with your sister, and you're here to spoil the fun. You really live up to being the ultimate siskin. Alright, I have something here, so I'll hang up in advance. After saying that, August directly hung up the call, feeling quite unpleasant. However, the bad mood wasn't exclusive to August alone. Revas, who was beside him, felt even worse. Even if she was foolish, she realized that the man in front of her was playing her. He was the only descendant of Demon Clan, also a duke in the underworld, holding the same title as her father. Although titles didn't represent strength, she had heard her brother mention him many times. As the reluctant descendant of a demon god, naturally born with control over the power of darkness, he had surpassed many others in strength many years ago and was now at least at the highest level. This person, dressed as a human, dared to make a bet with her, and the stakes were a first night. Lord August, don't you plan to give me an explanation? After learning that he wasn't an enemy but a friend of her brother, Revas lost all her reservations. Well, I was just joking. Joking. Joking about a friend's sister's first time. I just said it casually, wanted to tease you a bit, didn't actually plan to do anything to you. Well, thank you very much. Although she had a smile on her face, at this moment, a burst of dark energy emanated from Revas. This seemed like the rhythm of her turning dark, and August felt that he was losing control of the situation. Akino and the others, who had just been healed by the healing potions, looked at August with strange eyes. Especially Kenneko, although no longer hostile, her gaze changed from anger to annoyance and dissatisfaction. Who would be happy after being played like this? Especially the attack just now, which directly knocked her down, made her doubt her strength even more. Well, Revas, calm down a bit. I admit I was wrong, I apologize to you. Let it go. Just as August thought that Revas would take advantage of the situation and propose some conditions, Revas's attitude suddenly changed. Huh? Aren't you angry anymore? I am. Then how dash? But I also want to thank you. You made me realize that I am still very weak. Revas glanced at August and said, thinking back to her battle with him. She now realized that she had been played from the beginning. August hadn't used any real abilities on her from the start to finish. It was like a cat playing with a mouse, just teasing her. But because of this, she understood that she was too weak now. Well, I was a bit too much this time. Consider this my apology gift. Then, 10 scrolls appeared in front of Revas and the others, precisely the remaining 5 wild scrolls and 5 speed scrolls. These are wild scrolls and speed scrolls. After use, they can increase everyone's attack and speed by 25%. However, they are only effective against intermediate devils and below. Consider it an apology gift. Revas took these 10 scrolls, looking at August with some surprise. This was indeed the descendant of Demon Clan. He casually took out so many good things. Each scroll represented a group strength increase. For Revas, who wanted to change her engagement through ranking games, these were excellent items. August's actions instantly reduced Revas's anger. Akino and Kiba were more or less the same. As for Kenneko, she still harbored dissatisfaction towards August for her humiliating defeat just now. However, if Revas knew that August had given Sona a welcome gift similar to hers, and even 40 more potions, she might feel differently. Chapter 183, Revas comes to Student Council. During lunch break, August returned to the Student Council. I heard that Revas just looked for you. Yes, she directly proposed to make me her peerage. How did you respond? Sona was curious about how August rejected Revas. I made a bet with her. We had a fight, and if I won, I would become her peerage. If I lost, her first time would be mine. You. August's words left Sona unsure of how to evaluate him. Although she guessed it might be a joke, making such jokes with a girl seemed a bit too much. So, what happened? Did you win, or did you lose? What about Revas? Of course, I won. Losing was never an option. As for Revas, she just conceded, and Surzex immediately called me, exposing everything. Ha ha ha. Sona burst into laughter, looking at August, who seemed displeased, with great joy. Not only Sona, even Tsubaki, who was processing documents, couldn't help but raise her lips slightly. August was clearly trying to trick someone, but he ended up trapping himself. So, what happened in the end? Nothing much, just gave her a small apology, and we moved on. What kind of apology? I gave her 5 wild scrolls and 5 speed scrolls. What about your potions? I didn't give those. Those potions are not to be given away casually, they're used up one by one. Hearing August's words, Sona laughed because it seemed like she and Revas were treated differently. She received more than Revas, which meant she was more special. On the other hand, Tsubaki looked at August with a speechless expression. Used up one by one. Who didn't know that someone, for the sake of making her change into a maid outfit, directly threw 20 bottles of potions? Thinking about that time, Tsubaki's face turned slightly red. She had worn a maid outfit for the first time in her life. President, we're here. At this moment, the 5 girls led by Tomo Meguri entered the room. Since August treated them to a big meal a few days ago, they came to the student council every day during lunch because August always brought a lot of delicious food. Sona, who was initially smiling, froze when she heard Tomo's voice. These girls, although members of the student council, had never helped her with anything. Especially Tomo, who even joined the kendo club and became its president. All the matters of the student council, big and small, were handled by herself and Tsubaki. Now that August was here, they would come to the student council every day. This made her very unhappy. Since everyone is here, let's eat. August skillfully brought out plate after plate of food, all of which he had prepared in advance. In the past few days, August bought a large amount of food from a restaurant, stored it, and took it out during meals. It could be kept warm during the meal. Wow, another big meal. Tomo's face was full of joy, sitting on the sofa and immediately started eating. The other 4 were accustomed to it, quickly taking their seats, starting their lunch for today. Watching the beautiful scene of the 5 girls eating, August looked at Sona, using his eyes to signal her, "See, your peerages have been bought by me." In response, Sona rolled her eyes directly, feeling disappointed in these 5 people. They were swayed with just a few meals. However, despite thinking so, Sona still walked over and joined the dining sequence. After all, it wasn't the first time, and not eating would be a waste. August, seeing all of this, couldn't help but laugh. In less than a week, he had succeeded in most of his plan. Sona and her peerages were getting more and more familiar with him, becoming friends. "Oh, Tsubaki, are you free tonight?" "Huh. Seems like I don't have anything, why?" "I ordered something online, so I want you to come over tonight." "Of course, I will follow the proper procedures." Ordered something online. Thinking of August's special hobbies, Tsubaki's face turned slightly red. A man who could make someone wear a maid outfit for photos, his preferences didn't need much thought. "Well, I'll summon you tonight, don't worry, the reward remains the same." "Okay." Hearing this last sentence, Tsubaki agreed. 20 bottles of large healing potions, 20 bottles of large magic potions, this reward was indeed too generous. And all she had to do was change her clothes and take some photos for him. Moreover, they were just ordinary photos, not any special ones. Watching these 2 who seemed to be playing dumb charades, Sona was puzzled and came up with some thoughts. A man calling a woman over at night, saying the reward remains the same, and the woman blushing, everything seemed to converge, sparking various imaginations. However, Tsubaki was not only her peerage but also her best friend. Sona didn't want to ask directly, giving her some privation. But she was curious. The 5 girls led by Tomo didn't notice what was happening here. They were immersed in the enjoyment of the food. Tsubaki and Sona, one absent-minded and the other quietly observing, made the atmosphere in the student council gradually become strange. Soon, the time for a meal passed. Knock knock knock. "Please come in." Squeak. The door was pushed open, and Rhys, with her long crimson hair, walked in. Behind her were her peerages. As soon as she entered, seeing the various delicious dishes on the table and everyone around already full, even though Rhys didn't lack food, she felt a bit uneasy. "You came, Rhys." Seeing Rhys, Sona was also a bit surprised. After all, these 2 had been competitive since childhood. Now, the other party took the initiative to come to the student council. It puzzled her. "It's something urgent, Sona." While speaking, her gaze fell on August. This time, there was no need to say anything, everyone understood. Rhys came for whom? Chapter 184, Rhys seeks help. Facing Rhys at this moment, August sat on the sofa, feeling puzzled. His interaction with Rhys was only yesterday, and he had already apologized and made amends. Why was she coming to see him again? "Lord August, greetings." HMN. Seeing Rhys being so respectful to him, August had a bad feeling. He felt like she was planning something. Rhys was not the type to come without a purpose, she always had a motive. Sona, who was sitting not far away, instinctively walked over. She didn't know why, but seeing Rhys come to find August, she subconsciously felt guarded. It was as if her toy had suddenly caught the attention of another child. "Last night, I contacted my brother." "Yeah, and then?" August knew Surzex well, he was an ultimate siskin. If Rhys came to him, Surzex wouldn't let his sister suffer, he would definitely cause trouble for August. "My brother said you would help me." August narrowed his eyes slightly. He really wanted to know what she meant by that statement. Was she asking for help to annul her engagement, or was she asking for help to increase her strength? However, based on what August knew about Surzex, he wouldn't say such things. He would handle it privately with August, not telling Rhys about it. He was a responsible brother who would help Rhys without causing her any worries. Is this your decision, or is it Surzex's decision? It's mine. I thought you would say Surzex sent you to find me. My brother wouldn't do such a thing. No, he would. August said slowly. Whether it was the communication with Surzex in his memories or the knowledge from anime and manga, Surzex loved his sister dearly. Alright, let's not talk about this. I did promise to help you. What do you want now that you're here? I want to become stronger. Only by becoming powerful will I have a say in the underworld. Become stronger. That's a broad concept. How strong do you want to become, or to what extent? Strong enough to control my own engagement. This statement didn't surprise anyone present, neither Sona and her peerages nor Rias's own peerages. Rias still had an engagement with Phoenix family, and it was getting closer. Everyone knew about it. Strong enough to control your own engagement. Alright, do you want me to teach you? Yes, not just me but also my peerage. She looked at the three people behind her, Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba. Well, you're not shy about it. Fine, the four of you. When do you want to start? Sooner the better, preferably now. Looks like you're really eager. Because I don't have much time left. Alright, Sona, I'll leave my afternoon class to you. Please help me apply for leave. No problem. Sona nodded. As the student council president, granting leave to a student was effortless. Moreover, the leave application would be sent directly to her, and she could even choose to ignore it. Absenteeism wouldn't be recorded. Watching August, who was so familiar with Sona, Rias felt a little dissatisfied once again. But August was familiar with her brother, not her, so she didn't dare to act out. After all, she still needed help from August. After that, Rias and her group once again arrived at a cult research club. Arriving here, August felt a bit amused. The same place, the same people, but today was a completely different situation. Rias, I got to know your strength during yesterday's battle. Undoubtedly, the power of destruction is formidable, but your use of it is too superficial. Superficial? Yes, right now, you're merely using this power. You're not able to truly master it. What do you mean? In your eyes, what is the power of destruction? It's the magical power passed down through generations in the Bayle family. It has the power to destroy everything. And how do you use the power of destruction? Use. Rias recalled, thinking about how she used the power. Aside from direct use, she remembered using it in combination with magic to cause area damage. But now, she almost lost half of her power because her power of destruction was restricted yesterday. So, what do I need to do? The power of destruction is your innate talent, that's undeniable. However, you need to skillfully and perfectly control and wield this power. August opened his hand, and dark magical power quickly gathered. It then rapidly rotated in his palm. Finally, a spiral wheel of magic appeared in August's hand. Although it was the size of an apple, the magical power emanating from it was terrifying. Without exaggeration, if this magical power were to explode, it could definitely blow up the entire Kuo Academy. What is this? Great Spiraling Ring. It's also a skill I want to teach you. The principle is simple. First, skillfully control the magical power, then make it rotate rapidly, solidify it into a ball, and finally infuse it with your own magic power. So powerful. Rias was amazed, and the other three were equally shocked, looking at this great spiraling ring with great admiration. Let me try. Excited, Rias also extended her hand, and magical power began to gather into a ball. Remembering August's instruction to make the magical power rotate rapidly, she started controlling the magical power inside the ball to spin. Boom. The next moment, the entire magical power ball exploded. Cough, you unlucky girl, why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even told you how to train yet. Sorry. Rias, with a dirty face, lowered her head. It was all her fault for being too impatient. With a wave of his hand, a gentle breeze blew away the smoke from the explosion in the room. Then, August looked at Rias. Now, give me your hand. Rias reached out a hand, and August placed his hand on hers. In an instant, Rias's face turned red. August's action, combined with his joke from yesterday, made her start to have some wild thoughts. What are you doing? Watch closely and feel the rotation of magical power. Following August's control, a rudimentary version of the great spiraling ring appeared in Rias's hand. Chapter 185, Akino's transformation. The reason for doing this is that the skill of the great spiraling ring is obtained through gacha drawing. Although August has fully understood it after receiving it, he is not sure how to teach it to others. So all August can do is let her experience the process of using the great spiraling ring. As the female protagonist of this world, Rias should be able to learn. After all, as the female protagonist, her aptitude is definitely not bad. The appearance of the great spiraling ring made Revas extremely excited because it appeared in her hands. Don't be distracted. Feel the rotation of magical power. Yes. After a while, August dissipated the great spiraling ring. Akino didn't know what to write at the moment. How was it? It seems like I understood a little bit, but also seems like I didn't understand. Did you understand or not? No. Where didn't you understand? The high-speed rotation of magical power, how to stabilize it in my hand. The moment you withdrew your hand, the magical power showed signs of chaos. So, it requires the user's control. Upon hearing this, Rhea seemed thoughtful, but it seemed like she didn't understand anything. August was also helpless. He really didn't know how to teach. For months ago, he was just an ordinary person. If it was about fighting in dungeons, combat experience, swordsmanship experience, August had some understanding. However, these skills were obtained by cheating. How could he teach them? You need to explore and practice on your own. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I understand. Watching Rhea really thinking hard, August suddenly felt like he was deceiving others. Next, August's gaze fell on the other three. In an instant, all three were on high alert. As for you three, it's much simpler than Rhea, especially Akino and Kenneko. Era, then please teach us, August-sama. Akino smiled slightly, showing a hint of charm as she spoke. The first step is to accept the blood flowing in your bodies. For a moment, Akino's original smile froze, and Kenneko also stood still. Rhea stopped her practice and turned to look at Akino and Kenneko. For many years, this had been their emotional burden. Even though Rhea had tried to comfort them over the years, it seemed that now August had directly uncovered it, and she was afraid that something might happen. It seems that August-sama knows a lot of things. How should I put it? I'm Duke of the Underworld. Although I don't go out much, it doesn't mean I don't know anything. Is it because of that man? That man, the man named Barakil. Originally, when one of the 5 principal clans, the Haimjima family shrine maiden Shuri Haimjima, encountered the injured fallen angel Barakil, Barakil gradually recovered under Shuri Haimajima's care, and the two developed feelings for each other. In the end, the two got together and gave birth to the fruit of love, which was Akino. However, since Shuri Haimjima, as a shrine maiden of the Haimjima family, was with a fallen angel, she still had another daughter left, which was a serious crime. When Barakil went out on a mission for Azazel, the Haimjima family suddenly attacked. In order to protect her daughter, Shuri Haimjima was killed by her own kin, and Akino could only flee. Although Barakil, who rushed back, killed all the attackers in the end, his wife had already died. As a result, Akino hated her black wings and fallen angel bloodline, and she hated her father, a fallen angel, who implicated her mother's murder. After leaving her father, she wandered alone, making a living by helping people ward off evil spirits and exorcising evil spirits. During her wandering, she was hunted down by members of the Haimjima family, and when she was about to be killed, she was saved by Rhea and later became Rhea's peerage. So far, because of the Gremory family behind Rhea, the Haimjima family didn't dare to provoke Akino anymore. The blood flowing in you is essentially yours, and your power, which you despise, is originally yours. How can you become stronger if you refuse to accept your own power? Hesitation, conflict, and hesitation. How could years of obsession be resolved in just a few words? And August's words were not only for Akino but also for Kenneko. Unlike Akino, Kenneko, because of her sister Kuroka, had always been afraid of her race and power, fearing that one day she would go berserk like her sister and harm others. So, she had always been unwilling to reveal her true identity and use her power. Are you still hesitating? Unwilling to forgive your father? Unable to let go of the pain your mother suffered back then? Stop talking. Her scales were being exposed piece by piece, directly stabbing Akino. Then let me put it another way. If it concerns the lifelong event of your good friends, how would you choose? Would you continue your persistence, or would you accept your own power for your friend's sake? In that instant, Akino froze. For the sake of Rhea, was she willing to accept her true power? In the original work, neither she nor Kenneko had used their true power. Perhaps it was because of the plot where the protagonist would develop a relationship with both of them later, but this was also a fact. Akino. Rhea had just wanted to speak but was stopped by August's gaze. August was not Issei Hayadu, so he wouldn't wait for women to approach him. August would choose to take the initiative. Of course, it was also because he had been taken the initiative by 2 women in Orario, which was quite humiliating. On one side were her friends, and on the other side was her father whom she was unwilling to forgive. She really didn't know what to do. Click. A bolt of lightning began to flicker around Akino. This was Akino's talent, the magical power of the lightning attribute. Whoosh. Then, a burst of white light appeared, making everyone feel a bit uncomfortable at the moment. In Akino's surprise, the power of lightning and light merged. Splash! Behind Akino, appeared a pair of black wings of a fallen angel and black wings of a devil's. In Akino's hands, the power of lightning and light merged and turned into magical power of thunder and light. Unlike the original work, she did not forgive her father Barakiel, but for the sake of Rhys, she was willing to accept her bloodline and the power that originally belonged to her, because only in this way could she help Rhys and her friends. Congratulations, Akino. August suddenly smiled. Unexpectedly, he also had the ability to shut people up, which made August quite proud. Chapter 186, Kenneko's Origins. At this moment, Akino had truly mastered her own power. Regardless, the blood flowing within her originated from the fallen angel Barakiel. Due to her aversion to her father, she was unwilling to accept her own bloodline. Instead, she used the power of the devil bloodline obtained through reincarnation. In this situation, she was just holding herself back, making it difficult to become stronger. Her potential was no less than Rhys, and her father, Barakiel, was a top-level fallen angel, second only to Governor Azazel among the fallen angels. In terms of bloodline, Rhys's father was just a top-level devil. There wasn't much difference between the two, one was bathed in the love of thousands, while the other was manipulated by fate, experiencing a rough path. Holy lightning! Rumble! A burst of thunderlight flashed through the old school building, followed by a deafening roar. Among the student council, Sona, feeling the surge of magic power, stopped her work and looked towards the direction of the Occult Research Club. She was curious about what August was doing. This wave of magical power fluctuations had reached the level of a high-level devil. This meant that, besides Rhys, one of her peerages had reached the level of a high-level devil. This made her envious because none of her subordinates were high-level devils. Even Tsubaki, who was now a middle-level devil, still had some distance to go before reaching the level of a high-level devil. On the other hand, the Occult Research Club's clubhouse was now in chaos. August was dumbfounded. What, do you have a tradition of tearing down houses here? First Rhys, then you. You gain new powers, and you just have to show them off. Akino. As the person closest to Akino, August naturally suffered from the attack of the Thunderlight. As for Rhys and the others, they were devils and weren't injured. However, the entire clubhouse was now in ruins. But Rhys didn't mind at all. It was just a clubhouse. They could build a new one. However, Akino accepting her own power and reaching the level of a high-level demon was the important thing. Sorry, it was just subconscious. Subconscious or not, you struck me. I can't even accuse you of doing it on purpose. What, seeking revenge for yesterday's incident? Really, I didn't. It was truly accidental. Akino hurriedly explained, as August was somewhat like her teacher. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. If it happens again, see how I deal with you. Brushing off the wood debris from his body, August was not in a good mood. He helped you become stronger, and you still hit him. Is there any justice in this? Next, August's gaze fell on Kenneko. In an instant, Kenneko looked at August warily, as if expecting him to do something to her. August felt that if she returned to her original appearance now, she might have exploded. Kenneko, I guess I don't need to say much about your situation. I will become stronger. Although her voice was not loud, it was still very determined. She didn't want to use her original power. Give me a reason. I don't want to end up like my sister, eventually turning into that. While speaking, a trace of fear flashed in Kenneko's eyes, a fear of her own power. In the underworld, the story of the older sister, Kuroka, had spread. Because Kuroka, after becoming high-level devil, had her power rapidly expand, one day she killed her master and ran away to become a stray devil. Under pressure from the outside world due to her sister's actions, she didn't want to use her true power and became silent and introverted. She even changed her name, no longer calling herself Chiron but Kenneko. Do you really think your sister lost herself because of her power, so she killed her master? What do you mean? Kenneko's gaze suddenly changed, and not only her, but the others' gazes also changed. Rhys's peerages all had interesting backgrounds. Each of them carried a different tragedy, perhaps the author wanted to use this to let the protagonist charm these girls later. What do you mean by this? Kuroka killed her master, and even wanted to kill Kenneko. This is an irrefutable fact. Rhys couldn't help but speak because what August said was, in a sense, hitting the devils in the face. Is it really a fact? Rhys, you are still too young. You haven't seen even 1,000th of the darkness in the underworld. You. Wanting to refute, but after seeing August's serious expression, she suddenly held back. Have you heard of Super Devil Project? Super Devil Project? Rhys was suddenly confused, and at the same time, a bad premonition arose in her heart. The so-called Super Devil Project is the artificial creation of beings that transcend normal standards. Currently, there are only two supers in the underworld, one is your brother, Surzex, and the other is Satan Beelzebub, a Juka. Super. That's right. The House of Nibiru secretly researched how to create Super Devil, and they chose Fujimai from Nikosho race. Fujimai? Is that Kaneko's mother? That's right. However, that researcher just used Fujimai, and Kaneko's father as experimental subject. In an accidental experiment, both of them were killed, leaving only Kuroka and Kenneko. This explanation had a huge impact on Rias and Kenneko, especially Kenneko. Her father was actually with her mother for this so-called Super Devil project. Why did Kuroka kill her master? Why? Because she wanted to protect her last relative and also her most beloved sister. One statement was like a bolt from the blue, making Kaneko's head explode. Are you saying that my sister did it for me? Don't you understand? The Nebrias family that adopted you was the mastermind behind all this. They accepted you as peerages just because they saw your potential. Your sister underwent experiments for you, and in the end, she killed her master for you. Kurokane. Kenneko stood still, and the figure of Kuroka in her mind kept flashing. From childhood to adulthood, her sister had always been the one who loved her the most. No matter what it was, she would give it to her first. No matter what happened, she would think of her first. Originally, she thought her sister killed her master because her power went berserk. Unexpectedly, it was for her sake. Chapter 187, The Truth of the Holy Sword Project. Looking at the silent Kenneko, August knew that she had also roughly understood the situation. However, at this moment, Rias's face became somewhat unpleasant. August's words directly overturned the previous judgment, which meant that devils had committed a taboo act, human experimentation. Regardless of where it happened, that was an absolute taboo. Wait a minute. Everything you said is just your word against theirs. Do you have any evidence? Evidence? If you want that, you can go ask Surzex. After all, he was the one who dealt with this matter initially. Otherwise, do you think he would place a time bomb next to his own sister? It was a perfect answer. If Kenneko really had a berserk sacrifice, how could Surzex, as Satan, let her live, let alone stay by his sister's side? As Satan, finding a peerage for his sister wouldn't be a problem. What is going on? What did they do to Kurokane? At this moment, Kenneko suddenly raised her head. Life energy surged within her, cat ears appeared on her head, and a white tail appeared behind her. She had also accepted her own race. Rias was surprised. Kenneko had become stronger and had reached the level of a middle-class devil. To create a super being that surpasses normal standards is not such a simple matter. Even though your sister, Kuroka, had outstanding qualifications, she still did not meet their standards. Kurokane. To protect you, your sister accepted a series of extreme methods to unleash her potential. That's also the reason why she went berserk. You mean, Kurokane went berserk? That's right. This is also why they wanted to target you. Target me. Yes, Kuroka has reached her limit and cannot continue to improve. So, they set their sights on you. After all, you are also an important material. Kurokane. Tears had already filled Kenneko's eyes. Apart from the heartache for her sister, there was also guilt for misunderstanding her sister for so many years. On the sidelines, Rias watched with a complicated expression. On one hand, she wanted to refute because this was simply tarnishing the demon race. On the other hand, she was afraid of hurting Kenneko, so she didn't speak. Rias, if you don't believe it, you can investigate the Nebrias family. After the exposure of the incident, the Nebrias family was secretly eradicated and sealed off. How is that possible? That's one of the 72 pillars, an upper-class family. It's not impossible. The Nebrias family wanted to create a super devil. Why do you think they did it? 4. There was no need to say why. If this were true, it was definitely to overthrow the current regime. Human ambition is endless, and demons are no different. Rias, remember, the human heart is dark. For those who stand at the top, there is no right or wrong, only interests. Those who try to touch their interests will die without hesitation. Rias didn't speak. August's words had caused a huge impact on her. August also didn't pay too much attention to her. Compared to her brother, she was too immature. Her brother, Surzex, was from the new Satan faction and had now ascended to Satan throne, becoming the head of the 4 Satans. This achievement was simply too great. You are Nikosho. Both Senjutsu and demonic energy are your talents. I don't understand this, but you should practice it well. It's the foundation of your existence. I understand, senpai. Kenneko nodded. At this moment, she no longer harbored any hostility towards August. She felt nothing but respect and gratitude. If it weren't for him, she might still be in the dark about the truth, with a gap in her heart towards her sister who had always protected her. Watching Kenneko nod, August acknowledged it. This was the second one, there was one more left. Looking at the last one, Yudo Kiba, August's gaze caused Kiba's body to tremble slightly. The scars in August and Kaniko's hearts had been exposed by August. Although they had become stronger, the process was somewhat cruel. On the other hand, Kiba carried hatred and inner wounds. They were no smaller than the other two. Yudo Kiba, your situation, I suppose I don't need to say much, right? August, my classmate dash. You are the sole survivor of the Holy Sword Project, right? Yes. Hearing Holy Sword Project, Yudo Kiba's originally gentle temperament disappeared without a trace, replaced by deep-seated resentment. This was a two-level reversal of change. 1 second, he was a warm man, and the next second, he became a madman. Do you want to know the whole truth of everything that happened back then? The truth. Kiba was stunned. Behind the Holy Sword Project, was there still some secret? On the other hand, Rias's expression was somewhat strange. Because August knew too much about her retainers. The pasts of Akino, Kenneko, and now even Kiba, he knew them all. How much did he know? August looked at Kiba, who was full of astonishment. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Please tell me everything that happened back then. Kiba's face became extremely excited, but his final reason restrained him, keeping him rational. In your eyes, the Holy Sword Project is a plan to select sword saints, right? Yes. But unfortunately, this is just a smokescreen. The true nature of this plan is not to select sword saints. What is it? The Holy Sword Project is designed to gather children with the adaptability to holy swords, and after then they would extract holy element from them, and use it to obtain the adaptability to holy swords. Extract holy element. Yes, including you, all the children involved in the project possess holy element, just to varying degrees. These words instantly made Kiba extremely excited. On one hand, he learned that everyone, including himself, had adaptability. On the other hand, the reason they were chosen was to extract holy element. He still had companions from back then who were so devout, believers in God, and in the end, they ended up like this. Chapter 188, Guiding Kiba. Excitement. Killing intent. Madness. Anger. Various emotions intertwined within Kiba, making it hard for him to find peace. Kiba, hating a lifeless weapon won't help you. Instead, find your true enemy, the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project. That's the real revenge. The mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project. Valper Galilei. He naturally had a deep impression of the person who ordered the assassination of himself and his comrades. It's him. He worshipped God since childhood, idolizing the Holy Sword. Unfortunately, he lacked the adaptability to the Holy Sword, so he wasn't chosen. It became a lifelong regret for him. So, because of his regret, he decided to harm us. There's no other way. This world is like this, survival of the fittest. With power, one can do things. Boom. Angry flame soared into the sky, and around Kiba, numerous demonic swords emerged from the ground. The Supernatural Research Department's building, already in ruins, faced further destruction. Nothing was left now. Rias, do you all like doing things like this? You, Akino, and him, only Kenneko is a bit better. Well dash. Rias didn't know what to say. It was difficult to control emotions when they were running high. And sacred gear, fueled by the owner's thoughts, continuously evolved and grew stronger. Kiba's thoughts, or rather, his intense anger, directly ignited the creation of the demonic sword, making it even stronger. Although it was a bit short of reaching the balance breaker, Kiba's current strength surpassed what it was before. Control your anger. This is the territory of your club president, don't act recklessly. August's words snapped Kiba back to reality. He began to restrain his magical power, undoing the demonic sword creation. Yes. Facing August, Kiba showed great respect. August helped him understand who his real enemy was. As August had said, harboring hatred towards a sword was meaningless, his true enemy was the mastermind behind the Holy Sword Project. By the way, Valper Galilei was expelled from the church after the Holy Sword Project because his actions crossed the line. Expelled. Yes, he was expelled. So many of us died, and he only got expelled. Kiba laughed bitterly. The lives of so many children exchanged for the expulsion of a murderer. After all, his skills are valuable. By extracting the holy element from the bodies of many superficially adapted individuals, he could create a designated holy sword adapter. Hey, is this still a church? What's the difference from an experimental facility? In the first place, there is no difference. Heaven, the church, are just different factions, similar to devils and fallen angels. August's words made Kiba's thoughts firm. In this world, strength was everything. Also, Valper Galilei is still alive and in contact with the fallen angels. As long as he's alive, I can personally take revenge for everyone. The flames of anger and hatred burned fiercely. Kiba, at this moment, resembled a vengeful ghost. Rhys watched with concern. She didn't want her family to be blinded by hatred. The power obtained in exchange for revenge was not worth it. The fate of Avengers was not a good one, even if revenge left behind only emptiness and confusion. Bang. Just as Rhys was about to speak and advise Kiba, August slapped him on the forehead. Who are you showing off to? If you want revenge, get stronger. Don't worry your club president here. This slap instantly woke Kiba up. Seeing Rhys, Akino, and Kenneko looking at him with worried expressions, he suddenly remembered that he already had a new family. Hatred was his own, but if it made his family worry, then it was his fault. Sorry, President, for making you worry. It's fine. It's good that you've come to your senses. Warmth, the warmth of home. This was how Kiba felt at this moment. He was fortunate to meet Rhys, who not only saved his life but also considered him family. For his peerages, Rhys was very considerate. She made each of them have their own territory within the Gremory family's domain. Whether it was Akino, Kenneko, or Kiba, each had their own territory. The entire occult research club was composed of rare individuals who remained hidden. By the way, Kiba, your sacred gear, sword birth, has great potential. However, your development is too one-sided. Since it's a sword creation, why do you need to create and wield swords? As August's words fell, golden ripples appeared in the surroundings, and weapons extended one after another. This scene stunned Rhys and the others. Wow, so many weapons. Kiba was also dumbfounded. This attack method seemed quite suitable for himself. He had created a large number of demonic swords by consuming magical power. If he used this method, it could indeed significantly enhance his strength. Looking at Kiba, who was expressing a found a treasure expression, August couldn't help but smirk. The possibilities of sacred gears were vast, and Kiba's development was too one-sided. In Hero Faction, there was a girl who carried Joan of Arc's spirit and also possessed same sacred gear, Blade Blacksmith. In her hands, Blade Blacksmith had been developed into a subspecies balance breaker, creating a large dragon made of holy swords. Its combat strength was not weak. Kiba also borrowed her idea and later created the subspecies balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper. Now, he showed him in advance the attack method of his treasury. Perhaps it could enable him to create a sword birth version of his treasury shot. Rhys looked at August with infinite curiosity. Because August was too mysterious, it seemed like he knew everything. He knew everything about Akino, Kenneko, and now even Kiba's past. How much did he know? Moreover, August was the only descendant of the demon clan, adding an extra layer of mystery to him. All these factors combined made her more interested in August, making her want to know everything about him. Elenia. Aiden is your average otaku who unfortunately becomes an ice guy victim due to the destruction caused by a certain alien and a certain bald man whose influence on him is for unknown reasons. In his grief and despair at being the sole survivor among more than 7 billion humans, he can only try to survive in a rabbit hole where the gods pretend to live like humans. But fortunately, he has a glimmer of hope in this terrifying rabbit hole. He gains the bloodline of a certain demon hunter, which helps him maintain his small life in this dreadful rabbit hole and embark on the demon hunter bizarre adventure. Action, adventure, comedy, magic, ice guy, multiverse, Marvel, High School DxD, MHA, Fate, Danmachi. 1. Ice guy victim. At 2 in the morning, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. It was a night of darkness and howling winds, a night fit for murder and arson. Nami is the #1 girl in the world. Get real, Big Mom is the best one. Robin is the best girl in the world. Only kids choose between options, adults want it all. I have one thing to say, please listen carefully, it's now 2 in the morning. Go to sleep, your dog life matters. How dare a village bumpkin like you engage in a battle of wits here? Wake the hell up and get high. Even if I die suddenly, nailed in my coffin, I will shout out with these decaying vocal cords in the grave. Fuck your useless waifu. Watching a group of men of culture still active in the chat group, Aiden's lips curled slightly upwards. With agile fingers, he tapped out a message. Go to sleep, adults should know they can't have everything. Might as well wash up and dream, you can have anything in dreams. Good night. Good night. Good night. Setting down his now dimmed phone, Aiden, who had spent the night grinding St. Quartz, unsurprisingly harvested nothing. He soon drifted into a deep slumber, venturing into the realm of dreams with a beautiful maid. When Aiden was traveling in the land of Morpheus, suddenly the previously tranquil sky tore open, a rift appearing in space. A terrifying energy emanated from it along with a domineering and evil voice echoing faintly, "That's right, just like this, Saitama. This is what makes it worth it for me, Boros, the dominator of the universe, to defeat you." Energy release. Collapsing star roaring cannon. Under the sudden appearance of the collapsing star roaring cannon for unknown reasons, this blue planet without the caped Baldy hero had no reaction time whatsoever, let alone any power to stop it. In the next moment, the sky collapsed, the earth split, plateaus were leveled, seas evaporated, and the entire crust was utterly destroyed. Shortly after, in the dust-covered sky devoid of stars, several more spatial rifts appeared. Accompanied by intense wind pressure, a silver light streaked across the sky, descending upon the blazing surface of the earth. Detecting planetary location, searching for targets. Target detection complete, no sapient beings found. Detecting spiritual entities, confirming species. Species confirmed, S250 Universe, Sector 233 of the Milky Way Galaxy, the third planet of the Orion Arm, Homo erectus spiritual entity. Detecting target soul, soul strength meets minimum standards, soul binding initiated, soul binding successfully. Scanning residual information on the planet's surface, scanning host soul. Information scan complete, transitioning existence. Transition complete, new form, system. Initiating system implantation successful, activating system. Locking in transdimensional coordinates, initiating multi-universe traversal. In the night-shrouded labyrinth city Orario. A black-haired youth lay inexplicably at the corner of the street. His skin was fair, his frame slender, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Yet, this abrupt appearance of a youth did not draw anyone's attention. Pedestrians passing by didn't stop or glance his way, as if there was no one lying there. Yet, there seemed to be some mysterious force enveloping the young man, granting him an enhanced version of Kato Megumi's talent, rendering him utterly inconspicuous. Time passed, unmarked. Hungry. So hungry. So hungry, I'm really hungry. Aiden felt his stomach growling emptily, his organs echoing feeding songs, each verse more intense than the last. Damn, what time is it now? How could I be so hungry? Didn't I set my alarm for 10:30? In a daze, Aiden struggled to fight off sleep, slowly raising his hands and rubbing his eyes. Without opening them, his left hand subconsciously reached for his non-existent glasses. Where are my glasses? Why does the feel of my cabinet seem different? In a half-awake state, Aiden couldn't help but open his eyes, still filled with a hazy sense of drowsiness. Wow. What a beautiful starry sky. I'm not wearing glasses, yet everything seems so clear. And, shouldn't I be looking at the ceiling? I must still be dreaming. After a moment of contemplation, Aiden decided to ignore his protesting stomach and go back to sleep. A few seconds later, a gentle breeze brushed past, bringing a hint of coolness. Did I kick off the blanket? Aiden reached down with his right hand to pull the blanket over his stomach, but all he felt was air. He had to rub his eyes vigorously with both hands, struggling to open them. When he finally did, he saw his hands, fair and slender, without a single scar. The drowsiness vanished instantly from Aiden's mind, replaced by shock as he blurted out, "What the hell? What's going on? Why am I so pale? And the scars on my hands are gone. Where am I now?" With a bewildered expression, Aiden sat up with his hands on the ground, shifting his gaze away from his hands. Not far away, amidst the European medieval-style buildings, pedestrians in various colorful costumes with various weapons passed by, as if attending a cosplay event. Aiden looked utterly confused. A girl dressed as an adventurer, with furry ears on her head and a furry tail above her buttocks, walked by hand in hand with her companion, chatting and laughing. Huh. Is she a cat girl? Wait, are they speaking Japanese? Aiden immediately drew a conclusion. Another girl in mage robes passed by. These pointed ears, are they elves? He subconsciously thought he was still dreaming, so he pinched his thigh hard with his right hand, a myriad of thoughts flashing through his mind. Damn, that hurts. This isn't a dream. Okay, deep breaths. Don't panic, don't panic. Start counting primes. Wait, what are primes? Damn, why did I give back all the math to the teacher when I was only in my second year? Pull yourself together. Is this the time to think about this stuff? Calm down. Aiden gently slapped his cheeks with both hands, trying to steady his racing thoughts. First things first, this clearly isn't my room. And those cosplayers are speaking Japanese. He put his hands down, softly stroking himself while carefully observing his own body. Secondly, my skin is flawless, like a newborn baby's. Even the little bit of belly fat is gone. Did I reincarnate? Or did my soul transfer? So, my consciousness is in a different body now. Thirdly, I'm dressed so freely, yet these people don't seem to react at all. It's like they can't see me, or is it normal for them? Am I invisible? Or am I dead? No, if I were dead, it wouldn't feel so real, and I wouldn't be damn hungry. And judging from the architectural style and the pedestrians here, this isn't Rukongai from Bleach, let alone Siratii. Aiden's hands trembled slightly as he came to an unbelievable conclusion. So, I get ice-guyed. And I get ice-guyed into a Japanese-style parallel world. He tried to suppress his fear of the unknown and started analyzing. So, where exactly is this? I haven't watched much ice-guy anime, and it might not necessarily be anime, it could be a light novel, manga, or game that I've never heard of. Dwarves, elves, and humans living together in harmony is not unusual. First, rule out no game no life, then Zero no Tsukaima, and finally fairy tale. Is it Zero? Ice-guy Smatrophone? Tenshura? Danmachi? Or Konosuba? There are too many possibilities. What the fuck, with just these, I can't determine which world this is. I can only pray it's not a chaotic parallel world which is war-torn. And the most crucial question now is, why did I get ice-guyed? Chapter 189, Tsubaki's Unwillingness. Click. Beside Akino, lightning flickered, turning the surroundings into a thunderous field. Boom. Not far away, crimson magical energy continuously gathered. Rias was still diligently practicing her great spiraling ring. Kenneko and Kiba were also undergoing their own training. One was practicing senjutsu, while the other was exploring new possibilities for sword birth. Everyone was busy with fervor, but not far from their training, a completely different scene unfolded. A sunshade, a beach lounge chair, a small table, a plate of snacks, and a cup of tea. August sat there like a wealthy landlord, with a laptop placed in front of him. His personal maid, Hilda, was ready at his side. This scene, resembling a life of luxury, formed a stark contrast with Rias and the others, who were sweating and working hard. Ding. At this moment, his phone rang. August picked it up and answered the call. Hello. Who is this? It's me, Sona. Sona, calling specifically. Is there something wrong? Today is already the third day. How much longer do you and Rias need for training? How much longer? August glanced at Rias and the others. Judging by their current state, it would take some time. At least 10 days to half a month. Is there any trouble? No trouble at all. Just asking. You're not very straightforward. If Sona, you miss me, I can come over right now. After all, Rias and the others are training on their own, and I. Click. Before he could finish, the call was disconnected. August shrugged slightly. He hadn't finished speaking, and yet the call ended. My lord's charm is really great. The princesses of Citri and Gremory family seem to have fallen for you. Hilda, on the side, chuckled, covering her mouth. She didn't feel uncomfortable because of other women, after all, she was a maid. You understand everything. But saying they've fallen for me is too early. For them, it's at most a bit of goodwill. August spoke slowly. As the master of the original sin of lust, he could naturally sense that their feelings were not as deep as they might seem. To talk about falling for him would be too premature. Meanwhile, at the Kuo Academy, in the student council room, Sona held her blushing face while clutching her phone. President, what did he say? He said Rias and her peerage's training will take at least 10 days to half a month. 10 days to half a month. Is it going to take that long? This is already considered short. Yesterday, I contacted Rias as well. August spent only a noon, and he helped her 3 peerages resolve their inner conflicts, significantly increasing their strength. The inner conflicts of the 3 peerages. Yes, Akino Haimjima, Kenneko Tuju, and Yudo Kiba. They all had their own issues. Akino's father is a fallen angel, Barakil. Kaniko's sister is a SS-class wanted criminal in the underworld, Kuroka. As for Kiba, he's a survivor of the church's Holy Sword project from many years ago. I didn't expect that Rias's 3 peerages have such backgrounds. Tsubaki didn't know what to say. She never imagined that Rias's 3 peerages had such significant connections. Especially Akino's father, Barakil is the second in command of the Fallen Angels, a genuine veteran fallen angel. Among the fallen angels, he held a position where no one was above him and thousands were below him. Being one of the 3 factions, the authority among the fallen angels was the most centralized, all under the control of Governor Azazel. Unlike angels and devils, whose authority was divided among the 4 archangels and the 4 satans, respectively. As for Kuroka, she was a wanted criminal in the underworld, an SS-class fugitive who killed her own master. She was a dangerous individual pursued by the underworld bounty squad but had managed to evade capture. Kiba, on the other hand, was slightly different. Although the Holy Sword project had a significant impact, it was ultimately just an experimental project. Apart from some children losing their lives, it did not have much broader influence. Truly worthy of Demon Duke. According to Revas, Akino has already advanced to a high-class devil. Kenneko and Kiba have also reached the intermediate devil level. High-class devil. How is that possible? As fellow queens, just like Revas and Sona, Tsubaki and Akino were also in constant competition with each other. Now, Akino had unexpectedly broken through to a high-class devil before her, proving that she was stronger. All this time, Akino refused to use her fallen angel power. She only used the demonic power transferred to her by Revas reincarnation. However, I don't know what August told her, she has now accepted her true power. So she directly broke through to a high-class devil. After all, she is Barakil's daughter. How could she be ordinary? Tsubaki fell silent. Born into the prestigious family, the Shinra clan, the Shinra family was one of the 5 principal clans in Japan, in charge of the divine beast, Byako. However, due to Tsubaki's ability to summon beings through mirrors, she had always been treated as an almost isolated existence. Although she came from an extraordinary lineage, when compared to high-ranking fallen angel, the disparity was vast. For a moment, Tsubaki felt a bit downhearted. Was the difference in race this significant? Clearly, they were evenly matched rivals just a few days ago. Now, in such a short time, the opponent had surpassed her. A high-class devil, this was a threshold that had stumped countless intermediate devils. Once crossed, it meant possessing true authority. In the underworld, there were only a small number of resurrected devils classified as high-class devils, with the majority being low-class and intermediate devils. To advance to an intermediate devil was already considered quite talented. Tsubaki, are you okay? I'm fine, President. With a faint smile towards Sona, Tsubaki spoke slowly. Sona didn't think much about it and continued with her own affairs. President, do you know where Lady Revas is currently training? Why, do you want to go? Yes, I want to see for myself Akino's current strength. Fine. Sona sighed. She had also noticed Tsubaki's current situation. Having fought with Revas for so many years, she could understand Tsubaki's feelings now. Not to mention her, Revas was currently training with August, and it seemed like she was learning some powerful magic. This made Sona quite envious as well. But for magic, especially magic taught by others, aside from envy, she had no other option. As for going to seek it out, she could go to August herself and then express her thoughts. She didn't doubt that August would definitely teach her. However, such a thing, she couldn't do it or, more accurately, couldn't lower her pride. As the successor of the Citri family, the Satan's younger sister, her arrogance was not low. Chapter 190, Sona and Tsubaki have arrived. Putting down the phone, just as August was about to go back to check, he noticed a deep blue magic circle appearing. The next second, Sona and Tsubaki appeared along with it. Sona, Tsubaki, how did you come here? Missed me? If you miss me, say something, I'll come over to see you right away, it's just a small matter. August, I'm not here for you but for Revas. Well, that's disappointing. Sona and Tsubaki had known August for more than a day, so they simply ignored his behavior. Their gaze fell on the 4 figures practicing diligently in the distance. Seeing Akino surrounded by thunderous light, Revas with power of destruction in her hands, the cat who had returned to its original form, and Kiba create swords continuously. In such a scene, both Sona and Tsubaki showed astonishment on their faces. Revas. Sona, did you come here? Revas saw Sona instantly and stopped the training at hand. Come to see the results of your training. It seems you've all gained a lot. Yes, as expected from August, indeed extraordinary. Is that so? Hearing Revas praising August like this, Sona's first reaction was to give August a resentful look, as if August had done something to upset her. August was puzzled. However, Revas, watching the exchange of glances between August and Sona, couldn't help but laugh. If the first round was dominated by Sona, now it seemed like she was in control. From Sona's expression just now, August didn't help Sona and her peerages, but he helped himself and his peerages. However, Revas forgot one thing, August helped her because of her brother, not her. Long time no see, Tsubaki. Long time no see, Akino. The 2 queens from both sides met at this moment. The last time they were evenly matched, both being intermediate devils with similar strength. But now, Akino had already advanced to a high-class devil, while Tsubaki remained an intermediate devil. Even without words, an invisible competition began between the 2. In Akino, high-class demonic power erupted, and Tsubaki also released her own magic. However, the gap between an intermediate devil and a high-class devil was too significant. Before long, Tsubaki was defeated. Boom. But just after Tsubaki was repelled, a power like an abyss suddenly descended. Akino was instantly overwhelmed, completely powerless against this terrifying magic power. Before this terrifying magic power, she was like an ant. Akino, do you think that become to a high-class devil, you're invincible? August's voice sounded, making Akino shiver. And looking at August now resembling a demonic god, Tsubaki's eyes also flickered slightly. Sensei. Akino lowered her head. Towards August, she felt both respect and fear. On the one hand, August helped her make a decision, but on the other hand, she felt fear because August knew everything about her. Now, another layer of fear was added, the absolute overwhelming strength. Dispelling her own magic power, August helped Tsubaki up. Although the oppression just now wasn't directed at her, it still affected her. The two people's completely different treatment made everyone smell a hint of something wrong. Just a moment ago, Rias and Sona, who were still competing with each other, suddenly felt like they had been robbed. As for Tsubaki, her face was quite red at the moment. She also realized August's special nature. Are you okay? I'm fine. Tsubaki kept her head down and dared not look up because she knew she was definitely the center of attention now. I say, aren't you shy? Stop talking, ah. Covering her face, Tsubaki directly activated a magic circle, teleporting back to the Kuo Academy. August was stunned. What just happened? Shouldn't she be shy and throw herself into his arms? Why did she run away? Sona, look like, your queen has someone in her heart. Is there anything wrong with that? To be noticed by Demon Duke, even if it's not as a main wife, it's still an honor. You're saying this, but do you want to become the main wife? What if I do? Sona, you dash. Rias looked at Sona with some disbelief. Was this the same calm and arrogant Sona? She actually admitted to wanting to become the main wife of August. Although Rias only casually teased Sona, it seemed that Sona took it seriously. Rias, I'm different from you. My future is in my own hands. With just one sentence, Sona choked Rias half to death. Well, hitting people without hitting their faces, scolding people without exposing their weaknesses. After the anger, there was only melancholy. Because, as Sona said, her future was in her own hands. She had already withdrawn from the engagement placed on her, and now her future was decided by herself. Moreover, if she could really marry Demon Duke like August, then the Citri family would definitely agree. Shortly afterward, she would succeed as the head of the Citri family, and August being the head of the Demon clan, their alliance would be a wish come true for everyone in the Citri family. Moreover, there was only one Demon clan member, August. The future descendants of the Demon clan would carry half the bloodline of the Citri family. All of these were only beneficial and had no drawbacks for the Citri family. Therefore, if Sona really liked August, there would be no hindrance from the Citri family. By the way, Rias, earlier you mentioned that August taught you a powerful magic. How is it going? I'm still exploring it for now. To master it completely, it will take some time. How is the magic? It's powerful and has the potential for further improvement. Further improvement? Yes, what I'm learning now is just a basic version. There are stronger versions later on. This surprised Sona. A magic with growth potential had extraordinary value. At this moment, August walked over. Tsubaki had just run away from his strange behavior, making August feel for the first time a misconception about his own attractiveness. Wasn't he supposed to have a strong appeal to women? August, Ria said the magic you taught her can be further improved. Is that true? Magic. Are you talking about the great spiraling ring? Of course. Saying that, August raised one hand, conjuring a great spiraling ring. Feeling the immense magic power, Sona was amazed. However, immediately after, the great spiraling ring began to rapidly enlarge, directly from its original apple size to the size of a basketball, with flames resembling a halo surrounding it. Chapter 191, they've all arrived, let's teach together. Accompanied by the great spiraling ring, a terrifying magical power appeared before everyone. Although August's strength was only at level 7, which is the high-class devil, the magical power within his body, both in quantity and quality, was comparable, if not surpassing, Satan-level being. Now, this great spiraling ring created a strong impact on everyone present. Swish. August directly threw the great spiraling ring in his hand towards a distant mountain peak. Like a continuously rotating black celestial body, the great spiraling ring burst open in the next second. Rumble. The magical power, akin to a storm, directly swallowed the entire mountain peak, forming a massive sphere, tearing everything apart. After a few minutes, everything calmed down. Even Hilda, looking at the ravine directly shaved off from the mountain, was stunned. This dash. Sona looked at this scene in disbelief, the destructive power of this move was beyond her imagination. Moreover, looking at August's appearance, he effortlessly condensed this magic. It was terrifying, in an actual battle, August would be like a humanoid walking artillery. Gurgle. Rias, who was learning this move, was also incredibly shocked and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If she mastered this move, even when facing Riser in the future, she would undoubtedly be able to prevail. The power of this strike was terrifying. What is this? What is the name of this magic? Great Spiraling Ring. In fact, this is not its final form. The possibilities for this move are limitless. After mastering it, you can enhance its power by injecting different attributes of magical power. August said, then conjured another great spiraling ring, injecting it with the power of darkness. In the next moment, the originally purplish-black great spiraling ring instantly turned into a profound pitch-black color, emitting an incredibly terrifying aura. August then threw this dark great spiraling ring. After another deafening roar, the remaining half of the ravine, along with the land below, was instantly cleared. What was once a mountain now turned into a massive crater. This power was several times stronger than before. In an instant, Sona looked at August with fiery eyes. I want to learn this move too. All restraint and pride were thrown out the window for Sona at this moment. Strength was the absolute truth. If Revas learned this move, she might end up being overshadowed by Revas, just like Tsubaki. This was something she least wanted to accept. You want to learn too? Sure, I'll teach you. August didn't refuse and readily agreed. Whether it was one person or two people, it made no difference. I'm quite interested in such a powerful magic. I want to learn too. I'll pass. Akino and Kenneko spoke up. Kiba also wanted to join, but thinking that he was a swordsman and hadn't even developed his own sacred gear, he gave up. Then let's teach together. Sona called Tsubaki and the others, no one should be left out. Okay. Hearing that August didn't forget her other peerages, Sona smiled. Revas felt a bit dissatisfied. Obviously, they were being taught, but why were Sona and her people also included? August didn't mind. Anyway, Sona's peerages were all girls, and teaching girls was something he didn't object to. Moreover, the great spiraling ring was not something anyone could learn. With August's prompt action, in no time, Tsubaki arrived with Momo, Rhea, Tomo, Tsubasa, and Ruruko. However, upon seeing August, Tsubaki's face immediately turned red, and then she turned her head, unwilling to look at August. All right, I've called you all here to teach you a magic. Learn it well. However, due to its difficulty, it's normal if you can't master it. August first gave them a preventive measure because he really wasn't sure. Then, just like when he taught Revas before, August handed over this move to everyone. In the process, as before, there was inevitably some physical contact with the girls. August naturally enjoyed it, and the girls didn't refuse either. After spending about an hour, everything was handed over to the girls, and the next thing was for them to train on their own. Learning a skill from August was quite challenging. Just look at Revas, who hadn't learned it even after 3 days. And after this group of girls left, August breathed a sigh of relief, sitting back in his chair. Hilda brought a cup of tea over. I'm almost exhausted. I see my lord quite enjoys it. Hilda, you've turned bad. The old you wouldn't treat me like this. My lord said it yourself, everything I have belongs to my lord, and my lord's favor belongs to me. Hilda said slowly. As a maid, being treated like this by her master was already a blessing for her. August, being a modern person, didn't have that absolute class division mindset towards servants. For him, maids and servants were more like a special profession. The only difference was that the duration of this profession was a lifetime. As Tsubaki practiced in the distance, seeing August and Hilda talking and laughing, she felt extremely envious. As a maid, being favored like this by a master was something unique in the entire underworld, only belonging to August's household. Even though she, as a queen among Sona's peerages, still remained just a higher-class servant in the Citri family. Tsubaki, if you like it, you have to strive for it, otherwise, someone else might snatch the opportunity from you, and you won't even have a chance to cry. President, I dash. You don't need to explain to me. Don't tell me you can't see it. Those girls, Revas, and her peerages, Akino, Kenneko, all have thoughts about August. Tsubaki fell silent. How could she not see it? Just now, when August taught them hand in hand, they were all eager to lean into August's arms. President, I really don't know what to do. Compared to them, you have an absolute advantage. Haven't you noticed? That guy treats you specially. Tsubaki, how could she not know about this? Right now, she had just been saved by August, while Akino was suppressed. Chapter 192, The Opportunity Has Come. August don't know if it's because Sona and the others have also arrived, the two sides seem to be in a standoff, each person seems incredibly spirited. Especially Revas and Sona, the two kings, are holding their breaths. August finds the situation quite good. With this kind of pressure on both sides, progress should be faster. On this side, they are happy, but the situation becomes troublesome for the Kuo Academy. 3 days ago, Revas Gremory, Akino Haimjima, and Kenneko Tuju all took leave. Coincidentally, the newly transferred August, rumored to have an unusual relationship with Revas, also didn't show up. Public opinion immediately started to circulate, various versions flying around. Some say they've all fallen into August's clutches, others claim that August was devoured by the three of them, and then there's the rumor that August took 3 beautiful women out for a good time, and so on, countless versions. Especially since none of them showed up in the past 3 days, the rumors intensified even more. But today, the student council president Sauna Shitori, vice president Tsubaki Shinra, along with 5 other girls under the student council, all disappeared. Now, the academy is even more chaotic. Various rumors of 2 women fighting for a husband, multiple women sharing one husband, and even all kinds of grievances and enmities emerged. In response, the responsible figures of the Citri and Gremory families in the academy had to step forward to quell public opinion. However, on the surface, these were all suppressed. But in secret, all sorts of gossip spread like weeds, not only multiplying but also uncontrollable. In such a situation, time came to the second day. The initial enthusiasm for training has also subsided. Only 4 people remained for actual training: Revas, Sona, Akino, and Tsubaki. As for the others, after repeated attempts, they all gave up. This led to one thing: August became the hot topic again, especially Sona's peerages led by Tsubaki, who clung to August and didn't let go. The reason was that August, Revas's peerages, helped them improve their strength, so they wanted the same treatment. August was speechless. Teaching them resulted in debt. Moreover, August could make them stronger quickly because they had untapped and unused potential. With his help, they could quickly become stronger. But for them, although they had some talent, they neither had sacred gear nor bloodlines. To want to soar in strength was an impossible task. On this side, sitting on a chair, with a few sofas and a table around, various snacks and drinks were placed. 5 girls were happily eating and drinking on the sofa. It was quite enjoyable. August couldn't help but want to say, "What are you here for? Training or vacation?" Especially these 5, deliberately or unintentionally, were tempting August repeatedly. Especially Momo, with her silver curls, always showed off her figure to August, blatantly so. "Sona, don't you care about your people? Look at what they're doing." Yesterday afternoon and this morning, Revas couldn't bear it anymore. "Why should I care? Why? Look at what they're doing. I think it's fine. Anyway, when I'm with August in the future, they'll be with us. It's better to communicate our feelings in advance." Revas never expected that the extremely proud and indifferent Sona would say such a thing. For peerages, if their master said they were getting married, although they weren't considered accompanying maids, most of them would end up with the master's partner. Because this was a link of interest, for a peerage, who was more or less considered a servant, it was not allowed to be with other men, involving many things. Now, Sona had decided to develop feelings with August and even marry him. So, her peerages would be accompanying maids. In the future, they would definitely be August's people, not escaping. Boom. Suddenly, at this moment, an explosion sounded. All eyes were immediately drawn to the source of the noise. Tsubaki. Sona immediately saw where the incident happened. Seeing this, August's figure instantly disappeared, directly blinking next to Tsubaki. At this moment, Tsubaki had only minor injuries, but her magical power was almost depleted, and there were signs of squeezed magical power. This made August understand instantly. She exhausted her magical power, then forcibly stabilized the great spiraling ring, and finally lost control. Without saying a word, he took out a bottle of healing potion and magic potion, carefully feeding Tsubaki. At this moment, the others also rushed over. Seeing the blue and red potions in August's hands, Revas was slightly stunned. What's wrong? Soon, Tsubaki woke up, looking around with some confusion. What's wrong? You can't be so desperate in training. Familiar voices sounded, and then feeling like she was being held by someone, when she turned her head to see August, she was instantly stunned. For Tsubaki, who had no experience with guys, being held by a man like this made her extremely shy. "Hey, are you okay?" Tsubaki didn't respond, and at this moment, she was still a bit dizzy. August directly lifted her up, and all the girls looked at him with envy, the princess being held. Holding Tsubaki, he came to the resting place and placed her on the sofa to let her rest. "All right, don't crowd around, disperse." Seeing everyone coming over, August quickly said. Revas also understood that August didn't want them to come over. Without saying anything, they all left, very tactfully. Even the 5 girls who had always occupied this place, looking at Tsubaki on the sofa, all smiled and moved to the side. And here, only August and Tsubaki remained. Even Hilda, who had been occupying this place, retreated to the side, not wanting to disturb the two. Chapter 193, Confession to Tsubaki. Watching Tsubaki, who seemed reluctant to wake up, August couldn't help but smile. "All right, everyone's gone. Don't be shy. Hearing August's words, Tsubaki subconsciously looked around, realizing that everyone had indeed left. She breathed a sigh of relief and then sat up. She felt embarrassed after being surrounded by so many people just now, so she didn't know how to react. I mean, do you have to be this shy? Do you know what happened? You just held me in front of so many people, and you made me feel, as. She spoke, her face turned red again. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Everyone can see my feelings for you. Why pretend? You. Being so straightforward by August left Tsubaki extremely embarrassed. But she didn't know what to say, feeling a bit lost for a moment. Enough of your silence, Tsubaki. I like you and want you to be my girlfriend. Are you willing? Saying this, August took out a necklace. Hanging from the necklace was a deep blue gem shaped like a teardrop, emitting a unique brilliance that instantly captivated Tsubaki. The Tears of the Goddess, the equipment August obtained from the earliest draw. It could increase the magic power limit of the one bound to it and accelerate magic power recovery. However, after August obtained the original Sin of Lust, his magic power limit soared like a rocket. Not to mention being invincible at the same level, even surpassing levels, August surpassed countless others. As time passed, the effectiveness of this equipment for August became smaller and smaller. Now, August was presenting it as a gift, intending to capture Tsubaki's heart. Looking at the Tears of the Goddess in front of her and then at August, Tsubaki blushed and lowered her head. This made August anxious. This was his first time confessing to a girl, and August had hesitated for a long time before finally making the decision. In Arario, Ace and Tsubaki were more proactive than him. Even in this world, Hilda had offered herself directly. Tsubaki in front of him was the first woman August had confessed to in the true sense. As for before Ice Guy, August had never had a girlfriend. 3 years in high school, 3 years in college, he hadn't found a suitable one, let alone after graduating and entering the workforce, turning into a salaryman. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. A very light voice, if one didn't listen carefully, August wouldn't have heard it. But even with such a for August, it was like a celestial melody. That's great. August hugged Tsubaki, pulling her into his arms. Let go of me, they're all watching. Tsubaki also knew that even though the people around had left, they were definitely still paying attention. Being suddenly hugged by August like this, she felt embarrassed. However, amidst the embarrassment, she also felt sweet. Just like what Sona had told her yesterday, August treated her differently, with special treatment and inherent advantages. Even today's explosion was actually taught by Sona last night. If she got injured, August would definitely take action. At this moment, creating a bit of an atmosphere could lead to success. Sure enough, after today's incident, August came over immediately, hugged her, treated her, and finally confessed to her, and she agreed. Tsubaki, give me a drop of your blood. A drop of blood? Yes, give me a drop of your blood. I won't harm you. Oh. Although she didn't understand, Tsubaki bit her finger and dropped a drop of blood. August took the Tears of the Goddess and let the drop of blood fall onto it. Because August had already released the binding with the Tears of the Goddess, it was now bound to Tsubaki. From now on, unless Tsubaki voluntarily gave up, this equipment could only be used by her. What is this? After completing the binding with the Tears of the Goddess, Tsubaki then looked confused. This is called the Tears of the Goddess, a special magical equipment. It's now bound to you, and each time you use it, it will increase your magic power limit a bit and also boost your magic power recovery speed. How is that possible? A magical weapon that increases the magic power limit. Although she couldn't believe it verbally, the feeling of blood connection and the transmitted magic power made her have to believe it. Originally, due to the incident of depleting magical power, her magical power was recovering at a much faster rate now, surprising her. Do you like it? I really like it. Tsubaki was naturally full of joy. After all, the more magic power, the stronger the strength. Let me put it on for you. Okay. August took the necklace, gently passed it through Tsubaki's long hair that reached her calves, and tied it around her neck. The onlookers saw August take out such a beautiful necklace and put it on Tsubaki. The two of them instantly became a sweet couple, and everyone's envy surged. Even Sona, the mastermind behind all this, couldn't help but envy when she saw this scene. However, thinking that Tsubaki had succeeded now, with Tsubaki's help, her turn would come soon. Yes, that was Sona's plan, let Tsubaki be by August's side to help her understand more about August's preferences and better win August's favor. Is it pretty? Tsubaki lifted the ends of her hair and smiled at August. Very beautiful. If we were at home, I couldn't resist eating you up. When we get back, I'll show you. Alright, I even bought you clothes. Bought clothes? Is it that kind of clothes? Yeah, I was planning to call you over later in the evening and let you try them on. I didn't expect it would be this late now. Then I'll wear them for you when we get back. You keep saying, when we get back. Now, shouldn't you give me some benefits? This immediately turned Tsubaki's face red, and the surrounding gazes made her feel like sitting on pins and needles. Hurry up. I'll talk about it when we get back. Tsubaki directly turned her head, not giving August any chance. August felt a bit regretful. It seemed that Tsubaki's face was still too thin. If it were Akino, she would definitely directly pounce on him for a wet kiss. At the very least, it would be a sweet kiss. But unlike the passionate and slightly masochistic Akino, Tsubaki couldn't let herself go in this regard. To take advantage of her, he had to wait until they were alone after going back, when he could spend some private time with her. Chapter 194, Sona vs. Revas. Boom. The collision of ice blue water magic and crimson power of destruction instantly destroyed everything in the surrounding area. And the owners of these two magical forces, Sona and Revas, were now on opposite sides. The magical power on both of them had reached its limit. Finally, by Sona's side, the water magic transformed into a giant water python, while behind Revas, a power of destruction dragon emerged. Sona, your strength has improved a lot. Mutual admiration, Revas. They were friends, but also lifelong rivals from childhood to adulthood. In academics, sports, competitions, relationships, and strength, they both sought to outdo each other. This kind of rivalry was vividly demonstrated in the annual sports festival at the Kuo Academy. Each year, they would repeatedly break records. Roar. HIISSSSSSS. In an instant, the magical serpents and dragons made of water and power of destruction moved simultaneously. The collision of water and power of destruction in the atmosphere turned the entire area into a forbidden zone. Controlling the water python, Sona launched an attack. Magic quickly gathered, and then a breath of water shot out. Seeing this, Revas naturally wouldn't back down. Controlling her dragon, she responded with a burst of power of destruction, turning it into a destructive dragon breath. Rumble. The collision of water breath and power of destruction dragon breath instantly destroyed everything within 100 meters. On one side, Sona opened her palm, and then the ice blue water magic began to quickly condense. A deep blue spiral ring slowly took shape. On the other side, Revas suddenly smiled. She also condensed her own spiral ring, but hers was bright red. Sona, I learned 3 days earlier than you. So, you definitely can't be my match. If you learned 3 days earlier than me but learned it in almost the same time, it means I've been ahead of you for 3 days. Since you say so, Sona, let's experience it firsthand. That's the plan. Both of them moved at the same moment. They couldn't throw the spiral ring like August did, making them function like Ray's not great spiraling ring. Behind Sona, the water python attached itself to the spiral ring, and behind Revas, the power of destruction dragon also revived in her spiral ring. This was the collision between Sona and Revas, a collision of water magic and power of destruction. Crack. The two spiral rings collided, sparking a powerful energy storm. Both of them were in the center of the storm, extremely dangerous. A slight mistake would result in a heavy blow. But whether it was Sona or Revas, at this moment, they were both staring at each other, without any intention of holding back, even though they were in the midst of an energy storm. This wasn't just a clash of wills, it was a battle that would determine who would seize the other's fate. For years, the two had been fighting without a clear result. They were both proud and ambitious individuals, especially as the next heads of their respective families. So this time, they both had to determine a winner. The Great Spiraling Ring is a skill with infinite possibilities. The more magic power injected, the greater the power, but the greater the risk. August's words echoed in Sona's ears. These were words he had said while teaching her. From the beginning, August never told her how to practice a skill. He let her try on her own, to figure out how to use the skill. Great Wave Spiraling Ring. Sona's voice rang out, and then she injected all her magical power into the spiral ring. Sona, are you crazy? Without holding back, you'll be torn apart by the storm. I know what I'm doing, Revas. This time, I have to win. You dash. Seeing Sona like this, Revas suddenly felt a bit strange. Was Sona's determination for victory really so strong? And it was this moment of hesitation that allowed Sona's spiral ring to suppress Revas's spiral ring. Especially when Sona went all out and fought desperately, Revas hesitated and didn't respond. In this situation, Revas naturally found herself at a disadvantage. Rumble. Finally, reaching the critical point, the two spiral rings both exploded violently. Sona and Revas were both enveloped in it. As the dust settled and everything returned to normal, there were two large black spheres at the original location. Soon, these two black spheres slowly landed and then dissipated with the wind. Exhausted Sona and depleted magical power, Revas appeared. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed, and both of them looked over. Sona, have you gone mad? If it weren't for my power just now, you would either be dead or severely injured. Even with potion, you wouldn't be saved. Because you're here, what do I have to worry about? You. Just as Revas was about to speak, Sona immediately fainted. With depleted magical power and reaching the limit of her physical strength, if she didn't force herself, she would have collapsed long ago. Seeing this scene, August naturally rushed over first, helping Sona up and giving her a healing potion and a magic potion. Revas, on the side, was speechless. First, it was Tsubaki, and now it's Sona. Don't you guys have any other means? Watching Sona being hugged and carried away by August, Revas didn't know what to say. She felt like she had won this battle, but at the same time, she had lost an opportunity. In August's arms, Sona's tired face revealed a faint smile. The moves don't fear being old, they just need to be effective. Heroic woman can captivate a man's heart, and giving a man the opportunity to rescue a woman is also a chance to grab his attention. August had no idea that he had been hit by the same move twice, once by Tsubaki and now by Sona. Carrying Sona back to the resting area, just like last time, he placed her on the sofa. August, what happened to President? Tsubaki, who was originally training, saw August carrying Sona back and hurried over. What else could happen? Just like last time with you, she exhausted all her magical power and drained her physical strength, passing out. Ah. Hearing August's words, Tsubaki's worried expression slightly froze. Looking at her president, she became more certain. This was definitely caused intentionally by Sona. Her president was a very calm person. No matter what she did, she always had a perfect plan. How could she possibly exhaust all her magical power and nearly drain her physical strength? Chapter 195, Sona's Exposed Strategy. Soon, Sona slowly woke up. When she saw Tsubaki sitting nearby, her expression froze slightly. Tsubaki naturally noticed the subtle change in expression. They had been sisters and best friends for many years, so Tsubaki understood Sona well. President, you didn't see it at first glance. Are you disappointed? It seems you found a man and become bolder, daring to tease me. President, August isn't a fool. Before, it was me, this time it's you. Even if he didn't catch on immediately, he would have had suspicions later. So what? As long as my goal is achieved. Goal. As long as he pays attention to me. Even if he finds out later, it doesn't matter. As long as you're happy. Tsubaki placed a cup of tea in front of Sona. She never doubted Sona because she knew her president wouldn't make a decision without certainty. By the way, Tsubaki, how are things between you and him? What do you mean? What else could it be? Of course, I'm talking about the two of you. Well, we've just gotten together. Speaking of this, Tsubaki blushed and started to evade the question. This made Sona slightly speechless. After all, Tsubaki was a very confident person. Now, she was showing a shy side. At the same time, on the other side, Hilda was undergoing training with August. Just yesterday, Hilda awakened an ability, surprising August. Hockey. Yesterday Hilda found August and told him about it. Through today's familiarization and training, August discovered that she not only gained armament hockey but also observation hockey. As for conqueror hockey, it was uncertain whether she had awakened it or not. According to Hilda, these two hockey were suddenly mastered, similar to demonization. August suspected that when his evil piece reincarnated Hilda, it not only gave her new demon race but also passed on some of his abilities. Because there was no one else, it was still unclear whether she could inherit hockey or if it was just her inheriting it. This conclusion had to wait until August reincarnated 2 or 3 other people. After teaching Revas, Sona, and others the possibility of the Great Spiraling Ring, the potential for his race inheritance ability was not impossible. Throughout the day, August helped Hilda familiarize herself with the 2 hockey. Hilda now had a basic grasp of using armament hockey, as well as the ability to wrap her weapon with it and the perception ability of observation hockey. Armament hockey. A black-purple flame rose, and then Hilda's umbrella sword turned pitch black. Very good. You've used armament hockey well. In the future, regularly use armament hockey to infuse your weapon. It can transform it into a black blade, enhancing the quality of the sword. I understand, my lord. Watching her umbrella sword, Hilda also had a smile on her face. She really liked this ability. Moreover, this umbrella sword was her favorite weapon. Although it wasn't a very powerful weapon, it was a gift from her teacher when she first set out. She had cherished it for many years, and now she could turn it into a black blade, which naturally made her very happy. What kind of magic is this again? At this moment, Sona had come over without anyone noticing. The recent scene had Sona witnessing Hilda's umbrella sword turning pitch black. She could tell that the changes in the sword were not just about its color. This is hockey, armament hockey. However, it's not magic, it's more like an innate ability. Innate ability. That's right. So, if you want to learn, don't even think about it. How did she learn it then? She's my peerage now and has become Demon Clan member. Demon Clan. The name shook Sona, and at the same time, she realized. Indeed, although August was the sole descendant of the Demon Clan, he now possessed a special evil pieces that allowed him to gather peerages and expand the Demon Clan. Hey, what's with that look? Let me tell you, I won't take you as my peerage. What nonsense are you talking about? Who would want to be your peerage? Saying this, Sona kicked August. She was the successor of the Citri family, how could she become someone else's peerage? If she were to become the Demon Clan member, not to mention other things, the successor of the Citri family would definitely change. After all, no one would accept an outsider as the head of the family. Moreover, among the higher-ups of the devils, peerages were no different from servants, considered inferior beings. By the way, thanks for earlier. No problem, as long as you don't cause trouble for me in the future. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. If you really want to open up like Tsubaki, I wouldn't mind embracing you as well. But don't use such tricks. You figured it out. Not just now, but now I have. You tricked me. Sona's mood suddenly turned sour. She never expected to be tricked like this. As for August, he remained silent. When he brought Sona back just now, he could already sense that something was off. Before, when Tsubaki fainted due to magic exhaustion, he coincidentally confessed. Today, Sona also fainted due to magic exhaustion, and this incident seemed too coincidental. August intentionally left just now to observe Sona's behavior. As expected, although he didn't hear what she and Tsubaki were talking about, he could see that there was something fishy about her fainting this time. Now that Sona, who had just awakened, came to find him instead of resting and recovering, it made August even more concerned. Therefore, this scene unfolded. Although he wasn't completely sure, a little deception wouldn't hurt. If he exposed her, he would gain something, if not, it didn't matter. Humph, you're just a man who doesn't understand romance. Normal men, even if they guess, will pretend not to know. I'm not an ordinary man. A man who doesn't understand romance. I'm not someone who doesn't understand romance. I just keep myself pure. Although I'm a bit lecherous, I also have principles. Lecherous and principled. Weirdo. Heh. Chapter 196, Demon Maid, Yolda. Today, the training came to an end. The lessons were taught, the training was completed, and if it weren't for Sona bringing people to cause trouble, it would have been over yesterday. On the evening of returning to Kuo Town, August, in his capacity as a boyfriend, invited Tsubaki out. They strolled through the streets like an ordinary couple, enjoyed food and drinks in the night market, and later watched a horror movie. However, the last activity was a failure. Being originally from Shinra clan which have purified evil spirits since ancient times, Tsubaki, who had turned into a devil, couldn't possibly be frightened by the ghosts portrayed in the movie. In fact, she even pointed out various logical flaws during the viewing. Thinking it would be a romantic moment when she was scared, August's attempt failed. The reality was cruel. As time passed into the late night, August walked hand in hand with Tsubaki on their way home. I had a great time tonight. I did too. They smiled at each other. Although there was a bit of regret, August was generally satisfied with tonight's date. During this time, they became more intimate with each other. Tsubaki, though still a bit shy, didn't refuse August's embraces. All right, let's meet at school tomorrow. The president must be anxious by now. Tsubaki smiled slightly. It was already late at night, and if she didn't go back soon, who knew what her president would start thinking. Okay, see you tomorrow. Oh, close your eyes. Huh. Close your eyes quickly. August suddenly thought of some classic scenes and closed his eyes with great anticipation. Soon, his lips found their partner. Then August opened his eyes, causing Tsubaki, who had just gathered courage, to hesitate. But before she could give up, August took the initiative. 2 minutes later, blushing, Tsubaki left within the magic circle. August smiled brightly. Tonight, he took a big step forward on the road to winning her over. As for why he didn't bring Tsubaki home, August considered it a date, not a one-night stand. Also, their relationship had just been confirmed, and until she was truly ready, August wouldn't force her. In a very good mood, August quickly returned home. As soon as he entered, August noticed something was off because there were 2 auras in the living room. One was Hilda, and the other was an unfamiliar presence. Entering the living room, he saw a maid sitting on the sofa, who looked somewhat similar to Hilda, with the same hair color and a somewhat similar face, except she didn't cover one eye like Hilda. My lord, you're back. Seeing August, Hilda immediately stood up. Ah, who is she? August looked at this unexpected guest and said slowly. My lord, my name is Yolda. I have come to serve you as a maid by order of my family. Maid. Yes, my lord. Looking at Yolda, August turned his gaze to Hilda, hoping she would explain. My lord, she is my sister. After my father knew that I became your peerage, he sent her over according to the family's orders. Your sister? Hilda, your father is really interesting. Sending a pair of sisters to me. Shouldn't I thank him properly? August squinted his eyes slightly, and a hint of abyss-like magic power faintly emanated. Suddenly, both Hilda and Yolda felt a violent shock. My lord, please forgive her. My father didn't mean anything else. He just wanted to make you happy. Yolda spoke up at this moment, her voice slightly trembling. Make me happy. Interesting. Are you sure your father wanted to make me happy and not himself happy? My lord. Under August's gaze, Yolda was sweating coldly, feeling more and more fearful. As a daughter, how could she not know what her father was thinking? After learning that Hilda had become August's private maid, he had been paying attention to Hilda's information. When he found out that she had become August's only peerage and had become Demon Clan member, he seemed to have seen the most prosperous opportunity for their family. Then he gave her an order related to the survival of the family, which was to come and serve August. Along with her sister Hilda, he wanted them to occupy a place in August's heart. Although not as a wife, at least they should have a place in August's heart. It would be best if they could give birth to children, so their family would be completely tied to the Demon Clan, gaining huge benefits in the underworld. But she never thought that as soon as she met this demon duke, everything about her was seen through. Now that the Lord was angry, she was really terrified. If she didn't handle this well, not only would she be in trouble, but even her family would be finished. My lord, please calm down. This has nothing to do with Yolda. It was my decision to have my father send her over. Why? August's tone softened a lot. Despite everything, he still gave Hilda considerable trust. Because, my lord, I can't bear it alone. It doesn't matter if Hilda is a bit tired, but every time you are not satisfied, it's my negligence. With these words from Hilda, the previously suppressed atmosphere disappeared without a trace. August's expression became a bit awkward, and Yolda, who was standing aside, although bowing her head, also blushed. As a maid, she naturally understood what Hilda meant. However, the reason for bringing herself here was unexpectedly because of this. This is all my own decision. Please forgive Yolda, my lord. Hilda said, kneeling down. As a maid, making decisions for the master was already a transgression. All right, get up. My lord. Let's leave it at that, but only this once. Thank you, my lord. Hilda finally stood up. Yolda, who was watching on the side, was quite surprised. She never thought that Hilda, who was so favored by this demon duke, could even be forgiven for such matters. Chapter 197, Bishop, Yolda. Watching the cautious Yolda standing in front of him, August carefully assessed her from top to bottom. As sisters, she and Hilda shared many similarities, but their personalities and styles were completely different, as reflected in anime. Hilda, as a maid, would offer everything to her master, but if something was wrong, she would point it out, even if it displeased someone. That was Hilda. Yolda, on the other hand, was a pure maid, everything the master said was right, and the master was everything. In an anime, she served the great demon lord's son, Ino, and Hilda once said to her, Princeton has become like this, all because of your indulgence. However, Yolda was a special trans-dimensional demon with powerful spatial talents. She could even distort the space in an area or transport it to another dimension. With stronger abilities, she could be a formidable force. Yolda. Here. Hearing August calling her, Yolda nervously responded. As a maid, you should understand that by becoming my maid, your family, relatives, and everything related to you will be strangers. Everything about you will belong to me completely. Yolda understands. Your will is everything to Yolda. Very well. From now on, you are my demon maid. Yes, my lord. Yolda suddenly smiled joyfully. For any maid, finding a master to serve for a lifetime was the meaning of their existence. From childhood, they were taught this way. August looked at Yolda, considering his own thoughts. Although August didn't have much fondness for her father who sent both daughters here as maids, he had acquired 2 demon maids. Giving him some benefits would not hurt as long as it wasn't excessive and allowed him to gain some advantages using his name. Yolda, come here. Yes, my lord. Yolda approached August cautiously, her heart pounding. Hilda's words just now were still fresh in her memory. Would the Lord want to devour her right here? Should she obey, or obey? While thinking about it, her face turned redder. August found it amusing, when women looked good, men hardly mattered. August took out his special evil piece, representing the bishop. Yolda had the talent of space manipulation. If developed well, it could be a powerful force. Even though she was August's maid, he wouldn't allow her to be weak. Swoosh. The evil piece entered her body. Yolda's eyes widened in shock. The seed of darkness was planted within Yolda, then it began to sprout and take root. Her demonic power skyrocketed rapidly. Originally just a middle-class devil, Yolda leaped to become a high-class demon. Next, the demon patterns appeared on her forehead, her strength increased again, soaring to the ultimate class demon. August looked at Yolda with a slightly raised eyebrow. Her talent started off well, and with the integration of the evil piece, she broke through her limits. From being just a middle-class devil, she leaped to become a high-class demon, even further to the ultimate class demon. Hilda beside her burst into laughter. She knew that Yolda had been stuck as a middle-class devil for many years, and now she finally broke through. Yolda, in joy, smiled. For a demon maid, finding a master to serve for a lifetime was the meaning of their existence. They were taught this from childhood. Sincere thanks for your trust, my lord. From this moment, Yolda's soul and life will exist for you. This was Yolda's vow, a unilateral declaration of the contract. In this life, she couldn't betray August. Once she did, the backlash of the contract would drag her into the abyss. All right, from now on, Yolda, you are my bishop. Yes, my lord. Yolda stood up, feeling the powerful demonic energy of a high-class demon, and her face lit up with a smile. Yolda, feel it. Apart from the power of darkness from Demon Clan, do you have any other powers? Other powers? Although Yolda didn't understand, she began to feel the changes within herself after her transformation. Swoosh. A dark purple aura rose, dyeing her arm pitch black. Seeing this, August chuckled. Indeed, through the evil piece, the inheritance wasn't just the power of darkness from Demon Clan, but also the seed of Haki. As for why it wasn't other abilities, August speculated it might be because Haki was a power, not a skill. Skills were just different ways of using power, like the Great Spiraling Ring. Though the process was somewhat cumbersome, it showed up in this world now. But Haki was different. It was a power that this world didn't have. No matter how hard one tried, it was impossible to obtain it. What a magical power. Yolda looked at her arm covered in armament Haki, surprised. Comparable to steel defense and an ability to enhance attack power, it was truly a versatile ability. Yolda, Haki has 3 types, armament Haki for enhancing strength and defense, observation Haki for perception, and Conqueror Haki representing the king's aptitude. Conqueror Haki. Conqueror Haki. What a cool name. If I'm not mistaken, there should be seeds of Conqueror Haki inside both of you. August looked at the two. Although Conqueror Haki was called the king's aptitude, it essentially meant a soul that was naturally powerful, with an overwhelming spiritual strength. Using Conqueror Haki, one could exert mental pressure to stun others. As demons, with their long lifespan and naturally stronger souls compared to humans, Hilda and Yolda undoubtedly had the seeds of Conqueror Haki within them, but they had not awakened yet. My lord, we don't feel anything related to Conqueror Haki. Neither do I. Conqueror Haki is a soul and spirit-based ability. Forget it, you'll understand if you try. Boom. As soon as August finished speaking, his Conqueror Haki erupted. In an instant, in Hilda and Yolda's eyes, August transformed into a demon god, emitting a terrifying demonic aura. The two of them seemed as small as insects, as if they could be crushed at any moment. Phew, this is Lord August's Conqueror Haki. So powerful. So frightening. It feels like we could die at any moment. So this is Conqueror Haki. August looked at them and said, but surprisingly, being oppressed by Conqueror Haki didn't stimulate them. Could it be that they didn't have the aptitude for Conqueror Haki? Or perhaps he misunderstood Conqueror Haki. Chapter 198, The Public Opinion Storm at Kuo Academy. Late at night, after transforming into Yolda and letting them experience Conqueror Haki, the next steps were quite obvious. As a carnivore, even though August had just run away, she was, after all, a rabbit he had raised. Now, with Yolda willingly offering herself, she naturally didn't get the same treatment. In this world, August tasted for the first time the flavor of the sisters. As a demon maid, Yolda might be slightly inferior to Hilda, but not by much. Although it was her first time, like Hilda before, Yolda also allowed August to experience a different kind of pleasure. Of course, one thing was the same, both sisters, in this aspect, didn't care about their bodies, wholeheartedly focusing on August. The night passed without words, and the next day dawned. When August woke up, she felt refreshed. As the master of the original sin of lust, the events of the previous night were the best supplement and rest. My lord. August woke up, and Yolda immediately wanted to get up to assist him in dressing and washing. But because things got a bit too intense yesterday, coupled with her being a first-timer, like Hilda before, she had no strength left in her body. All right, today, just rest well. Hilda, you stay at home today and take care of Yolda. I understand, my lord. How can this be? I'm just a maid, unable to take care of my lord's daily life. It's already a neglect of duty. How can I involve Hilda and leave my lord without anyone to assist? Awake, are you the master, or am I the master? That's how it is. Saying that, August turned and left, leaving Hilda in disbelief. Hilda, what's going on with Lord August? Lord August is fine, very caring for us. Even though we are just maids. I know. We are just maids, but Lord August has given us the precious opportunity of reincarnation. Now he takes care of us like this. I really don't know how to repay him. Doing our duties well is the best repayment for Lord August. Hilda had some understanding of August and noticed some of his habits and personality traits. He treated his own people with abundant trust and respect, even if they were just maids like them, absolutely couldn't bow to outsiders. The master they served was an extremely arrogant person, and this arrogance was ingrained in his bones. Charity, what kind of person is Lord August? Lord August is a... The two sisters, in this moment, let go of their past grievances and completely dropped all unpleasantness. The reason was simple, the master they served was the same person, and for the sake of the master, for the sake of Lord August, they would let go of all biases. Soon, after getting ready, eating the breakfast Hilda had prepared long ago, August went to school. Having skipped school for so many days in a row, August was somewhat curious about what would happen when he returned. Quickly, August arrived at Kuo Academy. However, this time he found that the atmosphere around him was a bit off. The looks from both men and women were strange. Look, it's him. He took away Ria-sama, and he's been missing for so many days. What exactly happened in these past few days? Who knows? But I guess Ria-senpai probably suffered at the hands of this man. Ah. My goddess, I'm going to kill him. Alright, calm down a bit. He's wealthy and influential. Don't do something reckless. Listening to the whispered discussions around him, August felt a bit dumbfounded. Was he now the center of a gossip storm in Kuo Academy? Moreover, along this journey, August heard at least 7 or 8 versions. There were several versions where August felt quite embarrassed. As he entered the teaching building, the number of people around him increased, and the discussions he overheard became more abundant. August was surprised to find out that these rumors weren't just about Rias, they also involved Akino, Kenneko, Sona, Tsubaki, and 5 others. What was even more terrifying was that there were also rumors about himself and Kiba. This made August furious. It was fine to have rumors with women, but why also with men? Were the women in this world all fujoshis? Going to the second-year class as planned, August changed his course and headed for the student council. As he entered the student council, he found everyone present. You're here. Sona looked at August and said, with a hint of schadenfreude in her words. Although she was also part of the rumors about August, she didn't mind at all. Not only her, but probably everyone didn't mind. Do you know everything that's been said? I heard it. But there are quite a few versions. Which person's version are you talking about? Looking at Sona, who was clearly enjoying the show, August suddenly felt a toothache. Hurry up and deal with it. Otherwise, I won't be able to stay at Kuo Academy. What do you want to do? Do I need to say it? Wipe all their memories, and everything will be over. Well, under unnecessary circumstances, we cannot erase memories from humans. This wasn't just something Sona casually said. Unless faced with insurmountable circumstances, like ordinary people discovering the truth of the supernatural side, memory erasure wasn't allowed. Do you want me to throw a great spiraling ring at Kuo Academy and level the place? This is a special situation, is that enough? Don't be impulsive, we can discuss this. Sona quickly said, good gracious, if August really did that, it would be troublesome. 1 or 2 people were fine, but if so many people suddenly died, the impact would be huge. Don't talk nonsense, are you willing or not? Along the way, do you know how many people have been pointing fingers at me? Okay, I understand. Understand my ass. You're just enjoying this. Don't forget, you are also one of the main characters in this gossip. Anyway, no one dares to say anything in front of me, so it doesn't matter. This statement left August unable to retort. Who would discuss gossip in front of the student council president? You're probably clueless about the word death. Bang. At this moment, the door of the student council was pushed open, and Ria stepped in. I found him, the spreader of all these rumors. Chapter 199, Not Loving His Life. Rias entered the student council, followed by Akino, Kenneko, and Kiba. Everyone present was a victim of the rumors and gossip, especially for Kiba. Coming back this time, he found himself labeled as a homosexual, leaving him utterly confused. I found him, the spreader of all these rumors. They are the 3 perverts from our academy, the Perverted Trio. Perverted Trio. Sona was indeed affected by this. Faces of 3 male students appeared in her mind. However, it wasn't a positive impression, on the contrary, it was an extremely negative one. These three guys were second-year students, and since their first year, almost every few days, there were complaints. Either the three of them were peeping at girls changing clothes, or they were harassing girls in broad daylight. Even worse, these three guys were spreading explicit books and videos within the academy, causing a significant impact on the students. Sona had issued punishment measures multiple times, but it was all in vain. These three were incorrigible, and over time, she had given up. She was planning to expel these three perverts if more complaints came in. The Perverted Trio. So, it's them. Cold light flickered in August's eyes. Regarding Issei Hayato, August had refrained from taking any action against him. It wasn't because August didn't want to act, rather, he had a plan regarding the boosted gear within Issei's body. As the Longinus sacred gear, armed with the name boosted gear, this official cheat given to the protagonist was naturally powerful. Every 10 seconds, it multiplied the holder's strength, although it depended on their own strength and physical endurance. When it came to the ability for explosive improvement, this sacred gear was undoubtedly among the best. Although it had significant drawbacks and risks, it could temporarily gain power surpassing that of the Satans and gods. If pushed to its limit, it could even kill gods, but it was restricted by the host's body. Currently, although August possessed strength comparable to that of a Satan, he was still just an ultimate class demon. August, what are you planning to do? Please don't act impulsively. Seeing August emitting a clear killing intent, Sona hurriedly shouted. Since others have made their moves, I can't just stand idly by. After saying this, August turned around and left the student council. Everyone in the student council dared not breathe before August left, it was truly terrifying. Rias, something big is about to happen. Sona, if I were you, I wouldn't get involved in this matter. Huh? What do you mean? Sona looked at Rias in confusion. If this really escalated, she and Rias would have a hard time explaining. After all, the Kuo town was their territory, and they were responsible for everything, regardless of strength or any other matters. It's just 3 pieces of trash. Compared to August, they're not even worth mentioning. If you want to provoke August for the sake of these 3 humans, consider my words unsaid. With the conversation reaching this point, Sona naturally understood Rias's intention. Just 3 humans, and they were like trash. Compared to August's anger, it was not even worth mentioning. Alright, everyone, seal off the entire Kuo Academy. Not even a fly should be able to fly out. Even if August decides to demolish the entire academy, we must ensure that everything stays within the academy. Yes, President. All of Sona's peerages, led by Tsubaki, responded and then left. To avoid any unexpected incidents, there was already a huge magic barrier around the Kuo Academy. Once activated, it could isolate the entire academy from the outside world. Let's go help too. Rias and her peerages also left, regardless of what August did, both she and Sona had to clean up the aftermath. The most troublesome part of it all was erasing everyone's memories. It was a massive task, especially when it involved the entire student body of the academy. At this moment, August took out a crystal ball and directly contacted Surzex. August, this is rare. You actually took the initiative to contact me. Tell me how to remove sacred gear from within a human body. This time, the smile on Surzek's face instantly disappeared. Stripping sacred gear would directly cause their owners to lose their lives. Within the 3 factions, this method was also considered taboo because if everyone started seizing human sacred gears, humans would not sit idly by. In this world, whether it be gods, devils, or other races, they could only hide in the shadows. The reason was simple, humans were the true rulers of this world. While humans might be physically weaker, their intelligence, inventiveness, and creative abilities far surpassed those of other races. Not to mention that no one knows what the God of the Bible is hiding for his favorite childs. Not only that, among humans, there were also many factions and families. Why are you asking this? Of course, it's to seize the sacred gears. What happened? You don't need to worry about that. It's just a bug not loving his life, and I naturally have to send him on his way. The method of stripping sacred gears is a sealed technique. Although I'm the Satan Lucifer, I can't casually spread it. Enough talk. Consider this me owing you one. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I can unconditionally help you once. Good, I'll tell you. Without any hesitation, Surzex immediately agreed. This method wasn't particularly precious, many people in various races knew it, but few actually used it. Since August had spoken like this, Surzex didn't mind getting some benefits. To remove in sacred gear, you need. In just a few minutes, Surzex told August the method. August memorized it all, feeling somewhat surprised. Was it really this easy to remove sacred gear? By the way, I must warn you. To remove in sacred gear, the user must fully cooperate, or you must completely render them incapable of resisting. Otherwise, it's easy to fail. In the end, after losing the sacred gear, the host will definitely die. I understand. Goodbye. After saying that, August ended the communication, put away the crystal ball, and quickly headed towards the second-year class. Originally, August planned to obtain the method of stripping sacred gears from Grigori, but now there wasn't enough time. This guy, Issei, had recklessly shown up on his own, so August decided to send him on his way. Bang. Arriving at the classroom, August kicked the door open directly. With immense force, the classroom door was sent flying. The tremendous sound instantly plunged the entire class into silence. Chapter 200, Beating Up Issei Hayadu. Step. August stepped into the classroom, emitting an aura only befitting someone of higher status. All students in the classroom, regardless of gender, looked at August with expressions filled with disbelief, fear, and other emotions. Hello, everyone. I've never provoked any of you, but you've come to provoke me. Quite impressive. August's gaze fell on the three people at the back row. Issei, Motohama, and Matsuda, the moment they saw the terrifying August, were instantly scared speechless. The entire classroom was not large, and as August walked toward the back row step by step, all students lowered their heads cautiously, fearing he had come for them. Only after August passed by did they breathe a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly fortunate. Finally, when August reached the back row, Issei and the others couldn't sit still. Issei Hayadu, I've never had any interaction with you, never offended or bullied you. Why, when I haven't been here for a few days, are rumors about me spreading throughout the academy? Upon hearing this, the entire classroom erupted in a commotion, and those with brains also suddenly understood. No one was a fool. Even rumors and gossip, within a short few days, with so many women all surrounding one man and developing so many versions, it was impossible without someone fanning the flames. Under August's cold gaze, Issei couldn't say a word. As for the other two, they were nearly paralyzed with fear. Their pants were already wet, in front of August, they had lost control of their bladder. As for why the three of them spread such rumors, the reason was simple, envy and jealousy. The three of them were on the blacklist of most female students in the entire academy. Encountering someone like August, who was the exact opposite and a life winner in the class, naturally bred jealousy. So, when August and the others hadn't come to the academy, the three of them schemed and staged such a scene. However, they didn't expect the rumors to escalate beyond their imagination and eventually become uncontrollable. At the same time, they never expected August to trace them and confront them. I said it, August-sama could never be that kind of person. It turns out it was you three spreading rumors. It's these three perverts again. They dare to frame August. Damn it. How can we have such a person in our class? Not only a pervert but also a petty person. They should be expelled. Shameless scum. Despicable and shameless. Various vulgar words and insults were directed at the three at this moment. August was disdainful of all this, as if those baseless and widespread rumors didn't involve them at all. Like crows in the world, all of them were black, and no one could claim innocence. If you're wrong, admit it. If you're hit, stand still. Since you've made a move, don't blame me for countering. August's words made the three extremely frightened because, at this moment, August was like a death-bringer. In Orario, the monsters that died at August's hands numbered in the tens of thousands, coupled with the murderous aura of his sword style. Although it could usually be restrained, once August got angry, some of it would inevitably leak out. After all, although August's current strength is formidable, he lacks a bit in terms of control. What do you want to do? This is a school. No one care about school. This dash. Even if I do something to you, what can you do about it? August's words were harsh but factual. Even among the students other than Issei's group, their faces didn't look good at this moment. Smack. A slap directly sent Motohama flying. August could control his strength, but with this slap, Motohama's teeth were knocked out, and his mouth was filled with blood. Colliding with the wall behind the classroom, blood continued to flow from his mouth. The intense pain made him suffer silently due to August's cruelty. Thud. Next was a kick, landing directly on Matsuda's stomach, causing him to vomit acid. Lying on the ground, he convulsed like a large shrimp. Watching this brutal scene, everyone's eyes widened. Up until now, August had given everyone the impression of being straightforward, at most a bit aloof and unwilling to talk. But at this moment, everything was overturned. August's brutality exceeded everyone's imagination. Not to mention anything else, knocking out someone's teeth with a slap requires tremendous strength. As for Issei, the last of the trio, he was on the verge of tears by now. Issei Hayadu, I'll deal with you properly. Boom. Before he could react, August knocked Issei down with a punch, smashing the table in the process. It didn't end there. August pinched his neck, lifting him up. In August's hands, Issei was like an ant, powerless no matter what August wanted to do to him. Don't be anxious, everything is just getting started. The demonic whisper made Issei, along with the fallen Motohama and Matsuda, filled with an indescribable fear. Classmates who were present felt as if they had entered the cold winter, involuntarily shivering without any reason. Bang. Smack. Thud. Slaps, punches, and kicks, August unleashed a massacre on the three. The entire classroom fell silent. Besides the three who were being beaten and howling in pain, there was no other sound. At the door, the teacher had long arrived but dared not enter. The current August had been labeled as untouchable. This was too brutal. Smack. Finally, August threw Issei, now with a swollen head, to the ground. Beside him, the other two were equally miserable. August knew how to hit just hard enough, it looked severe but caused only a little pain. Even if they went for a checkup, the conclusion would be at most a minor injury. Hitting someone was also an art, those who caused severe injuries and broken heads at the slightest trouble were reckless. Rest assured, this is just the beginning. You spread rumors, right? Well, I'll have a good time playing with you. At this moment, Issei and the others' heart were filled with regret. Why did they provoke this monster?